After failing to transcend tribulation, Xia was struck by lightning and transported into the world of a novel. As a malevolent supporting character, she is expected to sacrifice herself for the sake of the female protagonist and her legion of admirers. Excuse me? Sacrifice oneself for others? Do you dare to utter that again? Having spent 3,000 years in the pursuit of immortality, it is time for her to unwind and dismantle a couple. When the innocent flower accused her of seducing the leading man, Xia sternly replied, "I do not indulge in filth, let it be known." When the devoted admirer threatened her, Xia quizzically asked, "Are you tired of living? Do you seek death?" Chapter 1. How to engrave a man's memory indelibly. Didn't Mixue merely shove you? Stop feigning death. A condescending male voice loomed above. Xia, my patience is finite. Xia, what nonsense is this? Even in death, one is denied a peaceful rest? She soon realized that she seemed to have returned to life. This was her first existence within a novel titled The Fake Heiress is truly cherished. In the narrative, the false heiress Mixue is the protagonist, while she, the true heiress, plays the role of the nefarious supporting character. She exists as the protagonist's foil, a shadowy little creature, the scapegoat in the tale of the true and false heiresses, a dilapidated resistor. Ultimately, she is cast down a valley by the protagonist under the guise of eliminating harm to the people, meeting her demise. Yet, Xia did not perish completely. She was reborn in the realm of cultivation. Xia fell silent. For 3 millennia, she had lived as a destitute sword cultivator, sleeping in open caves and braving the biting winds of the northwest. Rising before the dawn and retiring after dusk, she had become a relentless overachiever, her longevity owed entirely to the righteous spirit she cultivated under socialism. Xia, I'm exhausted, let it all end, for I can no longer endure the grind. What does it mean to start over? At most, I shall self-destruct. 66, reading her thoughts, saw her resolute demeanor and sighed. Very well, if the host is unwilling to undertake the task, then this life shall continue in poverty. Xia. Poverty. 66. Indeed, the host bears the inherent buff of a destitute sword cultivator. No matter how hard she strives, wealth remains elusive. However, tasks can eliminate this buff. We are quite accommodating, and should the host prefer to remain in poverty, we respect personal preferences. Xia, in a state of near death, abruptly rose from the ground with a sudden burst of energy. What is this nonsense about money? Am I so superficial? My sole desire is for world peace. As a successor of socialism, how could I refuse such a glorious and noble task? So, how do I receive my payment? WeChat or Alipay? 66 smiled slightly, in control. Xia's sudden revival startled those around her, and the man who had just spoken scoffed mockingly. Done pretending? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused everyone? Do you not feel ashamed? If you hadn't targeted Mixue, she wouldn't have accidentally pushed you. Who is to blame but yourself? Hurry and apologize to Mixue. Such familiar PUA tactics. Xia narrowed her eyes and glanced over. Ding. The system has issued a task. Please instill guilt in the original male lead. Pei Jingyan. The objective is to achieve bloodshot eyes to complete the task. Xia studied the man for a long moment, retrieving the name Pei Jingyan from the recesses of her mind, contemplating for 2 minutes before a realization struck. This man appears to be my fiancé. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, several exchanging bewildered glances. Wait, did they just imagine that? Clearly, Xia had not spoken, yet they heard her voice. Pei Jingyan furrowed his brow. Had he not warned Xia not to reveal their relationship? How could she be so inconsiderate? Before Pei Jingyan could interject, the female voice resonated in their minds once more. Here, I must announce some news. Yes, we shall soon be breaking off our engagement. Xia's tone was solemn and impassioned, declaring, he has a fiery temper, is somewhat lacking in intellect, short in stature, and looks aged beyond his years. Even a golden needle mushroom would seem small in comparison. While others wrap their feet, he wraps his head before disrobing. He exudes pride, yet afterward becomes the subject of ridicule. As for myself, I am dedicated and patriotic, keeping my promises, diligent in my studies, pursuing both master's and doctoral degrees. I assist the elderly across the street in the morning and provide online guidance in the evening, accumulating virtue and good deeds, lighting incense and praying daily. Xia confidently proclaimed. In summary, he is unworthy of me. The crowd fell silent, surprisingly agreeing with Xia's assertion. 66 sensed something amiss, feeling it might have encountered a bug, one that could potentially leak its dialogues with the host. Nevertheless, it dismissed the thought surely. Its host could not be that unfortunate. Pei Jingyan's expression darkened, and he barked. Be silent. Interrupted, Yun Xia's demeanor shifted. Presumptuous. How dare you command me to be silent? Man, do not test my patience. Pei Jingyan. A headache began to brew. Pei Jingyan, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and threatened, I care not for your ramblings. Mixue is in poor health, and if anything were to happen to her, I shall ensure that all of you accompany her in death. Bystanders. Huh? Am I included in that? All eyes turned to Yun Xia. Her expression was serene, lips slightly pursed, appearing almost ethereal from a distance. Yet that voice, so incongruous with her appearance, continued to echo on. He is the aloof and proud true leading man. She is the gentle and beautiful false heiress. The mundane world obstructs their love, prompting her to flee and him to pursue. They are trapped in an inescapable snare. On a rainy night, with bloodshot eyes, he declares, let me kiss you, I would give you my life. The crowd. Looking down at their feet, they realized they were standing upon the castle she had excavated. Pei Jingyan's throat tightened, his eyes blazing with rage. You.
Ding.
The target task has been achieved. Bloodshot eyes accomplishment unlocked. Yun Xia was still perusing the synopsis of The Fake Heiress is truly cherished when she received the notification, utterly perplexed. Is this how easily the task is completed? It was too simple. She hadn't even spoken yet. 66 was equally baffled. Perhaps the original male lead is overly sentimental. Now that the plot had progressed beyond its midpoint, the male and female leads were pouring out their hearts while plotting her downfall as a hindrance. Thus, they fabricated scandals, leading to her disgrace. With no other options, she was coerced by the Yun family to partake in this contrasting love variety show, ultimately resulting in her demise. Alas, good news. She was reborn. Bad news. The plot points had passed. She was not only impoverished but also a universally despised pauper. With nothing to lose, the world has kissed me with pain. I shall strike back fiercely. Yun Xia. 66. Do you wish to know how to make a man remember you painfully? Pei Jingyan's body tensed, an ominous premonition creeping over him. And the next moment, Yun Xia suddenly hoisted him high. Let's go, you lunatic. Whoosh thud. Stunned into silence, no one dared to move, and they could only watch as the leading man was unceremoniously thrown out. The venue was deathly quiet, not a sound to be heard. Pei Jingyan, his rage barely contained, trembled as he struggled to rise, but before he could steady himself, he heard Yun Xia's confident inner voice. Now, he will surely swallow his pride and shed tears, for I shall keep him awake at night. Haha, man, only I can make you remember the taste of pain. Remember, this is what it means to be heart-wrenching. Thud. Pei Jingyan collapsed. Yun Xia blinked innocently. Huh? Did I not merely give him a gentle push? Stop feigning death. The crowd. You understand the importance of coherence. Chapter 2. Redefining the Buddha of the Capital Circle. 2 hours later, Yun Xia reclined on the sofa of the variety show studio, not far from her. Pei Jingyan sat with bloodshot eyes, alongside the seemingly delicate protagonist, Yun Xue. The show must go on, for her financial situation was dire. Yun Xia silently tapped into her memories. This program, Love Battlefield, was backed by the nation's largest entertainment conglomerate, Xie Films, featuring a cast of 3 men and 3 women. The 3 men included the wealthy heir Wen Qi, the rising star Fang Qingyu, and the highly anticipated heir of the Pei family, the top-tier actor Pei Jingyan. The 3 women were the fragile beauty Yun Xue, the accomplished filmmaker Jiang Lulan, and herself, the unfortunate supporting character. As the live broadcast commenced, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. Finally, it's on. I love you, Xue. Pei Ge is so handsome. Jing Xue is the best. Ugh. Why is that clingy girl still here? Yun Xia should just disappear. Yun Xue feigned concern. Sister Yun Xia. Some comments may not be very friendly. Please don't take them to heart. Pei Jingyan, with a deep gaze, reassured, Xue, don't pay her any mind. Oh my tei is succulent. Yun Xia is just seeking attention. Is the actor protecting his wife? Some people are so shameless, claiming to be the actor's fiancée. Yet, he completely ignores her on the show. Yun Xia couldn't help but reflect on the rapid advancement of society, where even the foolish could type online. Suddenly, a bold comment appeared. Clingy girl, you don't deserve our Pei Ge. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yun Xia, clearly directed at her. 66 began to cheer. Host, you're the best. Indeed, she believed she was the best. After being the queen of the scrolls for 3,000 years, it was time to relax. 66 paused its actions. The studio fell into silence. Before the director could respond, another comment emerged, rife with frustration. Clingy girl. Have a little decency. Yun Xia replied solemnly. Thank you for the invitation. I strike the electronic wooden fish 1,000 times daily and offer incense 500 times. So I've accumulated virtue for the next life. Yu Haven T clarified your bullying of Chushua. She is truly unfortunate to be on a variety show with you. Yun Xia let loose, so what? Call the police and have me arrested. I'm not bragging. I'm known as the emperor of the sewing machine. Don't overestimate yourself. You're no match for me. 66 retracted its glow stick. The guests and the director looked on, stunned, while Yun Xia continued to engage fervently with the fans. How did a background-less star like you get on this show? How many benefactors have you lured? Yun Xia feigned shyness. Isn't it pointless to dig deeper? I slept with the god of wealth last night. What is it to you? Want to join? A startled bystander commented. This sister's mental state is ahead of her time. I want to be like you. Can you teach me? Yun Xia transcended life and death. Here's a survival principle. Think 3 times before acting. Can it be avoided? Can it be done tomorrow? Or can it be entrusted to another? The director was on the verge of suffocation. Thankfully, the next comment brought a turn of events. This one was clearly from Pei Jingyan's fan. Buddha of the capital circle, high-ranking yet cold and affectionate. I adore him. The Pei family was a prestigious name in the capital, and Pei Jingyan, feigning aloofness, had crafted an image of a serene and detached Buddha, adorned with prayer beads since entering the industry. Upon seeing the comment, he revealed a smile that was a blend of elegance, casual indifference, and profound compassion. Buddha of the capital circle? Suddenly, apart from Yun Chushua, a woman's voice echoed in everyone's minds. With previous experience in mind, they all turned to Yun Xia. This fan had such unique taste. She actually adored Emperor Xuanji. What nonsense is this? Then they heard Yun Xia's inner voice, growing animated as if conversing with someone. How can he not be the Buddha of the capital circle? High-ranking and powerful, he is an emperor. Deeply affectionate, he cherished only Dong Fei. Buddha, possibly a monk. Which condition doesn't he comply? Tell me, 66, which condition doesn't he comply? Though the emperor had passed away centuries ago, her love was to be respected. By the way, whose fan was this? Pei Jingyan's face darkened. Ding dong, the reputation transformation task was accomplished. Congratulations to the host for shifting from a clingy third party to a crazed influencer. Yun Xia beamed with pride. What can I say? It's all about strength. 66. Although it was garbled, it oddly agreed with the host. She indeed possessed great capabilities. Who said that transforming one's reputation required being a good person? Isn't it amusing? Isn't this a form of transformation? The monotonous voice read, as if the speaker had been dead for 3 days. Welcome everyone to Love Battlefield. Today is a sunny day. But it was clear Yun Xia was still not finished. A strong inner voice interjected. It's raining. The director hesitated. Everyone is here due to fate. The appearance fee. The director bravely continued. Let's engage in a spontaneous romance. Agreement to stir. The director clenched his fists tightly. Please write down the characteristics of your crush on paper. There's a script. The director forced a smile, tightening his fists. All right, I'll hold back. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Pei Jingyan, as expected of an actor, seamlessly transitioned from a predator to a devoted partner in a heartbeat. Except for Jiang Lulan, who hadn't arrived yet, the other guests quickly finished their notes. Pei Jingyan, gentle, cute, kind-hearted, pure as snow. Yun Chushua, gracious, composed, cold, kinda only me. Fong Qingyu, innocent and kind, never willing to yield. Wen Qi, diligent and earnest, has a sweet and lovely smile. The fans were going wild. Our Jingxue is taking the lead. Jingxue is real. Wen Qi and Fong Qingyu's crush is also our Chushua. I can already envision the ensuing drama. The enchanting beauty is joking with you? These male guests will likely be smitten by Chushua. With all 4 guests revealed, everyone turned their attention to Yun Xia. She wrote fervently, without a hint of hesitation, excitement illuminating her smile as she slowly positioned her note toward the camera. The clingy girl must have written about our Pei Ge. Clingy girl, die. Our Jingxue is the real deal. What? No, I recognize every word, but what is this when combined? Has Yun Xia finally lost it? Chapter 3. I know dogs don't change their ways. The director curiously glanced over and saw that Yun Xia's note read, characteristics of my crush. Paper, electronic. Doesn't he breathe? The director? What? The director took a deep breath. There were too many points to critique, and he momentarily overlooked the most crucial aspect, finally managing to utter, "Well, we need to add the gender of the crush." Yun-Xia frowned. "Director, your understanding is lacking." She cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone. "As the saying goes, a husband is not a gender but a feeling. In this world, there can be male husbands, female husbands, living husbands, deceased husbands, electronic husbands, paper husbands, and non-human husbands. Since there are so many forms of husbands, why should we care about gender? God, a husband is a feeling." Ha! I no longer recognize the term husband. It's shocking that Yun-Xia didn't write about the actor? The clingy girl didn't cling. Do you find that reasonable? At this moment, Yun Chushua turned with concern. "Sister Yun-Xia, have the fans affected you? It's alright. On the dating show, everyone competes fairly. You can write about whoever you wish without hesitation." As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Pei Jingyan, her cheeks flushed. "Pei Ge is not just mine. Before the official announcement night, you can still put in some effort, Sister Yun-Xia." I knew it. Xia is trying to catch Pei Ji's attention. Every day, she clings to our Pei Ge like a leech. "Xia, you think you're worthy? Chushua baby. If you keeping this kind, it'll break my heart." Yun-Xia raised an eyebrow, looking at Pei Jingyan and then at Yun Chushua. After 3 seconds of silence, she suddenly sighed with an indulgent expression. "Chushua, I know you have a peculiar taste, but I'm not a dog. I don't eat that. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself, but don't starve." Question mark. Some fans began to react. Irate. She called Chushua a dog and insulted Pei Ge. Can this even be related? Feels like Yun-Xia and Pei Jingyan aren't close. Where do these rumors come from? Yun Chushua noticed the barrage of comments, her expression stiffening as panic set in. Yun-Xia was her benchmark. Destined to be under her heel, she absolutely could not let Yun-Xia steal the spotlight. Stealing herself, Yun Chushua feigned confusion. "Sister Yun-Xia, it seems you've changed a lot since joining the show." The director and crew exchanged glances. Her words implied that Yun-Xia was deliberately crafting her persona. After all, reality shows thrive on conflict. Unexpectedly, Yun-Xia's eyes lit up with excitement. "You noticed I've changed?" Yun Chushua, sweet yet laced with barbs, replied, "Yes. I used to think you were shy and reclusive, but I didn't expect you to be so lively in front of the camera." "That's because I adapt to my surroundings," Yun-Xia replied thoughtfully. "If you think I've changed, it can only mean I've encountered too few fools before. Life is filled with them, and I had to lower my standards. It turns out I am quite adaptable." Yun Chushua felt her words choke her, nearly causing her to sputter. What does she mean calling her a fool? Yun Chushua sensed that things had spiraled beyond her control. Where had that timid and cowardly Yun-Xia gone? She deliberately displayed a downcast demeanor, as if deeply wounded and on the verge of tears. "Sister Yun-Xia, what's wrong today? Is it because of this morning's incident? Are you still angry with me?" Originally, the show was supposed to start live streaming in the morning, but it was delayed. Pei Jingyan and Yun Chushua's management had subtly hinted that Yun-Xia was throwing a tantrum. I knew it. Xia can't help but create drama, hasn't she already? Washing her image in front of the camera, and some still believe it. Yun Chushua bit her lip. "I'm sorry. That incident was entirely my fault. You have every right to be upset with me." Yet she never revealed what the incident was, leaving fans to speculate and sympathize with Yun Chushua. "What incident? Was it when you pushed me down the stairs, causing me to faint and miss the live broadcast?" The entire production team was stunned. "Wait, this is too direct. This isn't in the script." Yun Chushua's expression stiffened, her fingers twisting nervously. "No, it's not." The first loyal fan immediately jumped into action. "Chushua, didn't he push you? How could you be so malicious as to accuse her?" Yun-Xia smiled knowingly. In her previous life, she had no evidence, and after Yun Chushua played the victim in the live stream, she bore the brunt of the blame for being difficult. Therefore, this time, she was well prepared. With swift reflexes, Yun-Xia pulled out a voice recorder and pressed play before anyone could react. Pei Jingyan's voice resonating throughout the live stream. "Chushua, I only pushed you a little. Yun-Xia, stop playing dead." Yun-Xia shot a reproachful glance at Pei Jingyan. "How could Chushua possibly push me? You're being so malicious," falsely accusing her. The studio fell into silence. Pei Jingyan choked, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, as if he had swallowed something foul, struggling to find words. Damn. He had been set up. Yun Chushua's fans vehemently claimed Yun-Xia was being difficult. Turns out, the one being difficult is someone else. "Dude, you really caught me off guard. Come on. Either Yun Chushua is a white lotus, or Pei Jingyan is slandering. Fans choose one. Immediately, Yun Chushua's fans began to argue. Who is helping to clear Xia's name? They must be just like her, wanting to steal someone's boyfriend, right? Our Chushua is innocent and kind, unaware of such schemes. It's clearly Xia who is judging others by her own standards. Tisk, TSK, someone is getting anxious, and I want to say a word. Yun Chushua's smile froze. She covered her lips, her face brimming with tears. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Sister Yun Xia, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself from the fall? It's all my fault. Just hit me. This act enraged the loyal fan, who immediately stepped in front of Yun Chushua. Chushua, what are you apologizing for? Someone just bumped their head. Don't be so dramatic. Maybe it was intentional. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Friend, are you challenging me? The tension was palpable. Having gathered enough material, the director finally stepped in to diffuse the charged atmosphere. Everyone has had a friendly meeting. I'm sure you're eager to begin the tasks. Please randomly select a guest to complete the requirements on this note. Yun Xia, you go first. Fearless. Yun Xia drew a slip and found herself paired with a loyal fan.
Ha.
She had no enemies after 3 millennia in the cultivation realm. If she had, she would have dealt with them on the spot. Just wait. She would return as a conqueror. Chapter 4. Physical pain counts as pain. After drawing her task, Yun Xia directly revealed the content. Do something that will make Wen Qi feel sorry for you. Wen Qi was the loyal fan. What a stroke of luck. Yun Chushua's fans were ecstatic. Haha, this is hilarious. When Go Wen Ti feel sorry for Xia at all? Exactly. Who doesn't he know his heart belongs to Chushua? What do you think Xia will do? Play the victim? Wen Qi, seeing the task, wore a confident smile. Feel sorry for Yun Xia? In his dreams. He stood proud, mimicking an arrogant CEO, rudely declaring, if you don't want to fail the task, apologize to Chushua immediately. Maybe I'll let you off. Before he finished speaking, Yun Xia sprang up from her seat with astonishing speed, delivering 2 swift punches to Wen Qi's chest. I'll make you feel sorry. Wen Qi clutched his heart, his face paling. Yun Xia asked with great concern, so, did it hurt? If it didn't, I'll give you 2 more. The crowd. Huh? The director was bewildered. Wait, this. Does this count as feeling sorry? Yun Xia defended herself. Quoting her renowned senior from the cultivation realm, physical pain counts as pain, just tell me if it hurts. Wen Qi's expression changed repeatedly, as if he had 1,000 words to say, ultimately condensing into one. Damn. With a thud, he collapsed. Yun Xia sighed, young people have such good health. They can fall asleep anywhere. Unlike me, who has forgotten the taste of sleep after 3 millennia of torment. Sigh, what a lament. Yun Chushua's eyes brimmed with tears, radiating innocence and kindness. Sister Yun Xia, how could you hit someone? What did she do to deserve this? You should apologize first. Yun Xia remained composed. What should I apologize for? It was just a light hit. Stop being dramatic. Perhaps it was intentional. By the way, young Master Wen, I forgot to mention, there's a cockroach under you. When she jumped up from the ground. Ah. Yun Xia feigned sincerity. See. I told you he was doing it on purpose. The director was dumbfounded. Who was really trying to create drama here? But was this effect a bit excessive? Without a doubt, the trending topic has exploded, attracting a swarm of antagonistic critics. The heart aches for the physics involved. Quality is uncertain, yet when faced with strength, it only grows stronger. A warning of Yunxia's golden phrases is imminent. Yunxia opens her arms wide, thoroughly relishing the astonished and scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. Truly, she remains the center of attention wherever she goes. Since she has ascended in the realm of immortals, let her shine brightly in this world. She is determined to magnify the golden sayings of her esteemed senior brother, the king of exams, into words of wisdom. Speaking of which, it has been 3 hours since she last saw her senior brother, which feels rather unusual. Nevertheless, she is willing to endure solitude. Farewell to the king of exams. Really? I have an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xie group, a man of ethereal elegance stands by the window, softly reciting a phrase from the trending topic. Clad in a moon-white robe, he exudes grace and warmth. With gold-rimmed glasses, a few strands of hair cascading over the lenses, he gazes with a smile at Yunxia on the variety show. Very well. My heart is greatly comforted. Assistant Shaolin mutters, damn it, the boss is acting up again. Who can work without going mad? Xie Heng elegantly opens his lips. Shaolin, in 3 minutes, Arrange for me to join this show. Assistant Xiao Lin, with vacant eyes, realizes he must cater to all the peculiar whims of his boss. Understood. Moreover, Xia Heng retrieves a card, his deep voice tinged with a sigh. Please give this to Wen Qi, when you have the chance. As the chief personal assistant, Xiao Lin believes he has grasped his boss's intentions. Surely, the boss is worried about Miss Yen's potential scandal and is preparing to apologize to young Master Wen. He hastily accepts the card, only to discover tickets for a circus performance featuring breaking stones with a chest, scheduled for April 28th at 8 p.m. Xia Heng's gaze softens, revealing a hint of exasperation towards Wen Qi, accompanied by a touch of affection. Unaware of the blessings in life, it's merely 2 punches. Remember to let him see the stone. He will be grateful. Shaolin, have you listened to what you've just said? A sense of fear begins to creep in. In the love reality show, the famished guests can no longer suppress their anticipation. The director mysteriously announces, after the ice-breaking game, I trust everyone has gained a deeper understanding of one another. Now, please choose your beloved partner. Those who successfully pair up can enjoy a feast, while the others will only have instant noodles. Suddenly, the small room falls into silence. Yun Chushua's eyes flicker, revealing a victorious smile. Although Yunxia is indeed the true heiress, lacking parental affection and male admiration, what can she use to compete with her? Yun Chushue feels a long-lost thrill. The 3 male guests unconsciously gravitate towards Yun Chushue, setting the stage for a fierce competition. Instant noodles? Instant noodles. A resounding thought unexpectedly echoes in everyone's minds. Except for Yun Chushue, every individual hears Yunxia's excited cries. Ah! Instant noodles. Screaming, twisting, creeping in the shadows. Instant noodles. Do not stop me from eating instant noodles. Yunxia swiftly takes the lead, snatching her card without hesitation, deciding not to fill it out, and briskly dropping it into the pairing box. With a perfectly natural demeanor, she declares, I choose instant noodles. Internally, she exults, hee hee hee. Instant noodles, hee hee hee, here I come. 3,000 years. A full 3,000 years. I haven't had a bite of junk food. Do you know how I survived these 3,000 years? What does Yunxia mean? Surely she isn't aware that no one would choose her, and is doing this to save face on purpose. Of course, the 3 are still jealous of Chushue. Wen Qi suddenly senses an opportunity for revenge. He has approached Yun Chushue, ready for an intimate gaze, but then glides over to Yunxia's side. Yunxia, I choose you. What? Did Yunxia's 2 punches evoke feelings in you? No, brother, we are all family, just tell me honestly, are you a masochist? Yunxia, confused, asks, are you unwell? Before she can articulate a refusal, Yun Chushue's eyes glisten with tears, perfectly embodying fragility. Ah Qi, you need not force yourself. If you do not wish to eat instant noodles, I can choose for you. Wen Qi, intent on making Yunxia suffer, disregards Yun Chushue's theatrics. I have decided. I will choose Yunxia. Yun Chushue. Her smile cracks slightly. What the hell? Is this foolish thing unable to comprehend human language? Discontented. Yun Chushue lowers her gaze. Fine, Ah Qi, how you choose is your freedom. I'm merely your sister and cannot dictate your choices. Wen Qi's expression softens, leading him to ponder whether he may have gone too far. Yunxia. I apply to join the green tea battlefield. Suddenly, an arrogant voice shatters the somber mood. Chapter 5. A thunderous noise fills the sky as the eccentric prince makes a dazzling entrance. Yun Chushue sniffs, forcing a smile through her tears. It's all right. It's fine. Ah Qi. Choosing Yunxia is wonderful. Just leave me be. I am fine. You need not worry. Yun Chushue. Ah Qi. Choosing Yunxia is great. Let me be alone. I am fine. Wen Qi. Wen Qi, flustered and furious, retorts, Yunxia, can you please be quiet? Yunxia feels unjustly accused, as she is one to express her feelings openly. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquires, Chushue, why did Wen Qi not choose you? Are you alone? Are Pei Jingyan and Fang Qingyu not human? The other 2 men deepen their gaze. Yun Chushue's smile stiffens, realizing she is rushed and hurriedly maintains her grin. I am not. Yunxia nods. I know you're not human. Yun Chushue's throat tightens. That's not what I meant. I'm merely surprised by Ah Qi's choice, as you seem to have no connection. She flashes another smile, but that's fine. I see Ah Qi as a younger brother. So, his choosing you is something I genuinely wish you both well. Wen Qi's infatuation radar immediately activates. Chushue, I do not. Choosing Wen Qi as a sycophant is indeed for a reason. It is well known that one of the prerequisites for a sycophant is a lack of intelligence. Let me see why Wen-chi is so sycophantic. Director, please be mindful. Ah. So it turns out Wen-chi likes Yun Chushua because she slapped him 3 years ago. He finds her pure and unpretentious. Indeed, Wen-chi is a masochist. I just punched him twice. I hope he doesn't find it enjoyable. Everyone gaze at Wen-chi with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. It seems unexpected that the young master of the Wen group harbors such peculiar tastes. Let me see. Furthermore, the slap Yun Chushua delivered was to his rear. He may end up falling for every woman who spanks him. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Ah. Wen-chi realizes what Yunxia is implying and lets out a sharp yelp. TSK, TSK, TSK. They had agreed to go on a date, yet he turned around to have a candlelit dinner with Pei Jingyan. While Wen-chi willingly played the role of a waiter, his eyes bleeding as he watched them dine. What level of sycophancy is this? Pei Jingyan clenches his fists. Director. He fears a catastrophe, yet he is also eager for the drama. Shut up. Wen-chi's expression is twisted with fury, almost resembling a soaring monkey. As he lunges towards Yunxia at breakneck speed, you be quiet. Yunxia, bewildered, begins to flee. Why are you chasing me? Do you need syrup? I want your head. Wen-chi is on the verge of madness, letting out a primal roar as he exerts all his strength, just as he is about to catch Yunxia. What a lively scene, may I ask? A voice, warm and refined, resonates from outside, as if a tranquil stream flows through the chaos. Accompanied by an incredulous curiosity. Are you all imitating animal performances? The entire venue falls silent. Yunxia's enthusiasm for gossip had waned. What the hell? Who is this? It seems I can hear the voice of the king of competition. Xia Heng, still clad in his light blue long robe, appeared like an ethereal being from a painting. His smile refreshing and elegant. Noticing the silence, he politely turned to Wen-chi, explaining, the voices are rising and falling. I thought I had entered a monkey park. At that moment, Wen-chi stood atop the sofa, contorted into a peculiar posture, laughing with irritation as he pointed at Yunxia. I am the monkey. Then what is she? Xia Heng turned to Yunxia several times, pondering for half a minute before confidently declaring, she is the monkey god. Yunxia's smile vanished. The king of competition, though belated, had returned, resurrecting the nightmare that had tormented her for 3,000 years. Simultaneously, the official WeChat account of Love Variety Show, the Shura Field announced the astonishing identity of a new guest, the helm of the Xia Corporation. Heir to the prestigious Xia family and the superior of Xia Film and Television, Xia Heng. The guests present received the news, and in an instant, their expressions towards Xia Heng shifted. ISNet Love Variety Show invested by Xia Film and Television? The big boss is here as a guest. Wow, he is so handsome. That face. That waist. Those shoulders. Those legs. I'm in awe. I knew the new guest's speech was so unique. It must be the humor of President Xia, that us rarely seen. Wait, I remember the entire scenic area of the variety show villa belongs to the Xia family. With the arrival of the big boss, the atmosphere in the villa became charged. Even the director could hardly sit still at the presence of Mr. Xia. Xia Heng did not enter directly. He surveyed the 5-tier scenic area outside the villa and suddenly remarked, look. The director, eager to please, asked, what should we look at? Mr. Xia? Xia Heng raised an arm and pointed, my empire. The director paused, confused. Xia Heng then glanced at the production team with satisfaction, my ministers. Guests hoping to ingratiate themselves were left bewildered. Xia Heng, as if oblivious to the shock in everyone's eyes, scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a figure hiding in the corner. Mine. Yunxia, quick on her feet, stepped forward to cover his mouth, impulsively declaring, your corpse spots. The entire production team was left dumbfounded. Comments flooded in. Oh, so we're going abstract, are we? Is there a mental hospital nearby for Mr. Xia? I'm not joking. I'm cringing for someone again. ID deduct a 3-bedroom apartment for this. What is wrong with Mr. Xia being so handsome and appearing as an emperor on a dating show? Are Mr. Xia and Yunxia very familiar? Fans of Yunxia, don't flatter yourselves, Mr. Xia is just joking. Inside the villa, Yun Chushua was the first to react, showcasing her emotional intelligence. Wow, Mr. Xia is so stylish. Is he playing the emperor? Yun Chushua's smile faltered slightly. Hehehe, Yuxian, you know how to play. Can someone seal Mr. Xia's mouth? It's urgent. The director interjected. We haven't finished this round of the game. Do we need to choose again? Yun Chushua quickly regained control, her smile gentle as she explained to everyone, since Mr. Xia just arrived. We can't let him eat instant noodles, right? Sister Yunxia, you can still change your choice. Do you want to choose Mr. Xia? This question was loaded. Earlier, when she had asked Yunxia if she wanted to choose him, and she had declined. If she chose Xia Heng now, she would not only offend Wenqi's fans but also risk being criticized online. Yet, if she did nothing, it would give Yun Chuxue an opportunity. As the only female guest without a pairing, she could use the excuse that Mr. Xia, being the big boss, shouldn't he have to eat instant noodles, thus binding herself to him. No matter the outcome, she would not lose. Yun Chuxue secretly rejoiced then. Instant noodles? Before Yun Chuxue could finish her sentence, the ethereal figure of Mr. Xia, typically calm and composed, suddenly brightened his eyes and modestly replied, "Then let us eat. I'm not picky." Yun Chuxue was taken aback. Wait, are all wealthy people a bit eccentric? Chapter 6. Recently, I've been craving a latte every day. Ultimately, besides Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue mutually selecting each other, the rest of the pairs failed to form. To establish her persona, Yun Chuxue willingly forfeited the luxurious meal. Thus, the six of them sat together, eating instant noodles. When she expressed disdain, Fan Qingyu remained silent. Pei Jingyan couldn't muster a smile, while Yun Chuxue pretended to be cheerful on camera, claiming it was quite good and fragrant. Only Yunxia and Xia Heng were engrossed in their meal, as if the instant noodles were a delicacy of the mortal realm. Xia Heng mused, 3,000 years, a full 3,000 years, and this thing called instant noodles has occupied my junior sister's thoughts for all that time. Even if it were excrement, I must taste its flavor. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Which brand of instant noodles is this delicious? Director team, I advise you to call 120 quickly. Mr. Xia's taste buds are malfunctioning. Yunxia is so scheming. Someone like Mr. Xia has always dined on delicacies, and she deliberately makes him eat instant noodles, wasting Yun Chuxue's effort. Seizing the moment, the director slid in with a grin. Next, we have our final game for today. Yunxia raised her hand. Don't you think there are a bit too many games today? The director wore an awkward yet polite smile. Who can we blame? All the firsts in games were snatched away by you. Does the preordained first, the film emperor Pei, still have any face left? Thus, the director decided to ignore her and continue to introduce the rules. This is a game of luck. You will all roll the dice, and the person with the highest score can ask others 2 questions. Whoever extracts the most valid information will gain the priority of choosing rooms. Director Xiong revealed a hint of cunning in his smile. There are no restrictions on valid information. Anything we don't know is fair game, including gossip. The mention of gossip ignited the comment section. Here it comes, here it comes. In the first round of rolling dice, Yun Chuxue rolled a 6, while Yunxia and Xia Heng scored the lowest. Yun Chuxue confidently smiled. Only Mr. Xia is the new guest here. I believe everyone is unfamiliar with him, so I'll start with him. Chuxue is so clever. Mr. Xia has never appeared in the public eye, so there's the most gossip to uncover. Sweet and innocent little beauty, I love it. Chuxue and Mr. Xia would make a great couple. Look at the film Emperor Pei, he is burning with jealousy. Yun Chuxue posed the safest question, demonstrating her emotional intelligence. Mr. Xia, how would you describe yourself? Xia Heng confidently replied, not a good person. Without hesitation, he added, I am a person. Yun Chuxue's confident expression gradually paled. You really are hard to handle. Who said it would be easy to get along? Your teeth are sharp. This can be a challenge. Haha, I understand. Mr. Xia is actually Tsundra. He probably has had his eye on Chuxue all along, which is why he is joking with her. When I ask a question mark, it indicates I have no issue. It's you who has the problem. Yun Chuxue struggled to adjust her facial expression. Mr. Xia is truly humorous. Yunxia commented on Yun Chuxue. Courageous, indeed. The second round of rolling dice began. Pei Jingyan rolled the highest, while Yunxia and Xia Heng scored the lowest. Yunxia wondered, why am I always at the bottom? Is it possible my senior brother has passed his bad luck to me? Pei Jingyan began to pose a question. Then I'll ask Mr. Xia as well. Since Xia Heng entered, he had captivated everyone's attention, making Pei Jingyan, the film emperor, seem like an accessory. Furthermore, as the heir to the Pei family, he had heard countless praises for Xia Heng from his family shareholders, and a pent-up frustration emerged in a question that was subtle, yet malicious. Mr. Xia has not shown himself in public since last year. I'm curious, what has happened to Mr. Xia in this year? The air fell into an abrupt silence. Pei Jingyan's smile deepened, as his absence for a year might imply some mysterious ailment. This year, I've been preparing for a baby cat. The room gasped. Ah? Xia Heng maintained his smile. dressed in his light blue long robe, with long fingers delicately holding a folding fan, resembling an elegant nobleman. He looked somewhat disappointed. However, it was discovered that the physiological structure of humans could not produce kittens, thus the idea was abandoned. Pei Jingyan's smile faltered, and he instinctively retorted, "How could a man possibly become pregnant?" Xia Heng, ever the inquisitive one, responded with confusion, "Is that so? In novels and comics, men can give birth." At this point, he suddenly paused, scrutinizing Pei Jingyan from head to toe. "Why are you asking so many questions? Do you wish to give birth?" Pei Jingyan felt as though he might shatter his teeth, suppressing his breath to ask a second question. "So, what are your plans recently, Mr. Xia?" The recent intentions of a powerful figure in the elite circles could stir significant commotion. Xia Heng smiled gently, affectionately patting his abdomen. "I plan to give birth to a little Ye soon, hence I drink a cup of Xingye latte every day." An absolute killer line. Ah. So, humans cannot produce kittens but can give birth to Ye. Interesting indeed. "I must say, Mr. Xia possesses a certain charm." Yun Xia sharply commented on Pei Jingyan. Even if healed, he still drools. As the third round of dice rolled, Fang Qingyu took the lead, while Yun Xia and Xia Heng trailed behind. Xia Heng's dice throwing grew, increasingly frenzied. Director Xiong felt he might faint, desperately pinching his acupoint. This is not how the game is played. A battlefield. A battlefield. Two men vying for one woman. Fortunately, Fang Qingyu was genuinely there to stir the pot. He tucked away his nonchalant smile, his honest gaze filled with sincerity. "Chushue, I came to this dating show for someone special. How about you?" The battlefield has arrived. Look at the look in Pengdi's eyes. He is definitely nervous. Yun Chushue quickly glanced at a certain direction, then shyly lowered her head. "I, too, came for someone special." Fang Qingyu seemed to muster his courage. "My second question is, who is that person?" Yun Chushue's cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. She quickly glanced at Pei Jingyan before lowering her gaze again. I. Pei Jingyan maintained his smile, but Yun Xia felt that it was somewhat impolite. "It must be Pengdi." Chushue came for Pengdi. His smile was warm and inclusive, akin to a caring senior in school who unconditionally supported you. "I only wish to silently protect you." Yun Chushue appeared to feel a pang of sympathy. "Oh no. Jingxue has come together. Doesn't T that mean Yue is left out?" Fang Qingyu seems utterly shattered, so heart-wrenching. Suddenly, an exaggerated laugh pierced through the air. Its terror akin to a mental bombardment. Yun Xia lowered her head, her shoulders shaking vigorously. Fang Qingyu felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Chapter 7. Is this the battlefield you desired? Indeed, that ominous feeling materialized. In her mind, Yun Xia provided Fang Qingyu with a fervent voiceover. "I will outdo you in every aspect, even in the art of tea. Pengdi, you better crawl back to me. The pond is under my dominion." Fang Qingyu's smile stiffened, feeling as though a thorn lodged in his throat, unable to remain seated. Impossible. He acts so convincingly. How could Yun Xia see through him? Yun Xia needed not to look, for she understood the storyline. Fang Qingyu was on this show to stir excitement. At this juncture, he was not yet familiar with the female lead, Yun Chushue, yet already a skilled tea-picking hand. Pei Jingyan shot Fang Qingyu a meaningful glance and let out a scoff. Why is Pei Jingyan laughing? Mustn't he laugh? A paragon of virtue in the capital. Pei Jingyan's smile vanished. Fang Qingyu once again curled his lips into a smile. His smile would not disappear, but merely shift. The fourth round of dice began, and it was Wen Qi's turn to pose a question. Xia Heng's expression grew increasingly frantic as he rolled the dice. Wen Qi, still nursing a pain in his chest, feared that Yun Xia would expose his gossip. He cautiously seized Pei Jingyan and quickly asked 2 questions, then resumed his silent heart-holding. The 5th round commenced, with Yun Xia rolling the highest number. Xia Heng stared at his unchanging single point, frowning deeply, utterly perplexed. Ding dong. The system issued a task. Please have any 2 guests engage in a fierce confrontation. Yun Xia's eyes lit up. It was finally her turn to shine. Uninteresting. Let me teach you a lesson. Director Xiong's eyes gleamed with hope as he looked at Yun Xia, feeling that she had suddenly exuded a regal aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Cough cough. Yun Xia cleared her throat. This game has 2 loopholes. Firstly, the 2 questions do not necessarily have to be directed at the same person. Secondly, unearthing gossip does not solely rely on questions. Allow me to demonstrate. She cleared her throat, raising her voice. Pei Jingyan, you have been constipated for 3 days. Am I right or wrong? Pei Jingyan's face darkened instantly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Yun Xia is so audacious. How could she say that to my brother? Pei Jingyan, with a gloomy face, squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Incorrect. Could she not stop causing a ruckus? To capture his attention, she was resorting to all means. Yun Xia paid no heed to Pei Jingyan's expression, turning to Wen Qi. My second question is, did Pei Jingyan lie? Wen Qi wanted to respond with a no, but upon meeting Yun Xia's gaze, he felt a shiver run through him, his chest paining again. He did. Thus, we can conclude. Yun Xia stood tall, her expression resolute as if pledging allegiance. Pei Jingyan has indeed been constipated for 3 days. Pei Jingyan, Yun Xia, ever polite, replied, constipation is something that must be treated. Look at you. Your face is turned blue. Pei Jingyan nearly choked on his breath. I am not constipated. Yun Xia indulgently replied, all right. Wen Qi, we are all brothers. We cannot let my childhood superiority lead you to support Yun Xia's nonsense. Wen Qi could not bear to hear I have always been better than you since his own failures were already quite sorrowful. But seeing his brother succeed was even more disheartening. Thus, he refrained from responding, letting out a growl. Pei Ge, you said we are all brothers, having grown up together. If you are not constipated, how could I not be aware? Pei Jingyan did not expect Wen Qi to be unsparing. If you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yes, having grown up together, there are no secrets. After all, I also know you enjoy being spanked. Wen Qi's mind went blank, his anger escalating from 3 points to 10. Your temper is big. But where is your brain? You have hemorrhoids. Pei Jingyan's anger soared, his veins bulging. Spanking. Wen Qi, your temper is big. But where is your brain? Spanking. Hemorrhoids. The originally warm and cozy variety show set instantly transformed into a battlefield, with the two hurling gossip at one another. The directing team stood dumbfounded. This is a dating show. We are here for love. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 66 fuming. Host, you're supposed to make them fight because of you. What are you doing? Yun Xia, slightly bashful, replied, these 2 male guests are my carefully selected choices. Just tell me if they fought because of me. 66 froze for 2 seconds, then inexplicably began to admire Yun Xia, forming little flowers on its electronic screen with blocks. The host is right. The host is truly impressive. Who just claimed this game was a battlefield? Is this the battlefield you desired? On the first day of the dating show, 2 male guests fought over a female guest. How sweet. You understand the clickbait. Am I the only one who notices Mr. Xia is still rolling dice? What sort of luck must he possess? Perhaps he traded all his luck for this face. Director Xiong desperately pinched his acupoint, unable to continue this game, and could only hastily conclude it. Ultimately, due to the excessive gossip spilled by Pang Di and Wen Xiaoya, Yun Xia ascended to first place, earning the right to select a room first, and without hesitation, she chose the most luxurious room on the top floor. Without the opportunity to ask questions, Xia Heng found himself at the bottom, automatically assigned to the coffin room adjacent to the most luxurious suite on the top floor. The coffin room earned its name due to its extreme narrowness, accommodating only a single bed, making it feel as though one were sleeping in a coffin. The remaining guests settled for the most ordinary single rooms, while Yun Qixue, holding the key to her single room, bit her lip in concern. Mr. Xia, would you like me to switch rooms with you? At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Yun Qixue. Oh my, Qixue is so kind. She's the only one among the guests who thought to offer her room to Mr. Xia. Shouldn't it be Yun Xia who switches? It's a waste for her to occupy such a fine room when it should be given to Mr. Xia. Indeed, Yun Xia shouldn't be so inconsiderate. A proud smile crept onto Yun Qixue's face. This was precisely her intention. Given that Yun Xia's room was the most opulent, how could Mr. Xia, who had graciously deigned to participate in this dating show, not stay in the finest accommodation? Thus, it was only fitting that Yun Xia should yield her room. However, since it was she who made the suggestion, the credit would undoubtedly rest with her. While if Yun Xia lost her room, who would remember her? At most, people would remark on her pettiness and lack of manners. Yun Xia, everyone is saying that if you would be so gracious as to relinquish your room to Mr. Xia, I would gladly offer mine to you. Yun Qixue pretended to struggle. Yun Xia responded with sarcasm, give you a bit of sunlight and you blossom, give you a flood and you overflow. Is that it? Just as Yun Xia was about to retort passionately, Xia Heng calmly interjected, it's all right, I prefer the coffin room because... Yun Qixue's eyes reddened as she shook her head helplessly. Mr. Xia, you need not say that. I believe Yun Xia would not be so petty. The best room should rightfully be. Because capitalists are all vampires, Xia Heng concluded with conviction. He smiled warmly, inviting applause. Chapter 8. Moral coercion? It matters not. I have no morals. The room fell into a profound silence. Clap, clap, clap. In the midst of the stillness, Yun Xia erupted into applause. Well said. Here's a reward. The barrage of comments paused for a moment. What the heck? Capitalists are vampires. Mr. Xia is a capitalist, hence Mr. Xia is a vampire. And it follows that vampires sleep in coffins. Thus Mr. Xia likes sleeping in coffins. What a logical genius. Well reasoned, supported by evidence. What's wrong with vampires liking to sleep in coffins? May all capitalists sleep in coffins. Hear the applause, hear the applause. I thought Mr. Xia never expressed a desire not to sleep in the coffin room. Why is Yun Chushue's so self-indulgently sentimental? Yun Chushue's complexion paled as she tightened her grip on her skirt. I apologize. I thought I was being helpful. Pei Jingyan immediately stepped in front of Yun Chushue, defending her. Yes, Chushue is only being kind. Poor thing, my little snowflake didn't offend anyone. Some people should keep their mouths clean. Chushue is merely considering the greater good. Amidst a wave of sympathy from the comments, Xia Heng raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. While Miss Yun's intentions may have been well-meaning, why did she not simply relinquish her room herself, rather than insisting Yun Xia do so? If she gave it up, the credit was hers. If she did not, the blame fell upon Yun Xia. Xia Heng, unreservedly, tore apart the facade of the little green tea, his gaze warm as he articulated, I am not quite certain. Does this count as moral coercion? Director Xiong's hands trembled, his expression twisted in horror. This cannot be broadcast. Others quickly grasped the situation. Wen Qi's expression was conflicted, while Fang Qingyu cast a meaningful glance at Yun Chushue. I thought something was off. Why should Yun Chushue play the Good Samaritan at the expense of Yun Xia? Yun Xia earned her luxurious suite through her own merit. Why should Yun Chushue, by feigning pity, expect Yun Xia to relinquish her room? Everyone knows Chushue didn't think that deeply. She was simply concerned for Mr. Xia. So fond of giving away others' possessions. Did you come from Paris? I have risen from the ashes of Notre Dame. Mr. Xia actually stood up for Yun Xia against Yun Chushue. This is somewhat delightful. Yun Chushue's eyes brimmed with tears, her demeanor fragile, as if she might faint at any moment. Just then, a female voice broke the tension. Yun Xia, with a gracious shake of her head, declared, this does not constitute moral coercion. Fan Qingyu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. She truly is remarkable. It is well known that moral coercion can only target those with morals. In the next moment, Yun Xia proudly shattered Fang Qingyu's fleeting admiration, and I have no morals. With that, the room settled on the arrangements. Yun Chushue bowed deeply, tears in her eyes, as she ascended the stairs, while Pei Jingyan shot a glare at Yun Xia before hastily following her. Meanwhile, a question was posed on the dating show's Weibo. If you have a crush on someone and cannot sleep due to your feelings, what should you do? Having slept for 3 millennia in a cave, it was time for her to enjoy her fortune. She completely disregarded the director's instructions, falling into a deep slumber until awakened by the blaring ringtone at midnight. As Yun Xia awoke, disoriented, she glanced at her phone. If you have a crush on someone and cannot sleep due to your feelings, what should you do? Her? Unable to sleep? Look at me now, am I not sleeping soundly? She then removed her SIM card and, with her remarkable ability to fall asleep, promptly drifted off once more. As Yun Xia had taken out her SIM card, she missed several frantic messages from her brother labeled as second brother. Yun Xia. Yun Xia. The next morning, Yun Xia reinserted her card and stared in confusion at a series of garbled texts. Out of nowhere, they had suddenly broken down, suddenly vanished. The Yun family was undeniably a treasure trove of drama. Stepping out the door, she found the entire dating show house eerily quiet. Where did everyone go? The situation was delicately phrased. Mr. Xia had risen for his morning exercise at 5 o'clock, inspiring Pei Yingdi, Wen Xiao, and Fang Laoshe to join him for a run. The actual circumstances were as follows. In mocking Xia Heng's persona, he had casually assessed Pei Jingyan's height and, with nonchalance, delivered a cutting remark. Ignorance is not your fault. Little box. Pei Jingyan's face darkened, who revealed that he needed a box to appear taller in his films. Who? Wen Qi, who publicly claimed to be 183 centimeters tall, was left speechless. Xia Heng then caught sight of the indifferent Fang Qingyu and, with an air of warmth, remarked, It's unacceptable to have such poor stamina. Fong Qingyu, caught in the crossfire, was merely a bystander. Thus, the three men accompanied Xia Heng for their morning jog. Hearing the tale, Yun Xia couldn't help but applaud. Well done. My senior has indeed become part of the dating show. But what about Yun Chuxue? She smiled awkwardly. In a bid to showcase her uniqueness, Yun Chuxue followed suit, even declaring before departure, "Is Yun Xia still asleep? Let her rest, mister. Xia, and I shall go for a run. It's unavoidable. As a man, I must exercise more to care for Yun Xia, this fragile lady." Director Xiong. It's a disaster. Pei Yingdi and teacher Chuxue have collapsed from exhaustion. The entire production team was thrown into chaos, scrambling to call for doctors and nutritionists, only to determine that both were merely fatigued and needed nearly an hour to recover. By this time, the live broadcast had already concluded. Pei Jingyan glared fiercely at Xia Heng, who, while apologizing, wore a distinctly unrepentant expression, appearing quite innocent. "I apologize. I did not anticipate that both of you would possess such frail stamina. This is entirely my fault for delaying the live broadcast. Pei Yingdi, feel free to strike me." The crowd. Why does the sentiment seem so familiar? Chapter 9. Trending search. You deceived me. Is this what it means to be universally disliked? Just as it appeared that the two were on the verge of a confrontation, the director quickly slid in, announcing, "Esteemed guests, we are about to commence the live broadcast." Xia Heng sighed in disappointment. "It seems I cannot apologize to Pei Yingdi after all." Yun Xia offered consolation. "Do not be disheartened. Such opportunities will abound in the future." Pei Jingyan, with an air of sarcasm, remarked, "Are you implying that his frailty will lead to numerous fainting spells? You are truly entangled in a mutual affliction." The live broadcast began. The popularity of the romantic variety show soared the following day, with over 5 million viewers eagerly awaiting in the chatroom before 7 a.m. The director announced the breakfast rules. Last night, each guest had filled out answers to questions, which would now be posted on Weibo. The degree of luxury for breakfast would be determined by the number of likes each response garnered. The like button is now open for a limited period of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the results of the likes ranking were revealed. Question: what do you do if you have a crush on someone and cannot sleep? Response: I would plan a trip during sleepless nights, eagerly anticipating bringing her along. 32, 570 likes. Comment: so heartwarming. Pei Jingyan smiled at this. I would send him a message, seeking common ground. 23, 198 likes. Comment: so sweet. Yun Chuxue bit her lip, somewhat dissatisfied. The third response began to veer off course. Xia Heng frowned in contemplation, finally accepting that mere mortals could not comprehend the king of competition. I sleep on the upper bunk. Tossing and turning would result in my roommate from below hitting me. 5, 834 likes. Comment: the most realistic episode. Fong Qingyu, with his eyes closed, seemed to be in a meditative state. Crush? I am unaware, generally. It is others who have crushes on me. 22 likes, 8, 970 dislikes, a total of 8, 948 likes. Comment: no need to buy oil for cooking in the future, as your oil has arrived. Wen Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so handsome and yet speak such a simple truth? At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the final response. The crowd. If I cannot sleep myself, how can I expect others to? As the saying goes, if the moon does not sleep, neither will you. You are competing for a place with the king of hell. A peaceful sleep is more important than anything. I am an experienced physician of 10 years, specializing in insomnia. For more details, please. 129, 804 likes. A comment: this is absolutely exhilarating. The crowd. How on earth did this garner over 120,000 likes? Who is it? Yun Xia had already begun to enjoy the lavish breakfast. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. A new day commenced, and everyone began their new endeavors. Pei Jingyan shared some of his egg with Yun Chuxue, who shyly smiled in return, and Pei Yingdi gently ruffled her hair. Ah, how sweet. This is what a romantic variety show should be. Did you not notice how fatigued Pei Yingdi and Chuxue appeared this morning? Could it be that something happened last night? Huh? Oh my, that makes sense. Why would they feel more exhausted after a night's sleep? Did they engage in something we are unaware of? Are there secrets they cannot share with their families? Xia Heng wore a smile that concealed a wealth of accomplishments. Everyone, today we have a new guest joining us. Director Xiong once again slid in, seizing the opportunity to announce, let us welcome teacher Jiang Lulan. Jiang Lulan. a seasoned filmmaker and one of the guests on the romantic variety show, had recently experienced a significant setback when her latest film was leaked online before its release. Jiang Lulan had been preoccupied with this matter, thus missing the first day. Yun Chishue was the first to approach. Alwan, you have finally arrived. Jiang Lulan embraced her warmly. Chishue, it has been so long. The others greeted her in turn, while Yun Xia, engrossed in her meal, brightened upon seeing the original female lead. Hi. This female lead was a figure who had endured even more injustices than her own villainous character, and she felt compelled to observe her closely. The comments flooded in. Chishue and producer Jiang are actually good friends? Snowball, you have made it big. Producer Jiang mentioned in interviews before that Chishue is her best friend. Beautiful women should stick together. Chishue, can charm anyone. Am I the only one who noticed that producer Jiang completely ignored Yunxia? Do they not get along privately? I'm not saying that a girl without female friends is likely a scheming vixen, but you can see Yunxia constantly surrounding herself with men, her intentions written all over her face. Our Chishue does not engage in such petty rivalries. Indeed, Chishue never compares herself with other women. She has always been good friends with those men. Wait, Yun Chishue's fans, perhaps you should reconsider your words? Yun Chishue with concern asked Alwan, have you found the person who leaked your film? Yun Xia, while munching on sunflower seeds, pulled the System 66 from the corner. Lulu, hurry up and share the plot. Jiang Lulan suddenly heard Yun Xia's voice echoing in her mind. What is Yun Xia saying? What plot? However, Chishue seemed oblivious to this remark, leading Jiang Lulan to ponder whether her exhaustion had caused her to hallucinate, and she continued to disregard Yun Xia. As Chishue's closest friend, and given all the assistance Chishue had offered her, she could not afford to associate with a scandalous figure that might upset Chishue. Jiang Lulan smiled and shook her head. Not yet, but I have already instructed my assistant to investigate. Yun Chishue expressed her relief. As long as it can be traced, I am truly happy for you. Jiang Lulan felt grateful, recognizing Chishue's empathy. However, she was perhaps celebrating a bit prematurely. Yun Xia began to revel in the unfolding drama, exclaiming, after all, your film has been leaked by your assistant. Jiang Lulan's eyes widened in shock, scanning the room repeatedly before finally landing on Yun Xia. Had she truly been the one speaking just now? How could she have heard Yun Xia's voice when Yun Xia had not spoken aloud? At that moment, the voice resumed. However, your assistant does not have your computer password. Everyone in the room, aside from Yun Chishue, who was oblivious to the inner thoughts being shared, fixated their intense gazes upon Yun Xia. And then what? Hurry and share. I cannot bear this suspense. But your father does. The crowd instinctively drew closer to Yun Xia. Huh? Jiang Lulan was momentarily stunned by this statement. Yun Chishue's team had already purchased trending topics such as Snow and Luan, best friends, and Yun Xia, universally disliked. Just as the black trending topic reached its peak, Jiang Lulan suddenly released Chishue's hand and, along with the others, encircled Yun Xia. Teacher Yun, what did you just say? Yun Chishue. The fans who had rushed to the scene. What a twist. You deceived me with this trending topic? Is this what it means to be universally disliked? What kind of universally disliked person receives water from Wen Qi, a fan from Jiang Lulan, fruits from Fang Qingyu, and snacks from Mr. Xia? Chapter 10. You are just a braised chicken, greasy, stuffy, and spicy. This statement, but your father does, left Jiang Lulan momentarily paralyzed. Yun Xia savored the unfolding drama, both physically and mentally. Munch, 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 your assistant has long been involved with your father. Munch, 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 your film leak is known to him. But you know how men are once they have a mistress, munch, 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 who needs a daughter or a wife. The men present dared not utter a word. Jiang Lulan, in utter disbelief, widened her eyes. Yun Xia reassured her mentally, but you need not be angry. There is much more to come. While they secretly plotted to eliminate their wives for insurance money, to murder their daughters for the same, to annex the company, and to abscond with the funds, their actions were anything but discreet. For instance, right now, munch, 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 your father and your assistant are likely entangled in a passionate embrace. The crowd. Jiang Lulan clenched her fists, veins bulging, holding her breath. Suddenly, she stood up and, in front of the camera, made a phone call, opting for a video call. Xiaoling, where are you now? Sister Jiang, I am at the studio. At that moment, a muffled male voice emerged from the phone. Who is it? Never mind. We'll come again. Yunxia nearly dropped the fruit in her hand, exclaiming in disbelief. What? Why is the second female lead calling the assistant directly? Yun Shushua's face slightly changed, her fingers curling in apprehension. How could Ulung have guessed? On the other end, Jiang Lulan let out a cold laugh. Indeed, her father was entangled with the assistant. Thus, Yunxia's inner thoughts were not mere fabrications. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lulan launched into a tirade at the person on the video call. You rotten watermelon. In my next life, I shall become a gardener, planting a sense of reason in the hearts of you two wretched souls. Forget about lawsuits. I want you both to face dire consequences. Leaking film sources, is it? Killing your wife for insurance money, is it? Very well, then. None of you deserve to live. The barrage of comments erupted. Wait, why is the elegant sister suddenly going crazy? What leak? Does she know who leaked it? What does killing a wife for insurance mean? Yunxia was equally stunned. She hurriedly scanned the plot. Wait. The character description for the second female lead clearly stated she was graceful, gentle, and poised. Her father on the other end was equally taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lulan was live-streaming. When this was revealed, he adopted a defiant posture, unashamedly lounging in front of the camera, exposing his paunch and retorting, "Is this how you speak to your father?" Jiang Lulan snapped, "Shut up. You old fool. You're just a greasy, unrefined chicken, a piece of trash on the street, a Shakespeare without the Shire." Jiang Dad stuttered in response. Jiang Lulan felt her eyes welling up. No wonder she sensed something was amiss with her father lately. One day, he had suddenly suggested buying insurance for her and her mother. And the thought that he might want to eliminate them to support a mistress was unfathomable. Had she not overheard Yunxia's voice, she might never have known the truth. Staff rushed forward to calm Jiang Lulan, placing her phone aside. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Dad exclaimed, "Jiang Lulan, where are you?" "Mr. Jiang, this is a live variety show," Yunxia kindly reminded him. His quacking voice abruptly ceased. After a 2-second pause, a panic scream from Xiaoling followed by Jiang Dad's furious tirade filled the air as he scolded his daughter while comforting the mistress. His voice rising and falling like a dramatic aria. Yunxia watched in amusement, interjecting, "Mr. Jiang, with such a lovely singing voice, you must be a songbird." The comments flooded in. What is going on? Such outrageous claims. The production team had promptly contacted the authorities, and soon, the police apprehended Jiang Dad and assistant Xiaoling, subsequently issuing a public statement. The audience flocked to the live stream. So this biological father is prepared to kill his wife and daughter for a mistress?
Wow, how thrilling.
Thankfully, Miss Lulan discovered it early. Jiang Lulan managed to regain her composure and intended to thank Yunxia, but Yun Chuxue suddenly rushed forward, anxious. "Lulan, are you okay? Don't be upset. They're not worth it." "Oh, Chuxue is such a good person. Chuxue must be heartbroken too. Jiang Lulan is her dear friend." Yun Chuxue offered comfort and shed tears, as if she had experienced it all herself, moving Wenqi deeply. Suddenly, a realization struck. Wasn't he this assistant introduced by Yun Chuxue? The variety show house fell silent once more. Wenqi, momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaimed, "Chuxue, this assistant was introduced to Jiang by you? What? How could our Chuxue possibly introduce such an assistant to teacher Jiang?" Yun Chuxue's expression stiffened, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she attempted to smooth things over. Before she could finish, Jiang Lulan shattered her hopes. Yes, it was Chuxue who introduced her. The comments froze in disbelief. Yun Chuxue suddenly realized the dire implications. Jiang Lulan was doubting her, and in a panic, she inhaled deeply, cradling her face as she began to cry. Didn't he know she was like that? "I'm so sorry." When she hesitated, his affection stirring, as he approached to console Yun Chuxue with a few words. Despite Jiang Lulan being the one wronged, everyone gathered around Yun Chuxue. Jiang Lulan's feelings were complicated, but as a good friend of Chuxue's, she didn't want to think too ill of her. This isn't your fault. Finally comforted, Yun Chuxue smiled through her tears. Meanwhile, Yunxia savored the unfolding drama, engrossed in gossip with Lu. This is why they call it a group-favored narrative. Even the second female lead, Jiang Lulan, could not escape the radiance of being cherished. As Yunxia and Lu reveled in the spectacle, they failed to notice the system panel flicker, revealing the thoughts of all present, now directed solely at Jiang Lulan. Yet, though the matter had been resolved, the fate of the second female lead remained grim. She would later fall in love with the male lead, opposing the female lead at every turn, ultimately leading to her being thrown into the sea to feed the sharks at the male lead's command. After her demise, The female lead inherited her studio as a friend, becoming the next generation's genius filmmaker. Ah, what a tragic fate. Zhang Lulan exclaimed internally. From the moment she entered, Yunxia's thoughts had labeled her as the second female lead, and now it was reiterated. Were they trapped in the world of a novel? Moreover, she discovered that Yunxia's thoughts seemed audible to everyone, yet no one else reacted, implying she alone could hear them. Why was that? Had Yunxia revealed her future? However, Zhang Lulan soon found herself too preoccupied to ponder further, as Yunxia's thoughts surged with excitement. Yes, here. The male lead is arriving, according to the book. This was the first encounter between the second female lead and the male lead, a moment of instant attraction. Zhang Lulan grew anxious, frequently glancing up. She had to remember the male lead's appearance and seize the opportunity. Pei Jingyan approached Yun Chuxue, speaking gently, "Chuxue, don't cry." Yunxia eagerly awaited Zhang Lulan's expression. Yet Zhang Lulan's eyes darted around, desperate to spot the male lead. Where was he?
Pei Jingyan.
The mere mention of his name held a power comparable to transforming a Ferrari into a tractor or a T-Rex into a little lizard. Zhang Lulan silently shifted her gaze, closing her eyes in disbelief. This was the male lead. How could this greasy, arrogant father figure be the male lead? Would she lose herself for this pompous man, ultimately meeting a fate of being fed to sharks? The fact that she didn't stab her eyes out on the spot was the last vestige of dignity she could maintain as an adult. Teacher Jiang, are your eyes all right? Do you need to rest? Director Xiong asked with concern. Zhang Lulan replied calmly, "It's nothing. I just feel my eyes are dirty." Director Xiong seemed eager to inquire further. "It's all right, Director. Along 1T, let personal matters delay filming. Let us begin," Yun Chuxue sweetly interrupted. Only then realizing her words might have upset Zhang Lulan. "Alung, I was worried that if we delayed too long, people would accuse you of being difficult. You 1T blame me for taking the initiative, will you?" Suppressing her complex feelings, Zhang Lulan didn't wish to waste anyone's time. "Director Xiong, let us start filming." Director Xiong began to announce today's game rules. Participants would pair off and find treasure locations through mini-games, with treasure points containing resource or fund cards. Resource cards would bind to players, while fund cards could be traded or seized. Only with resource or fund cards could they redeem today's lunch. Redefining humanity. Is this a dating show or a survival challenge? Yun Chuxue embodies the persona of an intelligent, sweet character. May I inquire how to seize the funds card? Should it be done overtly, or are there alternative methods? Director Xiong, enigmatic as ever, responds, "Regardless of the approach, even if it means deceiving the players, it is permissible." Ah, Chuxue is so clever. She has hit the nail on the head. This is the most captivating aspect of the game. What does this mean? Could someone elaborate? Every contestant understands the significance of the funds card, hence a direct approach might not be effective. However, keep in mind that the contestants are paired into teams, implying that the funds card within a team is shared. For instance, if Young Master when teams up with Yun Xia and he has feelings for Chuxue, he may take the team's funds card and gift it to her. Thus, the final outcome is Chuxue receives the funds card from Wenqi and Yun Xia's team. I see. This gives Chuxue a significant advantage. Whether it's the esteemed Pei or Young Master Wen, they will likely bestow their funds cards upon her. Indeed, that is Director Xiong's intention. After laboriously acquiring the funds card, if it is given to another contestant by a teammate, will former allies turn into adversaries? He is confident today will yield a dramatic confrontation. Ha ha ha, he is truly a genius. Now let us proceed with the team arrangements. Director Xiong, in high spirits, announces, Wenqi and Yun Xia will be a team. Wenqi. Where is that sage who analyzed the game rules? The prophet has vanished. Mr. Xia and Yun Chuxue will be paired. Yun Chuxue pauses, casting an apologetic glance at Pei Jingyan, her cheeks flushing. Mr. Xia ponders deeply, his brow furrowing in confusion.
Wait.
This is starting to get interesting. I bet that by the end of the game, Mr. Xia will also align with Chuxue. Who could resist the allure of that clever and sweet beauty? Finally, Pei Jingyan and Zhang Lulan form a team. Fang Qingyu is left alone. But fear not, as funds cards can later be exchanged for teammates. Pei Jingyan feigns gallantry. Teacher Zhang, I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Lulan, smiling broadly, thinks to himself, foolish creature. 5 minutes later, everyone is ready to embark. Suddenly, Pei Jingyan asks Director, can the initial funds be transferred? The group halts, and Director Xiong is momentarily taken aback. Of course. Understanding this, Pei Jingyan suddenly adopts a heartfelt demeanor. Chuxue, although we are not on the same team, I wish to give you my initial funds. When Qi, refusing to concede, immediately counters, I will give 2. Has the dramatic confrontation begun? This is getting interesting. I wonder how teacher Jiang and Yun Xia will react. What can they think? It's not like they are favored by the men. Yun Chuxue, cheeks flushed, playfully scolds, you all are making it difficult for Alan and sister Yun Xia. Yet, she does not decline the offer. Unlike the others' astonishment, Yun Xia remains composed. For she has experienced this scenario before. In her first life, she too was a teammate of Wen Qi, and all the funds cards she found were ultimately taken by him and given to Yun Chuxue. She is aware of the game's rules and bears no ill will. While Yun Chuxue, sobbing in front of the camera, insists that sister Yun Xia must be upset and apologizes profusely. It's all my fault. I don't want it anymore. I truly don't want it. This statement thrusts Yun Xia into the spotlight, leading to a trending topic for 3 consecutive days. TSK. I have been reborn. In my previous life, I was harmed by a white lotus. Familial bullying, betrayal by teammates, I died with regrets. Ding dong. Player Xia Heng has transferred 5 yuan of initial funds to player Yun Xia. Several gazes swiftly turn towards him. Xia Heng elegantly remarks, Teacher Yun, 5 yuan. I am eager to hear your revenge plan. Pei Jingyan's expression shifts. Mr. Xia, you are Chuxue's teammate. Transferring initial funds without her consent is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Xia Heng replies nonchalantly. What can I say? I am a scholar. You may detain me if you wish. What does Xia Heng mean? Is he being deliberate? I was pondering how both Pei and Wen transferred funds to Yun Chuxue without consulting their teammates. Why the double standards now? Is it possible that Mr. Xia is simply uninterested in your Chuxue? Mr. Xia has already defended Yun Xia twice. Come on, can we ship this? Inside the variety show house, Xia Heng sighs lightly and suddenly shakes his head indulgently. Pei Jingyan, if you think this will capture my attention, you are mistaken. Pei Jingyan frowns deeply. Pei Jingyan's complexion darkens. Xia Heng sighs. Let it go. We are not compatible. You Pei Jingyan collapses to the ground. The game has yet to commence, and already one contestant has been lost. Director Xiong, it's fine. Workers, be resilient. Since our Pei Jingyan is at a disadvantage, I shall step in. I will heal. Yun Xia seizes the moment and delivers 2 hefty slaps to Pei Jingyan. He springs up with a start. Yun Xia exclaims, a medical miracle. Pei Jingyan, I will get you for this. Censored. Chapter 12. These two are like a pair of legendary siblings. Under the threat of Yun Xia's 2 slaps, Pei Jingyan wakes up with remarkable speed. Soon, the game commences. Yun Xia decides to proceed to the nearest cookie-eating game. Just as a warm male voice casually drifts into her ear. Teacher Yun, I have given you all my possessions. You must take care of me now. Junior sister, I have entrusted you with my life as sword. You must look after me. Memories long buried surge forth, causing Yun Xia to pause. This person once accompanied her for 3,000 years, and after a sudden separation, they find themselves reunited before she even comprehends it. The senior brother plays both parental roles, depleting his resources for her sake, even risking his life as sword for her tribulation. Yun Xia finds herself deeply moved, her eyes glistening. Mr. Xia, I thought that instant noodles from yesterday were delightful. Slurp, today I shall consume 3 bowls. Yun Xia, 3 bowls of instant noodles cost 150 funds, 5 for 150. Truly, capitalists are vampires. A few minutes later, all 3 teams arrive at the cookie-eating game area. The assistant director steps forward. This game requires partners to eat cookies simultaneously. If a cookie falls to the ground, it counts as game over. This is thrilling. To ensure the cookie doesn't touch the ground. Doesn't that mean we must kiss? It's unfortunate that the pairings are mismatched. Pei Jingyan and Chuxue, the little couple, are not on the same team. Pei Jingyan coolly states, I will not participate in this game. Jiang Lulan silently breathes a sigh of relief. Pei Jingyan truly lives up to the title of the entertainment industry's moral exemplar. Ha ha ha, Chuxue is right beside him. The director's group is rather mischievous. Yun Chuxue bites her lip, ultimately choosing to maintain her persona, casting a bashful glance at Pei Jingyan before quickly lowering her head. Then I shall also abstain, Mr. Xia. My apologies. With 2 pairs of contestants having declined the game, the director turns his hopeful gaze towards Yun Xia. As expected, she rises to the occasion. I will participate. Wen Qi's expression is one of agony. What is Yun Xia planning? Doesn't she see that Wen-chi doesn't he want this? I feel for Wen-chi, having to team with that manipulative Yun-xia. Ugh, she will surely take advantage of him. Yun-xia seems to be leeching off one man after another. Does she really need a man to survive? It's truly disgusting. According to the game rules, Wen-chi stands opposite Yun-xia. Director Xiong hands over a cookie measuring 30 centimeters. Alright, Teacher Yun, you go ahead and take a bite. Yun-xia pinches the cookie between her fingers, drawing a deep breath. As long as it doesn't fall, that is sufficient, right? Director Xiong shyly smiles. Indeed. That is correct. He chuckles, gleeful at the prospect of increased viewership, relishing the anticipated drama. Yun-xia waves her hand dismissively. Then, amidst Wen-chi's horrified gaze, she swiftly performs an audacious act of cookie swallowing. Swallow? Who has consumed the cookie? The surrounding air seemed to stagnate for 2 seconds. Pei Jingyan gasped, while Jiang Lialan's eyes widened in shock. Only Xia Heng could only helplessly press his forehead, sighing at his junior sister's antics. What on earth was that? Is he a reincarnated oddity? What's all the fuss? Magicians can do that too. Wen-chi's pupils shook. He saw it. He truly saw it. The cookie vanished into Yun-xia's mouth. How could a human make a cookie disappear? He realized that Yun-xia was not human. Director Xiong was taken aback. This is not the outcome I anticipated. He immediately announced, the 2 teachers have not completed the game, and the treasure card will not be issued. Yun-xia immediately questioned, did I eat the cookie? Director Xiong, yes you did. Yun-xia, did it fall on the ground? Director Xiong, no. Yun-xia, is Wen-chi in front of me? Director Xiong, yes. Yun-xia, I ate the cookie, it didn't fall on the ground. Wen-chi is right in front of me, mouth to mouth, all elements are present. On what basis do you say I did not complete the game? Did I or did I not complete the game? Director Xiong, you completed it. Yun-xia turned the tables. Be more confident. Director Xiong shouted loudly. You completed it. But then he quickly corrected himself. No. Teacher Yun, this game cannot be played this way. Only you ate the cookie. Young master, when didn't he take a bite? Yun-xia furiously retorted. Are you calling Wen-chi a dog? Wen-chi. He immediately reacted. What do you mean by take a bite?
Oh.
So you're calling me a dog? The director, deep in thought, ultimately handed Yun-xia a treasure card. After doing so, he began to pinch his own acupressure point, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Let me handle this. Just then, a warm male voice descended like a savior, illuminating Director Xiong's heart. Xia Heng, with a gentle smile, stood poised in a traditional suit paired with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. Director Xiong sighed in admiration. Ah, a male bodhisattva. Yun Chuxue was momentarily dumbfounded before her cheeks flushed. Didn't Chuxue refuse? How could Mr. Xia complete the game alone? Don't you understand? Mr. Xia wants to get close to Chuxue. Oh, Chuxue is simply irresistible. I adore such domineering men. Yun Chuxue smiled lightly. If Mr. Xia insisted on playing this game with her, it would be difficult for her to refuse. Xia Heng walked past her, approaching the director with a smile. Give me the cookie. Yun Chuxue. Director Xiong suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly stated, the cookie must be eaten by 2 people simultaneously, otherwise, the game is invalid. It wasn't his fault. He had been thoroughly frightened by Yun-xia. Xia Heng sighed. Director Xiong, do you really think I am the kind of person who would break the rules? Upon hearing this, Director Xiong felt a surge of emotion. Mr. Xia was indeed a good person, a bodhisattva. Then, Mr. Xia, you may begin. Before he could finish a sentence, suddenly, the cookie was shoved into Director Xiong's mouth. He was turned around 180 degrees by an irresistible force, directly pressing against the assistant director. He thought to himself, chew, this cookie is quite tasty. Chew, the procurement department really has an eye for quality. Unbeknownst to him, he was chewing the cookie alongside the assistant director until the last piece went into his mouth, leaving him wanting more. Wanting more? Director Xiong was filled with terror as he met the equally horrified gaze of the assistant director.
Ah.
This doesn't count. Xia Heng sighed helplessly. How does it not count? Director Xiong, must I reason with you? Yun-xia silently took a step back. Director Xiong immediately channeled Pei Jingyan. You still want to reason with me? You have no shame. Chapter 13. Rest assured, my emotional intelligence is high. Xia Heng always believed in reasoning with others. Director Xiong, was the cookie finished? Director Xiong thought, alright, I'll humor you. So, what if it was finished? Xia Heng, was it mouth to mouth? Director Xiong. Yes, but Xiaheng. Was it mouth to mouth with your partner? Director Xiong. Listen to me. Even though it was like that, but Xiaheng. Is the assistant director not your partner? Director Xiong. Yes. But Xiaheng, you finished the cookie mouth to mouth with your partner. How does that not count as completing the task? Director Xiong roared in fury, but it was mouth to mouth between me and old Ma. Xiaheng sighed. That is because the game has loopholes. It does not specify that you cannot have someone else substitute to complete the task. Director Xiong, I am stepping in to help you. You must not misunderstand my good intentions. Director Xiong was fuming. He wiped his face harshly, feeling numb. The way Mr. Xia and Yun Xia wreaked havoc on the director's team was strikingly similar. Were they perhaps from the same school? He wondered what kind of master could produce such a talent. He wished to seek guidance. Yun Chushua hurried over, excitedly saying, Great. Mr. Xia, let us go treasure hunting now. Yun Chushua. Huh? Xia Heng was astonished. It can't be empty, can it? He then put away the treasure card and calmly walked toward the next game area. Yun Chushua was on the verge of tears. Pei Jingyan consoled her. Chushua, don't be sad. When I find the treasure card, I will be sure to give it to you first. Jiang Lulan. Mr. Xia seems to always target Chushua. Doesn't he? Peiyingdi is much better. Mr. Xia does have a point. At the beginning, Yun Chushua was unwilling to take on the task, and Mr. Xia agreed without forcing her to play the game. After he completed the task alone, Yun Chushua still wanted to benefit. Does she think Mr. Xia is a fool? Why is there so much malice towards girls? Is Yun Xia not a girl? I think the ones with the most malice towards Yun Xia are likely the fans of Yun Chushua. Yun Xia's eyes brightened, eager to try. What is this? Yun Xia is going to display high emotional intelligence? How is she even remotely connected to high emotional intelligence? Even when she is scared. When she was genuinely frightened, hastily saying, This is high emotional intelligence. Yun Xia, don't get it wrong. It's high emotional intelligence. Yun Xia made a gesture of confidence. Rest assured. My emotional intelligence is quite high. To provoke Yun Xia's competitive spirit, a staff member specifically mentioned, earlier, Peiyingdi scored full marks. Below the stage, Pei Jingyan pressed his lips together, his expression calm, neither elated by success nor disheartened by failure, fully embodying the persona of a serene monk. Yun Xia, bring it on. Staff member, no. Even he's a bit scared now. Yun Xia was astonished, looking at Pei Jingyan. What? You found an old man? Pei Jingyan. Staff member. At this moment, when she walked over with a pile of snacks, asking, Would you like some beef jerky? Yun Xia questioned Wen Qi. Is eating beef not allowed? Did the cow complain to you? Wen Qi. He vaguely sensed something was amiss, but it was too late to stop it. This question was difficult to answer. After all, in the entertainment industry, many relationships are under scrutiny, especially breakups. The camera would then capture Yun Xia's reaction and micro-expressions. Yun Xia's eyes suddenly blazed with fury, breaking down. Did they secretly score last night? How many points did they score? Without me. The staff member stuttered. Indeed, her emotional intelligence is quite high. First, she clarified her relationship with Peiyingdi. Second, she distanced herself from Wen Qi. Third, she deftly resolved the crisis. Why didn't I realize before that Yun Xia is so clever? The staff member had a moment of enlightenment, looking at Yun Xia with newfound respect. He understood. This was true emotional intelligence. Stepping forward, he knelt on one knee, fists clasped. Teacher Yun, I wish to learn from you. Yun Xia pointed at herself. Me? I don't seem that clever after all. I wonder if you all are overthinking this? Could it be that she is merely acting irrationally? Pei Jingyan's spotlight was completely stolen as he coldly remarked, a mere attempt to attract attention, a farce. Yun Xia humbly stepped aside. You seek the elder. How noble of you. Pei Jingyan, is it necessary for you all to speak in such a manner? Once the game concluded, the group dispersed again, preparing to head to the next location. As they departed, Xia Heng lightly tapped his folding fan in his palm, locking eyes with Yun Xia. She gestured subtly, and the two brushed past each other. Apart from the camera, no one noticed their exchange. Am I watching a dating show or a spy thriller? What secret code did they exchange? I feel like something is brewing between them. 2 hours later, Director Xiong announced that all funding cards had been located, and the tally was as follows. Fang Qingyu, 2 cards. Pei Jingyan, 3 cards. Yun Chushua, 3 cards. Wen Qi, 0 cards. Jiang Lulan, 2 cards. Our Chushua is indeed clever and sweet. Brother Pei also has 3 cards, the clever and sweet-temperate monk. Who could possibly resist? Where was Sister Yun Xia and Mr. Xia? Yun Chuxue wondered how many funding cards Sister Yun Xia had found. Could it be that Yun Xia has lost heart, knowing she can't match Chuxue's count? Ah, the brothers are all present. Yun Xia, with a professional flair for face-slapping, leisurely emerged from the camera's blind spot, holding a stack of funding cards. A stack? All the guests widened their eyes, fixated on the considerable pile of cards in Yun Xia's hands. What? Has Yun Xia discovered the nest of funding cards? Where on earth did she find so many? Chapter 14. Do not offend Yun Xia. I shall repeat. Do not offend Yun Xia. Yun Xia made a spirited entrance, as if the entire scene had been paused, an unspoken breakdown enveloping the atmosphere. Pei Jingyan was the first to recover, his gaze fixed on the cards in Yun Xia's possession, his expression darkening instantly. Yun Chuxue bit her lip, suppressing her intense jealousy. Sister Yun Xia was remarkable. Ah Qi, you shall have lunch sorted today. Yun Xia generously offered half. Wen Qi, here you go. Wen Qi hesitated to accept. Are you truly this benevolent? These cards can't possibly be fake, right? Yun Xia replied with righteous indignation. Am I the type to deceive my teammates? You can ask Director Xiong. Director Xiong promptly raised his megaphone. All funding cards in Yun's possession are authentic. The information on the funding cards was updated. Yun Chuxue, 3. Pei Jingyan, 3. Jiang Lulan, 2. Fang Qingyu, 2. Wen Qi, 15. Yun Xia, 15. The funding cards were wrapped in envelopes, each of varying amounts. But those with more cards undoubtedly held an advantage. Director Xiong spoke enigmatically. Of course, whether by theft, force, or voluntary gift, all falls within the rules. The arena is set. Yun Chuxue eagerly cooperated, her eyes shy. Ah Qi, could you pass your funding cards to me? Wen Qi's heart raced instantly to 180. The joy of a devoted admirer is so simple. Ah, an active pursuit from a heartthrob. I adore it. I relish a scheming beauty. I'm a fan now. The arena has begun. The bold and clever sweetie. Who can resist? Indeed, Wen Qi was utterly captivated. A minute later, the 15 funding cards given to Wen Qi by Yun Xia found their way into Yun Chuxue's hands. Pei Jingyan, unwilling to be outdone, also transferred his 3 cards to Yun Chuxue. The current tally of funding cards was as follows. Yun Chuxue, 21, catapulting her to the top. Meanwhile, a trending topic regarding the entertainment industry as cleverest sweetheart surged rapidly. Yun Chuxue, feigning innocence for the camera, smiled. Apologies, Sister Yun Xia. I am merely utilizing the rules to my advantage. Chuxue is truly amazing. It seems Yun Xia has been completely outshone by her audacity. I cannot fathom why she even participated in this dating show, as she is utterly overshadowed by Chuxue. Yun Chuxue's fans brimmed with confidence, while only a small group of viewers aware of the truth remained eerily silent. Do not offend Yun Xia. I reiterate, do not offend Yun Xia. Unaware of her entrapment, Yun Chuxue waved the envelope of funding cards. Sister Yun Xia, shall I open it? Yun Xia finally revealed a devilish smile. An hour prior, upon arriving at the first treasure site, when she sought an opportunity to separate from her. The live stream was divided into 6 segments. When brother seems to have gone towards Chuxue. Danger. Yun Xia worked hard to find the funding cards, yet her teammate has joined the opposing side. This is hilarious. Yun Xia remains oblivious to when brother's betrayal. Just then, Yun Xia suddenly altered her course, heading towards the bamboo grove. Within the grove stood a tall figure, as luminous as the moon. Xia Heng, with his fan slightly opened, revealed in his palm a stack of 15 funding cards. Teacher Yun, all my funding cards are here. The comments erupted in shock. What? Wait, what is happening? I thought Yun Xia was the poor abandoned one, yet she is the concealed powerhouse. How could Mr. Xia do this? ISN Tihi Chuxue's teammate? How can he betray her? Why hasn't he, the righteous hero, emerged to speak against Wen Qi's actions? If you adore Yun Chuxue, simply head to her livestream. Yun Xia had never encountered a battle so opulent. How many funding cards do you have now? Xia Heng smiled warmly. Not many. Yun Xia immediately grew cautious. Not many. How many is that? Xia Heng confidently replied. -2,000. Not many. -2,000. What on earth is he so confident about? Wait, is it possible for funding to be negative? Yun Xia. Indeed, I have never fought such a negatively affluent battle. Xia Heng remained unperturbed, leisurely explaining. There are 15 funding cards, 5 each of 50, 150, and 200, hence Yun Xia's eyes widened in realization. Xia Heng clapped his fan. Teacher Yun understands me. What are they understanding? It feels as though they share an intimate familiarity. I'm genuinely invested. Yun Xia directed her gaze towards the assistant director. The assistant director responded. 15 negative funding cards. How do you intend to handle them? Let the palace intrigue commence.
Hee.
Yun Xia cut to the chase. The positive funding cards amount to 5 denominations. 25, 50, 75, 100, and 150. Following Director Xiong's usual methods. Negative funding must correspond to positive funding. I possess 15 positive funding cards. Based on the treasure sites the others have visited, I deduce they found at most 10 cards, resulting in a total of 25 positive funding cards. If we calculate 5 cards for each denomination, we arrive at 25, 50, 75, 100, 150, totaling 52,000. Given that the positive funding is 2,000, we conclude that the negative funding is also 2,000. Xia Heng's cards sum to exactly 2,000, indicating that all negative funding cards are in his possession. Thus Yun Xia, shrouded in mystery. They are unaware of the existence of negative funding cards. The optimal solution is to deliberately let them seize the negative funding cards. Am I correct, Assistant Director Ma? Assistant Director Ma immediately ceased his foolish grin. Not hee. I am utterly bewildered. Is Yun Xia here to solve math problems? Is there no one who thinks Yun Xia is extraordinary? With such scant clues, how did she deduce all this? I concede. Merely a conjecture based on the answers. Junior sister, so clever. The trending topic has reached its zenith, and numerous fans of Yun Mixue have flooded into the live stream. Quick! Witness the moment our entertainment industry's cleverest sweetheart strikes. 21 funding cards. Blindly guessing that Yun Mixue has more than 3,000 funds. Yun Mixue relished the attention of those around her, her heart racing as she opened the first envelope. She swiftly unwrapped 15 funding cards, her funds soaring from an initial 175 to a glorious 1825. The first clever and sweet darling of the entertainment circle? I told you not to offend Yun Xia. Now look what has happened. Honestly, Yun Mixue's intelligence has been utterly crushed. Yun Mixue's face darkened, her fingertips trembling, nearly unable to hold the funding cards. Yun Xia smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Mixue, I'm just making reasonable use of the rules. The kill shot. Chapter 15. Teacher Yun, it's your turn to support me. The final funds were settled. Wen Qi 0, Xia Heng 0, Fang Qingyu 150, Zhang Lulan 75, Yun Xia 1325, Pei Jingyan 275, but due to transferring to Yun Mixue, Pei Jingyan ended up with 0. Yun Mixue took a significant step back from 1825 to 1550. What else pay the film emperor after? Perhaps this is what it means to share hardships together. Alright, it's lunchtime. Director Xiong announced through the speaker. Guests, please use your funds to purchase lunch. Note, funding transactions are still permitted. Yun Mixue's eyes turned slightly red, looking weak and helplessly at Fang Qingyu for assistance. Fang Qingyu, unwilling to help, feigned even more vulnerability. Mixue, although my funds are but a drop in the bucket for you, it's alright. I can survive a meal without food. Yun Mixue thought, where does this dead green tea come from? How can I possibly ask her for help? Pei Jingyan glanced at Zhang Lulan. Zhang Lulan, remembering that this was the male lead who would throw her to the sharks, immediately indicated their unfamiliarity. Pei the film emperor. I know you must want to share hardships with Mixue. How could I ruin your intentions? Pei Jingyan's veins bulged in frustration. He struggled to maintain his cold and aloof persona. I'm not doing this for myself. If I had the funds, I would buy lunch and share it with Mixue. Yun Xia, you have the most funds. Lend me 50, and I'll return it to you later. Yun Xia, grinning widely. Who gave Pei Jingyan such confidence? She decided to teach him a lesson. Pei Jingyan, tell me which is more important to me, the funding card or you? Pei Jingyan realized something. And Yun Xia continued to draw his attention. Yun Xia smiled enigmatically. Think again. Pei Jingyan frowned. It can't possibly be the funding card? Yun Xia's words were laden with meaning. Think again. Pei Jingyan, confident. It seems I am still more important. Yun Xia shook her head slightly. Neither you nor the funding card hold significance for me. Pei Jingyan, impatient. Then who is important? Yun Xia declared loudly. Without you. That is what matters most to me. Divine gold. Xia Heng smiled, his lips curving into a gracious laugh. Pei Jingyan took 2 seconds to react, his face turning a deep shade of red in anger. Unreasonable. Wen Qi, the one who consumes food, cleared his throat, preparing to plead. Lunch. Yun Xia interrupted without hesitation. Hungry? Want to eat off someone else's plate? When Chi awkwardly maneuvered his words, if it's about lunch, I want to eat. I am not interested in eating off someone else's plate. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Little did he know, she was not one to be trifled with. Everyone then turned their attention to Xia Heng, for his funds were also at zero. Yun Chushua bit her lip discreetly. Someone like Mr. Xia would surely not accept handouts. And perhaps this was an opportunity to draw closer to him. Not interested? That's perfect, I am. Xia Heng lifted his gaze slightly, his demeanor calm. A hint of a smile playing on his lips. Teacher Yun, it's your turn to support me. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Let us pay our respects to our comrades first. I said it, Mr. Xia must be here for Yun Xia. They must have known each other before. Some immediately grew envious. No. How can Yun Xia's fans be so confident? Mr. Xia is just considerate and kind, not wanting to make things awkward. How can fans be so presumptuous? Mr. Xia, considerate? Kind? You believe Mr. Xia is considerate and kind? You might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Xia Heng accepted Yun Xia's transfer amidst the peculiar or scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, finishing his instant noodles. The morning live broadcast concluded, and the guests enjoyed a 2-hour break, with the afternoon broadcast set for 2 o'clock. However, director Xiong always played by his own rules. At 1:30, the live broadcast commenced, and a figure walked into the dating show cabin. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared on the screen. Dating observer Gu Yu. The comments exploded instantaneously. Gu Yu, aged 55, was an established artist in the entertainment industry, owning a chain of supermarkets, and had been married for 30 years without any negative news. Widely regarded as a good man. The audience was pleased to have him as the dating observer. Teacher Gu, we didn't expect you to come. Yun Chushua smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Behind her, Pei Jingyan approached as well. Hello, Senior Gu. Following him were Fang Qingyu and Jiang Lulan. Even when Qi, who was not involved in the entertainment industry, came over to say hello. Gu Yu's gaze swept the room, and with a smiling tone, he concealed his sharpness. I remember there should be 7 people here, right? Mr. Xia is too busy with official duties to be held to the industry's rules. But why is Xia not here? It seems she has strong opinions about me. No one dared to respond to this. Fang Qingyu frowned slightly. Realizing they hadn't known Senior Gu was coming until Yun Chushua's assistant informed them, which made him grateful to her. Otherwise, they might have been rude in front of Gu Yu. But why had everyone greeted each other, yet no one called out to Yun Xia? Fang Qingyu cast a meaningful glance at Yun Chushua, just as she anxiously spoke up. Teacher Gu, please don't be angry. Perhaps my sister Yun Xia was too tired this morning and overslept. Gu Yu took offense. Some people have no sense of time, this entertainment industry nowadays, sigh. I wondered why Yun Xia was so embarrassed. Everyone has arrived, and she is the only one tardy. There's a reason Yun Xia has become the public enemy of the entertainment industry. Hey, Director Xiong, can you check if this clock is broken? Yun Xia strolled out casually, holding a clock. Teacher Gu said I'm late. Surely it's already 2 o'clock now? The clock displayed a large 1:35. The comments quickly reacted. I thought Yun Xia wasn't too late. How can she not be punctual? It feels like Gu Yu and Yun Chushua are harmonizing. Both are quite tea-like. Nonsense. Our Chushua is merely trying to help explain. If Yun Xia can't win over the senior, fans will go mad. Pei Jingyan, paternalistic, reprimanded. In the entertainment industry, starting work early is commonplace. When Chushua went to wake you, you should have been getting up, not making the seniors wait. Truly. It's like delivering a pillow to a sleeping person. Yun Xia laughed, expressing her regret. The live stream at my door has been running the whole time. Why not think again, Chushua? Yun Chushua. Get lost, you dead green tea. Oh, Yun Chushua woke everyone up, but she didn't wake Yun Xia. No wonder Yun Xia was late. Who said Yun Xia isolated Yun Chushua? It's clearly Yun Chushua isolating her. Simply unreasonable. Gu Yu's face grew stern. Time is money. Time equals life. These are not excuses for wasting time. You have delayed everyone's time. And asking for an apology is not too much to ask, is it? Yun Xia, say that again. Facing her old enemy from her past life. Yun Xia was unyielding. Time is money. Money equals time. Yet, as the saying goes, if one views money as dung, then money equates to dung. Thus, it can be concluded that dung equates to time, and my ancient predecessors taught me that time must not be squandered, which translates to not wasting dung. Yun Xia firmly believes. Ultimately, the conclusion is drawn you. Enjoy consuming excrement. The parallels between Pei Jingyan's constipation and this sentiment are striking. Henceforth, if anyone accuses me of wasting time, I shall retort that they relish in excrement. Are you all not aware of your misguided perspectives? Clearly, my ancient predecessors were imparting wisdom to Yun Xia. What does that signify? Yun Xia raised her hand to report. Director Xiong, Teacher Gu mentioned his heart is paining. Should we allow him a moment to rest? Director Xiong. Gu Yu rolled his eyes, nearly fainting. Director Xiong immediately arranged for someone to assist Gu Yu to the sofa, while the guests hurried to provide water and comfort, causing a commotion in the romantic variety show's small abode. At 2 o'clock, Xia Heng appeared leisurely, noticing Gu Yu still in a faint state, and sighed softly in resignation. Who truly wasted everyone's time indeed? Gu Yu, an elder, can be understood, but if he cannot adapt to the high intensity of the entertainment industry, perhaps it is best for him to take a break. Oblivious to the weight of his words, Xia Heng smiled lightly. Director Xiong, shall we commence? Moments later, Gu Yu slowly regained consciousness, asserting he could continue working. Director Xiong lamented. Had I known, I would not have invited this old dramatist. This afternoon, our romantic activity will be an escape room adventure. Director Xiong, fearing the old dramatist's antics, hurriedly announced, guests must board a vehicle to begin their romantic journey. Please enter the vehicle in order. As everyone moved to exit, someone grasped Yun Xia. Teacher Yun, there is a solitary task assigned to you. You 7 guests will share a vehicle, hence someone must drive. Among you, only you, Emperor Pei, Mr. Xia, and young master when possess driver's licenses. Your task is to refuse anyone who asks you to drive. If you succeed, I shall grant you a singular request in the escape room, yes? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xia confidently declared, absolutely. After all, she hadn't driven in 3,000 years. Who knew if she would even be competent? Last to board the vehicle, Yun Xia discovered everyone had taken their seats, leaving only the driver's seat vacant. She pointed to herself. You want me to drive? When she immediately responded, I only drive sports cars. Zhang Lulan apologetically stated, I have yet to pass my driving test. Yun Chuxue, accustomed to being driven, had never considered learning to drive. Fang Qingyu had just turned 18 and had not yet had the chance. As for Xia Heng, the esteemed head of the Xia family and a major figure in the romantic variety show, none dared appoint him as a driver. The remaining candidates were Pei Jingyan and Yun Xia. Pei Jingyan closed his eyes to rest. I am tired. I shall take a nap. Thus, Yun Xia had no choice. Pei Jingyan snickered, his solitary task being to have Yun Xia drive, which was amusingly simple, and he completed it effortlessly. Wonderful, I adore driving. Yun Xia exclaimed as she settled into the driver's seat, preparing to start the vehicle, expressing her satisfaction. I do not trust others to drive. Thus I cannot sleep in the passenger seat. Only by grasping the steering wheel can I rest assured. The entire vehicle was horrified. Pei Jingyan? Shocked. Pei Jingyan could scarcely contain himself, teetering on the brink of an outburst. Ultimately, for the sake of his life, he swallowed his indignation. Get out. I shall drive. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow towards Director Xiong. This task was far too easy. It posed no challenge whatsoever. Director Xiong, 6 points are the utmost respect he can afford Yun Xia. Today, we shall engage in a narrative escape room, so everyone, please change into costumes. Upon Director Xiong's announcement, Yun Xia and the others followed the stylist into the dressing room, donning ancient attire. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, all clad in flowing white and blue traditional garments. Yun Chuxue embodied the adorable junior disciple, Zhang Lulan the gentle senior sister, while Yun Xia portrayed a blind fortune-teller. The comments flooded in. Uncertain, let us observe further. Thus, everyone turned their gaze to the male guests. Each male guest showcased their uniqueness. Fang Qingyu was the obedient junior disciple, Wen Qi the wealthy young master, and Pei Jingyan the principled senior brother. Xia Heng was the living Buddha. The comments continued. Can't you two recognize your own beauty? Such a waste. I'm captivated. Does anyone understand? The entire audience remained astonished by their exceptional appearances. Just then, Gu Yu, who had just arrived, was determined to retaliate. Breathing heavily, he barely recognized anyone but directed his disdain at Yun Chuxue. Little Xia. This variety show is not a beauty contest. Alas, today's entertainment industry is filled with faces that are all too similar. Yun Chuxue, momentarily choked up, still managed to maintain her smile. Indeed, Gu Yu, perhaps you should open your eyes before making such claims? Is this what you call uniformity, Yun Xia? Can we not direct such comments at Yun Chishua? I fear her fans will go mad. Why does it feel like Guyu is always deliberately targeting Yunxia? In a past life, Guyu had knocked on her door at midnight, only to turn the tables and accuse her of seducing him, all while maintaining a facade of righteousness that everyone believed. With old grievances resurfacing, Yunxia, empathetic, inquired once more, Guyu, what was it you said earlier? Guyu loudly retorted towards Yun Chishua. Beautiful appearances are all alike. Yunxia's gaze slowly descended, an amusing belly jiggling about.
You.
Guyu, enraged, opened his eyes to find himself confronted by the awkward yet polite Yun Chishua. This was indeed akin to a flood inundating the Dragon King's temple. Gritting his teeth, Guyu stubbornly held on. I'm old, my eyesight has deteriorated. Yunxia nodded in agreement. One must concede to age. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Guyu, incensed, shouted. You. Observing Guyu on the verge of an explosion, Director Xiong quickly intervened, pulling Yunxia aside and soothingly advising, we must pursue sustainable development. Do not let your anger overwhelm you. All right, I shall now announce the plot. Seeing Yunxia silent, Director Xiong finally felt at ease to speak. You all are disciples of a sect, tasked with descending the mountain to eliminate demons and capture ghosts. Yunxia gasped. Cultivating immortality? Exterminating demons? Capturing ghosts? This is precisely aligned with her professional expertise. Chapter 17. Brother Corpse, you haven't passed, have you? The group entered the escape room, and once the staff departed, they cautiously removed their blindfolds. Before them lay an abyss of darkness, illuminated only by two distant lanterns casting a ghostly glow. The silence was chilling. Wen-Chi swallowed hard. What are we to do now? In the overwhelming tranquility, the tremor in Wen-Chi's voice was unmistakably eerie. Pei Jingyan frowned. We should find a way out of this room and search for a key. The group picked up the lanterns and began to search. At that moment, Yunxia sensed a peculiar scent. Oddly enough, she could detect a hint of ghostly essence. After several fruitless minutes of searching, Yun Chishua, adhering to her sweet and clever persona, suggested, right? When we entered, we received identity cards. Let us check our identities. As anticipated, the comments erupted once more, praising Yun Chishua's intelligence. The 7 of them, illuminated by the dim light, inspected their identity information. They were all disciples of the sect, interconnected as siblings. With no unique prompts, Yun Chishua added, could it be that we are meant to address each other as siblings? After all, this is an immersive escape room. We must embody our characters. This made sense. Unexpectedly, the first to agree was Xiaheng. Despite being in a terrifying escape room, he maintained his graceful demeanor, his brows slightly raised. Yun Chushua's heart raced, her cheeks gradually flushing. She knew that with her presence, no other woman mattered. Even Xiaheng would be under her sway. Yun Xia, junior sister? Xiaheng's gentle smile completed the sentence. Yun Chushua's expression suddenly stiffened. Oh my, don't say. It truly has that flavor. While others come to entertain, they come to cultivate. One is a blind fortune teller, the other a living Buddha. Are you sure the jesters aren't them? Pei Jingyan's displeasure was evident as he questioned Yunxia, wondering why, amidst so many people, she only called out to brother Xiaheng. Wasn't there a limit to such tactics of possession and release? Did she truly believe that currying favor with Xiaheng would yield any results? Xiaheng had no regard for someone of her ilk. Pei Jingyan's irritation grew. Yunxia, am I not your brother? Why do you not acknowledge me? The crowd fell silent, and the smile that had just blossomed on Yun Chushua's face froze once more. What does Pei Di mean by this? Do these men have no eyes? Why are they always surrounding Yunxia? Perhaps Pei Di is simply being kind, not wanting Yunxia to lose her words. Kindness should come with timing. Chushua is on the verge of tears. It pains me to see. Wait, what is that? Clearly, the individuals in the secret chamber also noticed the heads popping up behind Pei Jingyan, and shock spread across their faces. Pei Jingyan continued to feign ignorance. Surely, one cannot play favorites. Are you unwilling to even call me brother? Yun Xia pointed behind him. Anger flared within Pei Jingyan as he launched into a display of foolish dominance. Woman, do you think you are rejecting whom? Midway through his words, he felt something soft and fuzzy brush against his neck. Pei Jingyan glanced over with irritation. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the secret chamber, echoing for miles. With a thud, Pei Jingyan collapsed. The air became thick with tension as everyone stood in shock, momentarily dizzy. After an intense silence, Yunxia sincerely inquired, "Brother, are you
Gone?
outside the chamber?" The director's team fell silent. 5 minutes prior, Director Xiong had been grinning at the camera. Today was not merely a secret chamber. Hidden heart rate monitors had been secretly placed on each guest to ascertain who was the most frightened, preparing for tonight's dinner.
Now.
Everyone could vote for whom they deemed the most composed and the most terrified guest. Soon, the voting results were revealed. Unsurprisingly, Pei Jingyan was unequivocally the most composed. Meanwhile, Wen Qi and Yunxia tied for the most terrified. The calmer and clear-headed a person is, the less they will fear. As they understand it is all a fade. Pei Yingdi can maintain absolute rationality. Indeed, if it were just Brother Pei, he would surely breeze through the secret chamber. But with Yunxia, it remains uncertain. Yunxia appears quite timid, while the most composed female is Chuxue. As an observer of romance, Guyu nodded frequently, smiling as he remarked, "Little Xia is, after all, a delicate girl. It is only natural for her to be frightened." However, as the saying goes, if one has no guilty conscience, one need not fear a ghost knocking at the door. I wonder why little Xia is so terrified, haha. Oh well. I cannot be too harsh on a girl, but Jingyan is indeed calm, truly worthy of the Pei family. Ah! Pei Jingyan's scream interrupted Guyu, shattering the silence and breaking the spell. The barrage of comments visibly stagnated for half a minute. Director Xiong? Director Xiong quickly scrolled through messages from Pei Jingyan's agent. Old Xiong, our Jingyan is not afraid of these ghosts and spirits. When the time comes in the secret chamber, please give him a bit more spotlight. Director Xiong fell into a deep silence. Is this the spotlight you desired? Brother, are you gone? Yunxia asked. But silence ensued. Xia Heng approached to check, his fist the size of a sandbag hovering before Pei Jingyan, who twitched at the corner of his eye. Pei Jingyan quickly regained his composure, feigning indifference. Apologies, I seem to have low blood sugar. This fellow seems to have something to say. The head that had suddenly appeared belonged to a man in black. He slowly scanned the crowd and began the narrative of the secret chamber. Who are you? Yun Chuxue. Of course, would not miss the chance to seize the spotlight. We are disciples of a cultivation sect. Hearing of the demons and spirits here, we have come to exorcise them. The man hunched over, pounding his chest in despair, tears streaming down his face. Demons and spirits. They have consumed the townsfolk, starting with the elderly, then the young adults, and finally the children. My wife perished at the hands of these demons not long ago. I am the last one left in this town. Please, you must find the demon among you and restore peace to the town. Director Xiong's voice rang out, mission issued. Find the demon and escape with your lives. It was only after the man departed that Fang Qingyu pointed out the crucial detail. What did he mean by find the demon among you? A chill ran down their spines as the wind blew. Only Yunxia appeared excited. This scenario? It would surely lead to someone facing dire consequences. Chapter 18. Yunxia relished this terrifying setup. Surely someone would meet with misfortune. Compared to the silence in the secret chamber, the live stream was much more lively. What do you mean by the demon among you? How can this be so frightening?
No.
Who remembers this is a dating show? Exactly. This setup is so terrifying that it has even excited Yunxia. When she immediately jumped back. Demons among us? Yun Chushua's cheeks flushed slightly. Jingyan, I am a bit scared. The feigning brother showcased his protective side. I will protect you. Do not worry. I am not afraid at all. Heart rate monitor. 140. Brother, perhaps it's best if we stop pretending, don't you think? Xia Heng, feigning weakness, crept closer to Yunxia, softly seeking comfort. Junior sister, I am so scared. Heart rate monitor. 70. This weakling, maybe you should stop pretending as well, okay? After parting ways, Yunxia entered one of the rooms, inhaling the rich scent of ghostly energy, and could not help but take a bite. Ah, delicious. However, she recalled that the original story was set in a modern context. Why was there such a thing as ghostly energy? 20 minutes swiftly passed, and both teams had made discoveries. Pei Jingyan spoke first. This man, surnamed Dean, is 55 years old. The chaos caused by the demons began 30 years ago. And his wife, who perished at the hands of these demons, was named Hong Yan. Hong Yan? When she scoffed, we just found several letters. Master Yin's wife is named Lu Ruomei. Pei Jingyan dismissed it. In ancient times, it was not uncommon for men to have more than one wife. Fang Qingyu interjected, not concurrently. Lu Ruomei was Master Yin's first wife, who died 30 years ago. Jiang Lulon added, The letters also mention that Master Yin and Lu Ruomei were from different backgrounds but were extraordinarily affectionate, which is why Lu Ruomei entrusted her family and daughter to him. Yun Xia seemed to recall something, glancing at the camera as if trying to gauge Guyu's expression. The other guests were deep in thought. 30 years ago was a pivotal point. Lu Ruomei had died, and the demons appeared. Suddenly, Yun Chushua's eyes brightened as she showcased her sharp intellect. I have an idea. The chaos caused by the demons and Lu Ruomei's death occurred in the same year. Could it be that Lu Ruomei was so happy in life that she became reluctant to depart, thereby transforming into a demon? Chushua is so clever. Yes, it must be so. After Lu Ruomei's death, she encountered Master Yin again in the afterlife, losing her sanity and becoming a demon. Makes perfect sense. This secret chamber poses no challenge for Chushua. Pei Jingyan gently patted Yun Chushua's head. Chushua, you are truly impressive. Yun Chushua's face flushed with embarrassment as her gaze flickered mischievously toward Yun Xia. Sister Yun Xia, do you not wish to share your thoughts? She had guessed quite accurately. This was the truth, and for Yun Xia to respond would only be self-deprecating. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed as to why Yun Chushua sought to provoke her. Really? You want me to speak? Yun Chushua smiled shyly. Yes. All right, if you insist. Yun Xia nodded, then spoke loudly. My opinion is that your entire deduction is utter nonsense. The revelation was akin to a thunderclap, reverberating loudly. Yun Chushua's eyes turned red. Yun Xia is so petty. She is simply jealous of Chushua. All right, I must hear what she has to say. Pei Jingyan's face darkened. Chushua's analysis is also reasonable. What part of her statement is incorrect? Yun Xia gently raised her gaze, pondering. Why does a person who was once extraordinarily happy, kind, and gentle in life transform into a vengeful spirit after death? Only those who have suffered the injustice of losing their identity, status, reputation, and life would disregard everything to seek revenge as malevolent ghosts. Am I correct, Sister Chu Shui? Teacher Guyu? Yun Chu Shui stiffened, her complexion turning pale as if struck by a sudden realization. Did Yun Xia imply that she is a false heiress who usurped her identity and status? Teacher Guyu in the observation room also froze momentarily. Pei Jingyan's countenance darkened. So tell me, how do we find these malevolent spirits? This is quite simple. Yun Xia stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor righteous, her expression filled with sorrow, yet her tone brimming with enthusiasm. We shall allow the malevolent spirits to feast upon a living soul. The crowd gasped. Yun Xia clarified, I mean, we need to find someone to act as bait. Silence enveloped the evening at Kongqiao until Xia Heng's light laughter broke the stillness. His voice was languid and elegant, his gaze fixed upon Pei Jingyan. The implication clear. So, who would be the most suitable bait? Yun Xia expressed her disdain. Is this all you can see? I believe the malevolent spirits are truly hungry. Pei Jingyan's veins bulged with anger. Since you speak so nobly, how about you take on the role yourself? Yun Xia, pleased with the suggestion, bashfully agreed. Absolutely. The men, upon hearing of the bait, sighed in resignation. Very well. The malevolent spirits are known to frequent Hongyan's room, so you shall wait there. Director Xiong's voice resonated at the right moment. Now, please allow Teacher Yun to proceed alone to Hongyan's room. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Xia Heng before departing. Xia Heng lightly tapped his folding fan against his palm, nodding with a smile. Did you two exchange some secret signal? This is a dating show. Please refrain from such antics. I have a feeling someone is going to have a misfortune. In the broadcast studio, Guyu was struck by a falling vase. Director Xiong clucked his tongue. Teacher Gu, it seems you are rather unfortunate today. Guyu chuckled awkwardly. Director Xiong continued, relishing the moment. With Yun Xia creating such a stir, someone is bound to face a calamity. I wonder who it will be. Guyu felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 19. It was said that one should never offend Yun Xia. You only remember the good and forget the bad. Yun Xia entered Hongyan's room, where a chilling wind blew, white cloth fluttered, and dim fluorescent lights flickered. It was unmistakably a place of mourning. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xia noted the overwhelming presence of ghostly energy. This was nothing short of a paradise for spirits. My scalp is tingling. Isn't Yun Xia afraid at all? She must be pretending. Beep, beep. Director Xiong cleared his throat. Teacher Yun, please be aware that we are now entering the observer connection time. A crackling sound from the intercom filled the space, and Guyu's paternal tone dispelled the eerie atmosphere. Little Xia, are you scared being alone? Do you know why we are connecting with you? Yun Xia grasped a hint of ghostly energy, chewing thoughtfully. Guyu decided to take the initiative. Sighing. It's to remind you. This is a dating show, not a stage for you to shine. You are too ambitious. Among you, there are clearly 4 men, yet you insist on being in the limelight. Sometimes, girls should be more gentle and yield a little. Otherwise, how can you expect a man to notice you? Yun Xia, chewing thoughtfully. Has no one informed Guyu that she holds grudges? Yun Xia nodded solemnly. You speak the truth. Your words resonate profoundly with me, illuminating my understanding. Out of respect, you must be enshrined. Guyu, I misspoke. Yun Xia glanced at the memorial tablet in the morning hall and corrected herself. I must enshrine you. Guyu. Guyu's face flushed with anger. You. I am your love observer, and I'm doing this for your own good. Wow. Why do I feel Guyu has a strong paternal vibe? What is he saying? Girls shouldn't be too outstanding. They must give opportunities to men? Can the comments calm down? Guyu is from an older generation. He genuinely means well for Yun Xia. Yes, who doesn't know Guyu is one of the few good men in the entertainment industry. Yun Xia suddenly raised her hand. I would like to exercise my privilege. Director Xiong sensed an ominous premonition. Yun Xia's actions might be a ploy to evade the group using her privileges. He cautiously asked, what are you planning to do? Yun Xia donned a plastic bag, preparing her disguise. No rush. Let us first analyze the plot. Lordine, a farmer by origin, was chosen by the Liu family to serve as Liu Ruamei's attendant. The Liu family, kind-hearted, funded Lord Yin's education. Liu Ruamei, the only daughter of the family, fell in love with Lordine, and they eventually married. After the passing of Lord Liu, the entire Liu estate and Ruamei were left to Lordine. Guyu's expression stiffened slightly. It was at this moment that Lordine, emboldened by Ruamei's lack of family support, revealed his true nature and shamelessly plotted to gain wealth and commit murder. Thus, the Liu residence transformed into the Yin residence, and the Liu family's vast fortune became Lord Yin's spoils. Observing the furnishings, it was clear that this room, Hong Yan's, must have belonged to Ruamei 30 years ago. They seized Ruamei's family, wealth, and even her room. Guyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. Goodness. So Lord Yin is a phoenix man who thrives on the downfall of others. No wonder it felt so eerie upon first glance. If this is about wealth and murder, then Ruamei and Lord Liu were likely both victims of Lord Yin. Yun Xia, upon reaching this point, suddenly shifted her tone, smiling sweetly. Teacher Guyu, such an intriguing plot centered around a phoenix man in a mystery room. Would you care to join? The surroundings fell silent. What does Yun Xia mean by this? Please don't overthink it. Yun Xia is merely seeking an opportunity for revenge. Guyu and the Phoenix Man have no relation. Of course, Guyu would not agree, forcing a smile. You young ones, my old heart can't handle such antics. I one tea per take. No worries, Teacher Gu can play a non-horror version. Yun Xia unabashedly declared, my privilege is to demand that Teacher Gu join me in the mystery room. Director Xiong smiled, and then packed Guyu into the mystery room. It was warned not to offend Yun Xia. You only remember the good and forget the bad. The camera shifted away from Yun Xia, and the comments erupted in alarm. Yun Xia, behind you. There's really a ghost. Meanwhile, Director Xiong instructed the others to regroup with Yun Xia as they cautiously advanced in the mystery room. 20 minutes passed without any progress. Yun Shue bit her lip, on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too scared and wasting everyone's time. I wonder how Yun Xia's sister is faring alone. Pei Jing, Yen gently patted her head. Their hearts raced, 130 and 140 beats per minute respectively. Hu Wunti praised their shared trials. It's not your fault. If you're scared, just hold on to me tightly. Yun Shue looked at Xia Heng with gentle eyes. Mr. Xia, aren't you worried about Yun Xia's sister? Worried? The ghostly energy in the entire mystery room had been thoroughly consumed. Xia Heng smiled, his expression meaningful. The one who should be worried is someone else. 10 minutes later, they finally located Hong Yan's room. Before entering, they heard a loud voice. Fellow Taoist Yun, it's me. Spare me under the sword. The crowd was taken aback. Inside the room, Yun Xia sat grandly in the morning hall, surrounded by various spirits, the scene both terrifying and oddly harmonious. Ghost One, why are you working in this mystery room? We lack education and have nowhere else to go. We are professionals in ghost acting. Ghost 2, alas, we, the outsiders, face discrimination. They promised us a salary of 3,000 a month, but we only received 2,008, without any benefits. Do they think we ancient ghosts don't understand modern laws? Ghost 3. Humph, we have nothing to say to the modern ghosts. We are outcasts. Ghost 4. The world over there has perished. We sacrificed our fortunes to come here, doomed to be poor ghosts for this lifetime. Yun Xia's eyes flickered at the mention of fortune. Passionate inquiry from Gui Wu. Yun, what brings you here? Yun Xia sighed sadly. The thunder calamity claimed my life, and I found myself here upon awakening. A pause ensued, as if they were indulging in a bit of role-playing. I must admit, it seems quite authentic. 6 individuals silently observed this peculiar scene. Ultimately, it was Yun Xia who broke the silence, gesturing towards the memorial hall. You have arrived too late. The feast has concluded. Yun Xia felt a surge of joy. A new feast can commence. Pei Jingyan abruptly stood, glaring fiercely. Yun Xia danced about. You shall not partake this time. A sudden cough echoed from outside. Guyu appeared behind them, feigning amiability. This old man wishes to join in the fun. Do not frighten me, please. Yun Xia's spirits lifted unexpectedly, and she exclaimed, Prepare for the feast. This time, it is genuine. 2 minutes later, they gathered around the coffin. The atmosphere was so bizarre that words failed them. Yun Xia briefly recounted the plot of the secret room, while Jiang Lulan sharply summarized, The Phoenix man seeks wealth at the cost of lives, when she, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Damn. The one who deserved death has escaped. Fang Qingyu narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, casting a glance at Guyu. This elder Yin is truly despicable, wouldn't you agree, Teacher Gu? Guyu, mistaking Fang Qingyu's look for an invitation for himself, nodded solemnly. Suddenly, Director Xiong's voice crackled. Plot speculation is at 80. We have now triggered the solo side quest, The Secrets of the Wedding Banquet. Please, teachers, discuss amongst yourselves who shall undertake this task. Solo side quest? Several hesitated, torn between eagerness and trepidation. Cough, I have an idea. Yun Xia slid forward. This task, entitled The Secrets of the Wedding Banquet, can only be entrusted to you, Teacher Gu. As you are the sole married individual here. With righteous fervor, Yun Xia clasped her hands towards Guyu. Teacher Gu, please. Guyu managed a strained smile. Haha, little Xia, such humor. At my age, I am easily frightened. Just look at these ghosts. Yun Xia offered no retreat. But, Teacher Gu, do you not often say that one who does no wrong has nothing to fear from ghostly visits? If you are afraid, does that not imply guilt? Guyu choked on his words. Yun Chushue hastily interjected. What nonsense, Sister Yun. Teacher Gu is elderly and cannot withstand fright. Do not tease him. Yun Xia countered. But, Teacher Gu, even Chushue thinks you cannot endure fear. How many secrets do you harbor? Yun Chushue choked up. Guyu, feeling cornered, sought to summon Director Xiong to extricate him from the secret room. However, Yun Xia blocked his path, smiling innocently. What troubles you, Teacher Gu? Is it that the secret room's plot mirrors your own life? Have you become angry upon my solving of the mystery?
Gasp.
What was Yun Xia saying? Was this even permissible? What do you mean, Guyu's life mirrors this? Is Guyu also a phoenix man? Does he also seek wealth at the expense of lives? Impossible. Guyu and his wife were childhood sweethearts. How can you speak so ill of him? Yun Xia. Guyu's face twisted in rage. Slander. Expect a lawyer's letter.
Oh.
That cannot be so. Yun Xia retorted unfazed. After all, you and Elder Yin are both 55 years old. Both lost your first wives 30 years ago. And both remarried within 3 months of their passing. By the way, what was your late wife's surname, Teacher Gu? How fortuitous. Teacher Gu's late wife's surname was Chu, the same as your chain of Tsiuhui supermarkets. Yun Xia's lips curled into a sly smile. Such coincidences. If Teacher Gu is hesitant to undertake the solo quest, it may lead to speculation. Wouldn't you agree? Guyu felt his head spin with anger. Little Xia, you dare speak such things to compel me into this quest? Very well. I shall accept it. I shall do this for you. Yun Xia immediately bowed gracefully. After you, please. Not far off. A ghost patted its chest. We shall guarantee the completion of the task. With a huff, Guyu stormed away from the memorial hall, heading towards the solo task point. Even if Yun Xia had her suspicions, the events of 30 years ago had been conducted with utmost secrecy. As long as he did not admit to anything, no one would uncover the truth. There are no ghosts in this world. If there were, that woman would have come to exact her revenge long ago. As Guyu calculated his next moves in his mind, he pushed open the door to the wedding chamber of Lu Ruame and Elder Yin. In the center of the room stood an altar bearing the name Lu Ruame. just as Gu Yu prepared to offer incense to the altar. He caught a glimpse of the character Lu twisting and writhing. Within 3 seconds, fresh crimson blood began to congeal into the shape of a chew. Ah, do not come any closer.
Ah.
The others waited outside the memorial hall for 10 minutes. Pei Jingyan furrowed his brow. Didn't Director Xiong say this task would take no longer than 3 minutes? Why hasn't Teacher Gu emerged? Should we check on him?
Bang.
No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open violently, and a figure stumbled out. Gu Yu appeared frantic, his pupils quaking. It wasn't me. I didn't wish to harm you. Please spare me.
Ah.
My apologies, Director Xiong. But we may need to call the police. The guests were left in shock. Yun Chushue pressed her lips tightly together, her heart in turmoil. Director Xiong. Director Xiong was frantically pinching the bridge of his nose. What had he done to deserve Gu Yu as a guest? Faced with a criminal case, Director Xiong promptly ended the live stream. The police quickly detained Gu Yu's family and assistants. As Gu Yu awoke, he found himself confronted by Director Xiong, who remained expressionless. It's over. You're trending now. Gu Yu, mistakenly thinking it was concern from fans, feigned helplessness. Ah, I fainted from fright. One cannot entirely blame little Xia. The youth simply lack restraint. Please, do not hold little Xia accountable. Director Xiong, just go to jail already. Teacher Gu, you are awake. Yun Xia entered forcefully. Would you like to hear the trending topics? I know you do. Gu Yu, feeling strange, did not have time to react before Yun Xia began reciting with fervor. Trending topic 1. Gu Yu kills his wife. Trending topic 2. Gu Yu leaves no heirs. Trending topic 3. Gu Yu seeks wealth at the cost of lives. Trending topic 4. The death of Xiu Hui may be related to Gu Yu. Trending topic 5. Gu Yu's eyes widened in horror. He could no longer maintain his facade. Yun Xia. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? This is no mere nonsense, Teacher Gu. The police are on their way. Yun Xia suddenly lamented. Today marks the anniversary of Teacher Gu's death. We gather to celebrate the decay and stench of his future life. Family, let us feast. In the end, the police arrested Gu Yu on the spot, and Yun Xia regretted not being able to partake in the feast. Xia Heng consoled her. It matters not. Teacher Gu does not have long to live. We shall soon enjoy his banquet. With that, Yun Xia's mood improved slightly, and she patted Xia Heng's shoulder. I appreciate your kind words. Director Xiong, a living Yama, truly a living Yama. Director Xiong reluctantly reopened the live stream. We are back online. Are you all well? No wonder Gu Yu always suppressed Yun Xia. She likely knew the truth all along. Yun Chushue appeared quite peculiar earlier. I wonder if she is aware of this matter. Chushue merely respects her seniors. Please refrain from wild speculation. Yun Xia pondered the trending topics. Something feels amiss. 66. The ever-curious observer chimed in. What seems strange, host? 66 was a useless little wretch. Oh dear, host, I have no clue. Yun Xia recalled the words of the ghosts in the secret room. They had come from the realm of cultivation and sacrificed their fortunes, yet her resurrection appeared unscathed. 66. The blunt truth-teller remarked. That's because you possess no fortune at all, Yun Xia. You are inherently a wretched soul, a mere stepping stone of lesser worth. A relentless striver who fails to attain their aspirations, an eternal loser destined for failure. Such is the unkind portrayal bestowed upon the malicious female antagonist in the original narrative. Yun Xia's expression contorted in anguish as she shattered the bedboard in a fit of rage. It's all right, she whimpered sweetly. I can pilfer the previous host's funds to support you. After all, you still have the former host. Since she possesses no fortune to lose, who, then, has paid the price for her resurrection? At 8 o'clock sharp, the broadcast commenced. Yun Chushue's countenance appeared rather grim, and Pei Jingyan sat beside her, offering comfort. The incident with Gu Yu still affects Chushue, he remarked. I truly do not understand why you all berate her. After all, she did not commit murder. Due to the ongoing escape room challenge, everyone proceeded to the police station. Jiang Lulan was consumed by curiosity. Who could the demon be? Yun Chushue bit her lip in contemplation. Yun Xia, with an air of profound mystery, declared, whoever lives is the demon. In the entire town, only Master Yin remained alive. Jiang Lulan gasped in disbelief. Master Yin is the demon? But he is human. Pei Jingyan frowned. Impossible. Master Yin has stated that the demon is among us. Yun Xia regarded him as if he were a fool. Do you truly believe the words of a deceitful murderer with countless victims? Having grown up in the town, he was widely known as a leech, reliant on his wife's fortune. Thus, he donned the guise of a demon under the name of Lu Ruome, exterminating every inhabitant of the town. As for why he killed Hong Yen, it was simply because Master Yin was a heartless villain. All who knew the truth had to perish. After Yun Xia's explanation, silence enveloped the room. Eventually, Fong Qingyu spoke up. "Isn't this plot reminiscent of Guyu? He kills for wealth, deceiving the world. The deceased have no recourse for justice, while the murderer thrives." Fortunately, today in the escape room, Guyu revealed his true colors. Otherwise, who could vindicate those who died 30 years ago? All right, Director Xiong interjected, breaking the silence. Guyu has met his end. Let us discuss something cheerful. We have prepared fireworks and barbecues outside the cabin for a delightful evening. Several guests shifted the topic, gradually making their way outside. Teacher Chushue, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yun suddenly. Assistant Director Lao Ma whispered, "Could the three of you come here for a moment? There is a special task for a female guest." Meanwhile, Director Xiong looked mysteriously at the four male guests, clearing his throat. Ahem. The male guests have a separate task. Come, let me explain. 5 minutes later. The comment section was in disarray. The female guest's task, to make Mr. Xia drink coffee, while Emperor Pei must say you are wonderful. Fong Qingyu must declare I am truly fortunate, and Wen Qi must state I would give my life for you. They could choose to pursue one of these or all, with final rankings based on the number completed. The male guest's task, Mr. Xia must refuse any coffee offered. Emperor Pei must not say you are wonderful. Fong Qingyu cannot say I am truly fortunate, and Wen Qi must not utter I would give my life for you. Violators will forfeit their accommodation for the evening. All right. I shall observe who can accomplish these tasks today, someone remarked. The male guest side seems rather easy. As far as I know, Mr. Xia only drinks tea and never touches coffee. The others merely need to refrain from uttering those phrases. However, the female guests may encounter difficulties. Even if they fail, they need not go camping. Yun Xia resolved to first tackle the simplest task, with a decidedly lackadaisical approach. She brewed a cup of coffee and found Xia Heng in the study. Drink this. Xia Heng chuckled lightly, glancing at her. Apologies, junior sister.
It's too late for me to drink.
Yun Xia responded, perplexed. What do you mean? Furrowing her brow deeply, she retorted, Stop with that expression. I am now emotionally intelligent. I advise you to drink quickly, lest I become emotionally inept. Xia Heng, intrigued, inquired, What happens if you become emotionally inept? Yun Xia responded with a chilling laugh. I will find another way to make you drink. Must you not engage with a bit more sincerity during your task? Yun Xia? Look over there. Yun Chushue is creating latte art with her coffee. Another remarked. Indeed, her emotional intelligence is quite high. Xia Heng rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sparkling with interest, his voice a soft murmur of intimacy. What method does my junior sister plan to employ? The dim lights cast a warm glow, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Yun Xia's words heightened the moment, in the manner everyone anticipates the most. Director Xiong, in a fit of excitement, embraced Lao Ma, silently exclaiming, Yes, this is exactly how it should be. This is a love variety show. Suddenly, Yun Xia brandished a knife, shattering the tense atmosphere as she solemnly declared, To cut open your belly and pour it in counts as drinking. Director Xiong exclaimed, The world has kissed me with pain. Chapter 22. Xia Heng smiled faintly. I am not a good person. In the study, Yun Xia stood with a knife, while Xia Heng wore a gentle smile. After a minute of heartfelt gazes, Xia Heng abruptly stepped back, feigning injury. Junior sister, is this how you choose to treat me? Very well. I shall drink.
Oh.
How pitiful Mr. Xia looks. Someone lamented. Xia Heng lowered his long lashes, reaching for the coffee. In an unexpected twist, the seemingly vulnerable figure suddenly seized Yun Xia's wrist, pulling her towards him. With a clang, the knife clattered to the floor, and Yun Xia found herself in his embrace.
Ah.
The pitiful one has returned, darkened. Oh, Mr. Xia, you are feigning weakness, aren't you? What are they saying? Xia Heng casually removed the microphone from Yun Xia's collar, tilting his head with a playful smile. Junior sister, do you have a question for me? Having lost the upper hand, Yun Xia retorted, No, he. However, this presented a splendid opportunity. She kicked the microphone away and scrutinized Xia Heng. Let us be direct. During the first dice rolling activity, you consistently rolled a 1. Given your extraordinary luck, such a phenomenon is implausible. On the second day, all 10 negative funding cards ended up in your possession. This afternoon in the escape room, all the clues you found were useless. And now, with the task issued by Director Xiong, Everyone else has simple spoken tasks, yet yours is to drink coffee, which you never consume. Xia Heng tilted his head, and Yun Xia voiced her hypothesis. You are being targeted by the world's providence. Your past good fortune marked you as a favored child of destiny, and even in this new realm, it cannot completely invert. Yun Xia posed her burning question. Senior brother, where has all your luck vanished to? Yun Xia clenched her fist, feigning amnesia. Are we? Do not pretend. My memory is keen, and I remember your every expression vividly. Xia Heng nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips, acknowledging her sharp memory. 3,000 years ago, when Yun Xia first encountered him, he was a reckless royal, casually addressing his master. Is this my junior sister? Quite attractive. If I am in a good mood, I might use your head as a delicacy. 1,000 years later, Xia Heng inquired, Junior sister, what would you like to eat tonight? Ah, how nostalgic. Seeing an opening, Yun Xia's eyes sparkled. Xia Heng's demeanor shifted. Filled with sorrow and indignation, striving will only bring misfortune. Yun Xia, in a fit of rage, slammed her fist on the desk. What is the matter? When she rushed in, eager to witness the spectacle, only to be met with the sight of a knife. He swiftly took a step back. Pardon the intrusion. Yun Xia sneered. Now that you are here, why not take a slice for me? Suddenly, they all heard Wen Qi's anguished cry. Enough, Yun Xia. Truly enough. Everyone turned to the study. Yun Xia brandished the knife. Will you strike or not? I to suffer for your sake. Wen Qi, driven to the brink of despair, shouted, I've switched to 50 different accounts. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to serve you with my life? Very well, I concede. I concede. Aside from Wen Qi, the entire directing team was drenched in cold sweat, fervently urging Yun Xia to take her strike. Every face was etched with expressions of agony, despair, and struggle, a scene so tragic that it defied description. Fang Qingyu, realizing she had been spared from the turmoil, instinctively took a step back, murmuring in disbelief, How fortunate I am, how fortunate. Yun Xia threatened Director Xiong. Old Ma has already eliminated 46 accounts. What about you? Sometimes, one must reflect on oneself. Is the internet connection stable? Has your reaction speed improved? Director Xiong fell silent, enduring the pressure until he could bear it no longer. He hurled his phone and dashed outside, exclaiming, I quit.
Bang.
In his dazed state, he ran into Pei Jingyan, who instinctively caught him. Like a fawn descending from the heavens, they locked eyes, hearts racing, a moment suspended in time. Suddenly, the sound of the device echoed, and the pure love segment commenced, with the audience erupting, What are you two doing? Pei Jingyan's expression twisted in fury. Xiong Chimo, you're heavier than I imagined. Yun Xia immediately gestured to the camera, signaling mission accomplished, thinking it was too easy. I can't believe it, someone exclaimed. No doubt. Our Xiajie is truly remarkable. Wen Qi would sacrifice anything for you. Fan Qingyu feels lucky. Pei Jingyan admires you. Mr. Xia sips coffee. It's perfect. Your heavy translates to your great, right? Just admit. Does that statement not include the phrase you re-great? Having exceeded her mission, Yun Xia continued to enjoy her luxurious suite while the other female contestants remained in their rooms, and the male contestants headed out for camping. Pei Jingyan's demeanor darkened as he observed Mr. Xia leisurely setting up a tent, a sardonic smile forming on his lips. I never expected Mr. Xia to fail his task as well. Oh, that merely indicates your imagination is lacking, Mr. Xia replied with a charming smile. I can also transform into a werewolf. Care to test it? Gazing at the enormous full moon overhead, Pei Jingyan suddenly felt apprehensive. Why did Mr. Xia always target him? Could it be because of Yun Xia? You may not know, but she is someone you should be cautious of. Pei Jingyan's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors, resembling an artist's palette.
Get lost.
Mr. Xia retreated into the tent. Meanwhile, Yun Xia ventured into the kitchen for a midnight snack, then placed the uneaten buns into the refrigerator, intending to feed them to the dog the following day. After finishing, she powered down her devices and fell asleep, once again, missing Yun Erge's outburst. Using Guyu to mock Chuxue, are we? Alright, I'll deal with you personally. Yun Xia.
Speak.
Are you mute? The next morning, upon waking, Yun Xia saw a message from Yun Erge and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. What a perfect sleep-inducing device, arriving punctually every day, truly considerate. Descending the stairs, she unexpectedly spotted Pei Jingyan in the dining area. Without hesitation, she remarked cheekily, Oh, no morning run today? Everyone instantly recalled how the renowned actor had fainted during yesterday's run. Pei Jingyan's expression darkened. Yun Shimi, do not hold Paying D to such high standards. Mr. Xie kindly intervened. Height cannot be altered in just 2 days of morning runs. Pei Jingyan clenched his chopsticks, taking a fierce bite of a bun. Fine, fine. I will endure. As Yun Xia searched for breakfast in the kitchen, she casually mentioned to Director Xiong, I left a bun for Xiao Huang yesterday. Xiao Huang was the adorable watchdog in the yard, a local breed fond of buns, and everyone made it a point to feed him daily. Pei Jingyan began to sense trouble brewing. 10 seconds later, Yun Xia's anguished voice echoed throughout the villa.
Who?
Who stole Xiao Huang's dog food? Chapter 23. Pei Jingyan. You've been stealing dog food. Everyone sat around the dining table, none daring to speak. Yun Xia fixed a piercing gaze on Pei Jingyan, heartbroken. I never imagined you could stoop so low. As the morning broadcast commenced, viewers flooded in, immediately hearing the commotion. What is happening? Has the dating show finally turned into a battleground on the third day? Back off, girl. I knew she had her eyes on Brother Pei. Pei Jingyan attempted to defend himself, but Yun Xia's words came too swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, You even stooped to stealing dog food. Xiao Huang is just a puppy. How could you heartlessly take his food? Is this a moral decline, or a distortion of humanity? If you wanted dog food, you could have simply asked. Pei Jingyan realized the broadcast had begun and gritted his teeth, warning, Yun Xia, enough. The audience was shocked. Once they processed the situation, they seized upon Yun Xia, unleashing a torrent of insults, all stemming from jealousy. At that moment, Mr. Xia sighed softly. What can we expect? Xiao Huang is just a dog and cannot speak. Even if his breakfast is stolen, what difference does it make? Jiang Lulan quietly echoed, Yes, Paying D. You refuse to eat Mr. Xia's breakfast and insist on stealing from Xiao Huang. When Qi bluntly added, Xiao Huang adores buns. We feed him every morning. And his bowl even has his name on it. It's hard to believe this was unintentional. Fang Qingyu chimed in, Pei Ge.
I know you're not fond of Xiao Huang.
If he offended you in any way, just say it. No need to retaliate in such a manner. Pei Jingyan, he simply didn't want to eat the breakfast prepared by Mr. Xia?
Huh?
What do they mean? Is Pei Jingyan genuinely stealing breakfast from a dog? He is not lacking in food, so why would he steal from a dog? Yun Xia, you need not say such things. Yun Chuxue bit her lip, casting a glance filled with sympathy at Pei Jingyan, as if standing up for him. Jingyan's actions were unintentional. But Yun Xia, weren't you once seen fighting a stray dog for food? During their first meeting, she had witnessed Yun Xia in that situation, and immediately after, 2 luxury cars had pulled up beside her. Yun's parents and brother stepped out, looking at her as if she were a piece of filthy trash. Then she saw the fake daughter, Yun Chuxue, adorned like a princess from a fairy tale, a stark contrast to her own plight. The memory coalesced. Yun Xia nodded, calmly admitting, Indeed, my teenage years were quite bleak. I had to fight with dogs for food. However, she suddenly shifted her tone, speaking with profound meaning. But the reason I fought with dogs for food was that someone had taken my share, someone unjustly accused me, and I merely wished to survive. I believe I was justified, don't you think, Sister Chuxue? Yun Chuxue's fingers tightened suddenly. The reality was not as she had imagined. Was Yun Xia mocking her? Jiang Lulan was also puzzled. Hadn't Chuxue claimed Yun Xia was a love child of the Yun family? Yet Yun Xia's words seemed to contradict that description. Isn't Yun Chuxue mentally ill? Why not eat some meat? Yun Xia struggles to survive, yet she mocks her existence. Yun Chuxue will be cursed for life. Her privileged life was provided by the Yun family. Without them, she is nothing. Why should she criticize others? That's not what our Chuxue meant. Yun Xia scavenges. She is so filthy, don't you see? Haha. Fans, don't defend her. According to Yun Chuxue's logic, should scavengers, cleaners, and sanitation workers all perish? After all, they are filthy and do not deserve to live. The outrage of netizens propelled Yun Chuxue into the trending searches, momentarily overshadowing the buzz surrounding Pei Ingdi indulging in dog food. Yun Chuxue's agent's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls, and Yun Chuxue's expression gradually turned frantic. No one had ever dared to refute her before. What went wrong? Ding dong. The detection system noted that the Heavenly Dao's fortune was dissipating, with a progress rate of 1. Yun Xia heard the voice of 66, her brows arching in curiosity. The Heavenly Dao's fortune? In this world, Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue are the male and female leads, and the fortune is shared between them. With Yun Chuxue trending negatively, the fortune had dissipated by 1.
Ah.
She understood. This was quite intriguing. Director Xiong and Lao Ma exchanged glances at Yun Chuxue, but no one stepped in to ease the tension, allowing the trending topic to ferment for a full 5 minutes. Ahem. I believe everyone has had their fill, so let us commence today's morning activity, unreservedly heart-stirring. It is widely known that language can be masked, yet the heartbeat cannot. We shall engage in a draw for pairings, with the female guests as challengers. The male guests will gaze into each other's eyes for 5 minutes. If a male guest's heartbeat exceeds 120 during that time, the challenge is deemed successful. Director Xiong chuckled. However, since we only have 3 female guests, according to the draw, Teacher Yun will challenge 2 male guests simultaneously. Yun Xia. Director Xiong perked up and began announcing the pairings. Yun Xia with Wen Qi, Pei Jingyan with Yun Chuxue, Zhang Lulan with Fang Qingyu. Did Yun Xia bribe the production team? Why is it always her with Brother Pei?
Damn.
You're breaking up my senior siblings. Yun Xia fell into contemplation. Since Pei Jingyan also bore the heavenly Tao's fortune, what methods could she employ to dissipate the fortune surrounding him? Pei Jingyan scoffed. Heart-stirring? Nonsense. He could never be moved by Yun Xia. If his heartbeat exceeded 100, he would consider it a loss. Pei Jingyan, oozing confidence, proclaimed, "Bring it on." It was the first time Yun Xia had encountered such an unusual challenge. Chapter 24, a memorable moment in a romantic variety show. The first challenger was Zhang Lulan. She gave it her all, and Fang Qingyu did the same. He pondered, since they had to create a stir, why not find a normal person to do so? Thus, Fang Qingyu exerted all his might, recalling the most embarrassing moments of his life. His cheeks flushed, and his heartbeat finally soared. Fang Qingyu is so innocent. Really? A glance from Sister Jiang made him blush and his heart race? Zhang Lulan. Was it really that simple? Fang Qingyu stepped back, having succeeded. The second challenger was Yun Chuxue. She brimmed with confidence. Since childhood, countless men had been infatuated with her, including Pei Jingyan, Yun Xia's fiancé. Thus, even though Mr. Xia now had feelings for Yun Xia, it could not deter her advance, for she had never been defeated. Yun Chuxue gazed with affection. When Xiaheng glanced at Yun Xia and donned the heart rate monitor, his heartbeat registered 100. Director Xiong's eyes lit up. This could be promising. With an initial heartbeat of 100, if Yun Chuxue put in a little more effort, it would surely escalate. Xiaheng turned his gaze toward Yun Chuxue. Snap. His heartbeat plummeted to 68, his expression flat and unperturbed. The atmosphere grew silent, embarrassment and stillness spreading, with dozens present failing to utter a single sound. Yun Chuxue's expression stiffened. What brand of elevator is this? You're trying to create pure love in a battleground. Lastly, Yun Xia made her dazzling appearance. She first looked at Wen Qi, signaling him to go first. Wen Qi, the memory of last night's late-night shopping flooded his mind, causing him to shudder. Beep, 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 beep. The heart rate monitor suddenly erupted with a fierce alarm, the electronic voice sounding like a death knell. Heartbeat too high, heartbeat too high. Please check for heart conditions. Task completed. Everyone was left in a stupor. That was some hardcore, heart-stirring. Just say whether your heartbeat exceeded 120. Finally, only Pei Jingyan remained. The long-absent system voice suddenly issued a task. Ding dong. Please have the original male lead, Pei Jingyan. Reach a heartbeat of 120 and create a memorable scene for the romantic variety show. Yun Xia's eyes sparkled. A memorable scene for a romantic variety show?
Now.
The pursuer was her. She must create an even more profound, memorable moment for Pei Jingyan. The two locked eyes. At this distance, Yun Xia could see Pei Jingyan's entire face clearly. Pei Jingyan smirked, confidence radiating from him. He was not so superficial. And for Yun Xia to make his heart stir was simply impossible. Shockingly, the Buddha of the Jing Circle was caught indulging in dog food. Now crowdfunding 50 to treat the Buddha to a good meal. I don't know what Crazy Thursday is. Dream? Pei Jingyan's expression twisted momentarily. His heartbeat at 10. He hadn't intended to indulge in dog food. In fact, he hadn't indulged at all.
Hold on.
It's only 5 minutes. He could endure. Oh, who would have thought that the Buddha of the Jing Circle was wearing a Patek Philippe? Quite impressive. Yun Xia mentally informed 66 about the price of the Patek Philippe, leaving 66 momentarily stunned. Yun Xia waved her hand, but that would be too ostentatious. True wealthy individuals never flaunt, unlike me. Pei Jingyan scoffed abruptly. Yun Xia? A wealthy person? He knew precisely what she had been like before. What wealth could she possibly possess? Did I mention my monthly income is less than 100 million? Pei Jingyan's pupils dilated. Yunxia could earn 100 million a month? 100 million? Did she understand what 100 million represented? 9 digits. With her status, how could she possibly earn so much? Absolutely impossible. Heartbeat at 10. Everyone else was astounded by Yunxia's pretentiousness. Fong Qingyu silently counted on his fingers, his brows furrowing in confusion, shock, disbelief, and perplexity, recalculating. 3 seconds later, Yunxia could no longer hold back. Why is it taking so long for 5 minutes to pass? How tedious. Oh, look, Pei Jingyan has a mole under his eye. Pei Jingyan appeared slightly smug. Yes, he had a distinctive beauty mark at the corner of his eye, even if it was drawn on with eyeliner, so what?
Oh.
It's eye gunk, quite large. Pei Jingyan, heartbeat at 10, breaking 100. He felt a bit flushed. No, he must remain calm. He absolutely could not exceed the 120 threshold. Yet, he couldn't help it. Just seeing Yunxia made him want to break down. Roaring. With a hoarse voice, Pei Jingyan struggled to avoid looking at her, his body trembling from the effort. Why won't you look at me? Pei Jingyan jolted. Yanzi. Why won't you look at me? Will we meet again, Yanzi? How will I live without you, Yanzi? Not this eye gunk, it's truly distracting. Beep, 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 beep. Pei Jingyan's heartbeat reached 120, the alarm sounding, taking only 1 minute and 24 seconds. The man's eyes were red, lips trembling, as if he wished to devour Yunxia. The scene fell into silence, the live stream also muted. Bro, did you go a bit too fast? Get lost, woman. Anyone who dares say Xiao Bao is chasing after him, try it. Who's chasing? Yu Jing Circle Buddha seems overly concerned with our Xia. Of course. There were shocked variety show fans as well. Is this it? Is Yunxia really that charming? Previously, there were rumors that these two were engaged. Could it be true? This counts as a memorable scene for a romantic variety show, right? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a memorable scene for the romantic variety show. Yunxia was also exceptionally astonished. Wait, I haven't even started yet. How did it conclude? Pei Jingyan truly is a useless man. As the morning activity concluded, the group wore various expressions, yet the show must go on. Director Xiong mysteriously ushered everyone onto the vehicle, and before long, they arrived at a well-known recording studio. While Director Xiong had yet to reveal today as activities, Fong Qingyu swiftly darted behind Yunxia, discreetly removing the microphone to evade the cameras, cautiously inquiring, Teacher Yunxia, I heard people say your monthly income is less than 100 million? Is it really that much? Yunxia cast a fleeting glance at him, unaware of how Fong Qingyu had come to hear her boastful words, contemplating that perhaps she had boasted so often that she had momentarily forgotten. Thus, Yunxia chose not to dwell on the matter, clearing her throat twice. Qingyu, regarding this statement, we ought to analyze the focal point. Fong Qingyu, eager for knowledge, inquired, is the focal point 100 million? Yunxia replied, the focal point is less than that. Fong Qingyu nodded, feeling a sense of enlightenment. Is this a form of humility? Yunxia corrected her. No, it is exaggeration. Fong Qingyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked, then, what is your specific monthly income? Yunxia, with a serious demeanor, replied, less than 100 million, around 3,000. Fong Qingyu, still clinging to hope, inquired, 30 million? Yunxia clarified, 3,000. In Chapter 25, traversing to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, Fong Qingyu drifted away in a daze. Pei Jingyan, upon hearing 3,000, felt a wave of nausea and nearly faltered again. He had just been astounded by Yunxia's claim of less than 100 million, only to realize that she was merely boasting. He had been deceived by Yunxia once more. Meanwhile, Director Xiong announced the rules for the day's activities. The morning's event was titled Blushing and Heart-Thumping Voice Acting. All teachers were invited to enter the recording studio and choose their own themes for voice acting. If any guest exhibited emotions such as shyness, excitement, blushing, or embarrassment, they could leave the studio. Director Xiong chuckled to himself, imagining the 7 individuals engaging in voice acting and flirtation, feeling utterly delighted. He truly was a genius. The audience began to react, excitedly cheering. Sisters, think about what lines would make them blush and thump their hearts. Of course, it's confessions, ambiguity,
Teasing. Kissing.
Hee, waiting for our Chushua to slay the scene. Chushue is both pure and alluring. This innocent beauty can entice, while still delivering sound reasoning. Yun Chushue felt her cheeks flush, quickly glancing at Pei Jingyan before shyly lowering her head. Simultaneously, the selection of scripts became crucial to elicit blushing and racing hearts among the seven. Thus, everyone found themselves in a quandary. However, before anyone could voice their thoughts, they were interrupted by a cough.
Cough.
Yun Xia boldly interjected, "How about you heed my suggestion?" Director Xiong immediately sounded the alarm, shouting through a megaphone outside the studio, "No rule breaking. You must select from the existing scripts." Yun Xia gestured, "This won't violate any rules." She then pulled out a copy of Traversing to the Pinnacle of the Immortal Realm. Everyone gasped. 5 minutes later, when Qi portrayed the young protagonist, trembling as he began to recite the script. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the poor youth. Yun Xia urged, "Speak louder." When Qi, grounding himself, closed his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Do not bully the poor youth," the emotional detection device began to alarm, indicating emotion, embarrassment. Good. Passed. Jiang Lulan played the elder, his scalp tingling, eyes wandering, swallowing hard. "You scoundrel. Even this seat does not recognize you. Such rudeness, do you not kneel?"
Ding. Passed.
Fang Qingyu's throat tightened. "Ants, dare to speak recklessly before this seat." Xia Heng leisurely remarked, "A black-hearted lotus, masquerading as white snow, having committed numerous vile deeds. Dying at my hands would only soil my own." Yun Xia cleared her throat. "He. Today, I shall take your life." Yun Chushue opted for the least damaging line. "Words are futile. Let us end this here." Finally, Pei Jingyan concluded. His adrenaline surged, accompanied by a rapid heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, his face flushed, he addressed the microphone with fervor. "Listen well. This seat shall sweep the 3 realms clean." Beep, 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 beep. The alarm malfunctioned. "Ah, my toes. Wonderful. No need to buy a house anymore. A 3-bedroom apartment is secured." Director Xiong thought voice acting would elicit blushing and racing hearts. "I love you, kiss." In reality, it made hearts race. This seat shall sweep the 3 realms clean. Curious about Director Xiong's current thoughts, Director Xiong smiled calmly, breaking a sugar cane with his bare hands. Yes, indeed, he intended to sweep the 3 realms clean. The voice acting task was exceeded, and the studio stated they would compile their recordings into a collection to send to the directing team later that afternoon. With the activity concluding too early, still an hour before mealtime, Director Xiong decided to commence the first step of the dating game. The rules were as follows. The female guests would hide for 10 minutes, and if the male guests could find them within half an hour, they would gain the privilege of selecting first in the next date. Yun Chushue chose a high-end Western restaurant, while Jiang Lulan opted for the cinema. Yun Xia was searching for a hiding spot when suddenly, 66 began to stir excitedly in her mind. "I know that place. It's McDonald's." Yun Xia looked up, spotting the McDonald's. "Aren't you supposed to be a system of the immortal realm? You know about McDonald's?" 66 replied honestly, "My previous host was a modern person." "Did the host want to eat McDonald's?" "I can treat you. I want to eat." The system mentioned its previous host for the second time. Yun Xia, with a glimmer in her eyes, subtly asked, "Are you quite wealthy?" 66 responded, "The previous host was very wealthy." Yun Xia, with a serious expression, inquired, "Can you contact your previous host? Do you serve 2 masters?" 66 became flustered. No. Once we unbind, all memories related to the previous host will be erased. But the previous host took me to McDonald's many times and left me a lot of money." Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. What kind of person would leave a significant sum of money for a system? As they entered McDonald's, 66 transformed into an invisible little mechanical ball, circling around Yun Xia. She ordered a children's meal and tucked the burger 66 wanted into its space. Suddenly changing the subject, "How long do you think it will take for senior brother to find me?" 66, dazed, replied, "I don't know." Yun Xia, with a knowing smile, remarked, "I predict 10 minutes. 66. 10 minutes later, the male guests set off. Fang Qingyu headed directly for the cinema. Pei Jingyan hesitated before choosing to enter a shopping mall. Only Xia Heng walked straight ahead, enticing as he walked. "Mr. Xia, aren't you going to explore somewhere else? There's a snack street ahead. Very few female guests would hide there." Their task was to lead the male guests away, the farther the better. She was right here. Xia Heng confidently pushed open the door to McDonald's, smiling gently. "I found you." Yun Xia, unperturbed, removed her earpiece, adopting a negotiating posture. Senior brother. Please sit. Xiaheng smiled. Does the junior sister have more questions for me? The inclusion of more was quite significant. Yun Xia interlocked her fingers, resting her chin on them. The male guest set out 10 minutes after he left. I just sat down 10 minutes ago, and you arrived. This indicates your purpose was clear. You wasted no time and came directly to McDonald's. Yet, in the 3,000 years in the immortal realm, I have never mentioned McDonald's to you, so. Yun Xia smiled brightly. How can you be so certain that I would be here? 66 had lost the memory of its previous host, but remembered McDonald's. Since 66 expressed a desire to eat, it was inevitable that Yun Xia would enter. This was a certain event. But how did Xiaheng know all this? Meeting Yun Xia's smiling gaze, Xiaheng discreetly shifted his attention to the little mechanical ball hovering in the air. In Chapter 26, ants dare to speak recklessly before the seat.
Perhaps it was due to their tacit understanding.
Xiaheng's gentle gaze appeared somewhat helpless. Junior sister, I truly understand you well. After living together for 3,000 years, I am fully aware of what you have carved into the stone wall on the back mountain. Yun Xia immediately clamped his mouth shut. Don't say it. Have some dignity. Xiaheng spoke softly. I want to say it. Junior sister, please don't ask. Is that all right? Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, sensing that senior brother was indeed concealing something from her. Yet, he had also stated that after 3,000 years together, what could he possibly not tell her? Unless he is constrained by some rule that prevents him from speaking. Half an hour later, as the event time approached, Director Xiong called to confirm the situation. Teacher Yun. Who are you with right now? Yun Xia glanced at the man devouring hamburgers. With His Majesty the Emperor.
Oh.
Director Xiong surprisingly understood who His Majesty was and lowered his voice. There seems to be a situation here. The fans of Emperor Pei have surrounded our vehicle. We will send another car to pick you up. Where are you and Mr. Xia? Yun Xia also lowered her voice, looked around, and assured. At McDonald's. Director Xiong was taken aback. In a matter of seconds, he rushed to the scene at lightning speed. 5 seconds later, he wore an expression devoid of emotion. This is what you call being in jail? Yun Xia nodded. Yes, at McDonald's.
All right.
Director Xiong had already seen through the absurdity of life. As the car had yet to arrive, he plopped down on a seat with remarkable bravado and raised his arm. What do you wish to have from McDonald's? I shall grant your wish. Yun Xia's eyes lit up. Really? Director Xiong was instantly filled with affection. Having endured so much hardship in her childhood, and with her family treating her that way. Look at her. She was so moved by merely being offered a snack. Indeed, you may speak, Director Xiong said. Yun Xia replied, I wish to possess shares in McDonald's. Director Xiong was rendered speechless. Was it possible he also desired that but could not attain it? Director Xiong dared not just further and changed his wording. What would you like to eat? What do you wish to eat? Yun Xia pondered momentarily, then firmly stated, I want to eat the staff. Director Xiong suppressed the urge to call the police, exclaiming internally, what a madman's diary. Just then, the car quietly arrived at the restaurant entrance. Xiaheng elegantly finished his last sip of ice-cold cola, his demeanor serene and composed. The staff are not tasty. Director Xiong immediately nodded in agreement. The male deity was indeed correct. Xiaheng smiled gently. Deep-fried staff would taste better, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The kids next door would be drooling. Director Xiong gasped. Ah, my male deity. Upon returning to the reality show house after lunch, Director Xiong announced that a new love observer would be arriving in the afternoon. Everyone was taken aback, given the indelible impression left by the previous observer. Fong Qingyu cautiously inquired, is this observer serious? At 2 o'clock sharp, the broadcast commenced. Deputy Director Ma happened to come over holding his phone. The audio recording from the morning has been edited, but it seems the source file is corrupted and cannot be played. Director Xiong responded, just hold on to it for now. We will discuss it later. The observer is about to arrive. Old Ma casually placed the phone aside. Oh, all right. With all 7 guests gathered, Director Xiong cleared his throat. Ahem. Let us welcome our love observer, Yun Ji. A tall and handsome man entered with a smile. Yun Chuxue joyfully rushed forward. Second brother. The other guests were equally astonished. They had assumed the second love observer would also be from the entertainment industry, yet it turned out they had invited the second son of the Yun family directly. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, this is indeed a surprise. It's second brother. Director Xiong exclaimed. This gentleman requires no introduction. Everyone is familiar with him. Indeed, he is the vice president of Yun Corporation, the second son of the Yun family, and also Chu Xue's second brother. Let us give him a warm welcome. Pei Jingyan stepped forward to greet. Yunji, long time no see. The others also offered their greetings. Then he lifted his chin, his gaze resting on Yunxia, subtly mocking. This person looks a bit unfamiliar. Could it be a newcomer to the entertainment industry? Director Xiong, why do you let anyone in? Suddenly, a voice filled with 3 parts indifference and 7 parts domineering laughter resonated. You ignorant fool. You do not even recognize the sovereign. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the phone placed nearby. How dare you not recognize me? Yun urged. What? Be silent. Did this sovereign permit you to speak? How rude. You should kneel. Yun urged. What are you? An ant, daring to speak recklessly before the sovereign. Yun urged. Yun urged fell silent. Old Ma hurriedly stepped forward. Oh dear. How did the recording suddenly start working again? Huh. What a surprise, Yun Ershao. Please do not mind. Yun Ji's expression darkened, suppressing his anger. No worries. After a moment, confirming that the recording had been turned off, Yun Ji took a deep breath and feigned calmness, a black-hearted lotus pretending to be a snowflake, having committed countless misdeeds. The uniquely clear and elegant voice of Xia Heng echoed softly. Some individuals are simply blind and foolish, mistaking fish eyes for pearls, unaware that falsehood is always falsehood. A counterfeit can only ever be a counterfeit. The atmosphere grew tense. Yun Ji and Yun Chushua's expressions turned grim. Who was this directed at? Yun Ji clenched his teeth, attempting to appear magnanimous. No. But Mr. Xia's voice is quite pleasant to hear. Let us not make the atmosphere so serious. We have neither counterfeits, nor are we insulting anyone, correct? Yun Chushua's face turned from red to pale, her eyes reddening. The comment section erupted in laughter. The recording has rendered second brother speechless. I have once again fallen into the embarrassment of others. What did that last remark about counterfeits mean? Why was it played when second brother mentioned Chushua? Was it deliberately targeting Chushua? There's no need for such malicious interpretation. Old Ma mentioned the file was damaged. And who knew it would be so coincidental? Friends, look at Yun Chushua's expression. Her eyes are red. Did this hit her sore spot? Yun Xia could not help but raise an eyebrow, meaningfully glancing at Director Xiong and Old Ma. Those in the know could discern that these 2 directors were unable to tolerate the Yun family's behavior and were deliberately mocking them. However, they had not previously harbored such malice towards Yun Chushua, even tacitly accepting the unwritten rule of the Yun family, sending Yun Xia to the variety show for embarrassment. Ding dong. The detection of heavenly fortune was dissipating, with a dissipation rate of 2. Chapter 27. Yun Xia, I most enjoy spending the Qingming festival with my family. Finally, Director Xiong stepped in to ease the tension. All right, let us commence today's activities. Only those who can nurture familial bonds can cultivate love, so I have brought several questions regarding family ties. Yun Xia squinted her eyes, well aware they were pointing at her. Yun Ji spoke meaningfully. The first question, if your relative were to get into a car accident and you were so worried that you could not eat, and your friend urged you to eat a little, what would you do? Yun Chushua wore a worried expression. I would heed my friend's advice. Although I may not be able to eat, I must find a way to consume something. If I collapse, who will care for my relative? Xia Heng smiled. At that moment, I would have a friend urging me to eat something. Yun Ji. How convoluted, how dizzying. It seems like you said something yet said nothing. What nonsense literature is this? Yun Xia suddenly smiled, her tone exuding exasperation. I would tell my friend. Hold on. This is not the time to celebrate. The person is about to leave. Is it difficult to wait until the feast? Yun Ji. Yun Ji. Yun Ji's expression darkened. All right, next question. You are the youngest daughter in your family, and due to your laziness and lack of ambition, you have been cast out by your parents. Therefore, Yun Chushua shook her head. I would never become such a person. If it were to happen to me, I would strive to change myself and put my parents' and brothers' minds at ease. Yun Ji nodded in appreciation. Xia Heng remarked. And thus, I was cast out of my home. Yun Xia was counting on her fingers and then confidently declared, the 82nd surname in the 100 family surnames. Yun Xia, what are you talking about? I just looked it up on Baidu. It is indeed the 82nd surname in the 100 family surnames, no doubt. Who would dare question our sister Xia? Yun Ji gritted his teeth. Yun Xia's answers are always unique. It seems you are quite the thinker. Yun Xia humbly replied. You flatter me. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yun Ji, unwilling to concede. All right then, let me pose a simple question. If your family criticizes your lack of self-discipline, what would you say? Yun Xia declared with conviction. Engaging with one's phone daily surely qualifies as self-discipline. Yun Ji inquired. What gift shall you procure for your family upon receiving your salary? Yun Xia retorted. A grave. Undeniably practical. It is a necessity for everyone. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Yun Ji felt a pang in his heart, struggling to articulate a response. Witnessing this, Yun Chuxue lamented. Sister Yun Xia, how could you utter such words? Are you casting a curse upon your kin? Unfazed, Yun Xia replied. Do not be agitated. I merely state the truth. Young Master Yun, would you not concur? Yun Ji, grappling with his words, appeared pale and on the brink of collapse. This is dire. Young Master Yun has fainted. Director Xiong exclaimed, his voice hoarse. The atmosphere descended into chaos, while Yun Chuxue's eyes shimmered with tears, and Pei Jingyan stepped in to assist. Why does it seem that young Master Yun is consistently targeting Yun Xia? It is evident he is aware of her orphan status, yet poses questions related to family, deliberately making things difficult for a girl.
How amusing is that?
Either foolish or malevolent, it is utterly disgusting. The fans of Yun Chuxue refused to back down, further exacerbated by the Yun family's social media presence, rendering bystanders powerless against the forces of capital. Young Master Yun is renowned for his gentlemanly demeanor, praised for his courtesy by all with whom he has collaborated. Why then does he single out Yun Xia? Perhaps she ought to reflect upon her own conduct? Whisper suggests that someone witnessed Yun Xia clinging to young Master Yun, calling him second brother. He is clearly our Chushue's brother. She seeks to usurp him. What audacity! Yun Xia's character is deeply flawed. Any rational individual would detest her. The screens flickered in response to the vitriolic remarks, yet Yun Xia remained composed, contemplating a different matter. The moment Yun Chuxue faced scrutiny, the favor of fortune began to wane. However, when she experimented with Yun's family and Pei Jingyan, there was no reaction from fate. Was it possible that all fortune was concentrated solely upon Yun Chuxue? Moments later, Yun Ji stirred back to consciousness, coldly remarking, Director Xiong, your invited guest is quite the eloquent speaker. Director Xiong protested, no, that is not the case. Xia Heng interjected, Director Xiong, your appointed observer appears rather frail. With young Master Yun having fainted, an ancient adage came to mind. History often bears a striking resemblance. I am fine, Yun Ji exclaimed, springing to his feet with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by 3 liters of energy drink. Director Xiong, let us commence the activities. Director Xiong responded, impressive. Xia Heng smiled, concealing his prowess. As Yun Ji ceased his antics, Director Xiong produced a small megaphone. This afternoon's activity revolves around the gift of telepathy. The rules are as follows. The male guests will first enter the mall to select a gift and conceal it within a designated area, with a time limit of 40 minutes. After this period, the female guests will enter the mall to locate the gifts hidden by the male guests. Those who successfully find the gifts will be awarded a lavish dinner. With the rules announced, they set off. After 30 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the mall, a 4-story establishment featuring an array of clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, daily necessities, and hot pot restaurants. Isn't this excessively large? Fong Qingyu gasped. Director Xiong, are you certain the items can be found here? Director Xiong, enigmatic as ever, replied, as I mentioned, the essence of this activity lies in the connection of minds. After a wait of over 40 minutes, the 4 male guests emerged. Fong Qingyu should have concealed the gift in the noodle shop. Wen Qi and Pei Jingyan presented gifts to Yun Chuxue, with Wen Qi demonstrating his skills in a claw machine while Pei Jingyan showcased his dining etiquette in a Western restaurant. Wen Qi must be at the claw machine, while the esteemed actor is at the Western restaurant. Finally, Xia Heng merely raised his gaze and with no further action, tapped Yun Xia lightly on her temple with his fan. What is this? Is this considered a hint? Chapter 28. Only Mr. Xia would bestow such a remarkable gift. The 3 female guests embarked on their quests. Concurrently, Director Xiong refined the rules. A special symbol. Attention reporters. Fong Qingyu has adorned Jiang Laosher's gift with a feather and a ring of ripples. It is exceptionally beautiful. Attention reporters. Wen Di has inscribed a small snowflake on Chushue's gift. Regrettably, the gifts from the esteemed actor and Mr. Xia remain unseen. Kwang Chimo, you have excelled. Director Xiong had deliberately severed the solo live streams of Xia Heng and Pei Jingyan, leaving the audience in suspense regarding the nature of their gifts, heightening anticipation. Jiang Lulan was the first to uncover Fong Qingyu's gift, an old movie and a bookmark shaped like a flowing river. This is delightful. Zhang Laosher had previously expressed her fondness for this during the film premiere. Oh, Fang Qingyu, you are truly pure-hearted. Fang Qingyu sighed in relief. Jiang Lulan wiped her brow, declaring it perfect. Yun Chuxue was the second to discover Wen Qi's gift, a necklace adorned with snowflakes. And she made a heart gesture towards the camera. This left only the two most anticipated gifts for the audience. Following the clues, Yun Chuxue proceeded to the Western restaurant where Pei Jingyan had hidden his gift. This mall housed only one Western restaurant, grand in scale and tranquil in ambience. Located on the top floor. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece, prompting Yun Chuxue to shift her gaze, mute the microphone, and exchange a few words before stepping into a stairwell devoid of cameras. Yun Xia, following the clues, arrived at the Verdant area on the top floor. Before long, a gift adorned with a small lamb emblem appeared before her. With swift efficiency, she unwrapped it, and before the live stream audience could discern its contents, an irate male voice resonated from beyond the camera. Yun Xia, put that down, it is Chuxue's gift. Yun Xia responded. Yun Ji furrowed his brow, his tone laced with disdain and revulsion. Do you intend to seize everything that belongs to Chuxue? After a prolonged silence, nostalgia washed over her, the familiar scent of fortune wafting through the air. What? Wait. Did Yun Xia just steal Chuxue's gift? Indeed. The esteemed actor presented a gift to our Chuxue, which was hidden on the top floor. It is deliberate. Who is unaware of her unrequited feelings for our Pei Ge? Witnessing him gift something to Chuxue must have incited her jealousy. However, it could also be a gift from Mr. Xia. No one knows the specifics of the gifts from Mr. Xia and the esteemed actor, so why condemn Yun Xia? Fans of Xia, kindly withdraw. Can we not allow our Pei Ge to retain his childlike spirit? For a fleeting moment, Yunji found himself engulfed in doubt, but recalling Chuxue's recent, sorrowful call, he promptly dismissed the uncertainty. Regardless of the gift's nature, it represented Jingyan's heartfelt sentiment towards Chuxue. Do you comprehend why you are so disliked? It is simply due to your insatiable greed. Yun Xia, with a bemused smile, lifted her eyelids. Director Xiong had closed the live stream during the gifting moments of Pei Jingyan and Mr. Xia, leaving only them and the present staff aware of the gift's true nature. Young Master Yun's unwavering belief that the water gun was a gift from Pei Jingyan to Yun Chuxue raised questions. Had he witnessed it? In truth, he had not. Yet Chuxue's assertion must hold weight. If her grievance were not genuine, her kind-hearted nature would not have compelled her to confide in him. Thus, Yun Ji's expression darkened. I certainly saw it. Then young Master Yun possesses remarkably poor judgment, mistaking me for Pei Jingyan. A voice imbued with significance emerged from behind. As Xia Heng, radiating warmth, glanced at Director Xiong. Do I resemble the esteemed actor? Director Xiong replied, no, not at all. Xia Heng turned to Lao Ma. Do we resemble one another? Lao Ma. Xia Heng turned towards the photographer, a curious expression adorning his face. The photographer fervently shook his head in denial. After inquiring around, Xia Heng finally reached a conclusion. Young Master Yun, if your vision is impaired, do not hesitate to seek medical advice. By the way, I happen to own an ophthalmology hospital. Would you like a recommendation? An awkward silence enveloped both the and the live broadcast. Yun Ji felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling instantly. I thought the gift depicted a little lamb, hence my assumption. Xia Heng gently probed. And what did you assume? Gaining a semblance of confidence, Yun Ji replied, as Chuxue was born in the year of the sheep, the gift illustrated a lamb. So I mistakenly inferred it was for her. Indeed, we are both born in the year of the sheep. A reasonable person would naturally assume this to be a gift for Chuxue, he thought. We are like pure little lambs, easily taken away. Xia Heng, with a smile that hinted at mischief, said, but has young Master Yun forgotten that Sister Yun Xia is also of the sheep zodiac? Each word he uttered felt like a cold splash of water upon Yun Ji's head, rendering his face an ashen hue. Yun Xia and Yun Chuxue were the swapped daughters of two families sharing the same birthday. If Chuxue was born in the year of the sheep, then Yun Xia undoubtedly was as well. Moreover, today, Yun Xia wore an outfit adorned with a lamb. So, it was hardly incomprehensible that a lamb was illustrated on the gift. With a smile on his face, Xia Heng's voice turned icy and perilous. What gives young Master Yun the audacity to presume that the lamb is exclusively for Chuxue? Yun Ji's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation. As the second young master of the Yun family, he had never felt such humiliation in over 20 years. I simply... Just as he was on the verge of fainting, Xiahan casually remarked, after casting such unfounded accusations. Do you not intend to apologize? Yun Ji's throat tightened. To apologize to Yun Xia felt beneath him. He feigned composure, stating, this matter isn't of great consequence. Let us not hinder the live broadcast. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, silently questioning if Yun Ji believed this would be brushed aside. Ahem, please make way. It is time for my entrance. I have a grudge to settle, after all. Why can you not remember your lessons? Chapter 29. Goodness, Yun Xia is so impressive. Yun Xia stepped forward, direct and unyielding. Unwilling to apologize? Yun Ji's expression darkened. You ought to know when to stop. Yun Xia replied, it seems that young Master Yun does not believe he is at fault. Is it that in your privileged position, slandering others is merely a trivial matter? Were he to admit such a thing, he would face scorn from the shareholders. That is not my intent. Then what do you mean? Knowing you are in the wrong yet refusing to apologize can stem from two situations. First, you believe my status is too lowly to warrant an apology. Second, you fear that apologizing may implicate others. Young Master Yun, choose one. Yun Ji felt on the verge of madness. Yun Xia, do not push your luck. Yun Xia remained poised, her demeanor unyielding. Your hesitation and reluctance suggest that there is indeed another party involved in this matter. As for who that might be. Her gaze swept meaningfully around the room. Unable to contain himself, Yun Ji positioned himself protectively in front of Yun Chushua. I misinterpreted the situation. It has nothing to do with Chushua. Silence fell. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Goodness, did he just expose himself? Now I understand. This second young master of the Yun family has been targeting a mere actress to defend his sister. Yun Chushua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her fans immediately expressed concern. How could Yun Xia be so underhanded? It is no great matter if my second brother made a mistake, yet she seeks to drag Chushua into this. This has nothing to do with Chushua. How petty can one be? It's merely a small misunderstanding. A clarification would suffice. Is it really necessary to escalate it? My dear brother. My gift was taken by Sister Yun Xia. I am not concerned about the gift itself. I simply find her actions inappropriate. Since joining the variety show, it seems Sister Yun Xia has taken a disliking to me. Perhaps I have unknowingly offended her. Please do not confront her on my behalf. I can bear this slight with grace. All eyes turned to Yun Chushua, astonished by her boldness. Is she really going to expose the truth? How brave. In addition, my own pettiness compelled me to record the conversation. Come on, speak up. Has everyone gone mute? Yun Chushua's pupils trembled, her complexion pale. People can indeed burst into laughter when rendered speechless. And may I add, Yun Chushua appears quite innocent? Goodness, Yun Xia has such an admirable temperament. She seems unfazed. Clearly, it was Yun Chushua who attempted to seize Yun Xia's gift, yet she turns the tables, and had it not been for Yun Xia's evidence, she would have been torn apart by Chushua's fans today. Chushua did not act with malice. She has stated her desire to avoid conflict with Yun Xia. Yes. I understand you, Sister Chushua. I too can be rather cunning. Yun Chushua's eyes twitched, forcing a strained smile. I apologize. I misinterpreted the situation. I only intended to inform my brother, not realizing it would escalate to this extent. Unaware? Yun Xia suddenly sighed, her expression somber. Your words of surprise have cast upon me a heavy burden in front of millions in the live broadcast. You and your companions have unceremoniously besmirched my name, and all I receive is a mere expression of surprise. You wield your connections and power without regard for the impact your words have on others. You act freely, yet expect me to bear the consequences. What logic is this? With that, Yun Xia offered a bittersweet smile. Ah well, who am I to complain when I lack protection? The atmosphere around them turned palpably tense, especially among those privy to the truth of the swapped daughters. Their gazes towards Yun Chushua became increasingly nuanced. Yun Chushua's pupils trembled. What was Yun Xia attempting to portray with her act of innocence? Why were they all looking at her that way? Was Yun Xia deliberately feigning victimhood? Did no one see through her charade? Defaming others is a necessity. Apologies are out of the question. This is the principle by which I, the great star Yun Chushua, operate. How naively simplistic. Were it not for the backing of the Yun family, would she dare speak so freely? It's no wonder that female stars who clash with Yun Chushua end up with inexplicable scandals. She is a veritable manufacturer of such incidents. Boycott the Yun family. Today, I have witnessed the ugliness of capital. Yun Ji suddenly realized the traps hidden within Yun Xia's words. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At this moment, the conflict had transcended mere personal grievances between him and Yunxia. A few simple statements had escalated the nature of this incident to an entirely new level, potentially jeopardizing the Yun family. When did they find themselves in such a passive position? Was it when Yunxia demanded an apology? When she released the recording? Or perhaps even earlier? Everything had been orchestrated by Yunxia. He had fallen victim to her schemes. Yet, despite his reluctance, Yunji was compelled to speak. I apologize for misunderstanding Chushue's intentions. Yunxia turned to Yun Chushue, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. What say you, Chushue? Yun Chushue trembled, darkness clouding her vision as a surge of resentment welled within her. With great difficulty, she managed to force out a smile. Sister Yunxia, I apologize. It was my mistake. Yunxia smiled contentedly. It is good that you recognize your error. Therefore, I kindly ask that you ensure clarity before lodging complaints in the future. Young Master Yun should ascertain the facts before defending you. Otherwise, I may begin to question the upbringing of the Yun family. Do both of you understand? The cameras continued to roll, the entire assembly of people rendered speechless. Goodness, I am utterly awestruck by Yunxia's commanding presence. She is so impressive. Critics, speak up. Is my sister Xia impressive or not? Director Xiong, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, Teacher Yun, it is an honor. Xiong Chimo, come forth. Suddenly, a jet of water sprayed Director Xiong. Yunxia wielded the water gun with fervor, creating chaos throughout the venue. The icy water extinguished the fire of excitement within Director Xiong. Impressive. He wiped his face. No, that was wrong. Let us try again. Due to the consideration for Yunji and Yun Chushue, Director Xiong hastily concluded the event. Just moments ago, the celestial fortune showed no reaction at all. Was 66 merely a trivial waste? Could it be related to the Yun family? Exposing the original female protagonist's false identity as a rich heiress would hasten the dissipating fortune. Related to the Yun family? Yunxia furrowed her brow, lost in thought, before suddenly realizing something profound. I understand. I shall soon make the Yun family aware. 66, filled with anticipation, asked, aware of what? Yunxia laughed heartily, exuding an air of dominance. To defy heaven, there may be exceptions. To defy me, there is no chance of survival. 66 remarked, even after mining for a decade, one cannot unearth a spirit gold as pure as its host. Half an hour later, descending to live stream dinner, Yunxia learned that Yunji had received a call from a company and left early, while Yun Chushue was unwell and would not participate in the evening's live stream. Feeling somewhat bored, Yunxia sighed and asked, Director Xiong, will there be another observer? I look forward to it. Director Xiong smiled knowingly, deciding to silence Yunxia with a feast. Clearly, today's dinner had been meticulously planned, with all guests seated around a round table, the dishes exceedingly tempting. Yunxia found herself positioned between Xia Heng and Pei Jingyan. Director Xiong was quite pleased with this arrangement and cleared his throat. Yun teacher, do you have any comments regarding today's seating arrangement? With popular senior siblings on one side and the rumored Pei the film emperor on the other, the discussion was bound to be lively. Yunxia smiled calmly. Very well. The genius is on the left, the madman on the right, and I stand in the middle. I am the sovereign. Xia Heng chuckled. Am I a genius? Yunxia nodded without hesitation, indeed. Pei Jingyan's expression stiffened. Was she implying he was the madman? She always tried in vain to capture his attention. How juvenile.
All right.
Let us serve the dishes. Director Xiong quickly interrupted the awkward atmosphere. I hereby announce the dinner rules. After a day of hunger. When Chia's face darkened at the thought of rules for dining, Director Xiong remained unfazed. Tonight marks the third evening of our love variety show, Battleground. It is time to interact with our audience. I ask all teachers to log into our Battleground official website and engage with the viewers. Soon, the large screen in the room displayed the website interface. Yet, the first comment left everyone perplexed. I don't know the difference between working and begging. Pei Jingyan pondered briefly before responding. Work is for your own future. You don't work for others, but for yourself. However, the audience was unconvinced. Pei the film emperor. You don't get it, do you? Yunxia leisurely replied, addressing the camera. There is indeed a difference between working and begging. Begging is about asking for a favor. Working is about making an effort. The audience erupted with laughter. I suspect Yunxia has never worked a day in her life. She has captured the essence perfectly. I quit this job. I'm going to confront my boss directly. I'll just barge in. After pushing the door 99 times only to find it was a revolving door, they collapsed in tears, crawling on the floor. The audience collectively expressed their satisfaction. Aside from Pei Jingyan, the others were overjoyed, inhaling deeply. The interaction continued. Life is exhausting. I don't know whether to strive or to give up. Yun Xia suggested. I recommend choosing to strive while giving up. My boss pays me very little, but expects me to give my all for the company. It's quite frustrating. Yun Xia replied, don't be disheartened. Just go with the flow, and when the salary runs out, so will the stress. Ugh, my thesis is so difficult. The defense is a nightmare. Yun Xia advised, just apologize without defending. There are 5 leaders in a meeting, yet only 4 cups of water. What should I do? Yun Xia quipped, divide the 5 liters into 4 portions. That's a bit ruthless, sister. Then a heavyweight question emerged. Yun teacher, may I ask why I break out in hives whenever I touch a woman? Is there a destined partner for me who will crash into my Maybach on a bicycle and declare, I don't want your filthy money? Yun Xia set down her chopsticks. Her expression serious, furrowing her brow. It is essential that your primary task now is to uninstall the Tomato Novel app and prepare for your transition to middle school. At that moment, the final question arose. Yun teacher, I must share a secret. I am a book traveler. The world you inhabit is a novel. You are the villainous female side character. Yun Xia chuckled calmly. The audience was left momentarily speechless. The individual, evidently agitated, insisted, I am indeed a book traveler. This world is abnormal. I am here on a mission. Yun Xia nodded. I understand, for when faced with dilemmas, quantum mechanics comes into play. When explanations elude, one traverses time and space, and when creativity falls short, one explores parallel universes, and when styles clash, one pays homage to the retro. What is your next mission? Is it to rehabilitate the antagonist or to pursue the protagonist? The individual erupted in fury. You.
Right now.
Uninstall the Tomato Novel app. Yun Xia replied.
Consider it done.
The excitement was palpable. Director Xiong exclaimed, Yun teacher, you have truly ignited a firestorm. The earlier events faded from memory, and caution was thrown to the wind. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In the original narrative, today was meant to showcase Yun Chushua's brilliance, but unexpectedly, the butterfly effect had turned the spotlight onto her. One wondered if the original protagonists would fade into obscurity without their radiant halo. In a series of questions and answers, all the guests enjoyed a splendid dinner. Once the meal concluded, Director Xiong announced, tonight, there will be fireworks in the city center, lasting until 1 a.m. Prepare yourselves. We depart in half an hour. Yun Xia's eyes sparkled. However, Pei Jingyan interjected, I'm feeling a bit tired, so I want to be attending. With Yun Chushue already absent, should Pei Jingyan also decline, the fans would surely accuse them of favoritism. Director Xiong's lips twitched, and he had to revise his statement. In that case, let us postpone for next time. Everyone should rest early tonight. Yun Xia's expression fell immediately. Xia Heng, standing nearby, tall and elegant, fanned himself gracefully, chuckling softly as he clapped his hands twice. As the clock struck midnight, the live stream ended, and Yun Xia promptly descended into the darkness, spotting a figure at the entrance of the pitch-black villa. That height? That silhouette? Something feels off. Let me take another look. Yun Xia, you truly cannot let go of me. Suddenly, the figure turned, delivering a shocking blow to Yun Xia. Pei Jingyan, showcasing his arrogance, declared, you must be disappointed for not being able to see the fireworks with me. Given the effort you expended to orchestrate this encounter, I shall allow you to accompany me for a stroll. Yun Xia replied, huh? She glanced at the sky, then at the eccentric Pei Jingyan. He exploded in rage. What do you mean by that foolish look? The implication was clear. Pei the film emperor might be overthinking things. A voice emerged from behind Yun Xia. Is it possible that my junior sister is here to find me? Ding dong. A special mission was triggered. 2 men vying for 1 woman, whispering in the night. Please do your best. Yun Xia stumbled, huh? This task sounds familiar? Suddenly, it dawned on her. The second special mission, 2 men competing for 1 woman, had been completed. In the original story, the author highlighted Yun Chushua's charm by detailing the fierce competition that ensued that night, with Pei Jingyan and Wen Qi battling fiercely, causing social media to crash and scandalous rumors to proliferate. Yet, how had the narrative meant for the original female lead transformed into her own mission? Find you? Pei Jingyan's expression darkened. In the dead of night, what gives her the right to seek you out?
Xia Heng smiled. Oh?
Who does Pei the film emperor think she is looking for? Pei Jing'an's gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yun Xia's face. Under the moonlight, her countenance shone as brilliantly as the moon, her eyes twinkled like a myriad of stars. Pei Jing'an's heart skipped a beat, igniting the fiery spirit of a domineering leader within him. He firmly believed that Yun Xia's eyes held only him, and naturally assumed that all women should revolve around him. With unshakable confidence, he declared, "Of course it's me.
She
Is my woman." For a moment, silence enveloped the group, the night breeze seemingly frozen in the air. After a long pause, a voice of concern broke the stillness. How long has this symptom persisted? Xia Heng's brows furrowed slightly, his gentle and refined face revealing a hint of compassion. You should consider visiting a hospital. You have health insurance that can cover it. Pei Jing'an was momentarily taken aback, feeling a slight crack in his bravado. Yet, true to his domineering nature, he masked his vulnerability with strong words. I know you are jealous of me. You desire her, but she only has eyes for me. Stay away from her. She will only ever carry my scent. Xia Heng frowned in mild disdain. Are you reincarnated from a bowl of snail noodles? Pei Jing'an exclaimed, no. This is just too much. The illustrious actor feigned calmness and retorted, Mr. Xia has said so much. Why not ask Yun Xia for her opinion? Let us clarify our relationship. Xia Heng raised an eyebrow and turned to Yun Xia with a smile. Junior sister, what do you think? Ding dong. The special task of 2 men competing for 1 woman had been completed.
Wow.
We did it splendid. I feel my power has increased a bit. What about you, host? Hee hee. Though the task was accomplished through an unconventional route, you truly excelled. Yun Xia remarked this was too easy, as if someone delivered the experience right to my lips. But since the task is complete, we have no lingering worries. We shall traverse the world, claiming dominion. I shall call him Old Wong, and he shall call me Old Ba. So our relationship is. Pei Jing'an smiled triumphantly, knowing she could not let go of her pride. Yun Xia declared firmly, we are father and son. Pei Jing'an's expression froze, his smile vanishing. Yun Xia, with a pained expression, clasped her fists. Senior brother, my unworthy son has been disloyal and ungrateful. I have severed our father-son relationship. Henceforth, I leave him in your hands. Xia Heng smiled politely, revealing a hidden blade within his fan. Perfect. Under the cover of darkness, let us bury him. Junior sister, make your move. Yun Xia responded, Senior brother, your righteousness.
Please.
The two sharpened their blades, their eyes fixed on Pei Jing'an. Pei Jing'an's domineering spirit evaporated in an instant. He became fully alert and turned to flee.
Ah,
what are you psychopaths doing? Help. Save me. Oh Buddha, save me. I shall pray. I shall light incense. I will never engage in abstract concepts again. Unbeknownst to Yun Xia, Pei Jing'an had just delivered a performance befitting a Buddhist disciple, signaling to Xia Heng that the issue was resolved. With the troublesome person gone, Xia Heng nodded. Let us go, get in the car. He somehow procured a vehicle, and under the moonlight, one hand rested on the window. The evening breeze tousling his hair and clothes, resembling an immortal about to soar away. Yun Xia felt a stirring in her heart, senior brother, and was promptly shoved into the driver's seat. Xia Heng casually stated, I can't drive. You take the wheel. Yun Xia was taken aback, her celestial illusion shattered. She clenched her fist, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. What nonsense is this? Following the navigation southward, they arrived by a riverbank where fireworks erupted across the opposite shore. The live experience was far more exhilarating than viewing it online. Yun Xia, satisfied, remarked, Did you know I wanted to see the fireworks? The man nodded. As the night breeze blew, Yun Xia recalled the task from earlier. The brilliant moments of Yun Chuxue, one of the protagonists in the chaotic narrative, had vanished. The catalyst for this change was Xia Heng's presence. She boldly probed, What else do you know? Xia Heng humbly replied, Not much. Not much? How much is that exactly? Are you being modest, implying you know a great deal? No. Xia Heng raised an eyebrow, smiling. I am being realistic. In the physical sense, my knowledge is limited. Yun Xia retorted, You know nothing, and yet you present it as if it's profound. Suddenly, a vibrant firework erupted before them, interrupting Yun Xia's words. Xia Heng leaned closer to her ear. Show, there will be opportunities to uncover those mysteries.
For now,
just enjoy the fireworks. His voice, laced with laughter, drifted with the wind. The clock has struck midnight. Today marks the exact 3,000 years since our encounter, junior sister. Upon returning home, Yun Xia collapsed into slumber, waking again at 7 in the morning. Meanwhile, the guests began descending one by one. Yun Chushue composed herself, presenting a flawless smile, yet the room full of staff were glued to their phones, oblivious to her presence. Oh my, Pei Jingyan and Mr. Xia are fighting over Yun Xia. Oh my. Pei Jingyan knelt before the Buddha last night, pleading for thousands of years. Oh my, Mr. Xia has won the beautiful maiden and taken her to see the fireworks. Oh, how thrilling. I wouldn't mind a three-way relationship.
No.
I mind. Several staff members huddled together, transforming into a chorus of excitement. At that moment, someone caught a glimpse and rushed forward to cover their mouth. Sure. What are you saying in front of Teacher Chushue? Yun Chushue's smile stiffened, and she pretended nothing had happened as she retreated to a corner to check her phone, only to find the trending topic of two men competing for one woman, her expression instantly darkening. Wasn't this glorious moment meant for her? Why had the spotlight shifted to Yun Xia? At 8 o'clock, the broadcast commenced punctually. I truly don't understand what you all are obsessed with. How could Yun Xia be worthy? Even winning over Mr. Xia doesn't change the fact that she is a mistress. Exactly. Have you forgotten how she intruded between Pei Jingyan and Chushue? But there's no evidence, right? How can there be no evidence? Teacher Chen Rujuan has already tweeted confirming that Yun Xia is indeed the mistress. Surely no one is unaware that Teacher Chen is the nemesis of mistresses? Teacher Chen Rujuan, the true first expert in identifying mistresses. Within the love variety show's small house, the guests remained oblivious to the chaos in the comments. Director Xiong eagerly anticipated the day's itinerary, so we shall.
Wait.
Yun Xia suddenly raised her hand. Director Xiong, what about today's observer? Director Xiong's expression froze. But then he recalled his flawless plan, growing bold. Today as observer is Teacher Chen Rujuan. Teacher Chen is already waiting for everyone at the destination. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Rujuan? An old acquaintance. Her anticipation heightened. Chapter 32. Meeting me. You must consider yourself fortunate. Upon arriving at the filming location, Director Xiong announced the game rules. Good morning, teachers. In today's one-day farm outing, everyone will need to work for their lunch. And I hope everyone can help each other, sparking the flames of love. Simultaneously, the love observer, Teacher Chen Rujuan, would be watching from backstage. And at the end of the activity, she would vote for her favorite love student. After announcing the rules, a silence fell over the group. Mr. Wen frowned, displeased. So, today we also have to please the observer? While this was the essence, his wording was rather blunt. Before Director Xiong could explain, Yun Chushue gently reassured, Achi. Teacher Chen is a very kind person. Just perform well. Xiaheng raised an eyebrow. Miss Yun, are you friends with Miss Chen? Yun Chushue's expression suddenly turned melancholic as she shook her head helplessly. Due to certain matters, Teacher Chen has comforted me. I see, Xiaheng said slowly, coincidentally. The previous two observers who knew Miss Yun did not fare well. I'm starting to worry for Teacher Chen. Yun Chushue's smile stiffened. Meanwhile, on the split screen of the live broadcast, a woman in her 30s sat. She was the love observer for this episode, known for her sharp tongue. Dubbed the Green Tea Killer and an expert in identifying mistresses, Teacher Chen Rujuan. The women she exposed on Weibo were all, without exception, mistresses. Once their notoriety spread, they garnered followers who revered their words as gospel, charging forth as the vanguard of the mistress community. She prided herself on her ability to see through women, claiming to have consumed more salt than the green tea girls have eaten rice, fully aware of their subtle schemes. Welcome, Teacher Chen. How delightful that Chushue and Teacher Chen are friends. Teacher Chen, is it true that Yun Xia is a mistress? She claims otherwise. Chen Rujuan caught sight of this comment and smiled knowingly. You are quite naive. Which mistress have I exposed in the past that admitted to being one? Remember that female college student who jumped to prove her innocence? What did that prove? All falsehoods. Understand this. A mistress will never admit to her status, but we can discern it through her actions. Chen Rujuan confidently smiled. If you don't believe it, just watch. As the event commenced, Yun Xia decided to go fishing first. However, the fishing ground was 10 kilometers away, making walking impractical. Yun, how about exchanging 2 fish for a ride on the motorcycle? Director Xiong suggested ominously. Yun Xia perked up. And what if I don't catch any fish? Then it would be troublesome for you to run 1,000 meters with a load, Xiong Chimo replied. Lowering his voice, Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Who else is going to the fishing ground? Emperor Pei, Xiong said. How is he getting there? By car, which costs 4 fish. If he doesn't catch any, does that mean he has to run 2,000 meters? Yes, but I'm going. Alright, but remember, Emperor Pei is an expert fisherman. So you mustn't. Teacher Yun, are you just going to leave without hearing my full warning? Meanwhile, upon learning that Yun Chuxue had gone to the fishing ground with Pei Jingyan, Wen Qi's eager radar activated, and he desired to tag along, though he lacked transportation. Just then, Yunxia rode by leisurely. Wen Qi, excited, nimbly leaped in front of her path, lying down. Take me with you, or I'll accuse you of hitting me. Yunxia responded, I've never seen such a crude attempt at extortion before. With me, you've struck a stroke of luck. Wen Qi, perhaps not anticipating such smooth developments, was about to rise when suddenly, Yunxia accelerated, and the motorcycle brushed past him, causing him to spin 720 degrees on the ground. A wisp of a phrase drifted through the air. The wind rushes forth. The lucky motorcycle. Wen Qi was taken aback. Immediately calling his father, acquire a Diyun motorcycle for me, now. His father responded, what on earth are you talking about? 15 minutes later, Yunxia arrived at the fishing ground. To her surprise, 3 people were already present. Sister Yunxia, you've arrived just in time. Jingyan and Mr. Xia are about to have a fishing competition. Yun Chuxue affectionately linked arms with her. We'll cheer for them from the sidelines. Pei Jingyan, evidently having waited for a while, frowned impatiently. Mr. Xia, shall we begin? The competition was indeed ready to commence. Xia Heng smiled warmly, stepping back to allow space for Yunxia. Junior sister, please.
Me?
Yunxia queried, taken aback. Just 5 minutes earlier, Xia Heng strolled leisurely to the fishing pond, designed for guests. The fish were plentiful, yet not densely packed. Mr. Xia, you are here to fish as well? Pei Jingyan asked, preparing to cast his line with practiced precision, a clear expert in the art. Seeing Xia Heng brought back memories of the previous night. A surge of anger simmered within Pei Jingyan. Shall we have a competition? Xia Heng, intrigued, surveyed him. How shall we compete? Within 1 hour. Let's see who can catch the most fish, Pei Jingyan proposed. Xia Heng pretended to ponder before readily agreeing. Very well. Yun Chuxue, demurely stepping aside, felt her cheeks flush slightly. This is truly a battleground, isn't it? Chuxue glanced at Mr. Xia, and only then did Emperor Pei suggest the competition. How curious. What do you think, Teacher Chen? In another location, Chen Rujuan chuckled, nodding confidently. From my observations, both Mr. Xia and Emperor Pei are enamored with Chuxue. Emperor Pei is obvious, but Mr. Xia has always had his eyes on Yunxia. Chen Rujuan raised a finger, shaking it at the camera. Mr. Xia embodies the classic straight man mentality. Teasing you is his way of garnering your attention. Think about it. Are there not boys in your lives who enjoy toying with you? That's a sign of affection. Look at Mr. Xia. He appears disinterested in Chuxue. Yet upon seeing her at the fishing ground, he too arrived. What does that imply? Chen Rujuan concluded confidently. It indicates that Mr. Xia has long been captivated by Chuxue. And this competition with Emperor Pei is a means to showcase himself before her. Yunxia is merely a shield, a tool to mask his true feelings. Having expounded upon her analysis, as the comments flooded in with phrases like, I'm obsessed, and the battleground has commenced, Yunxia made her grand entrance. Xia Heng handed her the fishing rod. Junior sister, please. Did Mr. Xia intend to showcase himself to attract Yun Chuxue's attention? Chapter 33, Greetings. I possess 2,950 years of fishing experience. Upon witnessing Xia Heng's actions, Chen Rujuan nearly lost her breath, but quickly adjusted her mindset. Clearly, by having Yunxia compete in his stead, he could create opportunities for intimacy with Chuxue while diverting Pei Jingyan's attention away from her. Before she could finish her thought, Xia Heng distanced himself from Yun Chuxue by several meters, rendering them invisible to the camera. Is this your idea of watching together to create intimate opportunities? Mr. Xia, you've truly made a fool of yourself. From any angle, it appears you have no interest in Yun Chuxue. Furthermore, how could Mr. Xia possibly be attracted to a mistress? At the fishing ground, Pei Jingyan scoffed. Mr. Xia can't even dare to compete and hides behind a woman? Xia Heng shot back sharply. Indeed, after all, Emperor Pei hasn't he found a place to hide? The sarcasm ignited Pei Jingyan's temper. Let me make this clear. I have 5 years of fishing experience. So if you lose, don't come crying to me. Xia Heng smirked, concealing his true prowess. The competition began. Pei Jingyan expertly cast his line. Observing Yunxia struggle with her fishing line, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. You can fish too? Yunxia replied sincerely. No, it's my first time. Though she had fished for 2,950 years in the realm of cultivation, this was indeed her first experience in this world. Pei Jingyan nearly laughed aloud, lifting his chin in a display of the original male protagonist's arrogance. Even seasoned fishermen can't guarantee a catch. What makes you so confident? Suddenly, a fish was caught. Yunxia effortlessly reeled in her first catch in 2 minutes and 28 seconds, languidly stating, "Newbie protection period, you understand?" Pei Jingyan, "Fine, I can endure." Fishing requires patience, and he knew Yunxia lacked the endurance to remain there. She would leave within 10 minutes, allowing him to easily surpass her. Then another fish was caught. Pei Jingyan. Yunxia casually flaunted, "Thank you." Pei Jingyan took a deep breath, reminding himself that it was merely coincidence. Her luck couldn't he possibly hold out. Suddenly another catch. Yunxia sighed, raising her hand to her forehead. "Why are there so many? I don't want to catch this many." Pei Jingyan's expression twisted slightly. What brand of plastic bag can hold so much? It's all right. With so many people watching, I must remain calm." Another catch. Remarkable. Another one. Hurry, bring a large bucket. This one can no longer contain it. The onlookers and staff members at the fishing ground were filled with excitement. "Teacher Yun, I wish to be your disciple. Is it truly possible for someone to excel at fishing to such an extent? 2 buckets already. Teacher Yun, your skills are remarkable. By the way, how many fish has Emperor Pei caught?" Suddenly, a hush fell over the air. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Pei Jingyan's smile froze. Haha. Observing from the sidelines, Xia Heng leisurely remarked, "Ah, Emperor Pei hasn't he caught a single fish, has he?" Pei Jingyan defended himself. "It's not ideal for 2 people to fish together. My bait is no match for Yunxia's." So naturally, the fish gravitated towards her. This reasoning held merit. Yunxia reeled in her fishing rod and said, "Then I shall leave this to Emperor Pei." As Yunxia stood up, all eyes turned towards Pei Jingyan. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Where are the fish? So many fish. Where could they be? Help. I've embarrassed myself on behalf of another again. During the interview, Pei Jingyan mentioned that fishing is one of his few hobbies. Is this all he can manage? Yunxia is truly leaving no face for Emperor Pei. What is happening here? Wasn't there supposed to be a third party? Chun Rujuan raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression. This was Yunxia's cleverness. She intentionally opposed Emperor Pei to leave an impression in his mind. A man like Emperor Pei has encountered countless women. Ordinary gestures of goodwill are insufficient to etch themselves in his memory. Thus, Yunxia took an unconventional approach, presenting herself as a rival to deepen his recollection of her. The strategy of transforming a sworn enemy into a romantic interest is one that many might recognize. Consider this. If you have an attractive rival of the opposite sex, would you not pay her more attention? This is precisely the effect Yunxia sought. Unfortunately, having read too many novels, she fails to grasp that such scenarios seldom occur in reality. Her actions would only serve to push him further away. Subsequently, she lightly curled her lips. I have encountered many like her. Teacher Chen is right. Such a manipulative person is indeed sophisticated, easily ensnaring those who are not cautious. It's clear she harbors a lingering affection for Brother Pei. The third party should step aside. In the end, Emperor Pei's tally was a mere 4 fish, and with a grim expression, he trudged off to carry a weight of 2,000 meters. Yunxia, holding 2 buckets of fish, prepared to move on to the next task when she was suddenly called by Yun Chuxue. Yun Chuxue reached out to turn off the microphone. Sister Yunxia, may we have a word? What could Chuxue possibly want to say? Why turn off the microphone? Is there something the others shouldn't hear? Wait, the microphone isn't off. Chuxue must have made a mistake. Yunxia cast a meaningful glance at the microphone at Yun Chuxue's collar. Yun Chuxue bit her lip. Sister Yunxia, please don't take the online comments to heart. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Teacher Chen wouldn't have misunderstood. Yunxia interrupted, singing. What misunderstanding? Yun Chuxue feigned concern. It's the misunderstanding that Teacher Chen thinks you are the third party. It just made the trending topics. This is the situation. Yunxia pondered for a long while. Perhaps Teacher Chen was unaware of my famous saying. In that case, Teacher Chen should rewatch the live broadcast from the first night. In a noteworthy moment, Yunxia told Yun Chuxue, a dog can't change its nature. She's not a dog, and she doesn't eat. Yun Chuxue's expression stiffened, but she quickly adjusted. I know you and Jingyan are innocent, but others are unaware. Many are criticizing you. I just want to help clarify. Oh, Chuxue is so kind. Indeed, Yunxia is clearly the third party, yet Chuxue is still concerned for her. How benevolent. Yunxia lazily curled her lips, responding with a pointed inquiry. Without evidence. On what grounds do they criticize me? Yun Chushue sighed, because all those exposed by teacher Chen on Weibo are without exception third parties. Thus, netizens mistakenly believe you are too. Everyone trusts teacher Chen, after all. There was a female university student who denied being a third party and even resorted to a suicide attempt to prove her innocence. Yet she ultimately confessed and withdrew from school. No third party can escape teacher Chen's retribution. Ding dong. The system triggered a special mission to save the genius girl whose life has been ruined. Current progress. 0. Chapter 34. Pei Jingyan suddenly broke down. Who
Who has stabbed me?
Second live broadcast room. Chen Rujuan commented. Chushue remains too dignified. Yun Xia is quite a handful. She won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. Chushue even helped her hide it. It's infuriating to watch. Rest assured, I will not spare any third party. Chen Rujuan smiled playfully. Do you remember the university student who threatened to jump? Yun Xia is cut from the same cloth. She cannot escape my grasp. A year ago, the chairman of Huayao Group was caught in bed with his mistress, and the wife vowed to dig 3 feet into the ground to find her. It was during this time that Chen Rujuan exposed on Weibo that the mistress was a female student from the biology department, complete with her name and photo. With her reputation as an expert in identifying mistresses, public opinion turned overwhelmingly against the girl, leading to her being harassed relentlessly, unable to live normally. And even police intervention failed to halt the endless torment from Chen Rujuan's fans. Even when the girl presented evidence that she was out of town at the time, with classmates and professors willing to vouch for her, it was of no avail. Chen Rujuan has over 20 million followers. Could a mere student stand against her? In the end, not only did she suffer, but her family was also forced to relocate to another city, and the girl ultimately chose to withdraw from school. Thus, Chen Rujuan's fans celebrated once more.
See?
We told you she was the third party. Otherwise, why would she withdraw? Her withdrawal is an implicit admission. If she wasn't guilty, she could simply deny it, right? It was just 2 days of harassment. We were only trying to locate the mistress quickly. She felt guilty, proving she is not a good person. In this battle, Chen Rujuan reaped a 100-fold increase in popularity, receiving countless invitations to various shows. I bet those awards came from being a mistress. Who knows how many older men she slept with. Haha, now she can only rely on her family. I've heard she even contemplated suicide. It's laughable. She deserves it. Thank goodness for teacher Chen. She must not let Yun Xia off the hook this time. Chen Rujuan assured, winking, of course, just you wait and see. By the way, if you want to see the aftermath of my tearing apart the mistress, remember to follow me. Instantly, her Weibo followers surged by tens of thousands. Upon hearing the plot transmitted from 66, it solidified. My fist is hard. She adores scholars. They must all perish. I have to accept this mission. No need. Yun Xia smiled enigmatically at the camera. As it happens, I have some free time. I shall wait here for teacher Chen's retribution. Teacher Chen, do you dare? Instantly, the surroundings fell into an extreme silence. By the way, Yun Chushue, your microphone is still on. Yun Chushue's face turned pale. Chushue merely forgot. Why did Yun Xia bring it up? Such a trivial matter doesn't need to be clarified. How embarrassing. May I ask, where did all this audacity come from? The focus is wrong. Yun Xia is fierce. She's challenging Chen Rujuan. The joyous morning quickly passed. After a simple lunch, Emperor Pei, burdened with 2,000 meters, finally returned to the team. Let us welcome teacher Chen Rujuan to the group. Welcome, welcome. Director Xiong entered with a small megaphone, his voice energetic, yet no one applauded. It was a bit awkward. No matter, Director Xiong was accustomed to it, he continued. In the afternoon, teacher Chen will participate in a live-action werewolf game with everyone. Yun Xia mused to 66. Is there a non-live version of werewolf? Who would play? The wolves? Director Xiong nearly stumbled but steadied himself, deciding to ignore the small issue. Clearing his throat, he announced, this game will adopt the slaughter rules, consisting of 3 wolves, 3 rolls, and 2 villagers. Now, let me explain the rules. When she frowned, we've all played werewolf. No need for an introduction. Let's get started. Yun Xia felt a slight surprise, accompanied by 60 SIXS gossip. Wow. I never expected that Brother Buttocks is actually an expert. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Wen Qi's posterior. Wen Qi was immediately flustered. What on earth is Brother Buttocks? Chen Rujuan frowned impatiently, utterly baffled by these people who kept glancing at Yun Xia. What is there to admire about her? On the other hand, Zhang Lulan couldn't help but ponder. Yun Xia's inner voice sometimes surfaced, yet it seemed Chushue was always unable to hear it. At this moment, Seeing Teacher Chen wear a similar expression as Chushua, could it be that Teacher Chen also couldn't hear it? Director Xiong spoke rapidly. Today, we have a special edition of Werewolf for the dating show. Everyone can communicate privately. The werewolves must work together to eliminate all the good people. The good people must guard against the werewolves and identify all the werewolves within 2 hours. Now, please draw your identity cards. Entering the first night, Yun Xia was eager to participate, rubbing her hands together, determined to play as a werewolf. Regardless, she wouldn't mind being a seer, witch, or hunter. After much deliberation, she finally drew a card that she felt was destined for her. Surely, she had an identity this time. She was ready to shine. With excitement, Yun Xia flipped the card over, preparing to showcase her skills. Villager. Yun Xia, what? Just this? Very soon, all 8 players had drawn their cards. Their expressions a mix of joy and concern. Under Director Xiong's guidance, they separated into small cubicles. 5 minutes later, Director Xiong announced, "Daylight has arrived." Last night, Emperor Pei was eliminated. Players may now begin to communicate. Pei Jingyan. Who? Who killed me? Where is the witch? Why didn't the witch save me? Fang Qingyu softly suggested. Could it be that the witch thought there was no need to save you, Brother Pei? This was even more disheartening. Pei Jingyan, teary-eyed, lamented. 2 whole hours. I was eliminated without any screen time at all. Is this reasonable? Why on earth didn't the witch save him? Why not pretend to be a seer and stir the pot? Pei thought to himself. Thus, he cleared his throat and boldly declared, I suspect that it was Yun Xia who killed me. Yun Xia, taken aback, responded, What? No way, my man. What's your reasoning? If she were to eliminate someone, it would have to be a skilled player. What was the point of targeting someone whom even the witch would shake her head at? Before Pei could speak, Chen Rujuan playfully laughed. Oh, do we even need a reason? It must be a case of love turning to hate. Laughing to death. Being the third party and failing to break up a couple, now resorting to petty tricks in the game, truly disgusting. Feeling sorry for Brother Pei. A good game has been ruined by Yun Xia. Wait a minute, isn't this werewolf? Even if Yun Xia is a werewolf, what does it matter if she eliminated Pei Jingyan? Werewolves are not allowed to kill on the first day, right? Yun Xia smiled and looked over. Teacher Chen, do you also think I killed Pei Jingyan? Chapter 35. What a thrilling game of werewolf it was. Chen Rujuan covered her mouth and laughed. I was merely making a casual guess. It's not my fault you've been paying so much attention to Emperor Pei. Pei Jingyan, believing he had successfully muddied the waters, intended to claim the identity of a seer before meeting his demise. Just as he was about to speak, an unguarded thought echoed in everyone's minds. What a joke. I am the seer Xiaheng. Xiaheng looked at the card in his hand repeatedly, furrowing his brows, contemplating and then relaxing as he transcended. Pei Jingyan, what? You stole my lines. 66 was quite curious. Aren't you a villager, host? The red light on the electronic screen flickered. It was puzzled why it appeared again, sometimes present and sometimes absent, with no discernible pattern. It seemed that each time it appeared, others would curiously glance at the host, making it feel uneasy. At that moment, it faded again, and it heard Yun Xia say, I can act cool in my mind without dying. 66 was intrigued. So, what is the identity of the male lead in the original story? Suddenly, it inexplicably reappeared, and Yun Xia calmly remarked, Even before dying, Pei still wants to drag me down. The self-stabbing wolf has no escape. The crowd's gazes turned fiery, instantly focusing on Pei Jingyan. Pei Jingyan. Yun Xia. You're cheating. Fang Qingyu gently exposed. No wonder the witch didn't save him. Turns out he's a self-stabbing wolf. Pei Jingyan, and you are what kind of green tea? Pei Jingyan found himself at a loss for words. I am a villager, a villager.
All right.
My dying words end here. Yun Xia was taken aback, not expecting Fang Qingyu to be the expert who saw through Pei Jingyan's trickery. Impressive indeed. Pei Jingyan left dejectedly, sitting aside to watch them continue the game. Jiang Lulan suggested, now that one self-stabbing wolf is dead, should we let the seer speak first and report on last night's findings? The seer could check one person each hour. The moment the words left her mouth, everyone looked at Yun Xia. Yun Xia pointed at herself. Me? Fang Qingyu nodded. Yes, Teacher Yun. No need to hide. We know you are the seer. Wait. Did I miss something in the plot? How did Yun Xia become the seer? Did they discuss something privately? How did Qingyu immediately identify Emperor Pei as a self-stabbing wolf while others accepted it? I don't know. Emperor Pei didn't even attempt to refute. Chen Rujuan's mindset is truly narrow. She can't even enjoy the game. her mind filled with thoughts of a third party stealing a man. Yun Xia rubbed her hands together. Pei Jingyan's antics before his death had led everyone to believe she was the seer. Well done. She suspected Wen Qi might be a skilled player, so why not test his identity? If he were a good person, he could lead the group. If he were a werewolf, he would be eliminated directly. Yun Xia cleared her throat and pointed at Wen Qi. The werewolf I verified is you. Wen Qi. Wen Qi's face turned red immediately, veins popping on his forehead, unable to hide his embarrassment. What werewolf? How can you tarnish someone's innocence without evidence? He continued with incomprehensible phrases, mentioning something about being a good person and a villager, which drew laughter from the crowd, filling the venue with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wen's father, watching the live stream while preparing to acquire a motorcycle, exclaimed, "Enough! What kind of literary nonsense is this? His son is definitely not a god." Wen Qi's expression practically screamed, "I am a werewolf," and unsurprisingly, he was voted out unanimously. Yun Xia fell into contemplation. It seemed she had misjudged the expert. Now Jiang Lulan hesitated. Shall we start exchanging information? Let us regroup here in half an hour to discuss the last werewolf. With 2 wolves eliminated before the game even began, it was remarkably smooth. Fang Qingyu advised, it's best not to act in pairs since no one knows who the last werewolf is. Everyone agreed. And thus the 6 participants split into 2 groups. Yun Xia and Xia Heng moved to a corner, ignoring the following Qin Rujuan, and got straight to the point. What is your identity? Xia Heng smiled lazily, his demeanor relaxed. If I were a wolf, what would you do, sister? Vote me out? No. Yun Xia shook her head gravely. Xia Heng became intrigued. Then what does sister plan to do? The seer should protect a wolf. I am not protecting. I am balancing the game. I adhere to the principle of eliminating 1 wolf per hour according to the rules. However, due to my oversight, 2 wolves were eliminated at the game's start, so you, as a wolf, were pushed to the 2nd hour. I believe in not adding unnecessary troubles and strive to maintain harmony among the dating show participants. Xia Heng. Oh no, my junior sister's scheming is quite heavy. However, I know you are not. Yun Xia shifted her gaze, smiling as she looked at the incoming Qin Rujuan. What a coincidence. Is Teacher Chun here to impose sanctions on me? Qin Rujuan first glanced at Xia Heng, her eyes twinkling as she revealed a playful smile. Oh, dear. I didn't expect you to be having a secret meeting with Mr. Xia. Am I interrupting you? I'm so sorry. Since she was aware of the awkwardness. Xia Heng lightly chuckled. Isn't Teacher Chen just inviting trouble for herself? Qin Rujuan originally planned to wait for Yun Xia to deny it before adding a comment about not being shy, thus solidifying the rumor of Yun Xia flirting with men everywhere. But now, she found herself at a loss. Mr. Xia certainly has a knack for humor. Qin Rujuan redirected the conversation. I thought you would seek out Emperor Pei, considering your history together. Oh, I won't say more to spare you the embarrassment. By the way, Mr. Xia must be aware of this too, right? If you are referring to that matter, Xia Heng pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. I am aware. Qin Rujuan's heart leaped with joy then. Xia Heng interjected, however. This matter pertains to Emperor Pei's privacy, and it would be prudent not to discuss it further. Qin Rujuan seized the opportunity. Since Mr. Xia knows, I shall speak plainly. Yun Xia.
Indeed.
Yun Xia's revelation of Emperor Pei's fondness for dog food was quite humorous, yet it was unnecessary to continuously poke fun at him. What do you mean? Xia Heng sighed. It simply refers to the time when Emperor Pei lost in a fishing competition, catching only 4 fish. There's nothing more to say. His feud with Sister Yun could fill an entire night. Nearby, Emperor Pei's temper flared visibly. Qin Rujuan's expression darkened. She couldn't comprehend why Xia Heng was constantly defending Yun Xia. Mr. Xia, you are quite the comedian.
Xia.
I truly envy you for having a gallant protector at all times, she insinuated, hinting at her attempts to attract male attention. Xia Heng smiled. Madam Chern, you are mistaken. I am not a gallant protector. I simply do not wish to give you any face. This only made things more awkward. Qin Rujuan, feeling the pressure, attempted to deflect. Mr. Xia is joking. After all, Madam Chun may not be aware. Xia Heng, his gaze laced with mirth, interrupted. I graduated from a prestigious university. A moment of silence ensued, with the audience reacting first. Prestigious? The alma mater of that mistress? Chapter 36. Good news. The third observer faces a downfall. Xia Heng's eyes sparkled with amusement, though it did not reach his depths. What does this mean? Is Mr. Xia planning to defend that mistress? Surely not. Mr. Xia's background is too formidable to lower himself in such a manner. Perhaps the internal affairs of the esteemed institution are displeased with teacher Chen, leading to Mr. Xie's misunderstanding. How absurd. Why doesn't that mistress just disappear? Even after dropping out, she continues to trouble teacher Chen. Chen Rujuan shivered slightly, her smile stiffening. Then Mr. Xie must be quite the academic, truly impressive. Yun Xia gasped, sensing something amiss. She felt as if her senior brother was aware of her mission. However, the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, and it was time for her to make her entrance. Senior brother, actually, teacher Chen is right. I do harbor inappropriate feelings for Emperor Pei. Yun Xia suddenly spoke up, and Chen Rujuan's eyes brightened. Yun Xia declared, I like him for his appearance, for his charm, for his intellect, for his wit. Although I do not give him face, triumphing in games against him, often leaving him exasperated, feeding him dog food, yet you, teacher Chen, this expert in discerning affairs, have labeled me a mistress. Surely, these must be signs of affection in your eyes? Yun Xia gestured, this way, turn around, walk straight. Take a left to the lounge, and ask Pei Jingyan if he can accept my love? Pei Jingyan shivered, before he could speak. When she was already shaking his head vigorously. How terrifying. Pei Jingyan remarked, I don't even know what you are so excited about. Chen Rujuan's expression began to falter, and she could no longer regard Xie Heng's presence. She scoffed, Xia, you are lacking in taste. Even Initial Snow has pleaded on your behalf. I will not hold this against you. I know the minds of these little women all too well. I am an expert in discerning affairs. And no mistress can escape my gaze. Yun Xia chuckled softly, suddenly stating, I understand now. You are the last wolf.
Vote.
Chen Rujuan? Yun Xia sighed in exasperation, shaking her head. Teacher Chen, this is rather unamusing. Pei Jingyan and Wen Qi are waiting over there. I will not hold this against you. I know the thoughts of you wolves all too well. I am a seer, and no wolf can hide from my sight. Chen Rujuan. The trio approached from the other side. Jiang Lulan inquired curiously, what is going on? Have we determined the last wolf? Yun Xia pointed at Chen Rujuan, its teacher Chen. Do not listen to her nonsense. Chen Rujuan's face turned a shade of green from anger. I am not a wolf. Yun Xia. You malign me simply because you cannot argue with me. This is everyone's game, not a place for personal vendettas. Yun Xia tilted her head. How can teacher Chen prove she is not a wolf? Chen Rujuan could not possibly reveal her identity card to her. This. Teacher Chen has no words to counter. Yun Xia decisively concluded, let us proceed, cast your votes. Ding ding ding, nearly everyone voted for Chen Rujuan. As it became evident that Chen Rujuan was on the verge of elimination, she became frantic. It is not yet the time for the seer to verify identities. On what grounds do you trust her? She has no evidence. Yun Chushua gently bit her lip. Yes, Sister Yun Xia. How can you be certain teacher Chen is a wolf? That was a well-posed question. Yun Xia directly revealed her hand. Why did I dare to accuse teacher Chen without evidence? Of course, because... Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Yun Xia stood tall. I am speaking nonsense.
Can you believe that?
Chen Rujuan screamed. You all saw it. Yun Xia admitted it. Calm down, teacher Chen. I learned all this from you. Yun Xia tilted her head. Didn't you always enjoy turning the tables without evidence, calling white black? Do you think I have learned well? At that moment, the world fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Chen Rujuan quaked with fury, struggling to maintain her composure. You are slandering me. So, teacher Chen is aware this is slander. Yun Xia remained unfazed, shifting the conversation. I have a delightful piece of information. Would you care to see? Chen Rujuan had an ominous feeling.
No.
Yun Xia swiftly produced her phone. On March 18th last year, a female student from the biology department attended a seminar 1,000 kilometers away, leaving behind video and audio evidence. Chen Rujuan instinctively lunged for Yun Xia's phone. Yun Xia was as nimble as a monkey, her speech rapid. On the same day, at the same time, the chairman of Huaya was caught in bed with a mistress. How curious that the girl attending the seminar 1,000 kilometers away suddenly appeared in the chairman's bed. Yun Xia smiled brightly. I am quite curious. Can you explain this? Teacher Chen? No one dared to speak. The only sound was the buzzing of the live stream equipment. Director Xiong was astounded, hesitating whether to turn off the camera. Old Ma shielded the lens, silently shouting, I graduated from a prestigious university. Who dares to end the live stream? I will be furious. Chen Rujuan's fans were the first to attack. Is Yun Xia insane? A mistress is a mistress. One moment she is 1,000 kilometers away. The next she is caught in bed. Surely, Teacher Chen cannot be unaware of such blatant inconsistencies? Indeed, such glaring flaws. Does Teacher Chen not know? Yun Xia noticed the comments and smiled enigmatically. At that time, it was not that no one defended that girl. Videos were released, evidence was provided. Yet a certain Chen client bought the army of trolls to suppress it. Teacher Chen, would you care to guess who the Chen client is? Chen Rujuan's breath quickened, her expression shifting repeatedly, yet she could not lose her composure. I do not understand what you are saying. No wonder you are despised in the entertainment industry. Who would want to work with someone like you? Don't rush. Yun Xia waved her finger. Let us wait a moment. Wait for what? The comments erupted. How could Teacher Chen buy trolls? Stop spouting nonsense. At least make your lies believable. Finally, the evidence that Yun Xia had been waiting for appeared. Everyone, look at Yun Xia's Weibo. Oh my, the evidence has surfaced. The girl is innocent. Indeed, Chen Rujuan must have paid the marketing accounts. No wonder their narratives are so synchronized. The female students were nearly driven to suicide by Chen Rujuan's fans, and it turns out Chen Rujuan maliciously spread rumors?
Damn.
The evidence is so clear, yet she pretends to be blind. She has sacrificed her conscience for fame. Ding dong. Special mission, save the genius girl whose life has been ruined. Completion rate 60. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Why is it only 60? She exposed Chen Rujuan's slander and proved her innocence, but if it is only 60, it implies. Yun Xia looked at Chen Rujuan again.
Ah.
She seemed to understand. Chapter 37. So easy to kill, as fragile as a college student. Chen Rujuan's expression fluctuated between fear and anger. Realizing she could not stay any longer, she turned to flee, but Yun Xia blocked her path with a mop. Just a moment ago. I couldn't understand why Teacher Chen wouldn't let that girl go, but now I see clearly. Holding the mop, Yun Xia stood proudly, resembling a war god, because Teacher Chen is looking for a scapegoat. Teacher Chen, tell me, who is the mistress caught in bed? What a coincidence. It seems to be you. Yun Xia, while spending points to have 66 check the data, casually put on an act. You are the one who frequently visited the Manju Hotel with the chairman, right? Accompanying the chairman to the charity gala, right? Dining with the chairman at the Mixue Tower.
Right?
Since Teacher Chen loves exposing others, she shouldn't mind me exposing you, right? Yun Xia pulled out a stack of photos and had 66 help her synchronize the surveillance video to Weibo. Oh my, these photos. This video. Chen Rujuan is truly the mistress. The netizens are not fools. Aside from the fans still desperately trying to clear her name, everyone else immediately understood. Because Chen Rujuan is indeed the true mistress, she must find someone to scapegoat to conceal her own guilt. The innocent girl, perhaps due to her beauty or outstanding grades, was chosen by Chen Rujuan to have her life destroyed. I'm sick. She calls others a mistress, yet she is the mistress herself. And her fans keep dragging that girl's name through the mud. Look at her true face. Claiming to fight against the mistress, while sucking up to fans and gaining wealth, stepping on the bones of others to rise. I'm in tears. I'm really crying. The girl got expelled because of this, her parents lost their jobs, and she has to endure insults and slanders from fans. Unable to go out, and all of this is caused by Chen Rujuan. Wow, even the graduated elder Ma was moved to tears. Chen Rujuan's face turned increasingly pale as she staggered back a step. The high-end hotels she frequented would never expose customer privacy. How could Yun Xia know? Let alone have taken photos? Unless Yun Xia was present at the scene. You saw everything. With the photos and videos laid bare, Chen Rujuan had no way to refute. She clutched her hair and screamed in madness, her emotions completely unraveling. So you had already obtained the evidence. And you came today just to deal with me, to see me fall to this point. You must be quite pleased. Yun Xia, having spent all her points? I spent all my points to obtain the video, and you dare say I knew beforehand. But the barrage was filled with Yun Xia's remarks. Is the Manju Hotel and Charity Gala a place an ordinary person can enter? Xia, tell me the truth. You 1T suddenly transform into a royal heir, right? This is how novels write it. Is it too late for me to get close to Sister Xia now? If you don't want to be my wife, I can also be your wife. I can directly have one husband. Yun Xia glanced at the barrage, puzzled. Civil service exam. What civil service exam? Xia Heng. Over there, Chen Rujuan was nearly deranged. What can I do? His wife is a tigress. If she catches me, what will happen? My career is about to be ruined. Am I wrong for thinking of myself? Being a mistress while calling the original partner tigress, how capable of you. You know the original partner is formidable, yet you pushed an innocent student out. ISN, is she afraid? Chen Rujuan, You spread rumors. Guess how many years you'll spend in prison? Suddenly, many marketing accounts emerged to hammer her. Chen Rujuan was truly hammered to death. Xia Heng maintained a gentle smile while delivering piercing words. It's all right. Now teacher Chen will never have to worry again. Junior sister has resolved your troubles. She is truly a good person. Chen Rujuan collapsed onto the ground, now forced to exit the stage of the entertainment industry and shine in prison. Yun Chuxue bit her lip in silence. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Yun Xia sighed. Old Bear. Director Xiong stepped forward. Old Bear is here. Yun Xia. This batch of observers is not up to par. She shook her head, concluding, so easy to kill, as fragile as a college student. Director Xiong, enraged version. Just now, he had contacted several friends in the circle to be observers for the next episode, and they were all rejected.
All
Rejected. After all, in this circle, who doesn't have one or two secrets? After a moment of silence, Fong Qingyu raised a pivotal question. So, is this game of werewolf over? After all, as the wolf, teacher Chen has already, Yun Xia. No, it's not over. Fong Qingyu, puzzled. But all three wolves have been eliminated, right? Yun Xia, astonished. Who said that? Fong Qingyu. You did. Yun Xia. Didn't Chen Rujuan just say I was spreading rumors? You didn't hear that at all? Fong Qingyu. I can't accept it. Wait, so Chen Rujuan is not a wolf. Yun Xia, very calm. Exactly, I was just talking nonsense. Fong Qingyu regained composure. An hour has passed. Teacher Yun can verify identities again. How about verifying Mr. Xia? Yun Xia contemplated. The crowd thought she was struggling with whom to verify. After all, the seer's verification is crucial. This. Yun Xia shook her head. There might not be a way. Jiang Lulan joined the discussion. Is teacher Yun certain of Mr. Xia's identity? Then verifying Chuxue and Qingyu could work. I think they both have identities. It's not that reason Yun Xia struggled. I'm not verifying because. Several people followed her words. It's because. Yun Xia bluntly stated. Because I'm not the seer. Fong Qingyu could not accept it. What did you say you are not? I'm not the seer. What's seer? I'm not the seer. What is a seer? I'm not the seer. Oh, so you're the seer. Fong Qingyu calmly accepted. Just wanting to get off work as soon as possible. So, who is the last wolf? Yun Xia. Why does it feel like he's been marinated in class flavor? Let me tell a joke. The force to operate seer. I just want to ask Yun Xia. How is it that taking photos and exposing faces all in one go doesn't count as a seer? Don't say it. The seer got eliminated. So the question arises, which true seer can endure this? Chapter 38. Come. This scene is exhilarating. Compared to the harmony of the barrage, the scene was much livelier. When she screamed and rushed over, even less able to accept it than Fong Qingyu. You're not the seer. Then, why did you say I was a wolf? How can you do this to me? What am I? A passerby? A plaything? Something you can casually discard? Are we just playing roles? When she completely broke down, his wails drawing attention from the neighboring crew, causing them to ask if they needed to call the police. Stopping passers-by in shock at the sight of a madman, ensuring that everyone within a 500-meter radius would need hearing aids for the rest of their lives. I refuse to close my eyes. True seer, come out. Can you endure this? Can you endure this? Xia the seer stepped forward, entering everyone's view. Yes, it's me. Everyone good, so that's how we're playing. Xia Heng announced the first day's verification. First verification of junior sister. She is a good person. Yun Xia widened her eyes in disbelief. You want to verify me? What is our relationship that you would dare to question me? Xia Heng wore an expression of helplessness, as if he had been thoroughly exasperated by her. Junior sister, your prowess in werewolf is simply astonishing. Verification is unavoidable. I am certain that Wen Qi and the esteemed Pei Yingdi resonate with this sentiment. Wen Qi looked bewildered, while Pei Jingyan, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, I just verified again. Yun Chuxue, you are a wolf. Xia Heng chuckled lightly, though his mirth did not reach his eyes. Casting doubt on whether the assertion of her being a wolf pertained solely to the game, or if it hinted at her real-life role as a remorseless hidden predator. Yun Chuxue bit her lip gently. I didn't expect Mr. Xia to be so astute. Very well, I admit it. Director Xiong, enigmatic as ever, cackled. Hee. The game continues. Fong Qingyu, in disbelief, interjected, but we have already identified 3 wolves. Suddenly, he stepped back in shock. Teacher Jiang, you are the wolf? Wen Qi lamented. I told you I was innocent. Yet, no one paid him heed. Now only 4 were left. Xia Heng, Yun Xia, Fong Qingyu, and Jiang Lulan. Xia Heng was the seer. Yun Xia was verified as a good person, and Fong Qingyu, eager to leave work, did not seem like a wolf. That left only Jiang Lulan. Jiang Lulan paused, then scrutinized Fong Qingyu, with a glint in his eye. Qingyu, I didn't expect you to be such a performer. Fong Qingyu quickly turned to Xia Heng. Mr. Xia, Teacher Jiang must be the last wolf. Wait, what is happening here? The senior siblings are merely spectators, enjoying the show. It seems Teacher Jiang has hardly spoken. Could it truly be him? Little Fong's eagerness to leave work does not appear to be an act. Yun Xia pondered for a moment. I too believe it is Teacher Jiang. Xia Heng's gaze shifted slightly. Very well, let us put it to the test. Jiang Lulan sighed. Do you not trust me? Fine, I will vote for Qingyu. Fong Qingyu could barely suppress the smile on his lips. How about we count down together and vote? The others agreed, and after 3 seconds, Jiang Lulan 1 vote. Fong Qingyu, 3 votes. Director Xiong declared, game over. The good ones win. Wait, brother? We agreed to vote for Teacher Jiang together. Ah, the game is over? You mean the game has ended? Fong Qingyu's eyes widened. What? You all? Little Fong. Although your performance was commendable, showing enthusiasm from beginning to end, Yun Xia shook her head, but you were just too eager. Wanting to leave work quickly to play is not your character. She raised her voice suddenly. That is my character. Why are you shouting so loudly? Jiang Lulan smiled in praise. First, you sacrificed a wolf teammate, then pretended to be eager to leave work. Quite impressive. Fong Qingyu finally dropped the act, reverting to a well-behaved younger brother. The earlier performance was all for the game. My apologies, everyone. Pei Go, you won't be angry with me, will you? The fuming Pei Jingyan replied, haha, how could I? Please tone down your green tea vibes. The identities were finally revealed. Seer, Xia Heng Witch, Wen Qi, Hunter, Jiang Lulan. When she transformed into a tearful cat, this life of mine is now clear. Yun Xia applauded, though you are not skilled at games. You possess great talent as a witch. Pei Jingyan truly has little worth saving. Pei Jingyan, gritting his teeth, muttered. The popularity of romantic variety shows is rising daily, and, unsurprisingly, today's werewolf game has also trended online. Yun Chuxue pursed her lips. Noticing that the trending topics for werewolf were dominated by Fong Qingyu and Jiang Lulan, while she was nowhere to be found. How could it be that they overshadowed her existence? Upon returning to the villa, the group rested for a while before starting the broadcast at 7. Typically, the romantic variety show house would have dinner prepared by this time, yet today, they found nothing upon descending the stairs. When Qi weakly remarked, Director Xiong, dinner? I'm starving. Moments later, they were met with several half-dead fish. Yun Xia exclaimed, Indeed, these are the fish caught by Teacher Yun this morning. Guests, please showcase your culinary skills and enjoy this festive night. No one responded, and Director Xiong, unfazed, left a case of beer before heading out for a work meal with Old Ma. When she glanced between the work meal and the fish, pondering, hesitating, and then resolutely deciding, how about we just drink some beer? No, came the reply from Pei Jingyan, who rolled up his sleeves and approached the grill, raising his chin for the camera to capture his jawline. Everyone is tired after a long day. We must eat something. I'll take care of it. When she doubted, you can cook? Pei Jingyan asserted, of course. I studied abroad for a few years. Grilling a few fish is no problem. In that moment, Pei Yingdi shone brightly in everyone's eyes. Even Fong Qingyu couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. All eyes were on Pei Jingyan as he picked up the seasonings, ignited the grill, and moved with ease and confidence before speaking up. Which one is the salt? Fong Qingyu stumbled back, utterly astonished. New concept of cooking? Dude, maybe we should drop the pretense. It's embarrassing. The atmosphere grew tense, and after 3 seconds, Xia Heng let out a barely audible snicker. With a raised eyebrow and a smile in his eyes, he remarked, What you mean is, Pei Yingdi, don't ruin the fish my junior sister caught. Tensions flared. Oh, what a battleground. Chapter 39. A collective drunken revelry, with Xia Heng the most unhinged. A new battleground had emerged. It could not be stalled. Under Director Xiong's instigation, Pei Jingyan proposed a fish grilling competition against Xia Heng, with the present guests scoring them and the winner receiving the next date with Yun Xia. Yun Xia exclaimed, Huh? Me? You two are also competing? This is pointless. When did Yun Xia become the center of attention? It's all too contrived. Sister Xia, listen to me. They are all acting. Only I am sincere towards you, kneeling, twirling. Hey, wifey. Let us eat something good. Before long, Pei Jingyan presented a grilled fish to Yunxia, delivering it with utmost courtesy. Yunxia picked up her chopsticks and savored it. Not bad, quite tasty. Wenqi. You should try it. Really? Wenqi, nearly fainting from hunger, leaned in to catch a whiff, and upon hearing Yunxia's praise, could not resist exclaiming, "Then I will give it a try."
Yuck.
What is this?
Poison?
A chemical weapon? A bomb designed to obliterate humanity's last hope? Or an extraterrestrial substance that would cause unbearable suffering? Yunxia suggested, "I advise you to simplify your description to one word." When she exclaimed, "It's horrible." Pei Jingyan was infuriated. "Yunxia, you needn't be so harsh. Acknowledging my excellence won't cost you anything." Haha, you don't think I'm affected?
Do you?
No, not at all. I just find your reaction rather dull. Fine, if you're so disdainful, I'll just eat it myself. Ugh, ah. Director Xiong remained silent for 2 seconds before suddenly exclaiming, "Medical team. Quickly, someone come." Pei Yingdi is foaming at the mouth. Is this a battleground? Is it still enjoyable? I ask you, is the battleground still enjoyable? Very well, I knew it would go awry. The world is a chaotic mess. Yun Chuxue felt a surge of irritation as she thought, Yunxia, why is everyone focused on her? Even Jingyan's gaze is not on me. Just then, several comments flashed by. Did you see the news? Chen Rujuan was sued. It happened so quickly. I feel sorry for that girl. Chen Rujuan truly deserves it. Yun Chushua's mind raced, and she suddenly stood up, her voice gentle. I apologize for taking up a bit of your time. I have something to say. Instantly, all eyes turned to her, and Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Yun Chushua bowed before the camera, her eyes filled with sorrow and her expression earnest. Could someone in the comments please tell me the name of that girl? I wish to apologize to her. In the past, I naively believed Chen Rujuan's words and wronged you. Yun Xia responded, and the comments erupted. Ah, Chushua, you are truly kind. This is clearly not your fault. You too were deceived by Chen Rujuan, yet you're willing to shoulder the apology. That girl is so fortunate. Chushua is right. Having gone through this ordeal, she must have grown immensely. One should be grateful to those who have caused them pain, for they're the ones who facilitate one's transformation. Why should we thank those who have harmed her? Yun Xia scrutinized her. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of a relic? Yun Chushua fluttered her eyelashes. I meant for her to think positively. At the very least, she has gained a stronger heart and will be more resilient in the future. Was Chushua implying that Chen Rujuan's slander had some benefit? Yun Xia pierced through her sophistry. Isn't it herself who has made her stronger? The only one she should thank is her own perseverance to survive, her resistance against public opinion, and her ability to rise time and again, not those who have bullied and harmed her. Let us not misplace our gratitude, shall we? Yun Chushua suddenly panicked. Wait. Why was the situation unfolding differently from her plan? Yun Xia continued. Moreover, as a victim, the best protection for her is to refrain from bringing it up again, rather than having the audience flood the comments with her name. It suffices for everyone to know that the one who spread rumors is Chen Rujuan. There's no need to dig deeper into the victim's identity. Yun Xia hinted. After all, Chushua, you are aware that your fans can be quite fervent. Yun Chushua's eyes darted nervously. I apologize. I may have been too simplistic in my thinking. Yun Xia nodded. Then perhaps you should engage your mind more. Yun Chushua. I also find Yun Chushua quite peculiar. Isn't this reasoning rather sophistical? Without Chen Rujuan's slander, that girl would be perfectly fine. Would she truly need to hide away for a year? Please don't speak recklessly. Chushua has stated she didn't think this through. She merely wanted to console the girl. Clearly, Yun Xia is being petty by monopolizing the spotlight. Let us advise the fans to temper their words. Lest it come to light that your sister spread rumors about Yun Xia being a mistress, it could become quite the scandal. Yun Xia was indeed a mistress. The comments buzzed with commotion, and at that moment a notification only audible to Yun Xia chimed in.
Ding.
Special task, save the life of a genius girl whose future has been ruined. Completion rate, 100. The system detected that the heavenly fortune was dissipating, with a dissipation rate of 5. Ahem. The first episode's recording had concluded, and everyone was about to face a 2-day separation. Why not share a drink together? Director Xiong tactfully shifted the topic, as Yun Chushua was backed by the Yun family, and it would be unwise to offend her. Yun Chushua donned a smile, once more, as if nothing had transpired. After several rounds of drinks, Yun Xia began to feel drowsy. While beer isn't particularly intoxicating, too much can still lead to a slight haze. Jiang Lulan asked Yun teacher, are you full? Would you like to try some rice from the old man? Yun Xia, why would I be infatuated with an old man? Pei Jingyan is the one besotted with him. Fang Qingyu checked the weather forecast for the next day. I wonder if there will be thunderstorms tomorrow. Yun Xia frowned. What beauty are you referring to? There are no beauties here. Pei Jingyan boasted. Indeed, I possess a brief history of time. Yun Xia exclaimed. You still have time to pick up dog waste? Such a unique hobby. When she was quite animated. Yes, I also enjoy reading. I'm currently delving into 10 criminal sins. Yun Xia gasped. Has the Wen family gone bankrupt? Hence, your reading construction team? As the situation escalated, it became contagious among the others. When she pulled Fang Qingyu aside, mysteriously whispering, Xiao Fang, don't you think I'm impressive? Fang Qingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, What do I care about your nonsense? Pei Jingyan grew irritable. These coffee beans are so difficult to grind. Jiang Lulan was excited. Male models? Where are the male models? Director Xiong. I'm tired. Let it all end. Only Xie Heng wore a contemplative expression as cola spilled into a goblet, his demeanor one of disillusionment with the world's trivialities. Director Xiong, filled with hope, sought solace. Mr. Xie, you're not drunk, are you? Xie Heng's gaze was sharp. Akin to the tempest before a storm, I shall not shed tears. Director Xiong was distraught. Could one become intoxicated on cola? Chapter 40. Director Xie of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. The next day, Yun Xia awoke to find it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The other guests had long departed, and the crew was tidying up in small groups. Upon seeing Yun Xia finally awake, the crew member expressed his surprise. Yun teacher, you seem to have slept quite well. Yun Xia humbly replied, You flatter me. After the cameras began rolling, an influx of WeChat messages flooded in, among which one particularly shocking message caught her eye. Old Biao. Boss, there's a 1 billion business opportunity over there to discuss with you. Yun Xia, what? Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she read it several times, confirming it was indeed her phone.
Who was it?
A billion in business. With trembling hands, she opened old Biao's profile, his signature reading, undertaking various funeral service businesses, wholesale of paper money and joss paper. Glancing at her own WeChat name, One-Stop Funeral Services. In her first life, she had perished before the variety show concluded. After 3,000 years, she had momentarily forgotten this detail. Thus, being a celebrity was merely her sideline, while guiding souls was her true vocation. As for this billion business opportunity, what was there to discuss? What could one do with a billion in paper money? One-Stop Funeral Services. Don't bother me with such trifles. Old Biao mused. The boss has truly prospered. A billion RMB ISN, worth your time. Old Biao, by the way, boss, a Dr. Xia is looking for you, claiming to be an acquaintance. I've shared your WeChat with him. Yun Xia was puzzled. And the next moment, a friend request popped up. Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City has added you as a friend. That name? Yun Xia glanced at her phone. One-Stop Funeral Services. Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. One-Stop Funeral Services. You have a very trendy vibe. Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. Where do you reside? The coffin house or the crematorium? What a statement. Why the immediate mockery? Yun Xia quickly typed furiously. One-Stop Funeral Services. I reside at your grave. Upon opening the image, she realized coffin house and crematorium were merely the names of 2 rooms in a funeral home. What a grave misunderstanding. Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. Has your room been renamed my grave? Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. Such a unique hobby. Director Xia of the 6th Mental Hospital of Haihu City. You've booked a room at this hotel. I'll send a driver to pick you up with the hotel's business card. As Yun Xia concluded her responses amidst the crew members' bemusement, the driver arrived. Once in the car, Xie Heng sent another message. The production team announced that in the next episode, the male and female guests would select gifts for their crushes. He inquired, after entering a relationship, how much would you be willing to spend on a gift for your boyfriend? One-Stop Funeral Services. Though love is priceless, gifts are still more appreciated when they come with a higher price tag. One-Stop Funeral Services. Thus, I'd say 500,000 is acceptable, while 500 is under consideration. Xie Heng gasped, wondering when his junior sister had become so generous. The next moment, a new message appeared. One-Stop Funeral Services. 50 ISN, feasible, because I genuinely possess it. $49 can buy you. Understood. One-Stop Funeral Services. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Upon arriving at the hotel, she stepped inside and immediately recognized a familiar group. Yun Xia, sister? In the next instant, An unrelenting voice echoed. Yun Chushua's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of fluster evident in her brow. What brings you here? I'm sorry, my brother didn't prepare your room. Standing beside Yun Chushua was her brother, Yunzhou, just like Yunji, a devoted brother who doted on his sister. At this moment, he furrowed his brows, revealing a chart of his temperament as a domineering figure. 3 parts indifference, 3 parts aloofness, and 4 parts impatience. What do you want by following me? Did I ever tell you not to disturb Chushua? This is the Manju Hotel. Do you think this is a place where you can act recklessly? I reserved a room for Chushua a month in advance. Do you intend to intrude? Are you planning to steal everything belonging to Chushua? Passers-by instantly turned their attention to him. Yunxia sighed inwardly with 66. Look, here it comes. The classic scene of a supporting character getting slapped in the face. Everyone came to a halt. Yunzhou rubbed his ears and widened his eyes. What on earth? Yunxia anticipated the next moment, where Yun Chushua would appear to offer seemingly well-meaning advice. Sister, not everyone can enter the Manju Hotel. You should leave quickly before the manager arrives. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Yun Chushua bit her lip. Sister Yunxia, don't take my brother's words to heart. We mean well. The Manju Hotel is not a place for just anyone. You should leave now. If things escalate, I won't be able to help. Yunzhou stumbled. The hotel manager, rushing over, nearly lost his footing. Yunxia noted, this statement underscores the disparity in our identities. She can come, but I cannot, indicating her superior status. What appears to be concern is, in reality, a mocking derision. 66 admired her. Host, you are truly remarkable. Yunzhou, infuriated, retorted. Yunxia, do not think of Chushua as being as unworthy as you. Without waiting for Yunxia to respond, he turned to the manager, inadvertently adopting a sycophantic smile. Manager Chen, Yunxia is jealous of Chushua and insists on following her. We have no choice. To avoid disturbing the hotel's order, it would be best to remove her. Yunxia and 66 were frantically scrolling through the original text. Truly, this was a masterful blend of tropes. The domineering CEO, the beloved character, the entertainment industry, the true and false heiresses, and multiple brothers. The moment they spoke, the aura was unmistakable, and the repetition was glaringly evident. Manager Chen was sweating profusely. He had received notice that a distinguished guest, surnamed Yun, was about to arrive, and Mr. Xie had even prepared a grand gift for her. But wait, there are 2 young ladies with the surname Yun here. Who is the true guest? The well-read Yunxia and 66 wagered. What do you think the manager is here for? He is undoubtedly here to welcome a Miss Yun. This lady is a distinguished guest of the Manju Hotel. However, since there are 2 women with the surname Yun present, the manager will first greet me, Miss Yun. Just when I am filled with joy and plan to follow the manager upstairs, a person of higher status will arrive and approach Yun Chushua, declaring, You are our esteemed guest. Then he will turn angrily towards me. Who are you to impersonate a guest of the Manju Hotel? Get out. The manager interjected. May I ask, is your imagination always this vivid? Chapter 41. Is this the treatment reserved for cannon fodder? Everyone who heard Yunxia's inner thoughts fell momentarily silent, instinctively glancing at Manager Chen. If such a blunder were to occur, he would be out of a job. Manager Chen took a deep breath and smiled. Which one of you is Miss Yunxia? Upon hearing her name, he immediately turned towards her. Hello. Yunxia's heart raced with excitement. Here it comes, just as I predicted. Yun Chushua bit her lip and gently tugged at Yunzhou's sleeve. Under normal circumstances, Yunzhou would have consoled Yun Chushua by now, but at this moment, he felt that Yunxia had a point. The manager must have mistaken identities, and in the end, everything would belong to Chushua, so there was no need to rush. Yunzhou adopted a look of anticipation. The manager bowed. Miss Yunxia, we have prepared a gift for you. The next moment, a water curtain door in the lobby swung open with a thunderous boom, revealing a fully prepared orchestra that bowed in unison. At the conductor's cue, a grand symphony erupted, resonating powerfully in the hall. Yunxia exclaimed, What is this? You need an orchestra just to escort away a supporting character? Suddenly, the manager clapped his hands twice, and the welcoming attendants immediately formed 2 lines, positioning themselves with Yunxia as the focal point. We honor Miss Yunxia's arrival at the Manju Hotel. Your presence is our glory. Your Majesty, please take your seat. Yunxia felt her toes gripping the floor. Blushing fiercely, she turned and fled. This is not a royal procession. It feels more like a royal funeral. Although Yunxia escaped in embarrassment, the manager had to fulfill his duties. He smiled at Yun Chushua. It seems that you both have objections to our esteemed guest. Remove her. Yun Chushua felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. And Yunjo's expression was equally grim. How had Yunxia suddenly become a distinguished guest of the Monju Hotel? She was merely a country bumpkin. How could she deserve this? Yet, despite her unwillingness, she dared not cause a scene in the Monju Hotel. Once outside, tears silently streamed down Yun Chushua's face. Brother, I never expected Sister Yunxia to bring me such shame. It's not the embarrassment that bothers me, but that I've implicated you. Yunzhou seized Yun Chushua's shoulders. Did you hear what Yunxia just said? How could she speak without moving her lips? Why did her voice resonate directly in my mind? He wanted to ask Chushua if she had heard, but every time he opened his mouth, he started frothing at the mouth, eyes glazing over. Yunxia, her inner thoughts. I can hear them. Big brother. In the distance, the manager felt a twinge of pride. I actually stunned someone. I am truly impressive. Yunxia had already settled into the lavish presidential suite that had been arranged for her at the hotel. It was ostentatious, too ostentatious. How could her senior brother afford such wealth? Just then, her phone buzzed twice. It was a group message from Director Xiong. Group members. Old Xiong sees through life. Can be bought for 49 yuan, full-service funeral. Chaotic Qitian Emperor. Pay. 19-year-old pure boy. My movie will definitely be a hit. It's Chushua. Yunxia. Who are these people? She opened the message, endured a 90-second advertisement, and a line of bold text appeared. Members only. Wait, are you charging even the guests? Reluctantly, she paid 15 yuan and fell silent. On the first day, she was to write the characteristics of the guests. In reality, Yunxia excitedly wrote, paper, electronic, will not gasp for breath. After editing, Yunxia sat alone in a corner, forlornly watching Pei Jingyan and Yun Chushua, her expression sorrowful, paired with a tragic ambience, 3 parts pain, 3 parts sacrifice, and 4 parts magnanimity, ultimately wiping away her tears. Sorrowfully writing those few words. Yunxia? On the third day, fishing. In reality, Yunxia skillfully caught fish with ease. After editing, she was portrayed as someone who harbored resentment because of love, hating Pei Jingyan for not sparing her a glance, and only able to draw his attention by winning against him, their gazes meeting, light and shadow alternating, all concealed within her seemingly casual smile of despair. Yunxia, all right. So this is how it will be edited. It seems the next episode needs to be even more outrageous. Frustrated, she felt like lashing out. The group chat soon buzzed with activity. Chaotic Qitian Emperor. Am I to be depicted as a lovesick fool? Is this even human? 19-year-old pure boy. What do you mean I'm a sea king, loving one and all? Your editing doesn't even understand me. It's Chushua. 49 yuan can buy. Why were so many of my famous lines cut? What's wrong with saying Pangdi is a heavenly being? My movie will definitely be a hit. If you can't edit, let me take a shot, alright? The main theme was that no one was satisfied. Yunxia relished the chaos. However, director Xiong seemed unconcerned. Let me announce the recording method for the second episode. We will visit one of the guests' homes each day. The first day as itinerary. When S Villa. Additionally, young Master Wen's cousin will appear as a special guest, so stay tuned. Chaotic Qitian Emperor. Thus, the filming arrangements were set. Yunxia ordered takeout and settled into a perfect routine of eating and sleeping. If only she and T-Ben awakened by inexplicable noise from next door. The commotion was so loud that Yunxia, frowning, opened the door. A young woman, seemingly in her 20s, stood in the corner, clutching a jade pendant. Mother, I truly cannot part with this. It is a relic left to me by my grandfather. Relic or not, that old man is not your true grandfather. If your sister desires it, why not give it to her?
Besides,
she is set to appear on a variety show tomorrow. What harm is there in her wearing a more exquisite jade pendant? Why must you be so stingy? Hand it over. The girl pressed her lips tightly together, watching as the woman reached for the pendant. Yunxia's voice was icy. Try raising your voice once more. The woman, unexpectedly startled, muttered defiantly, What does it concern you? Stay out of our family's affairs. Yunxia's expression remained impassive. I have harmed 18 individuals and served 15 years in confinement. I've just been released last week. And I am not in the best of moods. The woman immediately faltered. You appear to be barely in your 20s. That cannot be. Hee. Yunxia smirked, clenching a fist the size of a sandbag, creating an atmosphere of terror. In truth, I am already 48 years old. You could not have guessed. Could you? I maintain my youth by consuming human blood. Would you like to be poured into my wine glass? The woman promptly fell silent. 66. Host. You are quite the deviant. 66. You actually drink human blood. 66. Wah wah wah. 60 SAXS blood is not tasty. Do not consume 66. Yun Xia stumbled slightly. Where did this naive fool come from? Meanwhile, when Qi was in a group chat. Chaotic Qi, Heavenly Emperor. Yun Xia, do you reside in the Manju Hotel? My aunt said there is a psychopathic killer staying there. A woman who looks to be in her 20s. She is on your floor. Be cautious. Yun Xia glanced at her phone on the subway. Chapter 42. A trip to the crematorium. A swift stroke of the knife, and it's done. Observing Yun Xia clad in oversized shorts, with a messy bun and a weary expression, someone gently reminded her, Teacher Yun, we are live streaming. Yun Xia gestured dismissively. We are all friends here. It matters not. Friends. Sister Xia truly does not regard us as outsiders. Sister, you haven't left your room for 2 days.
Have you?
Yun Xia, spotting the comments, immediately retorted seriously. Do not speak nonsense. I go out every day to collect takeout. Does going out mean the hotel robot delivers the takeout to your door, and you merely open the door to retrieve it? No, I am merely curious. Yun Xia resides in the Manju Hotel? Yun Xuxue came a couple of days ago and couldn't secure a room. Yun Xuxue simply does not wish to waste. With keen insight, someone remarked, Teacher Yun, everyone is inquiring as to why you chose the Manju Hotel. It is widely known that this hotel is exorbitantly priced and operates on a membership basis. Without a reservation, one cannot enter. Suddenly, a boisterous male voice interrupted. Old Biao rushed in, panting, Boss. A client has increased the offer to 200 million. They must speak with you. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. Old Biao, must I personally handle a 200 million ghost coin transaction? That seems unnecessary. Yun Xia remained calm. Steady now. Is this trifling some worthy of my attention? Old Biao marveled inwardly. Wow, truly a superstar. That is 200 million RMB. It appears the entertainment industry truly is lucrative. On the client's end, Yun Xia pondered for a moment, then with a grand gesture, emanated poise and confidence. Convey that we shall conduct all affairs by the book. Even with a 200 million deal, we must not breach protocol. It has been established that the cemetery does not permit the burning of paper money. And purchasing 200 million worth of paper money is no different. Do you comprehend? Setting fire to the mountain will lead to dire consequences. Old Biao stood at attention. I understand. A mere 200 million is as insignificant as refuse. Is she truly posturing, or does she genuinely possess such indifference? I cannot comprehend this. On the other side, a shareholder from the Yun family, witnessing the live broadcast, called Yun Ji, second young master. We must not offend Yun Xia. She disregards 200 million, indicating she must have substantial backing. We cannot provoke her. Indeed, second young master, you share the surname Yun. Perhaps a century ago, we were all one family. Harmony is paramount. Harmony is paramount. Yun Ji. Plotting to teach Yun Xia a lesson. Isn't it obvious that she is merely putting on airs? I am fully aware of her true nature. Oh no. The second young master has spat blood again. All the tumult bore no relation to Yun Xia. Half an hour later, they arrived at a luxurious villa. This is our recording location, the Wynn family villa. From today, we shall spend 2 days and 1 night here. Teacher Yun, please gather with the main group. Yun Xia nodded and entered, discovering everyone had arrived. They were listening to a woman speak. There truly is a psychopathic killer. She is already 48 but appears to be in her early 20s. It is all due to her consuming human blood. One could tell she was not to be trifled with, likely stained with blood, yet living freely. Rumor has it she is a divorcee with 3 children. Having inherited her late husband's fortune, she is nothing short of a viper. What is this? Urban legend? Does the Wynn family, a prestigious household, also enjoy tales of the supernatural? The woman's fervor grew as she spoke, while Yun Xia listened with increasing interest, forcefully integrating herself into this family dynamic. Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. Some people are utterly unpredictable. Suddenly, the woman sprang from her seat, letting out a thunderous gasp. Pointing fearfully at Yun Xia, You. Yun Xia, engrossed in the tale, replied, I. The killer. She is the psychopathic killer. When Qi instinctively interjected, No. Second aunt. You may be mistaken. This is our guest. Before he could finish, Yun Xia's phone rang. The bold letters of Old Biao appeared on the screen. Hello, Old Biao. What has happened with the 200 million order? All present held their breath. On the other end, old Biao's gruff voice resonated. No. The 200 million order is still in progress. It is my pet. It has gone out to frolic again. The crowd quietly leaned in to listen. What? Yun Xia abruptly stood, stepping aside to inquire seriously. Has it gotten someone pregnant again? Do you only care for the offspring but neglect their upbringing? Indeed. Day in and day out, it only knows to run outside. Now, the mother cat has come knocking. Do you know how many I must raise? Yun Xia wandered off, and the others could no longer hear the conversation, only observing her increasingly grave expression. She then let out a cold laugh, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I said long ago, you should have dealt with it quickly. You were reluctant, and now look where we are? Creating trouble is minor, but with this daily escapade, do you not fear the other parents will come knocking? Enough, I shall arrange it. Find a time to take care of it, to avoid future complications. Whether to preserve it or send it directly to the crematorium is up to you. Yes, just like that. Be ruthless, a swift stroke of the knife, and it's done. Adopting a stray cat entails spaying it. She is entirely correct. The second Antwin rolled her eyes dramatically. She intends to eliminate a person. To sever a head and preserve it. Killing requires merely a stroke of the knife. She is indeed a psychopathic killer. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Yun Xia. Huh?
Me?
No, spaying a cat is illegal, right? In the midst of this misunderstanding, Director Xiong intervened. All guests have arrived. We shall commence recording for the second episode of Love Variety Show. After 2 days of separation, I trust everyone has missed each other. The first activity will involve a free-form performance from all. The rules are as follows. This performance has no restrictions, but teams must be formed. Those drawing the roles of the male lead, female lead, butler, and loyal guard should strive for the outcome. Lovers ultimately united. Those drawing roles as the male lead's brother, the male lead's stepmother, or the royal household servant should aim for the outcome, to separate a couple. Now, please draw lots. Everyone reached into the lottery barrel. Fong Qingyu, male lead's brother. Jiang Lulan, royal household's female butler. Oh no, I have drawn the opposing team. Wen Qi, loyal guard. Pei Jingyan, young master of the royal household, male lead. Yun Qixue, illegitimate daughter of the Yun family, female lead. Hooray! Jing and Xue can be together again. Xia Heng, royal household servant. Yun Xia, a venomous beauty who became a widow due to her husband's untimely demise, a femme fatale, the male lead stepmother. Chapter 43. My husband, wealthy yet deceased too soon, left behind a substantial inheritance that delights me. After the roles were assigned, Director Xiong narrated the preliminary storyline. The prince fell in battle, leaving only his beauty behind. Wait, Xia Heng raised his hand. I wish to apply for the role of father. Disappointed, he continued, very well. I shall have to express myself through the script then. The young lord took Yun Qixue's hand and stepped forward, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ashue, from now on, this shall be your home. Thank you. Ashue blushed, but soon her worry returned. But will the princess agree to our union? Fear not, for I shall be here to protect you. The young lord declared. Steward, arrange a room for Miss Yun. Pei Jingyan interjected. Wait, Steward Jiang Luyan exclaimed. My goodness. It has been ages since I have seen the young master smile so joyfully. Pei Jingyan wondered, why does the young master never smile? Is he naturally somber? The scene shifted as the leads arrived in the backyard, where they encountered the young lord's brother and a loyal guard. Ashue's eyes brimmed with tears. Do you have other women? The young lord fervently clarified. No. Ashue, you are the only one in my heart. In the next moment, when she remarked, the young lord used to prefer men, right? Young lord, you fancy the tall and strong types. And you told them that as long as they held you in their hearts, it didn't matter how they treated you in bed. Pei Jingyan's eyelids twitched. The young leads then arrived at the princess's residence, which posed their final challenge. Standing tall, Pei Jingyan declared with resolute determination, I desire no other woman. I only want Ashue to be my princess. Yun Xia responded, very well, I consent. Let us conclude this matter. Pei Jingyan was taken aback. Huh? Ahem. What I meant was, Yun Xia sat upright. Miss Ashue, I offer you 10,000. Leave my son. Yun Qixue, tearful, replied, our love cannot be severed by money. Yun Xia raised the offer to 20,000. Yun Qixue resolutely replied, absolutely not. Yun Xia countered with 30,000. Yun Qixue stood firm. I will not compromise. He is priceless in my heart. Delighted, Yun Xia clapped her hands. Wonderful. Then you give me 30,000, and I shall congratulate you on your joyful union. Yun Chuxiue, in a state of disbelief, exclaimed our love. Yun Xia sighed. Is that all? In today's competitive world, others start at 500,000. And you balk at my 3,000? Young lord, you are truly undervalued. Pei Jingyan protested. No, he has started to turn red again. This cannot continue. I call you mother, merely out of respect for my deceased father. What do you think you are? A mere stepmother dares to obstruct me. I will marry a Shui. And I will see who dares oppose. A silence fell. The young lord was the future master of the palace. Who would dare offend him?
I will.
A booming male voice resonated as Xia Heng stood, arms crossed, embodying righteousness. Pei Jingyan was confused. But I am the young lord of the palace. What does your opposition matter?
Who are you?
Xia Heng declared, I am your father. Pei Jingyan choked on his words, having never encountered someone who lied without preparation. You are but a servant of the palace. How can you claim to be my father? Rebel, do you not owe your mother an apology? Pei Jingyan stammered for a moment, unable to devise a response, when suddenly, no way. Yun Xia's expression shifted dramatically as she interrupted, You are a fraud. Get him out of here. Can't you understand? We are on the same side, my sister. One can understand, after all. The happiest thing in the world is a wealthy husband who dies early, leaving behind a vast inheritance to enjoy. Xia Heng inquired, Madam, why do you say such things? Yun Xia retorted, If the king of hell wanted you dead by the third watch, why are you still alive? Xia Heng replied earnestly, Because I stayed up until the fifth watch. Yun Xia lamented, You've cried, held the funeral, and had the banquet. You say you are not dead. How can you justify this to me? Xia Heng assured her, It matters not, as long as one carries the underworld in their heart. Any path they tread leads to the Yellow Springs. Yun Xia declared, I do not agree. Today, the palace must hang white banners. Very well. Xia Heng replied sorrowfully. You know I can never refuse you. To fulfill your wishes, I am willing to make sacrifices. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tragic, Xia Heng proclaimed, My son, the young lord, may you walk your path with honor. Pei Jingyan. Wait, why am I? Xia Heng announced the conclusion. Ultimately, the young lord met his end at the hands of the prince, and the story concludes with a separation. Director Xiong pondered for a moment, deeming it acceptable to separate a couple is to achieve victory. Lunch is upgraded. No. When Qi, overcome, rushed forward and swiftly dealt a fatal blow to a Shui, as the most loyal guard of the young lord, I cannot allow him to depart, so solitary. Young lord, I shall send a Shui to meet you in the Yellow Springs, where lovers reunite in the underworld. What a hardcore reunion. Who says death cannot be double? Pei Jingyan suddenly realized, erupting in anger. I refuse to accept this. The young lord is the protagonist. He cannot die so simply. Yun Xia leisurely replied, Alas. The faults of a father are not those of a son. You did not teach me, so why may the young lord not face peril? Pei Jingyan furrowed his brow. Nonsense. I have not encountered any danger thus far. Yun Xia shook her head. Your mind must have been affected by the economic crisis of the 1970s in America. Pei Jingyan, having suffered a cultural loss. The young lord's expression twisted. Director Xiong interjected. Enough, you all. Chapter 44. As the Suona sounded, the spirit hall was erected. The white cloth was laid, and the entire village feasted. Ultimately, all participants in this game achieved victory and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch prepared by the Wen family's chef. After the meal, Director Xiong announced the afternoon's activities, a sweet game of hide and seek. The rules were as follows. Pairs of guests would draw lots to select a captor, while the remaining 3 pairs would hide in a confined space. The captor's victory condition: find all the guests within half an hour. The hider's victory condition: remain hidden for half an hour without being discovered and share physical contact for 10 minutes. Exciting! Let us cuddle, senior siblings. Jing Shui, let us cuddle. Charge. As for how to form groups, there were 4 types of musical instruments backstage. Each teacher would select one they were proficient in, and those who selected the same instrument would form a team. Pei Jingyan, recalling the economic crisis, finally seized the opportunity to mock Yun Xia. Director, is this not too much of a challenge? Yun Xia cannot play any instruments. Yun Xia, incensed, retorted, Who do you look down upon? I am a professional Suona player. Pei Jingyan scoffed, You play the Suona? You wouldn't dare claim to have studied music, would you? Not exactly, Yun Xia replied earnestly. I work in funerals. Pei Jingyan, Yun Xia continued, In our village, I handle all the funerals. When I play the suona, the spirit hall rises. When the white cloth is laid, the entire village feasts. By the way, would you like to hear?
I can play for you right now.
Siahung leisurely commented. At first, one is unacquainted with the sound of the suona. Upon hearing it again, one is already among the dead. Young Master Pei, safe travels. Yun Xia passionately responded. On the road to the Yellow Springs, one becomes despondent. At the platform of nostalgia, one remembers the past. Young Master Pei, safe travels. Pei Jingyan, you all? Expletive. Director Xiong forcefully intervened, successfully preventing a one-sided massacre. The guests took turns selecting instruments. Yun Xia and Fong Qingyu chose the suona. Wen Qi and Yun Shishue selected the violin. Pei Jingyan and Zhang Lulan chose the piano, and Siahung, having wished to select the suona but finding none, could only choose the flute. Let us highlight the fact that no one is pleased. Who taught you to form groups like this? Who told you to do it this way? Was Zhang's quiet donning of a coat serious? With so many musical instruments at her disposal, what is it that you cannot play, Chiyu? The suona, perhaps? When I saw you and Yunxia together, I thought we were watching a funeral-themed variety show, preparing for a burial. Yunxia set down the suona and turned to Fong Qiyu. In each other's eyes, they recognized a deep mutual admiration and began to whisper conspiratorially. Do you also engage in funeral services? When I was young, my home was next to a crematorium. If you pass away someday, come to my funeral home. It's top-notch. Will I receive a discount for my night watch? TSK, Siahung narrowed his eyes, feeling vexed, wishing to purchase coffins for them. Director Xiong, we only have 7 people. At this moment, Zhang Lulan inquired, Mr. Xia has no teammates? Director Xiong waved his hand. Thus, we have invited a special guest, Miss Wen Shi, cousin of Wen Shi. Wow, it's the little princess of the Wen family, the renowned literary talent, Wen Shi. I recall that Wen Shi has an elder sister. Why have I never heard her name? I know this. The elder sister has a poor reputation, and the Wen family prefers to avoid embarrassment. The 2 sisters are like day and night. Wen Shi is praised by all, while the other is scorned. Miss Wen is currently attending Haiqing Music Academy and has already produced multiple original works. This event marks her collaboration with Mr. Xia, and everyone welcomed her warmly with applause. Yun Chushue approached with a smile. Wen Shi greeted her warmly. Chushue, brother Wen Shi. Then she turned to the others. Hello, Emperor Pei, Mr. Xia, brother Chiyu, and Sister Lulan. Nice to see you again. Unbeknownst to whether intentional or not, she overlooked Yunxia. Yunxia hissed softly. Wasn't he this miss when the girl she saw that night at the hotel? Yet, something felt amiss. Furthermore, it seemed she did not recognize her. That should not be. For I am quite handsome. Soon, Director Xiong brought forth 4 pieces of paper, and Yunxia randomly drew one. The captor. All right, Teacher Yun and Teacher Fong are the captors. The remaining 3 teams shall automatically become the hiders. The timer starts now. A perfect game. A flawless game of hide-and-seek. A perfect skin-to-skin interaction. Director Xiong envisioned a splendid scenario, yet the reality was fraught with discontent. Wen Qi and Yun Chushue maintained a relatively normal colleague relationship. With a touch of infatuation, Wen Qi devoted himself to ensuring Yun Chushue's safety, seeking a secure hiding spot. However, the dynamic between Zhang Lulan and Pei Jingyan was quite different. If you're kidnapped, Teacher Jiang just blink. Teacher Jiang put on disposable gloves, claiming an allergy, and Emperor Pei turned pale. Our brother Pei would never touch Zhang Lulan, this older woman. She's only 26. How can you call her old? She is indeed. Brother Pei belongs to Chushue. She even tries to steal her best friend's man. How shameless. S&T this merely a game? And besides, if you think 26 is old, then don't live to see 26. As for the other group, it was an entirely different scene. Mr. Xia went to the backyard. Miss Wen said she wanted to cuddle for 10 minutes. Mr. Xia agreed. So, do my fellow disciples have to join in? Xiaheng, what are you doing? When she blinked her eyes, showcasing her charming demeanor. Mr. Xia, let us hide here. It's secluded, and they won't find us.
Xiaheng replied, all right.
When she lightly bit her lip. Feeling a bit shy. The game says we should have skin-to-skin contact. Xiaheng produced a clove of garlic, interrupting her with a gentle tone. Miss Wen, keep this safe. When she, I apologize for concealing this from everyone. I am, in fact, a garlic spirit from the mountains. After a mishap, I became separated from my true form. Today, I have finally found it. This garlic is my true essence. For us spirits, encountering our essence is what constitutes skin-to-skin contact. When she, Xia, blushing, said, Miss Wen, handle it gently for me. When she, don't think I didn't notice you swiped the garlic from someone's kitchen. Xia, you always engage in pure love on these variety shows. I am protecting my junior sister's virtue. I have enlightened myself. But your junior sister is currently. Meanwhile, the captors awaited the 10-minute countdown. Fong Chiyu, playing the Suona, asked, Teacher Yun, do you think one should buy a house or a car first when one becomes wealthy? Of course, a house. It retains value. Yunxia pondered for a moment, shaking her head. Cars are consumables. Houses last for 70 years. Only graveyards serve as the final resting place. I suggest one should buy a grave first. Great minds think alike. Fong Chiyu's face flushed with excitement. Then tell me, what did servants say in the Tang dynasty? In the Qing dynasty, they said Ja. What do modern servants say? Yunxia, with a composed demeanor, replied, received. Meanwhile, Director Xiong frowned. This will not do. All 3 pairs of guests are too reserved. Old Ma, give them something stimulating. Old Ma, understood. Old Ma, Chapter 45. Male bodhisattvas are also bodhisattvas. 10 minutes later, the difficulty escalated. The hiding area for the guests shrank further, transforming into a mere 11 cubic feet space. 2 adults wishing to hide could only crouch together. TSK Xiaheng, once again displeased, complied, shoving the garlic and Wenxi into the space, while he strutted around outside. Surely, he wouldn't cause trouble. Director Xiong sounded the alarm. Level 1 alert, hurry. The response was a profound silence. Empty. Old Ma. Director Xiong glared at the traitor. You dare to disclose our position? Do you know what you've done? Old Ma scoffed. Yes, it's all my fault. I am the one who set fire to Notre Dame. The one who broke the Zhouyan mountain causing floods. The one who incited Wu Sangui to allow the Qing army to enter. I am a spy for humanity. Sending coordinates to the Trisolarians, leading to the catastrophic extinction of the dinosaurs, and thereafter attempting to subvert the peaceful existence on Earth, forging cafeteria meal cards. Eating millions worth in a year, all my fault. Oh, and these were all taught to me by Teacher Yun. She instructed me to tell you that while there may be exceptions to defying heaven, defying her leads to certain demise. Director Xiong, enraged. Yunxia, I will shark you. That naive old Ma, indeed, is a case of one who associates with the red becomes red, and one who associates with the black becomes black. With the intelligence in hand, Yunxia swiftly uncovered 2 hiding spots. Jiang Lulan looked at her as if seeing a savior. Pei Jingyan remained expressionless, still that cool, serene figure. Wen Qi's face was flushed with embarrassment, relishing the perks of being a sycophant, while Yun Xuxue feigned shyness. The last one. Let us see what my senior brother is up to.
Splash.
However, unexpectedly, only Wen Qi remained inside. Yunxia glanced around, the others gathered. Strange. Where is Mr. Xia? Wen Qi revealed an awkward yet polite smile, slowly extending her hand to show them the garlic. Fong Chiyu frowned. What is this? Wen Qi. This is Mr. Xia's true form. He claimed to be a garlic spirit. Everyone. Senior brother? In the next moment, Yunxia appeared astonished. Her eyes brimming with tears, trembling all over, nearly collapsing as she seized the garlic, cradling it in her palms, her face stricken with sorrow. Senior brother, what has happened to you? How could you fall into such dire straits, meeting such a tragic fate? It seems there is no hope left, senior brother. Your 3,000 years of cultivation. Fong Chiyu was so startled she stepped back 2 paces. Pei Jingyan appeared constipated when she was dumbfounded. Yun Xuxue pondered in silence. And Jiang Lulan attempted to offer comfort. After the establishment of the nation, one cannot become a spirit. This must not be Mr. Xia. Yunxia exclaimed, 3,000 years of cultivation must not go to waste. Slurp. Tonight we shall use senior brother as our drinking companion. Wait, Jiang Lulan was still contemplating what to say when suddenly, a clear, gentle laugh echoed from behind. Junior sister, you seem quite happy. Yunxia instantly concealed her smile. No. Seeing senior brother alive reassures me. Where have you been? Xia Heng replied gracefully. Nothing much, just discussing some matters of existential significance with Director Xiong. In the broadcasting studio, Director Xiong was silently shedding tears. The good news was that the dating reality show had made it to the trending list. The bad news was that the trending topic was about garlic becoming sentient. What relevance did this have to their dating show? The program's thoughtful pink bubble activity was overshadowed by the garlic, rendering the entire hide-and-seek game rather tasteless. Exhausted, director Xiong announced a brief period of free activity, though the cameras would continue to follow. The guests did not stray too far, gathering in small groups in the living room. Yun Chuxue and Wen Shi were warmly holding hands, clearly the best of friends. Let me introduce. She is the fiancée of my elder brother. Yun Chuxue smiled and winked. Soon, she will be my sister-in-law. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward her. This news landed like a bombshell, leaving Yun Xia speechless.
Now,
she could once again be the center of attention. Yun Chuxue picked up a piece of jade pendant from Wen Shi, laughing. Look, this is their love token. 2 years ago, she saved my brother, and they fell in love at first sight. This must be fate.
à Jade pendant?
Yun Xia perked up as if she had stumbled upon some juicy gossip, her attention shifting from her phone's male deity. Oh, the plot thickens. The onlookers' heads turned towards Yun Xia. Wow, it seems Yun Zhou truly likes Wen Shi. He spares no expense for her. And it's a miracle the Yun family hasn't been completely drained by him. Wait, hold on. Yun Xia seemed to have discovered something shocking. ISNT Yun Zhou's savior someone named Wen Shi?
Ah?
The informed Wen Shi jumped up. Wait a moment. Wen Shi is Wen Shi's annoying twin sister. Her reputation is dreadful, always causing trouble and lacking in any skills. In fact, it was Wen Shi who was originally engaged to Yun Zhou, but due to the matter of the life-saving grace, he insisted on breaking off the engagement to be with Wen Shi. What is Yun Xia talking about? The one who saved him is Wen Shi? Then what kind of charade is this that Yun Zhou is putting on? Wen Shi was blissfully unaware that her secret had been half revealed, teasingly asking, Don't talk about me, Chuxue, when are you and Peigo getting married? Yun Chuxue bit her lip. What nonsense are you spouting, Shi? I'm not talking nonsense. You and Peigo are a match made in heaven, unlike some people who are desperately trying to steal men, and they don't even glance her way. After saying this, Wen Shi pointedly looked at Yun Xia. The atmosphere turned extremely quiet. No one responded. Sister Wen, you're quite bold. Sister is really fearless. Sister used to be on a variety show with Chuxue. She is a little princess who fears nothing. With the Wen family behind her, her future husband is the eldest son of the Yun family. What a sweet romance in reality. Wen Shi, noticing the silence, grew somewhat displeased. Why is someone not speaking? Could it be that you're feeling guilty, Yun Xia? ISNT that right? Ding dong. The system triggered a special mission to rescue the twin sister whose life was stolen. Current progress, 0. The system notification sounded unexpectedly. Yun Xia deciphered the trigger logic of the rescue mission. The once radiant child of destiny had their fortune forcibly taken, causing an imbalance in fate and disrupting the heavenly order. Men? She had no interest. After a long pause, Yun Xia suddenly smiled, transitioning to the next suggestive video. Her hands clasped together. I have seen through the mundane world, practicing vegetarianism and worshipping the deities daily. Fang Qingyu was taken aback. Is that true? Of course. The truth was left unspoken as her phone was snatched away. Xiaheng glanced at the video on her phone, his gaze leisurely. Seen through the mundane world? Worshipping deities? Yun Xia coughed lightly, her brows furrowing, and one could discern a hint of righteous spirit in her eyes. Certainly. Male deities are also deities. Chapter 46. I understand you, because I am also a green tea. This declaration left everyone stunned. Even Jiang Lulan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Why are you all so fierce? Who doesn't like male deities? It turns out that I share the same hobby as Sister Xia. Someone who likes male deities can't be all that bad. This is my moral compass, a moral high ground. And yet, you're trying to elevate this man? Just looking at his muscle screams protein powder, unlike my pictures with a chubby face and greasy demeanor. EW. No worries, taste is subjective. Everyone has their own aesthetic. On this long journey of life, we will inevitably encounter those who share our values. We must respect our differences and wish you all the best in the future. Farewell, tasteless things, Chuckles. The barrage of comments erupted while the scene fell silent. It took a full minute before someone spoke. Xiaheng smiled lightly. So it turns out that my junior sister enjoys this. I understand now. Understand what? This is none of your business. Yun Xia shot him a glance and then, with a teasing smile, turned to Wen Shi. Well, how should I put it? I can't help it. I'm just this vulgar, uninterested in the cold, aloof vegetarian types. Perhaps if Pangdi were to take a plunge, I might reconsider? Pei Jingyan's veins throbbed with rage. Both Wenxi and Yun Shishue turned pale as they were caught in the crossfire. Yun Xia smiled brightly at Wenxi. Sifting through the plot the system had just sent. Wenxi and Wenqi were twins, but early on, Wen Ershu and Wen Erbding were too busy with their business to care for both, so they sent the healthier Wenqi to a boarding school, personally raising Wenxi. Wen father and Wen mother were accustomed to keeping all the best things for Wenxi, thus beginning Wenqi's tragedy. With a face identical to Wenqi, Wenqi bore the brunt of her siblings' misfortunes. Her achievements were overshadowed by Wenqi. She worked diligently to enter the music academy with top marks, while Wenqi scored poorly in her college entrance exams, resulting in their parents swapping their grades. After all, they looked alike. Xi's health was poor and couldn't repeat her studies, and since you're the elder sister, can't you let her have this? She remained by her grandparents' side during their illness, taking care of them, while Wenqi partied at bars, indulging in a life of excess. After the truth came to light, their parents swapped their names to shield their precious daughter's reputation. How could such an outstanding Xi have such a blemish? Since your reputation is already tarnished, can't you just admit it was you who went to the bar? Your sister's, her success is your success. Can't you sacrifice a little and not feel wronged? She was engaged to Yunzhou early on and had saved his life. Yet 2 tears from when she led their parents to replace the gratitude. Our Xi cannot suffer. She was destined to marry into wealth and enjoy a life of luxury. Yunzhou is the man your sister has her eyes on. Keep your distance and stop spreading rumors. Such past grievances are countless. Yun Xia, how coincidental. The Yun family has said similar things to her. No wonder when she and Yun Chushue get along so well.
Ha ha ha.
Fists clenched. The Wen family, huh? Yunzhou, huh? I will smash this world to pieces.
The others fell silent. Only Yun Xia clapped.
Just as the saying goes, when Cao Cao arrives, he comes at the perfect time. The camera shifted to another scene. When Xi's parents entered with Yunzhou, and behind them was a girl who looked identical to Wenxi, her demeanor cold, her expression indifferent, her eyes devoid of emotion. Papa, Mama, Yunzhou Gij. Wenxi ran over, sweetly pouting. The parents, who had been frosty toward their eldest daughter, instantly beamed upon seeing their younger daughter. Darling, your Yunzhou brother said he missed you and insisted on coming to see you. Yunzhou smiled warmly, first ruffling Yun Chushua's hair, then greeting Director Xiong. His gaze suddenly stiffening upon seeing Yun Xia. Wait a minute, why is Yun Xia here too? After when she had her moment of affection with her parents, she eagerly dashed into Yunzhou's embrace. A family radiated warmth and joy, yet their eldest daughter stood aside with a distant expression, as if she were an outsider. After playfully pouting, when Xi's eyes flickered, seemingly just realizing when Xi's presence, she immediately released Yunzhou's hand, biting her lip in apparent fear. Sister, you're here. Please don't misunderstand. I was just so excited to see Brother Yunzhou. I meant no harm. Yunzhou's expression darkened abruptly, his gaze snapping up in anger. Wenqi, what have you done now? Brother Yunzhou, please don't blame my sister. She merely lifted her foot, and it was I who didn't see. After this, she bravely added, as if to soothe the situation, Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a tiny scratch. I can endure it. What on earth happened? Did Wenqi trip her sister in front of the cameras? I've heard rumors about the eldest daughter of the Wen family bullying the youngest. But the youngest is gentle and kind, never holding grudges. Seems to be true. Yunzhou assisted Wenqi in standing, his demeanor icy as he warned, Wenqi, we are filming a variety show. I'm letting this slide for now, but you must apologize to Xi. Antwin rushed forward, almost frenzied, ready to slap the eldest daughter. How could you be so reckless? Knowing your sister's health is poor, you still deliberately made her fall. How could I have such a shameless daughter? The group acted as if Wenqi had committed some heinous act, compelling her to apologize to Wenqi. Wenqi smirked, perhaps accustomed to such baseless accusations happening too often for Wenqi to react. Yunzhou, losing his patience, said, Wenqi, know when to stop. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, causing Yunzhou to stiffen instinctively. Yun Xia, puzzled, looked up. I was thinking, with so many cameras, they can't just be for show. The crowd responded in unison. If it was Wenqi, can't we just check the footage? Indeed. Yunzhou's naivety was astounding.
No, Ui.
Wenqi, the head of the household, cleared his throat and interjected, Uncle and Aunt, don't rush. I'll have someone check the footage. Footage? Wenqi's eyes reddened, as if deeply wronged. Sister, do you think I would intentionally frame you? Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen immediately turned to Wenqi, their reflexes prompting them to exclaim. Is this really necessary? You must blow this out of proportion over such a trivial matter. Filming is still ongoing, and you take pleasure in making your sister uncomfortable. Yunxia smoothly stepped in to take Wenqi's place, smiling as she said, It's precisely because we are filming that we need to clarify things. Otherwise, like you two, jumping to conclusions and condemning the eldest daughter without inquiry, what if word gets out, and people claim the Wen family is biased? Wouldn't that tarnish Miss Wen's reputation? Furthermore, checking the footage was Wenqi's suggestion. Does Miss Wen harbor any grievances against your sister? Why do you immediately accuse your sister, without considering her side? Fang Qingyu quietly interjected, I understand you, because I too am a green tea. In the midst of the chaos, Xia Heng, gentle and kind, narrowed his eyes. Can you not handle this? The scene fell silent. Indeed. Isn't this simply tea? Qingyu. There's no need for that. We don't need to harm ourselves while attempting to defeat the enemy. Wenqi's expression froze, tears welling up. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yunxia stepped forward, pinching her lips together, taking a deep breath. Crying. All you do is cry. The good fortune of this household has been wept away by your tears. Now, Wenqi resembled a pitiful duck, unable to garner sympathy. Get away. The footage is here. In a hurry to prevent the Wen family's reputation from being ruined, Wenqi swiftly retrieved the footage. On screen, Wenqi approached Wenqi, and before she even touched her, she fell outright. It was an evident ploy to frame her. In an instant, everyone's expressions varied, none daring to speak. Yunxia asked gently, what should one do upon realizing they misunderstood another? Instantly, the expressions of Wen's parents shifted dramatically, a spectrum of colors flashing across their faces. Yunzhou maintained a stern demeanor. I was the one who misunderstood. It's not she's fault. When she, blushing, felt the weight of the scrutinizing gazes around her, her face burning with embarrassment. Usually so adept, what had gone awry today? It was all Wenqi's fault. Wen's parents internally blamed Wenqi as well. Had she not been standing there, she would never have fallen, frightened by her. Once the crowd dispersed, Yunzhou furrowed his brow, lowering his voice in reprimand. What were you thinking? She didn't do it on purpose. Was it necessary for her to suffer embarrassment live over such a trivial matter? Yunxia, puzzled, replied, I thought you all just scolded Wenqi from head to toe without considering it a trivial matter. Shouldn't the severity of the matter depend on the person involved? Yunzhou choked momentarily. How have you become so cruel? Yunxia sighed. What can I say? It's hereditary. My brother is simply a pure idiot. What can I do? Yunzhou's face flushed with all colors of the rainbow. He could not reveal on camera that he was Yunxia's brother. Ah, how could you say that about your brother? Because I lack manners. Yunxia, with utmost sincerity, asserted, You know my whole family are terrible people. Returning to the villa, Director Xiong calmed the guests, wiping the sweat from his brow, and resumed filming. After a few minor interruptions, we shall now proceed to the next activity. A talent showcase. Redefining minor interruptions. How peculiar. The twins can be so biased. Fans of Yun Chuxue flooded the comments. It's perfectly normal. The youngest daughter excels academically and is dutiful, while the eldest daughter is aimless and causes trouble. Comparison breeds bias. Surely everyone knows? Last week, when she represented her school in an international competition and won a gold medal, when she was caught in a bar scandal, which daughter would you favor? Director Xiong disregarded the comments and began announcing the rules. Everyone present plays at least one instrument. So we will draw lots randomly and compete in pairs. The two guests will perform simultaneously and the audience will vote. The one with the most votes wins. When she frowned, playing together will just create chaos. How can we hear anything clearly? Director Xiong quickly refuted. No matter how noisy the environment, it cannot drown out enchanting melodies. It's time to showcase talent. Without question, Director Xiong exerted his authority as a director. Let the drawing commence. The first group, Wenqi and Pei Jingyan. A tumultuous performance of piano and violin ensued. The second group, Zhang Lulan and Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu, a former idol, expertly accompanied Zhang Lulan's piano with various instruments. The third group, Yunxia and Yun Chuxue. Yun Chuxue gracefully held her violin, sweetly saying, I'll embarrass myself. Before she finished, Yunxia smiled knowingly. Something felt amiss. Director Xiong's alarm bells went off, and he leapt to his feet. Stop her. Suddenly, A deafening sound of a suona erupted. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. It felt as if they were no longer in the Wynn family villa, but rather at a funeral, a chilling ambience enveloping the scene. What is she here for? Once the suona sounds, someone will either die or be injured. Who remembers that Yun Chushua was playing the violin? She could be defecating, and no one would care, regardless of how it sounds. I might as well find a coffin and lie down in it. How refreshing. As the performance concluded, director Xiong and old Ma nearly burst into tears. Jiang Lulan clasped her ears, close to despair, and when she looked menacingly, nearly kneeling, while Pei Jingyan gestured for her to silence herself. Only Xia Heng, sincerely, praised his junior for her taste. Reflecting on the performance, Xia Heng genuinely inquired, Yun Chushua, where was your embarrassment? I didn't hear it. Yun Chushua's expression stiffened, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. There's no need for voting. The outcome is crystal clear. As director Xiong prepared to announce the next group, Yunzhou suddenly stood up. Wait, this isn't fair. Yunzhou asserted with conviction that the violin and the suona are incomparable, as they cater to entirely different occasions. It is well known that the suona is the rogue among instruments. Comparing it to chueshua would be a gross injustice. Yun Xia inquired. What does young master Yun mean by that? Yunzhou, appearing quite righteous, replied, change the instrument, and let us have another contest. Yun Xia, her expression devoid of emotion, responded, no change. Yunzhou pressed his lips together tightly, lowering his voice. Why do you so blatantly disregard Chueshua's dignity? You are her sister. Can't you give her a break? What did you say? Yun Xia suddenly shouted, raising her voice toward the microphone. You expect me to let her win? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Yunzhou. Fang Qingyu interjected, young master Yun, this hardly seems fair. It's merely a game, and winning or losing is of little consequence. Jiang Lulan added, Mr. Yun, though you are Chueshua's brother and surely wish for her to win, since Chueshua hasn't voiced her stance, your actions could be perceived as disrespectful to her. Xia Heng, with a gentle and amiable squint, inquired, are you unable to accept defeat? Yunzhou stammered, no, that is not it.
I didn't mean that.
Then let it be a matter of accepting the wager. Yun Xia said with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. We wouldn't want anyone to think the Yun family lacks decorum, would we? Director Xiong seized the opportunity to announce, the final group is Mr. Xia, with Wenxi. Xia Heng, clad in a pale blue long robe and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of gentility, bowed gracefully, holding a bamboo flute in hand, and smiled politely at Wenxi. Miss Wen, please. A long silence ensued. Wenxi's expression turned rigid, while her parents, Wen father and Wen mother, reluctantly intervened. Oh dear. We apologize, but she has not been well lately and cannot participate. Not a problem, Xia Heng replied, not granting any opportunity for rebuttal. It's all for entertainment. There's no need to concern ourselves with victory or defeat. The atmosphere grew even quieter. Wenxi bluntly remarked, I hadn't heard of she being unwell before. Wasn't she just competing abroad a few days ago? It seems she was indeed unwell, Xia Heng responded unhurriedly. However, it would be improper to break the rules. If Miss Wenxi is unable, shall we invite Miss Wenxi instead? Wenxi nodded, preparing to rise. Wenxi, Aunt Wen shrieked, seizing her hand, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, warning in a hushed tone, you know nothing of music. Don't cause trouble for your sister. Wenxi, tears streaming down her face, collapsed into Yunzhou's embrace. I truly don't understand why my sister is so intent on stealing the spotlight. Brother Yunzhou, please don't blame her. Yunzhou, filled with compassion, wished to silence Wenxi's disruption. Stealing the spotlight? It became clear why this family of three sought to prevent Wenxi from performing. For it was Wenxi who was accepted into the music academy, and it was she who had competed abroad. If she were to play publicly, the truth would be revealed. Yunzhou's pupils trembled. Director Xiong was wide awake. Old Ma was alert, and when she came to life, while Fang Qingyu's eyes widened and Jiang Lulan abandoned his fruit. All at once, they turned to Yun Xia. Chapter 48. The malicious supporting character awakens. 70. Yunzhou wished he could cover Yun Xia's mouth. What nonsense was she uttering? However, one cannot silence their inner thoughts. The matter of switching universities was known to few, as the Wen family had concealed it well. Yet those in the know would surely prevent Wenxi from performing. Just watch. Whoever speaks on behalf of Wenxi will be revealed as an insider. Yunzhou, no, it's impossible. Wenxi was clearly out partying last week. Caught in the act. How could she have been competing abroad? Surely it was Wenxi who competed, and Yunxia's slander was intolerable, dragging Chuexue into it. Such malice was unforgivable. Yunzhou sought to intervene, but Xia Heng had already asked with a light laugh, "Miss Wenqi, do you wish to perform?" Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen clutched Wenqi's arm tightly, but they could not extinguish the fire in the girl's eyes. "Yes," she declared. Xia Heng offered her the instrument and cleared the way. As Wenqi stepped into the center, Aunt Wen suddenly snapped back to reality, rushing forward with a fierce expression. Screaming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to harm your sister? Get down this instant." When she, in a state of distress, cried, "Sister, are you angry? I apologize. It's all my fault for participating in this show." Yunxia pressed her hand over Wenxi's mouth, sincerely questioning. "Why does Miss Wenqi performing mean harming Wenqi? I don't understand. Could you explain?" "Because they harbor secrets." From the beginning until now, Wenqi, who had not spoken a word, finally uttered her first phrase of the day. She positioned the bamboo flute at her lips. "Ah!" Aunt Wen erupted into a frenzied scream, breaking free from Wenqi and charging directly at Wenqi, attempting to snatch the flute away. But it was too late. Xia Heng gently blocked her, causing Aunt Wen to fall to the ground as if she were no longer in control of her body. The melodious sound of the flute resonated throughout the live broadcast. "Oh my! How beautiful!" Who claimed Wenqi had no musical talent? Is she not gifted in music? One Chuexiu's fans, under the guidance of her manager, attempted to control the narrative. It's because Wenqi is arrogant and bullies she at home. She is far too kind, just like our Chuexiu, never competing for anything. However, it soon spiraled out of control. Blind fans, I seem to have discovered the key point. Global University Music Competition video link for Wenxi's Bamboo Flute Solo link. Wenxi's Art Examination Live Bamboo Flute Solo link, and High City Music Academy's column for Wenxi link. That is to say, even identical twins cannot perfectly replicate each other's expressions and subtle gestures, correct? The one competing abroad is most likely Wenqi. Wen Chuexiu's fans had long known that Wenqi was their sister's closest friend, and with this variety show orchestrated by Chuexiu, they were determined not to let public opinion stray. Real sisters are naturally similar. Wenqi is of poor character, merely mimicking Xi. Are you all blind? She only knows how to bully Xi. She is ill, and yet Wenqi, that vile person, does not spare her. Yet the onlookers paid no heed to the fans, only noting the increasing resemblance, as the internet's investigative prowess proved formidable, swiftly unearthing every video of Wenxi's performances. From childhood to now, she was nearly indistinguishable from Wenqi. At the variety show venue, Aunt Wen's heart sank. She wished she could tear Wenqi's skin off. Once the piece concluded, Wenqi calmly stated, "I believe this piece is sufficient to prove my worth." "I have something to say here." Aunt Wen, frenzied, screamed, "Wenqi, what do you intend to do? Get down now. I command you. Can you not care for your sister even a little?" Wenqi inhaled deeply, looking toward Yunxia. For many years, she had been languishing in a haze. Her glory usurped, her efforts exploited by others, unable to resist until that fateful night when she encountered Yunxia. It was as if the fog before her had suddenly lifted, revealing that she was merely a counterpart to the protagonist of a popular novel, referred to as the malicious supporting character. In that moment, when she felt as though she could finally seize control of her own destiny, resolutely stating no to the Wen family, gathering her courage, when she articulated her thoughts word by word, opposing the decrees of fate, the scene fell into an immediate hush. Everyone exchanged glances. The live stream's comment section flooded with messages, while Yunzhou's complexion turned pale, lost in thought. When she wept uncontrollably, and Uncle Wen, torn between love and rage, directed all his ire towards Wenqi. "If you utter another word, I shall ruin your mouth. We are in a civilized society. There are no longer any brutal means of coercion," Yunxia interjected slowly. Wenqi showed no fear. "I have evidence." Uncle Wen's expression darkened, his anger palpable. "Nonsense. Your sister is far superior to you. You only possess a modicum of talent and dare to attempt to usurp Xi's place. Do you not have a conscience?" Uncle Wen nearly collapsed in exasperation. "Our Xi is kind and sensible, and she has fallen ill, making her unfit to perform. You are forcing her." Xia Heng, ever gracious, offered, "I am not particularly skilled, but I have studied medicine for a few years. I could provide treatment for Miss Wenqi." Uncle Wen nearly lost his composure. The audience, engrossed in the unfolding drama, suddenly realized, wait a minute, if it's Wenqi participating in the overseas competition, Then who was the one exposed for promiscuity at the bar last week? Clearly, when Chi had also come to this shocking conclusion, his moral compass shattered. How could they expect Wen Chi to take the blame for such a scandalous affair? After all, this was a private matter of the Wen family, and the other guests were hesitant to interject, leaving the room in a heavy silence. Only Uncle Wen's furious finger was pointed at Wen Chi. Are you mute? Speak up. Others are slandering your sister, and you remain silent. To commit such an act and shift the blame onto your sister. Aunt Wen chimed in with an alarming warning. It was you who went to the bar. Our She is so well-behaved and obedient. Don't you dare frame her. Are you still our daughter? Ding dong. A special mission to rescue the twin sister whose life has been stolen. Current completion rate, 70. Ding dong. The mindless group pet narrative as antagonist has awakened. Awakening level, 70. The two notifications exploded in Yunxia's mind. Yunxia. Wait, am I not the antagonist? Where did another one come from? Chapter 49. Yunzhou recalled that Yunxia was indeed his biological sister. Faced with their parents' madness, Wen Chi remained expressionless. Had I borne too many burdens for her throughout our lives, allowing you to act with such impunity? While Yunxia pondered the matter of the antagonist, she overheard Wen Chi say, in middle school, when she was involved in bullying, a classmate, unable to endure the humiliation, attempted suicide. The parents demanded an explanation from Wen Chi. However, upon awakening, the name of the bully shifted from Wen Chi to me, and I became the target of everyone's ire. Forced to drop out of school. My well-meaning parents told me, we are all family. She is frail and cannot withstand public condemnation, so as the older sister, I should bear more of the burden. Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen's faces turned ashen, while Wen Chi trembled, crying and shaking her head. No, that is not true. The audience was stunned. Wen Chi's notorious reputation began with that incident of school bullying, which led to a classmate's suicide. Afterward, she mocked and trivialized the situation, resulting in a coalition of parents uniting against her, and the media exposure compelled the Wen family to force Wen Chi to withdraw from school. So, she was the scapegoat for Wen Chi? Yunzhou felt his body stiffen, his lips quivering. For the first time, he contemplated breaking off the engagement with Wen Chi, prompted by this very incident. At that time, Chu Shui had said that Wen Chi suffered due to Wen Chi's bullying and was also not faring well at school. He had grown to resent Wen Chi, believing his fiancée to be beneath him. But, what kind of reasoning is this? She did not act out of malice. Who could have anticipated that classmate would be so petty? It has been so many years. Why bring this up now? What do you intend to achieve? You are ruining She. Uncle Wen was in a fit of rage. What twisted logic is this? It's infuriating. When she bullied her classmates and then claims the victim was petty, indeed, two kinds of people cannot emerge from the same mental institution. When she did not spare him a glance. With parental witnesses and a recording of Wen Chi's music competition, I was taken away for investigation, branded as a murderer in everyone's eyes. But who truly participated in the music competition should now be evident. How could the one currently competing embark on a graduation trip? An uproar ensued. This scandal was indeed monumental. The outside world accused Wen Chi of bullying and attempted murder, labeling her as an unsavory character. Moreover, Wen father and Wen mother never opposed this narrative, instead feigning helplessness, claiming they had failed to raise their daughter properly. Yet, they glorified her achievements, basking in the accolades of Wen Chi. But could it be that they were all mistaken? Yunzhou found himself lost in thought, recalling how he had angrily confronted Wen Chi afterward, demanding to know how she could be so heartless as to commit murder. Wen Chi had tried to explain, but Chu Shui had fearfully hidden behind him, saying, "Big brother, let us leave. Wen Chi is terrifying." Thus, he departed, never hearing Wen Chi's side of the story. Wen Chi's voice grew increasingly cold. "Grandfather and grandmother are gravely ill, and I wait at their bedside, while you indulge in revelry at the bar. Yet, in the end, your filial piety is celebrated, while I am left with the infamy. My grandparents spoke on my behalf, only to be driven to their demise by your actions. And now my parents absurdly claim they succumbed to heart failure due to my actions. You commit arson, endanger lives, offend business partners, and engage in promiscuity at the bar. Which of these accusations ultimately falls upon me? Should I delineate further? I once did not understand why, but now I realize because she is the antagonist, destined to be the stepping stone for the protagonist. As the live stream's popularity soared, trending topics proliferated, and acquaintances of the Wen family inundated them with gossip. The Music Academy reopened its investigation, causing all of Uncle Wen's hard-won partnerships to collapse. Unfilial and ungrateful daughter. The one couple's faces flushed with rage, their bodies trembling.
Why? Why?
When she is also their daughter, they bore her and owe her a great debt of gratitude. They have not let her die. So, why must she bear these burdens? Why is everyone condemning them? She is crying so pitifully. Why can't when she continue to take the blame as before? Why must the truth come out? Does she revel in the public scorn directed at the Wen family? Yun-jo felt dazed. How could it be that when she was responsible for all this, and the Wen family forced Wen-chi to bear the blame? This was why he had resented Wen-chi. Why, when they are sisters, is there such disparity in treatment? Suddenly, Yun-jo recalled Yun-xia. In the future, Chu Shui would still be our esteemed young lady, and publicly, she would be labeled as an illegitimate child. Do not feel indignant. This is your fate. Yet, while Wen-chi can feign innocence, why can't Chu Shui? In his days, he realized that Yun-xia was truly his biological sister. As Yun-jo's gaze grew colder, Chu Shui discreetly bit her lip and exchanged glances with Wen-chi. Wen-chi, with tear-filled eyes, stumbled into Yun-jo's embrace. Brother Yun-jo, do you think I'm a bad person too? I had no choice. It was unintentional. I didn't foresee the impact of those events. I never imagined my sister would hold a grudge against me. Brother Yun-jo, please speak on my behalf. You know I'm not that kind of person. Oh, right. Yun-jo recalled that Wen-chi had once saved his life. Oh, but he was unaware that this so-called saving grace was also something taken from him by Wen-chi. However, even if Yun-jo were to learn the truth behind this so-called life-saving grace, he might still help Wen-chi because she had once carried his child. The crowd. Yun-jo's expression froze, and he took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility upon him. She carried my child, but ultimately had to terminate the pregnancy due to health reasons. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe her a debt. Wen-chi, as my savior, I will repay you. But she, I will protect. There is an air of dominance. Saving grace is trivial, but the perpetrator who harmed my savior is my woman. Yun-jo, wait. He isn't. But Yun-xia found herself increasingly perplexed by the unfolding narrative. But what? Speak quickly. One could hear her internal struggle, as if she had missed some crucial detail. Her inner voice was a blend of confusion, shock, and doubt. But Yun-jo is still a virgin? The crowd. Ah? If Yun-jo is a virgin, where did Wen-chi's child come from? Yun-xia was deeply puzzled. He can't genuinely believe that two people lying fully clothed in bed for a night could lead to pregnancy, right? Has he lost his mind? The shock rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, their gazes fixed on Yun-jo with a mix of disbelief. After a long pause, it was Wen-chi who could no longer contain himself. Yun-jo, you're still a virgin. Do you even know how to make someone pregnant? The live stream. Ah? Chapter 50, successfully departing the script, embarking on a new life. The live broadcast, and the venue fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke. Only Yun-xia remained. Yun-jo, without a moment's thought, could not comprehend how, with his lackluster charm, he could still entertain the absurd notion that a single instance of belief could lead to success. Especially when he realized upon waking that he was impeccably dressed and his bed was meticulously made. On that particular day, when she had spent the night at a bar and only hurriedly made her way to Yun-jo's bed in the early morning. Truly, one dares to speak, while another dares to believe. He actually believed that one could sleep with someone without undressing. How laughable. When she stammered, Yun-jo, at least you need to take off your pants. Did you do that? Yun-jo gritted his teeth, glaring at Yun-xia. How absurd. My relationship with she was purely emotional, yet restrained by propriety. Of course, I had to. So you were only at it for 5 minutes from start to finish? When she arrived at 6 in the morning, while you woke at 6:05, the conception occurred at 8 in the morning. Truly, a man destined to become a romantic lead in a novel is remarkably gifted. A collective silence ensued. After a long pause, when she managed to utter, Yun-jo, 5 minutes is quite impressive, huh? Yun-jo's pupils quivered. The onlookers displayed expressions of pity, even when she gradually softened his gaze of disdain. It was then revealed that the former fiancé was, indeed, not quite right in the head. Breaking off the engagement was for the best. The barrage of comments pieced together the entire narrative. Yun-jo lay in bed. When she lay beside Yun-jo for 5 minutes. When she became pregnant. Question, Did young Master Yun manage to conceive between undressing and dressing in merely 5 minutes, or was young Master Yun deceived? At this moment, it's hard to discern which is more difficult to accept. My friend, even my rumors wouldn't spread this fast. I said it couldn't replace humanity. It's not that abstract. So last week at the bar was indeed when the photos have already circulated. It was evident that the guests had seen those photos alongside the surging trending topics. As the situation escalated, Uncle Wen panicked and desperately explained, Yunzhou, you've misunderstood our No, it's not like that. When hurry and help explain to your sister. When remained calm. What is there to explain? That you wanted me to appear on this variety show just to cast blame on me and absolve your little daughter? Antoine collapsed in tears on the ground. We are family. How can you be so heartless? With the matter reaching this point, it felt akin to mindless indulgence in a narrative of familial affection. No. When cried, her face streaked with tears, her heart racing uncontrollably as she shouted. What does it matter if you admit it? You used to acknowledge it. Why won't you now? Brother Yunzhou, please believe me. Tell them it was my sister. Not me. Yet Yunzhou merely gazed at when the debts of gratitude were stolen, the talents were borrowed, the kind deeds were pilfered, and the pregnancy was the result of betrayal. Thus, he had misconstrued everything from the outset. He owed Wen as every moment of affection he felt was for her. Yet he showered his affection upon Wen. I understand now. This is the literature of a domineering lead pursuing his love to the grave. But let us forget it. I must say you are unworthy. Yunzhou remained silent. When was truly panicking. Why was this happening? Why was Wen slipping from her control? Why did Yunzhou no longer love her? Why had her once untroubled life turned upside down? With tears streaming down her face, she rushed towards the wall. Sister, must you drive me to my death? Very well, I shouldn't be alive. Sob, I will die now. She nearly collided with the wall, yet not a soul intervened. Leaving Wen in a daze. Yunxia lamented. How cold everyone is. Miss Wen wants to end her life, and no one stops her. This indifferent world does not deserve you. Go on. Safe travels. Fang Qingyu quietly took out his wona. Teacher Yun, we can perform a duet. Yunxia responded kindly, inquiring, Miss Wen do you need it? In the ensuing chaos, Wen took a deep breath, coldly observing the crumbling Wen couple and Wen announcing each word with clarity, I wish to sever all ties with you.
What? No.
Cried Aunt Wen. What about she? She was collapsing. You cannot leave. You are our daughter. Wen I tell you, you look exactly like she. You will never escape us. This family is truly demonic. So disgusting. They still wish to threaten Wen Who says I cannot escape? Wen suddenly smiled. From now on, there will only be one person in this world with that face, and that is me. Wen do you truly believe you can do all this and still live comfortably as the Wen family's eldest daughter? Wen seemed astonished by Wen naivety. I have already united all the victims to file a lawsuit. I will ensure your entire family reunites in prison swiftly. Pausing, she added, self-righteously, how considerate of me. Silence ensued, a long and profound silence.
Wow.
Yunxia's thoughts erupted. It turned out Wen was the true powerhouse. I get it. This is the narrative of a strong female lead exacting revenge. Indeed, cousin, my parents would surely support you. Wen exclaimed passionately. It had come to this. Jiang Lulan seized Wen preparing to strike her before severing ties. Shouldn't she enjoy the satisfaction of slapping her twice? Pei Jingyan restrained Uncle Wen, while Fang Qingyu held back Aunt Wen. Jiang Lulan pinned down Wen Yunxia urged. What are you waiting for? Slap her. Wen paused, and despite having found clarity, the concern from others stirred tears in her heart. Yes, it was time to strike. She would unleash all the resentment, grievances, and frustration of these years in that one slap. Smack. Oh my, that was splendid. Refreshing, so refreshing. I saw Yunxia discreetly give those two elders a slap each.
Ding.
Special task, rescue the twin sister whose life was stolen. Current completion, 100.
Ding.
The mindless indulgence narrative's antagonist has awakened. Awakening degree, 100.
Ding.
Congratulations to the once villainous character, Wen for successfully breaking free from the script and embarking on a new life. Wen felt a surge of power fill her, for the first time realizing how vibrant this world could be. Yun Chushue stood in the corner, gritting her teeth, acutely aware that her fortune was dissipating.
Ding.
Detecting the heavenly fortune's dissipation. Dissipation progress. 10. The atmosphere was delightful, save for Director Xiong, who appeared despondent. Not again. This time. He had learned his lesson and did not invite any observers. Yet, no one had informed him that even special guests could falter. Chapter 51. What begonia, what? I know not. After dinner, the villa was enveloped in serene tranquility. Fearing further disturbances, Director Xiong hastily cancelled the evening's activities, urging everyone to rest early. Having weathered such tumultuous events today, they surely deserved a good night's sleep. With time still on their hands, perhaps a book could be found for reading? Instantly, everyone was on high alert. When Qi swallowed hard, the guest room's books were all classics, and even if Yunxia read them, she would find no solace. This one, the one by Tomato. Flirt with him. The Buddha of the capital breaks my vow. Pei Jingyan struggled to catch his breath. Not to your taste? Then how about the one from Green River? The voice of my heart resonates throughout the entertainment world. Everyone. What even is this? How about the one from the family? The path of immortality. My fate is mine to command. Still not to her liking? Oh dear. What a website. What begonia, what? I have never seen this before. Let us take a look. When she. Stop. That S. Having finished her shower, Yunxia comfortably lay down. But it wasn't yet time according to her biological clock, and sleep eluded her. Thus, her thoughts drifted back to the narratives of indulgent familial affection and powerful female leads. At the suggestion of 66, she resolved to find 2 novels to peruse. Host, I believe this novel about the Buddha of the capital is quite intriguing. I wish to read it. Yunxia, turn left and go to the 3rd room to see Pei Jingyan. 66. It seems that the entertainment circle is quite entertaining. Yunxia, we are indeed immersed in the entertainment industry. You read novels for relaxation, not for work. 66. Cultivation is wonderful. 66 wants to see cultivation. Yunxia, I possess 3,000 years of cultivation experience and hold a level 1 cultivation registration certificate. If you wish to know anything, just ask. 66. So, what do you want to see?
Hee.
Yunxia shyly smiled and modestly clicked on a couple of websites. What is this, Haidang? I have never seen it before. I wonder if it can cure my heart's malaise. I can wriggle like a worm on the bed. Once I start, I lose myself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the adult world. 66. It seems it really doesn't understand humanity. Later that night, at midnight, everyone in the villa, except for Yun Qixue, had their minds looping through risque literature. The president capable of shaking the global economic pulse with a mere gesture, with reddened eyes, forcefully pinned her against the wall. Woman, I adore your unreserved demeanor. Tell me, do you like it? Do you fancy this young master's attributes? Call out, I love to hear it. Everyone. Fong Qingyu. The dazed duck hugged her head. Zhang Lulan wandered restlessly. Pei Jingyan and Wen Qi bumped heads in mutual despair, while the director's team was on the verge of tears. Enough. Truly enough. Yunxia, stop this madness. Until the late hours, as the clock pointed to 3, Yunxia finally turned off her phone and fell asleep contentedly. After so many hours of reading, I am indeed a person of refinement. Zhang Lulan, according to her observations, only Qixue in the entire villa remained oblivious to Yunxia's inner thoughts. At this moment, she found herself quite envious of Yun Qixue. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the psychiatric ward, Yun Zhou was anxious, perspiring coldly, pacing incessantly. Doctor, it's all right, young Master Yun. You can share any discomfort you feel. Yun Zhou immediately sat down, leaning forward, swallowing hard. What I'm about to say, please don't be frightened. Doctor, rest assured, I have received professional training. Taking a deep breath, Yun Zhou mysteriously stated, I can hear other people's thoughts. The doctor pondered, his expression serious, sitting upright. Young Master Yun, this is not a tomato novel. No, believe me, I truly heard it. Fearing the doctor would doubt him, Yun Zhou panicked. It's that kind of thought. Without moving my lips, the voice went directly into my mind. It's absurd. It's eerie.
You understand, right?
The doctor furrowed his brows. How long has this been happening?
2 days.
Just 2 days. Doctor, is that thought from someone you know well? Yes. Doctor, I see. It's possible you wish to alter your image in this person's mind, thinking about it day and night, leading to auditory hallucinations. For now, let us have you undergo an examination. Don't panic. Modern medicine proves that there is no such thing as mind reading. Is that so? Yunzhou walked out of the hospital in a daze, filled with immense doubt about this world. Has my mind gone awry? The quality is lacking. One dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. 5 minutes of this nonsense. Truly a gifted experience. Is this the image he wishes to project in Yunxia's mind? The next morning, except for the peacefully sleeping Yunxia and the oblivious Yun Shishua, the guests and director were all sporting dark circles. What is going on here?
What?
Our Xue Bao is truly the most beautiful in the world. Sleeping in a tent, refreshed, sleeping in a grand villa, utterly exhausted. What is this? A mountain pig cannot digest fine grain. The crowd smiled in silence. All right, Director Xiong wearily wiped his face. After breakfast, we will proceed to Mr. Xie's residence.
Now.
Please cast your votes for the destination. Fong Qingyu, puzzled. Didn't we say we were going to Mr. Xie's house? Why do we need to vote? Director Xiong's smile was even more fatigued. Do you think Mr. Xie has only one property? Fong Qingyu. Haha. I will compete with you wealthy folks in terms of spiciness. Soon, the big screen displayed the properties under Xie Heng's name: estates, castles, islands. Dazzling, countless in number. The super luxurious flat in the city center, the century-old castle in northern Europe, the villas in every city. Too many to count. Not to mention the exquisite islands and grand luxurious private yachts. What once seemed sufficiently opulent now appeared trivial in comparison. Yun Xia was shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. What exactly is her senior brother's status to be this impressive? I want to befriend the wealthy. Befriend them? I knew it at first glance, Mr. Xia. You are my long-lost biological father. Thud. Kneeling, banging my head. Haha, everyone has been chatting so much, I just fainted from hunger. The guests were at a loss for words. Previously, their understanding of Xie Heng's wealth was unclear. It turned out he was indeed a colossal figure. Director Xiong was quite satisfied with everyone's astonished expressions. Remember, your votes are crucial. Mr. Xie will decide the final destination based on your votes. Xie Heng's smile was exceedingly genial. All right, I understand, Shaolin. The chief steward stepped forward, followed by 5 roaring helicopters. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Yun Xia was taken aback by the spectacle. Once the guests boarded the helicopters, Director Xiong handed out eye masks for confidentiality. Please put on your masks and rest your eyes. After a day of touring the Wen family's villa, they were about to head to Mr. Xie's South Grand Estate. A blissful time was ahead. Everyone closed their eyes, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 52. Xie Heng respects, but does not comprehend. Junior sister. Do you enjoy this type? 2 hours later, the helicopter landed. Hello. Director Xiong opened the intercom. Now, please allow Teacher Yun to disembark first and describe the scene she sees. Yun Xia immediately removed her eye mask and stepped off the helicopter with eager anticipation. How is it? Is it an ultra-luxurious European-style estate? Wen Qi exclaimed excitedly.
Pei Jingyan.
Trying to show off. The cruising speed of a civilian helicopter is generally around 250 kilometers per hour. It wouldn't reach Europe in 2 hours. Wen Qi, who said European style is only found in Europe. Fan Qingyu speculated. Since we require a helicopter, could it be a large cruise ship? I hear the sound of waves. Jiang Lulan chimed in. Or perhaps a seaside villa. I recall Mr. Xie has several properties by the sea. In the end, everyone was excited. Yun Xia, Teacher Yun, where exactly are we? Yun Xia. Well, it's quite hard to describe. This scene reminds me of a certain video. So she began to speak. Director Xiong, please, everyone, guess the destination based on Teacher Yun's description. The intercom was immediately filled with gasps. Wen Qi. I knew Mr. Xie's properties would be extraordinary. This clearly sounds like a high-end estate. Jiang Lulan, from the description, it resembles a wellness resort with a natural ecological environment. Given the helicopter's access, it must be nestled within a forested area. Pei Jingyan suddenly realized, I've heard that Mr. Xie indeed has a wellness resort located in the province, exactly 500 kilometers from Haishu City. Everything aligns. Mr. Xie, did I guess correctly? Xie Heng smiled without replying. Director Xiong. So, what is everyone's final answer? Pei Jingyan confidently stated. Wellness resort. Director Xiong. Good. Please remove your eye masks. The group eagerly and swiftly removed their masks. Dazed, perplexed, bewildered, and stunned. Various emotions flashed across their faces, ultimately coalescing into a unified. Ah? Ha 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 ha. I quite enjoy everyone's exclamation. Ah. Wen Qi gazed at the desolate island before him, resembling a primordial forest, and after a moment of stunned silence, said, Pinnacle residence? A charming courtyard? Yun Xia mused, how can the vast ocean not be considered a pinnacle? With the woods as companions, how can one not appreciate the charm of the scenery? She strolled to the seaside, embracing the breathtaking view, and then wandered into the woods, relishing the privacy of the lush greenery. Ultimately, Yun Xia radiated confidence. Are you dissatisfied with my explanation? Wen Qi, infuriated, retorted, you appear utterly deranged. Ahem. Director Xiong timely interjected. This island belongs to Mr. Xia and has been left unattended for an extended period, giving it a somewhat primitive ecological state. However, this poses no issue. High emotional intelligence, primitive ecological state. Low emotional intelligence, a desolate place where not even a bird would defecate. The dating show has finally ventured into the wilderness for survival. Pei Jingyan surveyed the array of staff, cameras, live broadcasting equipment, and the director's tent, along with provisions and a designated workspace, and finally detected something amiss. The 5 helicopters could not possibly transport all these supplies, which meant the location had been predetermined. Director Xiong sipped elegantly from a goblet filled with cola. Of course. Then why were we asked to choose? Pei Jingyan could not accept this. This was primarily Mr. Xia's intention, Xia Heng replied with a gentle smile. Yun Xia defended her senior. There must be a reason for his actions. Xia Heng remained composed. I merely wish to showcase my wealth. Yun Xia executed a swift turn. No worries, please proceed. Pei Jingyan could not act in front of the camera, ultimately causing his face to redden with embarrassment.
Ayu.
Once everyone calmed down and accepted reality, Director Xiong re-entered with a flourish, announcing, from this episode onward, 2 new guests will be joining our family. Let us give them a warm welcome. As his words fell, 2 figures approached from a distance. The male guest, clad in a black shirt, exuded an air of icy elegance, his thin lips set in a cold line, his expression devoid of warmth. Greetings, I am Gu Hanzhou, Deputy General Manager of Gu Group. After his brief introduction, he directed his gaze toward a staff member, coolly commanding, please extinguish that cigarette. Is this the archetypal aloof, handsome man? Our handsome gentleman seems to have an interest in Chu Shui, does he not? He just glanced at her. He just avoided Jiang Lulan. What a gentleman. That's our Hanzhou, the scion of Gu Group, perhaps a bit fastidious and averse to the smell of smoke. Let us be understanding. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, pondering who this was, as he was not present in the original novel. Xia Heng leaned in slightly, fanning himself. What are you contemplating, junior sister? Yun Xia feigned profundity. With the surname Gu and given the name Hanzhou, it is evident that he embodies the archetype of a cold, domineering CEO, typically indifferent to all women, yet once he truly cares, he will elevate her to the heavens. A rival has emerged for the Buddha of the capital. Xia Heng humbly inquired, what leads you to that conclusion? The advantages of experience became evident as Yun Xia patiently elucidated. There is a saying circulating online. Among 10 CEOs, 9 are financial magnates, 8 are indifferent to women, 7 have troubled childhoods, 6 are fastidious, 5 suffer from insomnia, 4 have stomach issues, 3 are disabled. Yet upon encountering the female lead, they all miraculously recover. Most of them share the surname Gu. There must be one who frequently complains about being summoned in the middle of the night, disrupting his sleep, and another who expresses delight at seeing the young master smile after a long time, often accompanied by a hint of coolness, sarcasm, and nonchalance. In the next moment, Gu Hanzhou scoffed softly. Perfectly fitting. Xia Heng remained silent for a long while, seemingly struggling to comprehend while maintaining a respectful demeanor, and hesitantly asked, do you favor such types?
Ah.
No, not at all, Yun Xia replied effortlessly. Then what do you prefer? The confident Yun Xia proclaimed proudly. I adore myself. Xia Heng. All right. While the other female guests are admiring Mr. Gu, you are whispering to your senior, aren't you? Gu Hanzhou's introduction was concise, and upon its completion, Yun Chushue's eyes widened in surprise. Is it you? Truly, as the female lead, she captivated the hearts of all, the Buddha of the capital, the rebellious heir, and the domineering magnate, all enamored with her. Chapter 53 Yun Xia, the master of duality. What is happening? Did the male guest know Chushue?
Ah.
I knew Mr. Gu came for Chushue. Mr. Gu, you have exquisite taste. Yun Chushue displayed a bashful smile. I thought we would not have the chance to meet again. My apologies. The naturally face-blind Gu Hanzhou inquired. And you are? Yun Chushua's smile froze on her face. Yun Xia. Soon, the entrance of the second female guest shattered the awkwardness. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Qing, a fashion model. This model, dressed in hip-hop pants, bounded over and embraced Fong Qingyu. We are great buddies. I hope to rely on you from now on. After patting Fong Qingyu on the back, he was left bewildered. Who are you? Perhaps noticing Fong Qingyu's perplexed expression, Lu Qing exclaimed, Little brother, you are just shy. Everyone treats me like a man. I am rather carefree. So please don't mind. Qing, you startled Qingyu. Yun Chushua intervened to ease the situation, adding, Qing is also my good friend. I didn't expect today's gathering to include familiar faces. Only familiar to you. Who says our Chushua isn't the group favorite? Lu Qing is uncertain. But didn't Mr. Gu just say he didn't know Yun Chushua? That is because Mr. Gu is a reserved and introverted person. Even if he has someone he likes, he would not openly declare it. Yun Xia, intrigued, mused, Lu Qing, this could be entertaining. She recognized Lu Qing as the female lead's best friend later in the original novel, where their camaraderie was highlighted. However, Yun Xia felt it more apt to refer to it as a partnership of mischief. Unlike Jiang Lulan, who often maintained neutrality, Lu Qing took a stance favoring Yun Chushua, regardless of right or wrong. It was no wonder one ended up being fed shark fin by the male lead while the other accompanied the female lead toward a blissful life. However, prior to the novel's commencement, Lu Qing was Yun Xia's close friend and classmate. The former Yun Xia genuinely considered her a friend, only to later realize that Lu Qing had been toying with her for amusement all along. Alas, why must there be so many adversaries? She could hardly keep up with eliminating them. Lu Qing, under Yun Chushua's guidance, greeted everyone, addressing Fong Qingyu. Little brother, I will take care of you. To Wen Qi, Qi, we are all good brothers. To Xiaheng, Mr. Xia, treat me like a man. I am different from those delicate girls. If you need help, I will surely oblige. To Pei Jingyan, there is nothing to discuss here, as he is ostensibly Yun Chushua's partner. To Jiang Lulan, hello, Miss Jiang. Finally, to Yun Xia, Lu Qing feigned surprise, as though just noticing her. Oh, Xia. Long time no see. Yun Chushua pretended ignorance. Qing, do you know my sister Yun Xia? Of course, back in school. We were the best of friends. Lu Qing grinned broadly. It's just that after she became a star, we lost touch a bit, which makes me somewhat sad. The underlying implication of her words was that Yun Xia, upon gaining fame, had looked down upon her old friends. Yun Chushua's eyes widened, fanning the flames. Surely not, Qing. My sister Yun Xia would never. Surely not, Qing. My number has remained unchanged. Why haven't you called me? Yun Xia launched into a dramatic apology, with a hint of sarcasm. Well, friendships cannot be forced. Lu Qing's lips twitched. No, that's not what I meant. All right. You need not say more. I understand. Yun Xia wiped away imaginary tears. Well, friendships are not something one can demand. Wen Qi stared in disbelief, astonished that Yun Xia was actually crying. What a revelation! He hurriedly exclaimed, You don't lack friends. Why bother with one you've blocked? Let it go. Lu Qing, this is not what I envisioned. That's not what I meant. You girls are just so sentimental. Yun Xia feigned meekness and self-doubt, nodding, putting on an act indeed. I have a poor temperament and don't deserve you, I know that. Lu Qing was suddenly at a loss, her face flushed. No. We're good friends. I was just joking. Yun Xia smirked, thinking to herself, Oh, you dare to challenge me. It was rather peculiar, to say the least. It seemed Lu Qing looked down upon Yun Xia, attempting to shift the blame onto her. No, this is just how good friends are. Our Qing has always been so carefree. With the introduction of 2 new guests, the number of participants in the dating show soared to 9, prompting Director Xiong to commence the proceedings. This activity on the island was graciously provided by Mr. Xia. All participants would spend a delightful 3 days and 2 nights here. Today's theme is the significance of choice. Every 2 hours, participants may use their funds to switch teammates. Remember, our motto, choice is paramount. Selecting the right partner will yield twice the result with half the effort. An unexpected silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated the dating show would be so grand. Especially Lu Qing, who thought she was merely here to find love, not to endure a wilderness survival challenge. As grouping was about to commence, Lu Qing sensed a looming crisis. She sought to draw everyone's attention, and Yun Xia was undoubtedly her best stepping stone. Xia, why do you keep staring at President Gu? Lu Qing teased, nudging Yunxia playfully, her voice booming. Do you want to team up with President Gu? Oh, dear, stop looking. He is already taken and wouldn't be interested in you. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Everyone present was astute enough to recognize the insinuation in her words. Seeing all eyes on her, Lu Qing smiled behind her hand. Xia, why aren't you speaking? I was just joking. Yunxia internally scoffed, wondering how some people could be so insufferable. She had intended to keep a low profile today, but since Lu Qing insisted on putting her on display, she reluctantly accepted. With a smile, she playfully nudged Lu Qing back and curiously inquired, how do you know he has taken? Did you confess to him? Did he reject you? Lu Qing's expression stiffened. No. Yunxia, relishing the drama, exclaimed, oh, with that expression, you must have confessed. If he rejected you, it's fine. We're on a dating show now. You still have a chance. Don't worry. He has high standards. You can always persist. President Gu. Lu Qing wants to team up with you. Gu Hanzhou glanced over. Lu Qing's face twisted in panic as she hurriedly covered Yunxia's mouth. Xia, what do you mean? I mean nothing. Yunxia blinked innocently, her expression gradually turning somber. I was just joking. Are you really angry? Xia Heng smiled lightly. His junior sister remained unchanged. Still the same old self. Chapter 54. Don't speak nonsense. I'm not worthy of Yunxia. Lu Qing rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly exasperated. Ha! I could die laughing at this dating show. These two are incredible. Their banter is simply delightful. After all, classmates can say anything. Doesn't anyone find Lu Qing's remark about him not being interested in you rather subtle? Is this friendship? Friendship is all about playful banter. Why take it so seriously? Director Xiong chuckled. Please speed up, everyone. If you do not form teams in 5 minutes, we will resort to a lottery system. Lu Qing desperately wanted to team up with Xia Heng, but having watched the previous episodes, she knew he and Yunxia were almost bound together. She was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity to Yunxia. So, she feigned humor. Oh, Director Xiong, we're newcomers. The earlier guests are all acquainted. If we team up directly, it would be unfair for me and President Gu. How about we start with a lottery? After all, we're all friends. It doesn't matter who we team up with. Director Xiong contemplated, recognizing the logic. Coupling participants together would diminish the show's appeal.
All right.
The female guests will draw lots. Wait, Yunxia interjected at the right moment. Are you sure about that? Director Xiong, alarmed, asked, what are you plotting? Yunxia leisurely replied, nothing. I'm just concerned that if I draw a partner I don't fancy, I might lose control. She casually drew a name. When she exclaimed, Xiong Chimo, you cannot force a respectable man. Perhaps startled by Wen Qi's outburst, Gu Hanzhou displayed a look of astonishment. Director Xiong grinned. The selected male guest cannot refuse. However, you can find a way to have the female guest voluntarily relinquish their choice. Voluntarily relinquish? Wen Qi perked up, ready to speak. Oh, Brother Wen, what is wrong? Are you unwilling to team up with Xia? Lu Qing feigned concern while subtly deriding. Our Xia might be a bit spoiled and temperamental, but she is beautiful. Previously, many boys thought they were unworthy of her and only ended up helping her with chores. Aren't you fortunate to have this chance? Yunxia clicked her tongue. It was clear Lu Qing was implying that she attracted suitors, and during high school, she had ambiguous relationships with male classmates, treating them as mere helpers. But could Wen Qi comprehend that? Certainly not. Thus, Wen Qi earnestly stated, you're right. I'm not worthy of her. Lu Qing. Wen Qi, with genuine emotion, declared, Yunxia. Let me reintroduce myself. Sensitive, fragile, irritable, spoiled, bad-tempered, incompetent, uneducated. With a hearty appetite, Pisces, I cheat in a 100-meter dash and I'm exhausted after walking a kilometer. This is me. Choose me, and you will have no good outcome. Choose me, and you will only feel torment. I am insecure, timid, and weak. Everything about me is wrong. I beg you, let us redraw. Everyone else. Lu Qing's expression twisted. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Why was it not Wen Qi rejecting Yunxia, but rather Wen Qi believing himself unworthy of her? Clearly, Chuxue did not say this. What went wrong? Yunxia, in a moment of compassion, declared, I permit it. They redrew. Gu Hanzhou. Wen Qi wiped his brow, collapsing on the side, his eyes filled with relief. Gu Hanzhou pursed his lips, neither accepting nor refusing. The subsequent draws proceeded smoothly. Yun Chuxue drew Xia Heng, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Zhang Luyan drew Pei Jingyan, cautiously rolling her eyes. Lu Qing drew Fang Qingyu, exclaiming, "Oh, what a good buddy." When Qi chose to remain solo, with a command, the four groups dispersed. Xia Heng eyed the tall figure beside Yun Xia, irritatedly clicking his tongue. As Fang Qingyu passed by, he overheard, "What's wrong, Mr. Xia?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit of pressure." Fang Qingyu assumed he was concerned about lunch, sincerely replied, "Don't worry. Even if you can't find food, I believe Teacher Yun will take care of you." Xia Heng. It was quite peculiar. What image was he currently projecting? Yun Chushue glanced at Gu Hanzhou, kindly stating, "President Gu, you may not be accustomed to the dating show format, but it's all right. We're all friends, so don't be so reserved. I'll leave Yun Xia in your care. Have fun." Gu Hanzhou subtly nodded. Meanwhile, Yun Xia and Gu Hanzhou ventured eastward. Help. These two are so awkwardly forced together. They haven't exchanged a word. How embarrassing. President Gu truly seems uninterested in Yun Xia. He hasn't even glanced at her. Lu Qing is already getting cozy with Qingyu next to her. Paying Di too, how straightforward. He actually had teacher Jiang climb a tree for wild fruit. I could die laughing. So, when will you two say something to each other? The screen remained quiet, yet Gu Hanzhou's ears were filled with noise. 66. Host. This person is so annoying, completely ignoring you. Yun Xia replied calmly, "That's normal. Domineering CEOs tend to have a bit of arrogance." 66. But he clearly stared at you for a long time. How could he ignore someone as beautiful and charming as you? He should just donate his eyes. Yun Xia remained unfazed. Patience. This is quite understandable. Born with a natural inability to recognize faces, Gu Hanzhou has yet to remember Yun Xia's visage. Upon hearing this, he slows his pace, intrigued to listen to her perspective. Yun Xia remarks, "Upon seeing me for the first time, I thought, oh, what a beauty. So I couldn't help but steal a few more glances." Is that a problem? Not at all. But why is he so indifferent now? Gu Hanzhou contemplates, feeling a surge of annoyance for Yun Xia, who has unwittingly captured his woman's attention. "I wish for your utter demise." A moment of realization strikes Gu Hanzhou. The individual he was conversing with was indeed Yun Chushue. Oddly enough, he could hear Yun Xia communicating with something resembling a mechanical voice, and the content of their exchange was peculiar. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts as his stomach began to ache, a reminder of his gastric ailment due to skipping breakfast. The invisible mechanical orb, 66, hovered around Yun Xia, exclaiming, "Host, you are truly remarkable. What do you think Gu Hanzhou will say next?" Having recently immersed itself in numerous novels, 66 speculated that the CEO would utter something domineering about keeping his woman away from others. Yet, Yun Xia shook her head. "Have you forgotten the tenets of the domineering CEO genre? One major law states that a CEO must suffer from gastric issues, given the fortuitous circumstances." With Gu Hanzhou afflicted by his ailment and she, the hapless one, unable to find nourishment, it was only natural that the benevolent heroine, Yun Chushue, would offer her lunch, thereby becoming the CEO's moonlight. Watch closely. He will soon request a break due to his gastric distress. And indeed, Gu Hanzhou paused, his expression impassive as he declared, "Let us rest for a moment. My gastric issues have flared up." Chapter 55. Who truly relies on men? The two sat quietly amidst the woods. The audience found them dull, yet only Gu Hanzhou recognized the vibrancy of his existence. Laughter erupted. "I knew it. It's not that I don't wish to assist, but he surely has his quirks." This, indeed, was the essence of domineering CEO literature. Gu Hanzhou, overwhelmed by a headache, mused, "Life is truly challenging." The typically aloof and indifferent CEO felt an unfamiliar desire rising within him. He yearned for new allies. In the Guyun team, silence reigned, while the others fared little better, such as the Yuqing team. "Do you think Xia likes someone?" Some say she has a crush on Payingdi, while others claim it's Mr. Xia. "What do you think?" Lu Qing inquired. I'm not sure," Fang Qingyu replied. "If a buddy were to date, what type of man should he choose? I tend to be too carefree, treating boys like brothers. What should I do?" Lu Qing continued. I really don't know," Fang Qingyu responded, bewildered. In another group, Pei Jingyan embarked on his pretentious journey, succinctly summarized as, "I only speak, I do not labor." Consequently, Zhang Lulan opted for a laid-back approach. "That is a breadfruit tree, a species from the Moraceae family. Teacher Jiang, why not pick a couple?" Pei Jingyan suggested. Zhang Lulan interrupted, "Wow,
How do you know that?
These should all be edible wild vegetables on the ground. Teacher Jiang, why not gather some? Pei Jingyan continued.
Wow. How do you know that?
Jiang Lulan repeated. It seems we are in a tropical zone. There must be fruit. Teacher Jiang, go and find some. Pei Jingyan instructed.
Wow. How do you know that?
Jiang Lulan exclaimed once more. In the final group, Yun Chuxue and Xia Heng walked along the beach. Yun Chuxue's cheeks flushed. Ever since Pei Jingyan confessed to her, she had grown less enthusiastic about him. In contrast, Xia Heng's aloof demeanor stirred a desire for conquest within her. This is my chance to shine, Yun Chuxue sweetly remarked. Mr. Xia, the weather is delightful today. Indeed, Xia Heng replied coolly. Yun Chuxue, petite and charming like a sprite, added, I wonder how Sister Yun Xia is doing. You must be worried about her too, right? Yes, he replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Yun Chuxue sighed, implying her popularity while insinuating that Yun Xia relied solely on men. The CEO only knows me and is unfamiliar with others. I should have been in his team. Then you could care for Sister Yun Xia, who is quite fragile. I wonder if she can manage. Xia Heng's expression remained unchanged. Yes. Yun Chuxue felt a pang of frustration. Tears welled in her eyes, wavering between strength and vulnerability in the wind. Why are you always so indifferent to me, Mr. Xia?
Do you dislike me?
Indeed, he replied. Transfer to a human. Transfer to a human. Transfer to a human. What kind of human-machine interaction is this? 2 hours later, the anticipated misfortune came to pass. Apart from Yun Xia finding a handful of wild vegetables, the rest of the group returned empty-handed. Teacher Jiang, why didn't you pick any of those breadfruits earlier? Pei Jingyan, upon discovering that the production team had provided nothing, felt his anger rising. The facade he maintained for the cameras could no longer hold as he declared, find yourself another teammate. After speaking, he turned to Jiang Lulan. Feigning reproach, Alan, why didn't you pick food when it was available? If you wish, I can climb the tree. I have no objections. Yun Bao is such a gem. If only I had a friend like that. Jiang Lulan is being too delicate. The entire team is starving. Yet she refuses to gather breadfruits. How cruel. Is she intentionally trying to let everyone go hungry? Indeed, Chuxue thought of her, and yet she wants Chuxue to starve. You should have listened to me. At least you'd have something to fill your stomach now. Jiang Lulan took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across the group, finally landing on Pei Jingyan as she calmly retorted, why didn't you pick any? Pei Jingyan furrowed his brow. What? Jiang Lulan pressed. We entered the grove together. And you saw the breadfruits too. Why didn't you pick any? Since you didn't, why not reflect on your own actions? Yun Chuxue softly interjected, Alan. Brother Jingyan can't climb trees. Chuxue, this is between me and Pei Jingyan. Please refrain from interrupting. Jiang Lulan, perplexed, wondered why Yun Chuxue, whom she considered a friend, would defend Pei Jingyan against her. Yun Chuxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Why are you being so harsh with Shuebao? Jiang Lulan, you wretched person. Chuxue is looking out for you. Not recognizing kindness will only leave you friendless. What are you doing? Pei Jingyan pulled Yun Chuxue behind him, adopting a protective stance. Forming teams to find food necessitates collaboration and division of labor. I provided the information. Thus, the task of gathering breadfruits falls to you. Otherwise, why would I team up with you? I would be doing it all myself. Yun Chuxue, having garnered no favor from Xia Heng, sought to redirect all attention from the men towards herself. Alan, did you not say that in dating shows, male participants should unconditionally care for the female participants? We women can also be self-sufficient. You shouldn't always rely on men. That makes perfect sense. If Pei Ge does everything alone, what purpose does Jiang Lulan serve? Is she merely a burden? My heart aches for Pei Ge and Chuxue. How did they end up with such a friend? Chuxue is truly a sweetheart. Jiang Lulan only knows how to lean on men, bringing shame upon us women. Jiang Lulan clenched her fists, a wave of bitterness rising within her, not due to Pei Jingyan, but because everyone deemed his domineering behavior acceptable in their collaboration. Even Yun Chuxue, who considered herself her best friend, inadvertently branded her with the label of dependency on men, whether intentionally or not. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lulan declared, Pei Yingdi, that statement is fundamentally flawed, a female voice interrupted from the woods. Yun Xia strolled over leisurely, stating, you assert that you provided information. Hence teacher Jiang must contribute labor. However, have you considered that this information is unnecessary for you to provide, as teacher Jiang is already aware? Pei Jingyan instinctively frowned. Impossible. Teacher Zhang's grandfather is a botanist, and she majored in botany during her university studies. Yunxia, with a smile that seemed to mock, retorted, "Does she not have a better understanding of what is edible in the wild than you?" Pei Yingdi casually dictates tasks to others, thinking himself superior. Who does he believe he is? Chapter 56, slapping Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue in the face. Pei Jingyan's expression darkened instantly. I didn't know. Are you implying that you are unaware of Teacher Zhang's undergraduate major? So, your belief is that ordinary individuals can be commanded at will, while you, perched high above, direct others to climb trees and gather breadfruit? You are here to participate in a dating show, not to act as a father figure. Perhaps it is time to temper your paternalistic tendencies? Jiang Lulan was momentarily taken aback. Yun Xia voiced her thoughts, but she did not expect that, in the end, it would be Yun Xia who would assist her. Unconcerned with Jiang Lulan's opinions, she turned her gaze to Yun Chuxue. As for Chuxue, you claim to be good friends with Teacher Zhang. Do you not know her major? You are most aware of whether she requires Pei Jingyan's guidance. Since Pei Jingyan cannot provide information, why should Teacher Zhang be compelled to labor? Yun Xia teased, Pei Yingdi, men can also be self-sufficient. You should not always rely on women, whether at home or out. Are you a duck? The scene fell into a profound silence. Pei Jingyan's face transformed through a spectrum of colors, a sight to behold. The barrage of comments reflected the audience's reactions. I must ask, where does Pei Jingyan derive the audacity to command others while acting as if he were a lord? Yun Chuxue, I am truly appalled. While claiming to be Teacher Zhang's good friend, you simultaneously assert that she only relies on men. Do you truly believe that we cannot see through your facade? Chuxue merely had good intentions. She did not wish for the atmosphere to become too awkward. Either be silent or apologize. Otherwise, do not embarrass yourself. Surely, no one could misunderstand her implied statement. Is it any wonder that Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue are a perfect match? We, as women, can be self-reliant.
We should not only depend on men.
Yun Chuxue, realizing the situation was amiss, blinked back tears, seemingly aggrieved. Alon, that was not my intention. I merely thought you were all friends, and I hoped you could overlook this for my sake and refrain from arguing with Jingyan. Is your face so precious? Yun Xia queried with a semblance of mockery. Is it so valuable that it necessitates Teacher Zhang's subservience? Or do you believe that Pei Jingyan holds greater importance than your closest friend, leading you to side with him over reason? Yun Xia tilted her head. I am quite curious, dear Chuxue, do tell. Yun Chuxue's lips trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. I am sorry, Chuxue. I wish to be alone for a while. Jiang Lulan interjected, rejecting further dialogue. Yun Chuxue's expression stiffened, her teeth clenched in frustration. Where had things gone awry? Jiang Lulan's temperament was well known to her. Ordinarily, she would have let such trivial matters slide, yet today it escalated to the point of embarrassment. The atmosphere was palpably tense, prompting Director Xiong to intervene. Esteemed teachers, after 2 hours of searching, we have made considerable progress, and your efforts are appreciated. Let us take a 15-minute break. Considerable progress, someone quipped, referencing the wilted wild vegetable in Yun Xia's grasp. During the respite, Director Xiong further announced, Dear audience, please pay attention. We are about to open the voting channel. Among the 4 groups, which team do you favor the most? Gu Han-o and Yun Xia, Fan Qingyu and Lu Qing, Pei Jingyan and Jiang Lulan, Xia Heng and Yun Chuxue. Please cast your votes. Yun Chuxue's eyes flickered as she discreetly tapped her phone from an unseen angle. The comments section erupted with fervor. Director Xiong, are you a devil? What is there to choose from among these 4 groups? The silent group. I don't know, I just don't know.
Wow.
How did you know? This is quite the selection. Look at what can be chosen here. No one will vote now. It's too awkward. Pei Jingyan is unworthy. Equally uncomfortable. I've never seen Xia so silent. Let her be. At that moment, an influx of mysterious support, a water army, surged forth. What a pairing. The gentle leader of the Xia family alongside a captivating beauty. They truly complement each other. Please let Heng and Chuxue remain together in the subsequent activities. They are a delight to behold. I believe Mr. Xia has long shown interest in Chuxue. Stop pretending to interact with Yun Xia, or you may lose your beloved. Is there any fanfiction about Heng and Chuxue? I wish to indulge. Subsequently, the audience watched as the voting numbers soared dramatically. May I inquire? After searching through all platforms, only Xia Heng and Yun Xia's pairing is mentioned. Where is the Chuxue you speak of? Yet the influence of the water army was undeniable, and the group emerged triumphantly in first place. Director Xiong glanced at the voting results, chuckling softly to himself. All right, the break is over. Esteemed teachers, I trust you have realized that a single wild vegetable is hardly sufficient. What shall we do now? Director Xiong continued. Now, we shall commence the individual scoring battle. The first participant shall be teacher Yunxia. Yunxia acknowledged the call. She glanced at the note, entering the capital for the exam. The guests and audience perceived a 4-character phrase containing the sounding. Yunxia's eyes sparkled as she pointed at Pei Jingyan. Fong Qingyu, a freshman who had recently completed her college entrance examination, exclaimed, daring and resolute? Yunxia frowned in disdain, gesturing again towards Pei Jingyan. Do these words have any relation to Pei Jingyan? Pei Jingyan, through gritted teeth, muttered. Jiang Lulan quickly caught on. To eradicate completely? Teacher Jiang has also stood up. Upon seeing Pei Jingyan, she wishes to eradicate him. Yunxia still shook her head, anxiously gesturing towards Pei Jingyan, as if attempting to elicit a revelation from him. When she, perhaps in a moment of folly, suddenly blurted, driving ducks to the rack. Yunxia's eyes lit up, but she quickly clarified that it was a 4-character phrase. Xia Heng's gaze drifted to Pei Jingyan, as if recalling something, and he suddenly smiled, confidently stating, entering the capital for the exam. Ah! How does Pei Yingdi relate to entering the capital for the exam? Is it because he hails from the capital? Director Xiong seized the microphone. Mr. Xia answers correctly. Each of you earns a point. Teacher Yun, please explain your thought process. Yun Xia responded without hesitation. It is widely known that entering the capital for the exam can also refer to Beijing roast duck and our Pei Yingdi. He is a, when she could not contain himself, duck. Chapter 57. What a ludicrous idiom to fill in. The scene fell quiet once more. That is not incorrect. It is well-reasoned and substantiated. Pei Jingyan's face began to change color once again. Wen Qi. Well done. Jiang Lulan clapped enthusiastically. Yun Xia, with great flourish, clasped her fist in salute. Fellow kindred spirits. The next to take the stage was Xia Heng. Having already scored a point, he chuckled upon seeing the idiom. This is too easy. Another point in the bag. Thus, Xia Heng confidently pointed to himself. The note read, a grand gentleman. The audience and guests saw, gentleman. Everyone paused for a moment, and Fong Qingyu cautiously inquired, Mr. Xia, are you suggesting that this idiom pertains to you? Xia Heng solemnly nodded. Yun Xia gasped. This was challenging but not insurmountable. First, she analyzed the prompt. The rules dictate that we must guess 4-character phrases rather than idioms, thus the answer is likely not an idiom. Furthermore, given senior brother's unwavering confidence in pointing towards himself, Yun Xia came to a realization. There is but one answer, which is de Chan Xiao Zi, Big Lun. Ah! The confidence exuded by the charming Yun Xia was indeed captivating. She felt utterly assured, believing her victory was inevitable. Xia Heng slowly closed his eyes and commanded, get her out of here. Yun Xia exited with a heavy heart, while Wen Qi's eyes brightened, suddenly feeling enlightened. I know. It's de Tu Er Zi, big-headed son. Fong Qingyu refused to back down, exclaiming, de Zui Ba Zi, big mouth. De Er Gua Zi, big ear slap. De Bai Do Zi, big wallet. De Hao Ri Zi, big good day. De Shang Shin Zi, big injury to body. Xia Heng sighed, feeling exhausted, having lived for over 3,000 years. He had never felt so weary. They then faced challenges like, Fong Qingyu, Jing, sure? Answer, mental breakdown. Wen Qi, and I, Wa. Answer, you are my child. Jiang Lulan na, lie? Answer, bring a dog's life. Lu King, da, gun? Answer, Escherichia coli. Gu Hanzhou, tong, tong. Answer, classmates. However, this level of banter, akin to chickens pecking at each other, was swiftly elevated to a new realm when it came to Pei Jingyan. With a serious demeanor, he sought to redeem himself. Glancing at the note and finding solace in the simplicity of Fei Huang Tingda soaring to great heights. This time, he believed success was assured. The audience echoed their disbelief, wondering if Director Xiong had given Pei Jingyan a favor, deeming it too simple. Taking a deep breath, Pei Jingyan pointed to himself. Asserting, comparing my past to my present, I am... Gazing at the whiteboard with a hint Fei, when she promptly responded, Fei Qin Zhou Shou, flying beasts. Pei Jingyan took another deep breath, in my past. Fong Qingyu interjected, Fei Yong Ba He. Pei Jingyan gritted his teeth, no. Let me make an analogy. There was a couple, where the male said to the female, although I am currently impoverished, I will strive diligently to ensure that in the future, I will. Zhang Lulan interrupted. Fei Yan Zhou Bai. Pei Jing, Yan nearly rolled his eyes. Feeling as if he were teaching his first-grade son, his face flushed and veins bulging. Engage with the situation. We are conversing, and I am expressing that I am not doing well now, but soon I will soar. Yun Xia quipped, Fei Lai Henghuar. Pei Jing Yan. With gritted teeth, he urged, aside from these, there is another idiom starting with Fei. Think carefully, and watch my lips. Fei. Xia Heng understood, shaking his folding fan with a smile, leisurely and unhurried in his demeanor. Don't call me useless. What does it mean to be instantly annihilated by a single sentence? Report. The Buddha of the Beijing Circle has fainted again. Ultimately, the game concluded amidst laughter and cheer, with Pei Jing Yan fervently pinching others. The scores were tallied. Yun Xia 6 points, Xia Heng 1 point, the rest 0 points. At that moment, Director Xiong approached with ill intentions. The applause is sparse, and Yun Chushua's cheeks turned slightly crimson. Director Xiong continued, what is the purpose of this voting? Now I announce the answer. The team with the highest votes indicates the most popular amongst the audience, hence they cannot separate. If Mr. Xia and Yun Chushua disband their team, both shall face the punishment of chopping wood. I urge both of you to continue teaming up for the audience's sake. As his words fell, the guests fell silent, their gazes shifting between Xia Heng, Yun Xia, and Yun Chushua. Sorry, Yun Xia. Sister Yun Chushua feigned guilt. I didn't expect everyone to vote so passionately. Originally, I intended to return Mr. Xia to you, but now we cannot change teams.
Ah.
My Snow Treasure has taken the initiative again. I also believe Pei Jing Yan is unworthy of Snow Treasure. Mr. Xia is much better, so sweet. Yun Chushua couldn't help but smile, as she aimed to seize the attention of the person Yun Xia cared about. What could Yun Xia do? Is that so, Sister Chushua? Yun Xia, intrigued, sought to dismantle her confidence. But I have 6 points, which allows me to change teammates. Yun Chushua's smile froze. Indeed. Finally, it was time for Director Xiong to announce a scene he relished. Teacher Yun may change teammates, and the selected teammate cannot refuse. For instance, if Yun Xia wishes for Mr. Xia to be her teammate, then Mr. Xia has no right to decline. Furthermore, according to the rules, Mr. Xia and Yun Chushua must disband their team and face the punishment. Teacher Yun, do you wish to change teammates? At once, all eyes turned to Yun Xia. With a gentle smile, Yun Xia proceeded towards the reality show supermarket to purchase a teammate change card. Oh my gosh! The battlefield has arrived. Can Yun Xia not have some self-respect? Mr. Xia is clearly interested in Snow Treasure, yet she insists on intervening. Is she addicted to being the third party? Mr. Xia, Sister Yun Xia. Yun Chushua was visibly taken aback, tears immediately welling up, biting her lip as if at a loss. I didn't know Sister Yun Xia was so impulsive. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I can accept the punishment myself, but I didn't expect it to implicate you. Lu Qing immediately defended. How can Xiao Xia be like this? For a man, she disregards your health, knowing you're unwell, yet she deliberately makes you chop wood. Yun Chushua shook her head with tears, a bitter smile gracing her lips. It's all right, I understand Sister Yun Xia's character. It's normal for her to want to change teammates since she has points, but... She fell silent, her expression dimming. Yun Xia is doing this on purpose. She is truly a schemer. Anyone who speaks ill of her is simply following the script. If she were a kinder person, would so many people criticize her? Yun Chushua silently shed tears, the two friends embracing, as if they were the ones who had suffered the greatest injustice. Both of you. Xia Heng interrupted the feigned cries, having unknowingly ceased his laughter. With a gentle smile that exuded a sense of pressure, he stated, I don't mind receiving payment in advance, allowing you to truly mourn. Chapter 58. Yun Chushua, your mask of hypocrisy is about to fall off. Yun Chushua's cries were abruptly halted, producing a sound akin to a gasp. Lu Qing, not one to miss such an opportunity, exclaimed, Yun Xia, you've gone too far. You used to bully Chushua frequently, and now you do this. Do you think Chushua is easy to pick on? Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, responding with a gentle smile.
Oh.
What have I done? Lu Qing, now more furious, indignantly shouted, You know full well that Chushua is unwell and cannot labor for long. Yet you still made her chop wood. You wanted to team up with Mr. Xia, but you could have simply expressed it for everyone to discuss together, instead of using your resources to harm Chushua. Chushua has a good temper and doesn't argue with you, but I will stand up for her. As her words fell, silence enveloped the room, leaving no one to respond, rendering Lu Qing's indignation comical. Yun Chushua's expression grew more despondent, her head bowed in silence, appearing deeply sorrowful.
Really? Chushua.
Is this how you feel? Yun Xia was taken aback, then became perplexed. But I didn't intend to do that. Stop pretending. Now you act innocent. Do you really think I can't distinguish a green tea? Lu Qing angrily pushed Yun Xia away, fuming. Get away from us. We don't need friends like you. Feigning weakness, Yun Xia stumbled slightly, helplessly explaining, Qing, you've misunderstood. At this moment, Yun Chushua's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks. While the comments were already dominated by Yun Chushua's fans, all accusing Yun Xia of being scheming and disregarding the well-being of others. Just as Yun Chushua was about to generously, kindly, and understandingly forgive Yun Xia hurriedly interjected, Chushua, don't cry, my new teammate is teacher Jiang. Jiang Lulan was taken aback. Yun Chushua, who was on the verge of tears, exclaimed, wait, her heart suddenly raced. Sensing that the direction of this matter was becoming skewed. In the next moment, Yun Xia expressed her concern, saying, Chushua, I am aware of your poor health. Why would I deliberately ask you to chop wood? What are you thinking? The first sentence highlights how Yun Chushua and Lu Qing underestimate others' intentions. Yun Xia continued. I noticed that teacher Jiang seemed unhappy earlier, and Pei Jingyan openly stated that he did not wish to team up with teacher Jiang. Thus, I thought to switch teammates. Do you not remember? The second sentence emphasizes that Yun Chushua, as a friend of Jiang Lulan, blatantly disregarded him. Yun Chushua's expression froze on her face. As Yun Xia leisurely glanced at the comments, you have declared that we are friends. If I possess any shortcomings, Chushua, feel free to articulate them. For instance, if I were to steal your man or act as a mistress, or if I neglected your health, you could provide examples to enlighten me on my faults. If you remain silent, how am I to know what man I have taken from you? When have I disregarded your health? You claim that I bullied you frequently in the past. Pray tell, when, where, and what deeds did I commit against you? Yun Xia tilted her head, appearing quite helpless. Do tell me, Chushua. Yun Chushua's complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling, her hands clenched tightly into fists, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Are you unable to speak? Yun Xia, with a slow and sincere demeanor, said, It's all right, Chushua. I forgive you, but please refrain from such behavior in the future, all right? She perfectly seized Yun Chushua's words. What would you do in the moment of identity exchange? I am choking. Could Yun Chushua's fans quiet down for a moment? Are they so eager for others to know that their sister relies on baseless accusations? Yun Xia has yet to mention whom she wishes to team up with. Yet Yun Chushua has already taken offense. Hear us a joke. Lu Qing and Yun Xia are friends, while Jiang Lulan and Yun Chushua are friends.
Yet,
Lu Qing and Yun Chushua have united against Yun Xia and teacher Jiang. There are times when silence can indeed provoke laughter. Yun Chushua, apologize. Fans, apologize. Those who have hurled insults should now extend their apologies. Yun Xia harbors no such intentions. Yun Chushua's fans argued fervently. That is because Yun Xia deliberately caused Chushua to misunderstand. The intruder, Chagua, arrived uninvited. First, it was Yun Chushua who, upon learning that she could continue teaming up with Xia Heng in the afternoon, proactively approached Yun Xia, making a rather tea-flavored remark. I am sorry, Sister Yun Xia, Mr. Xia is mine. Second, it is evident to all that the votes are manipulated by Yun Chushua's water army, as depicted in the image below. This indicates that the water army has been purchased by the Yun family. You spent money to cast votes for the tree-chopping rules, yet you morally bind Yun Xia? Truly, the one who cries is the one who is justified? Third, your health issues are of no concern to Yun Xia. Does the entire world owe you care because your father must look after you? Are you here to participate in a dating show or to seek familial connections?
Fourth,
from today onward, Chagua will forever safeguard Xia Bao. A bystander pointed out the crux. Is Chagua named so because wherever Yun Xia is, there is a gourd? At the recording site, Lu Qing's face flushed crimson with suppressed anger as she glared at Yun Xia. Meanwhile, Yun Chushua's eyes turned red. Her head bowed as she wiped away tears. However, the scene she envisioned of becoming the group's darling, where everyone would comfort her, did not materialize. Yun Xia, it's all your fault. After the team switch was successful, Jiang Lulan approached and quietly expressed her gratitude. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. It is my duty to rescue beautiful women from the clutches of vile individuals. The vile Pei Jingyan exclaimed, Damn it. Jiang Lulan couldn't help but chuckle. Looking into Yun Xia's clear eyes, reflecting on Yun Qushue's earlier behavior, and began to question the words Yun Qushue had spoken in the past. Was she truly the illegitimate daughter of the Yun family? Greedy and disruptive, causing unrest within the Yun family? Previously, Jiang Lulan had not encountered Yun Xia, and merely listening was enough. However, now she had her own discerning eyes. She couldn't resist asking, Teacher Yun, just as she was about to speak, Director Xiong, with his small megaphone, arrived mysteriously, proclaiming, "After 2 hours of searching this morning, I believe everyone has noticed that food is exceedingly difficult to find here. What shall we do?" Everyone turned their attention to the task board. The dating show supermarket is now open, where one can purchase bottled water, bread, instant noodles, etc. Each item costs 510 currency units. Task list: handshake for half an hour, flirtatious push-ups, hug for 10 minutes, diving and sea fishing. There were numerous tasks, but Yun Xia quickly discerned that some tasks could only be done the following day, as diving equipment and fishing boats required currency for purchase. Thus, today's tasks were limited to hand-holding, hugging, interaction, and flirtatious push-ups. Is this how a dating show operates? Meanwhile, the comments flooded in. This is what a dating show is. Are you certain we can actually fall in love? Chapter 59. Is there a secret affair mode in the dating show? Indeed, it is impossible to truly fall in love in a dating show. Upon seeing these tasks, half the guests wore expressions akin to disgust. Particularly, Fang Qingyu, who was teamed up with Lu Qing, had a face that could only be described as constipated. Coincidentally, Lu Qing nudged Fang Qingyu. "So, what do you say, buddy? How about some push-ups?" Fang Qingyu, appearing weak, replied, "Sorry, sister. I'm a bit of a waste." Yun Qushue shyly raised her eyes, quickly glancing at Xia Heng before lowering her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. "Mr. Xia." Xia Heng closed his eyes, seemingly in deep concentration. Pei Jingyan and Gu Hanzhou were even less likely to engage in flirtatious tasks, leaving only Yun Xia, who eagerly declared, "I'll do it." Hand-holding, hugging, push-ups. Count me in. Beneath the ginkgo tree, they held hands and embraced. She lay shyly on the ground covered in ginkgo leaves, watching as the person above her moved rhythmically. Flirtation, sweat, heartbeats, and hormones. This is what a dating show embodies. Cross it out. Director Xiong Chumo internally screamed, "Cross it out." Which dating show features 2 female guests engaging in flirtatious tasks, racking up points like a card game, directly earning 60 points. How could he have orchestrated such a meticulously planned dating show only for it to be disrupted by Yun Xia, the troublemaker? Old Ma, standing by, sternly reminded, "How can you say that Teacher Yun is a troublemaker? If she is a troublemaker, what does that make you? A piece of dung?" Director Xiong was infuriated, pressing his acupressure point furiously. Given the rule prohibiting switching teammates to undertake tasks, one must partner with their teammate. However, it was evident to all that the remaining 3 groups would remain inactive, leading to an impasse. Thus, Director Xiong made a swift decision, declaring, "Crisis. The first major crisis of the dating show has emerged. Hence, we have decided to initiate the secret affair mode." What do you mean by secret? Please repeat that. Sometimes, I truly appreciate the thrill of Director Xiong's secrecy, much like my own life. Secret affair mode. As the name implies, you can complete tasks with guests who are not your teammates, but there are 2 conditions. Firstly, it must be in plain sight. Secondly, it must go unnoticed. Not Director Xiong. When Qi raised his hand, how can it be in plain sight yet go unnoticed? That will depend on everyone's performance. However, we can modify the push-up task. It only requires 2 people to interact. Alright, I declare the secret affair mode officially launched. At least a direction to break the deadlock had emerged. Several guests stood in place, pondering, when suddenly, Qi and Fang Qingyu locked eyes.
Wait.
Director Xiong sounded an alarm, quickly adding a caveat. It must be with a guest of the opposite sex. Opposite sex guests, do you hear me? Opposite. Just then, Yun Xia strolled leisurely by, holding an ice cream purchased from the dating show supermarket, comfortably observing their anxious expressions. Lu Qing, unable to contain her frustration, sarcastically remarked, "Wow. How enviable it is for Xiao Xia, truly carefree, unlike us, laboring under a heavy burden." Yun Xia lifted her eyelids, exclaiming, "Wow. Ching Ching. Where did you learn this method of fortune-telling? Show it to everyone. Let us see who is destined for a life of toil and who is destined for wealth. It would be perfect for everyone to hear your insights." Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, as if she had swallowed her retort, her throat constricted. Once she entered the clandestine phase of their relationship, it felt somewhat impolite to remain with her original teammates. Consequently, they all dispersed. When she, pondering what to do, suddenly tripped while walking, only to discover that Yunxia had caused his fall, instantly igniting his fury. He promptly borrowed a printer from Director Xiong, using a loan of 5 currency units, and within 5 minutes, he tossed a maintenance agreement towards Yunxia. Sign it. Otherwise, don't blame me for my rudeness. Yunxia glanced down at the document. Maintenance agreement, maintainer, Yunxia, maintained. When she, how to put it? Truly a novel approach. What if I refuse to sign? Yunxia, appearing relaxed, sat on a small stool with the poise of a dragon throne, exuding arrogance, disdain, and indifference. Oh, I await your next move. She then expressionlessly accepted the maintenance agreement, along with a father-son agreement, a devoted admirer-s agreement, a body-selling agreement, a homework ghostwriting agreement, and a 60 stars in King's glory agreement. One document was tossed, and he produced another. When she, incensed, exclaimed, "Woman, what do you want from me? I am the young master of the Win family, which is a leading enterprise in the pharmaceutical industry. Do you not realize that when I sneeze, the entire capital city responds?" Yunxia quipped, "Should I send you some cold medicine then?" When she faltered, his facade crumbling, "No. I'm trying to act cool. Can't you see that?" As they spoke, the 10th agreement was already in circulation, and more than half an hour had elapsed. A notification chimed. Old Ma announced, "When she has completed the task of interacting with any female guest for half an hour." The crowd was taken aback. When Chi's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Yunxia, you are truly a good person." Yunxia reciprocated with polite banter. "You're welcome. Just don't forget the promised 5 currency units." The comments section was in disbelief. This is truly a revelation. Who knew interactions could be like this? Indeed. They only mentioned interactions, never specifying the nature of those interactions. Surely the father-son agreement counts as interaction? Director Xiong never imagined such a scenario could unfold. Inhaling deeply, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Teacher Yun, do you enjoy donkey rolls?" Yunxia thought, "Is there such a delightful opportunity?" She happened to be hungry. "I would love to." Director Xiong chuckled ominously. "Teacher Yun, our donkey rolls are a bit special. There's no donkey, no rolling. Just get rolling." Yunxia smiled mysteriously. "All right, your time is up." When she immediately protested, "Director Xiong, how can you be like this? Yunxia is such a wonderful person, helping me complete my task. Hee, I'm so happy." Director Xiong nearly lost his composure, wanting to pinch his son's nose. "My dear son, check your image on Weibo." The antics of Yunxia and Wen Qi did not go unnoticed by many. Fang Qingyu and Jiang Lulan followed suit, while Pei Jingyan and Lu Qing became like brothers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mr. Xie, Yun Xuxue gently bit her lip, softly consoling, "Don't be too sad. Sister Yunxia must be helping Ah Qi out of pity." As long as she got close and pretended to trip, falling onto Mr. Xie, it would count as physical contact. A man like Mr. Xie would surely prefer a gentle, dependent woman. This tactic of feigned fragility never failed. Yun Xuxue was momentarily stunned. "Ah, I didn't tea." "No, Mr. Xie. Director Xiong, Miss Yun says she is unwell." "Mr. Xie, let me explain. The patient should rest well. What if I fall and find myself at a loss for words?" In the next moment, Yun Xuxue conveniently stumbled, landing directly on the sandy beach. Xie Heng smiled gently. "Miss Yun, you truly seem to be seeking trouble." The atmosphere fell silent. "No, Mr. Xie." Yun Xuxue panicked, unable to think of any words to salvage the situation, when Xie Heng added meaningfully, "Feigning pity and weakness has become outdated with me. But I must thank Miss Yun for providing me with inspiration." Xie Heng slowly curled his lips, as if he had just devised a plan to win over his junior sister. In the next moment, Yun Xuxue witnessed Xie Heng sway as he passed by Yun Xia, muttering an apology for low blood sugar before feigning weakness and collapsing. Yun Xuxue, where did this green tea come from? Her face turned pale. Something felt amiss. Why were these men so captivated by Yun Xia? Nearby, Gu Hanzhou's gaze swept over 66. Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Heng already looked weak, supporting his forehead, casting his eyes downwards, revealing a hint of frailty, perfectly showcasing his charm before Yun Xia. "Gu Hanzhou, something's off. This dating show feels peculiar, especially Xie Heng." Why do his actions seem so familiar, as if I've seen them for thousands of years? Senior brother? Yun Xia gasped, quickly supporting him, creating physical contact. Yun Xia glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and swiftly helped Xia Heng to a secluded spot. Lowering her voice in a tone reminiscent of an underground transaction, she teasingly said, "What are you pretending for? Low blood sugar? A cultivator of 3,000 years doesn't need to eat, and yet you dare say you have low blood sugar? Junior sister." Xia Heng gently grasped her hand. His eyes clouded with a touch of vulnerability. "Please help me. If I don't eat, I'll be taken for research." Yun Xia. TSK. How repulsive. Yet she complied, tightening her grip, retrieving a Snickers bar from her pocket, and playfully fed him a few bites. "Oh my, what happened to Mr. Xia? He seems to have fainted from low blood sugar. I knew not eating for so long would lead to trouble. It's said that CEOs often have stomach issues. But what is wrong with President Gu?" Gu Hanzhou frowned deeply, suddenly swaying, his face paling, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if enduring excruciating pain, weakly leaning against a tree. "President Gu seems to have a stomach issue too. Oh my, I feel so sorry for him. Somehow, I feel President Gu is worse off than Mr. Xia." "Yun Xia, please share that Snickers with President Gu." "Xia Heng, what? Where did this clever mimicry come from? This imitation is so vivid, it's almost indistinguishable from my own 3,000-year act of feigning illness." A strange emotion surged within Xia Heng. The bond they shared over 3 millennia was unique to them, yet. "Junior sister." Yun Xia suddenly leaned closer, her stray hair brushing against the man's neck, bringing a tingling sensation. "Don't you think Gu Hanzhou?" Xia Heng felt a surge of alarm. "He looks average." "Yun Xia, his mind is ill." "Yun Xia, what are you focusing on?" She fell momentarily silent, her tone earnest. "One must not judge solely by appearances. If you look deeper, you will find he." "Xia Heng, he is truly not as handsome as I am." "Yun Xia, he truly has significant issues." "Xia Heng, I apologize. I misjudged the emotional intelligence of a 3,000-year-old who still plays in the mud." At that moment, Gu Hanzhou heard the mechanical voice near Yun Xia. 66. The host is correct. He truly has issues. 66. Moreover, he always looks my way. 66. Why does he glance at me when he can't see me? They say some can see what others cannot. Could it be? 66. A ghost. Gu Hanzhou, so annoying my stomach hurts even more. And I'm more confused. Why does this mechanical voice feel so familiar? And what should he do now? Who could assist him in completing his task? Though he could forgo food, he had been warned that not eating could lead to being taken for research. 9 minutes had passed since Xia Heng's low blood sugar incident. Director Xiong stumbled in, panicking upon seeing Xia Heng's frail state, his legs giving way as he broke into a sweat. It's over. I hope the big boss won't suffer any consequences." If the boss were to faint from hunger, he would withdraw his investment, and if he withdrew his investment, the dating show could not continue. If it could not continue, he would incur a penalty for breach of contract. Upon paying the penalty, he would exhaust all his funds. Once all funds are depleted, he would have no money left to produce variety shows. Without the ability to produce shows, he would earn no income. Alas. "Xiong Chimo, you are truly despicable." Xiong Dao, with tears in his eyes, expressed his gratitude. A resounding chime abruptly caused Xiong Dao to stumble and fall to the ground, as Lao Ma's voice boomed through the speakers with unrestrained arrogance. "Congratulations, Mr. Xia, for completing the task of holding hands with any female guest for 10 minutes. Instantly, Xia Heng felt invigorated, his ailments vanished, and he decided to drop the pretense, revealing his true self. Xia Heng nodded casually. "You may rise." Xiong Dao was taken aback. How could he possibly fathom the emperor's thoughts with the reasoning of an ordinary person? 2 hours later, only Gu Hanzhou and Yun Qixue had scores of 0, while the others had accumulated some points. At least dinner would be provided. Meanwhile, Yun Xia grasped 81 points, emerging as the victor of the game. Xiong Dao announced the generous reward for the first place. "I declare, the first place winner will enjoy a complimentary luxury seafood feast prepared by Mr. Xia. Additionally, you may select a male guest to dine with." The next moment, the sound of a helicopter reverberated, landing on the nearby beach. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo stepped down, exuding elegance. He performed a perfect gentleman's bow. "Miss Yun, I am Mr. Xia's personal butler at your service." As the butler's words faded, an array of extravagant dishes was presented on the dining table. The guests could hardly suppress their salivation. And the live stream audience was left in awe. This meal is worth at least 888. Is this the life of the wealthy?
Wow.
Even the scraps look delectable. I'm envious. So, who will Yunxia invite? I bet it will be Mr. Xia. At this moment, a group of fans could no longer contain themselves. Pei Jingyan's admirers, who had always touted their idol as a film emperor and a paragon in the circle, looked down upon Yunxia, often berating her as a gold digger or a mistress. Yet now, despite Pei Jingyan's multiple humiliations, they still acted as though it was an honor for Yunxia to converse with him. Who else could Yunxia possibly choose? It must be our brother Pei. Of course, everyone knows she has feelings for brother Pei. She would miss such a splendid opportunity. Though I detest her, if she can treat brother Pei to a nice meal, I might temporarily set aside my grievances. I advise that Xia Biao not get too presumptuous. We possess some dirt on you, the bystanders commented. Hello, I am the head of the 6th Psychiatric Hospital in Haihu City. How long has this situation persisted? Xiong Dao chuckled mischievously. Teacher Yun, please make your selection. The male guests all turned their gazes toward Yunxia, although they knew they had little chance. One must always strive for opportunities, lest they be likened to a stagnant fish. When Qi boldly declared, me.
Wait.
Yunxia suddenly interjected, disrupting Xiong Dao's plans, a wicked smile gracing her lips. I declare the first auction of dating show. Battlefield officially begins. I am willing to relinquish my first place. Bidding starts at 10 currency coins. The highest bidder wins. Please, just stop with that wicked smile. An auction? Chapter 61. Does the junior sister have someone she likes? How come I was unaware? Yunxia gently cleared her throat. With just 10 currency coins. Not only can you indulge in exquisite cuisine, but you can also select a male guest to share the feast with. Action speaks louder than words. Yunxia glanced at the 3 female guests, desperately hinting, you could choose the charming Xiaoyu, the aloof Gu, or the sweet-talking Wenqi. Aren't you tempted? Wenqi. Why am I the sweet-talker? Jiang Lulan hesitated. While she had the funds to bid, she preferred to see Yunxia enjoy the seafood banquet. As silence prevailed with no bids, Yunxia grew anxious, pointing at Pei Jingyan. If I must dine with Pei Jingyan, I have no objections. Are you all truly starving? Yunxia, you seem genuinely hungry. Had you not added that last part, no one would have cared. Hee, the paragon of a circle is quite unappetizing. Forever young. Forever harsh with words. Yunxia turned her attention to the male guest section. You could opt for the unparalleled teacher Jiang, or choose your good friend Lu Qing. Or even the entertainment industry's sweetest Yun Chushiwa. Lu Qing. Yun Chushiwa. Once upon a time, the title of the entertainment industry's sweetest belonged solely to Yun Chushiwa. However, for reasons unknown, it now seemed tinged with disdain. Pei Jingyan gritted his teeth, eager to bid. But alas, he had no coins. The atmosphere fell silent once more, and Yunxia was growing desperate, pointing at herself. Is no one bidding? If none of you are interested, I can accompany myself. Xiong Dao announced loudly. Mr. Xia bids 50. 3, 2, 1 and the countdown ends. Mr. Xia wins the exclusive right to this dinner. Now, please invite your desired guest. Yunxia. Huh? A little surprised, but she only cared about the money. In an instant, her currency coins reached an astounding 131 points, and without a moment's hesitation, she gracefully exited the stage. Then she heard Xia Heng say, Junior sister, please. Yunxia stood in shock. Huh? Ha. Ha. Isn't this akin to receiving money directly? Wow, I'm feeling a bit moved, my friends.
Oh dear.
Is this what pure love looks like? In this lavish world, you are my only one. I can't help but swoon. Wait, if she hadn't participated in the auction logically, she would have chosen her senior brother. Now, after a bidding frenzy, she gained 50 coins and still dined with her senior brother. What is this? Is it the sea? Nearby, the butler fulfilled all the duties expected of a butler in a wealthy novel. Sporting a gentlemanly smile, it has been a while since I last saw the young master. Xia Heng replied with warmth. It has been ages since I have witnessed you smile so joyfully. Butler, the heavens have turned upside down. After dinner, as everyone had nearly finished their meal, Xiong Dao seized the opportunity to interject. How about we play a game? When Qi, feeling fatigued, replied, No thanks. Xiong Dao, those who agree to play, raise your hands. Let me see who abstains. When Qi immediately raised both hands. Let's play.
Right now.
Excellent. Unanimous approval. Xiong Dao declared. This game is truth or dare.
Wait.
Yun Xia was taken aback. I didn't raise my hand. Xiong Dao cackled. That doesn't matter. When she raised both hands. Yun Xia. Is that even allowed? Truth or dare? Sure, it's cliché but effective. It has standards and class. I'm amused. Thus, our truth or dare is unlike any other. Before the game commences, guests may draw a card. As the name suggests, the pardon card allows one to forego a dare. The refusal card lets one decline a truth question. The doubling card doubles one's question demand. The substitute card designates another to complete a task for them. And the choose for me card mandates a target to partake in either truth or dare. Each card is singular, with the rest being blank. Simple and entertaining, right? Xiong Dao was invigorated, having formulated a plan. If the dating show fails to cultivate romance, why not indulge in outrageous gossip instead? He grinned, envisioning soaring ratings and discussions. Xiong would gladly take the reins. The guests had no objections, and thus the game commenced. During the first round of card drawing, Yun Mixue gazed at her doubling card and couldn't help but smirk. She surveyed the surroundings, noticing Yun Xia's furrowed brow, and felt a sense of relief. With only 5 special cards in total, the odds of Yun Xia drawing a functional card were slim. That was reassuring. The gathering of individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, commenced the game, beginning with Pei Jingyan's inquiries as the wheel spun. By chance, the pointer halted before Yun Xia. A triumphant smile graced Pei Jingyan's face. It seemed even fate was favoring him. Would she choose truth or dare? Unfazed, Yun Xia confidently declared, truth. Pei Jingyan, ever the unpredictable enigma, posed the question, is there someone you like? Instantly, excitement sparked among the onlookers. Yun Mixue cast her gaze downward, concealing her scheming thoughts. How thrilling! Starting with a heavy hitter? Peigo, why pose such a question to Xiaobiao? She will surely cling to you, making it impossible to shake her off. Yun Xia is so shameless, she'll undoubtedly claim that her crush is Peigo. This little third party simply cannot stand to see Peigo and Mixue happy together. Fans of Pei Jingyan and Yun Mixue swiftly united, ready to educate anyone who crossed their path about how Yun Xia was a homewrecker, undermining the beautiful love between their beloved characters. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, noting that the male lead was clearly losing composure. She had entered a dating reality show, and contrary to the original narrative where she was universally condemned, it seemed he could not hold back. With such an opportunity presented to her, it would be unwise not to seize it. Yes, Yun Xia replied with a smile. Jiang Lulan furrowed his brow slightly, while Feng Qingyu appeared concerned. Xia Heng's brow furrowed as he gripped his teacup tightly. His junior sister has feelings for someone? How was he unaware of this? As fate would have it, the next turn fell upon her again, and once more the pointer landed on Yun Xia. Yun Mixue feigned curiosity with a playful laugh. Xia, is your crush Pangdi? Her seemingly benign question was laced with mockery, eager to witness her downfall. The comments exploded with fervor, with trending topics skyrocketing as passers-by were drawn in to witness Yun Xia's so-called glorious role as the third party. In the recording venue, Yun Mixue bit her lip, offering encouragement. It's all right, Sister Yun Xia. You needn't worry about my feelings. Speak your truth. No, Yun Xia interjected nonchalantly, cutting her off. The room fell into an abrupt silence, the only sound being the sea breeze. Yun Xia remained composed, arms crossed. I said no. Surprised? Yun Mixue instinctively glanced at the lie detector, which remained silent, confirming the truth of Yun Xia's statement. How could this be? The script hadn't indicated such. Unthinkable. The lie detector must be malfunctioning. Realization dawned on Lu Qing as she processed that the anticipated scenario of Yun Xia being ridiculed for her role as a homewrecker had not materialized. She sprang to her feet, shouting, Director Xiong, get someone to check the lie detector. You have 8 backup suitors in your WeChat. Pretending to be good friends while subtly encouraging them to break up with their girlfriends, Yun Xia stated softly. That's a lie, I don't. Lu Qing yelled, only for the lie detector to emit a harsh alarm. The crowd murmured. Yun Xia shrugged. See, it's not broken. You, Lu Qing, infuriated, kicked over her chair. I didn't. However, her furious demeanor lacked credibility. In a hidden corner, Xia Heng smiled with satisfaction. As long as it wasn't Pei Jingyan, he couldn't allow his junior sister to be so oblivious. The ensuing truths were rather mundane. Half an hour later, when it was Yun Xia's turn to pose a question, the pointer landed upon Pei Jingyan. Yun Xia's expression turned serious. She straightened her posture. Finally, the moment had arrived. All eyes were fixed upon this unfolding drama. With a slight smile, as if observing a lifeless body, Yunxia inquired, "Truth or dare?" Pei Jingyan's face paled, caught off guard by the coincidence. However, armed with a functional card, he scoffed confidently, "Truth. But I advise against asking me foolish questions like whether I have someone I like, as everyone knows the answer." "Indeed, I know your crush is Yun Chuxue," Yunxia replied, laying out a path of doom for Pei Jingyan. "But my question is, Pengdi, is your fiancé Yun Chuxue?" She glared at the lie detector, leisurely reminding him, "Do not lie." A palpable silence enveloped the room. Both Pei Jingyan and Yun Chushue's expressions shifted dramatically. This is monumental. Do we even need to ask? Let the third party suffer even more. I can't believe Yunxia managed to ask such an obvious question. She hasn't given up, has she? The main character has declared, "From now on, we recognize Jingxue as official." Yet, unlike the fervent excitement among fans, the venue plunged into a grave silence. Xia Heng, relishing the chaos, elegantly sipped his tea, his voice crystalline. "I too am curious." Yun Chushue's lips turned pale, her composure faltering. They had orchestrated so much, even steering public perception to paint Yunxia as the third party, provoking fervent attacks against her. If it were to be revealed that she was not Pei Jingyan's fiancée, then the third party would be her. No, this cannot happen. Yunxia feigned surprise. "Pengdi, are you truly willing to waste your special card on such a simple question?" Pei Jingyan gritted his teeth, maintaining a semblance of composure. "This is a personal matter. Public figures deserve some privacy." "Oh, Peigo is truly admirable. Why pry into someone's private life?" "Yunxia, are you not shameless? Is it possible that fans are truly oblivious? Do they not find Pei Jingyan's behavior peculiar?" It was evident from earlier that both Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue displayed signs of panic, indicating guilt. If Yun Chuxue is not Pei Jingyan's fiancé, does that not make her a third party? Wait, I remembered something terrifying. Do you recall Yunxia's most scandalous claim? She claimed to be Pei Jingyan's fiancé. In the venue, Pei Jingyan remained oblivious to the barrage of comments, but could only assume they were unfavorable. He contacted his manager for urgent public relations, intending to excuse himself due to feeling unwell. Finally, it's my turn," Xia Heng said with a warm smile, gently nudging the pointer until it landed squarely before Pei Jingyan. Yunxia added, "And remember, no lies." Xia Heng's warm gaze shimmered. "So, Pengdi, my question is..."
Wait.
Pei Jingyan's alarm bells rang. He could already predict the forthcoming question. Lacking a special card, he could not afford another misstep. "I choose dare." "Is that so?" Xia Heng appeared astonished. "Very well, then let Pengdi swim for half an hour." Yunxia was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, senior brother even said please. He is truly kind." Pei Jingyan's expression shifted dramatically, a kaleidoscope of emotions crossing his face as he squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. "Fine." The camera immediately focused on Pei Jingyan, who bit down hard, wishing he could tear Xia Heng apart on the spot. Before making a grand leap into the sea with what he believed was the most impressive move. Wow, like a little puppy splashing. This was Fong Qingyu. Nonsense. Puppies are adorable. How dare you compare Pei Jingyan to a puppy? Protested Wen Qi. What a massive rat jumped in. Chimed in Yunxia. Pei Jingyan couldn't help but let out a furious roar in the water. He realized he had been played. Just as his roar echoed, a mouthful of seawater rushed into his throat, and he released a stream of bubbles. Gulyalu. Half an hour later, a drenched figure was pulled from the sea. Meanwhile, the game of truth or dare was nearing its conclusion. "All right, let us have one final round, and then everyone can rest early," Director Xiong announced. The guests, weary and eager to finish, asked simple questions. Until, "Oh dear, Xia, it's your turn again." Lu Qing harbored resentment and feigned camaraderie. "Director Xiong, can I use a special card now?" Director Xiong nodded, "Of course."
Great.
"Xia, I'll use the choose for you card, designating you to select a dare, which is frog jumps for an hour." Many faces turned pale. At this point, everyone was exhausted, and the thought of frog jumps was particularly cruel. Lu Qing's intentions were undeniably malicious. "Oh, Xia, there's no choice, it's the last round, and we can't waste the cards. We're close. You 1T hold it against me, will you?" Lu Qing nudged Yunxia. "Were you quite good at frog jumps in high school?" "Show everyone." Didn't anyone tell Lu Qing she behaves like a tomboy? When it comes to men, she's all buddy-buddy, but with Yunxia, it's an hour of frog jumps right off the bat. So what? It's just a game. Rules must be followed. Yunxia raised an eyebrow. Frog jumps? She fiddled with the card, just about to speak when Director Xiong, I'll use my card too. Yun Chuxue smiled gently. Ching is right. The game is ending. If we don't use it now, it'll be too late. Sorry, Sister Xia. Yunxia looked down at the card she had drawn. Double card. It could double the designated task, meaning the hour of frog jumps would become 2 hours. Wasn't he the original female lead as targeting of her already obvious enough? Shue is wonderful. Let us teach this schemer a lesson. She's just trying to pick a fight. Shue must help paying to get revenge. Yunxia's eyes gleamed as she smiled. Chuxue. Are you sure you want to double it? Yun Chuxue, with a hint of helplessness, replied, yes, this card can offend people, but we are so familiar now. You won't be angry, right?
Just help me out.
Yunxia pondered, but wouldn't 2 hours of frog jumps be too much? Yun Chuxue bit her lip softly, saying, Sister Xia, if I can do it, surely you can too. Don't underestimate yourself. It's only 9 now. 2 hours later it'll only be 11. That's not too late. After considering for a while, Yunxia nodded decisively. All right, let us double it. 2 hours of frog jumps. Yun Chuxue felt elated, wonderful. Would Yunxia be able to endure such an ungraceful task? If she couldn't, there would be an opportunity to spread negative rumors. If she succeeded, her image would undoubtedly be tarnished. Yun Chuxue sweetly said, great. Since Sister Xia agreed, let us begin. Xia Heng held the pardon card with a steady hand, wondering if his junior sister could swallow her pride. Indeed, Yunxia could not. Suddenly, Yunxia swiftly drew a card and placed it on the table. Smiling shyly, I'll use the complete task for me card, with the designated target being Yun Chuxue. Everyone exclaimed, huh? Why didn't you mention this powerful card earlier? Yun Chuxue's sweet smile froze, her face visibly twisting. What? How could this card be in Yunxia's hands? She wants me to frog jump. The plan was disrupted, and Yun Chuxue panicked. No. I can't do this. Oh. Chuxue. Yunxia patted her shoulder, feigning profundity. You said 2 hours of frog jumps is nothing. You can do it. So, don't underestimate yourself. It's only 9 now, jumping until 11 isn't late. Go for it. The crowd fell silent.
Uft.
Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Folks, what does restraint mean? What does it mean to hold back? She has a task transfer card. Haha, Yun Chuxue. That's what you call shooting yourself in the foot. No worries, Sister Xia will deal with the green tea. Fans were outraged, flooding the comments. How could Yunxia be so cruel? Chuxue isn't well, and she dares to make her frog jump. Is she even human? I've never seen such a despicable female guest to play mind games without regard for others' health. Yun Chuxue's complexion turned slightly pale. Pei Jingyan stepped in as a protector. Chuxue is tired today. Her health isn't great. You don't need to be so harsh. Tears welled in Yun Chuxue's eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Excuse me? Is Yun Chuxue's health truly as good or bad? Sister Xia, I can do it. You can do it too. Don't underestimate yourself. Those were the original words of your main character. Besides, if it weren't for Yun Chuxue scheming to use the double card, could Yunxia use the transfer card? Don't blame others for your own scheming. What was the meaning of this? Yunxia smiled sweetly. When Chuxue asked me to do the task, you said I was healthy and could do it. Now that Chuxue is doing the task, you say I'm not well and I shouldn't be too harsh. Yunxia gave no chance for these two to be scheming, emphasizing sincerity, asking, what is wrong with your health? Do you need to see a doctor? Chapter 64. You have a problem. It's useless to come to me. I'm not a veterinarian. No, sister, isn't this a bit too sincere? Yun Chuxue's expression twisted slightly. In high society, there are both overt and covert attacks. Did Yunxia not understand what it meant to be subtle? Why was she so wild? Sister Xia, Or you could have Qingqing accompany you. Yunxia patted Lu Qing on the shoulder, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Lu Qing's expression also twisted. Wait a minute, Yunxia. Oh, we're close. You won't hold it against me for suggesting this, right? Yunxia was determined not to let anyone off the hook. Weren't you quite good at frog jumps in high school? Show everyone. Would you really let Chuxue jump alone? Lu Qing. The boomerang ultimately came back to hit her. What could she say? Could she refuse to jump? Yun Chuxue's fans would tear her apart. All right, Chuxue, I'll accompany you. I'm different from some people. As friends, we share both joys and sorrows. Yun Chushue, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Ching Ching. You're so wonderful." The two sisters embraced and began to cry. Now that's what a good sister is. A good sister would never backstab you or pull petty tricks. Some people should learn from this. Seeing our Chushue suffer makes you happy? I'll curse you and your whole family, Xia. Ha. Ha. A good sister would never backstab you? Lu Qing designated Yun Xia for frog jumps. A good sister would never pull petty tricks? Yun Chushue designated Yun Xia for double frog jump time. Huh? Although I may have ridiculed you, held you in contempt, looked down upon you, targeted you, colluded with other male guests to ostracize you, spread rumors about you, slandered you, punished you, made you jump like a frog, forced you to double your efforts, and deprived you of rest, we are still good sisters. The fans of Yun Chushue immediately reacted, furiously typing, "You and your ilk are just as uncouth as Yun Xia. What is class? My class is as low as my salary, haha." Yun Chushue's fans exclaimed. How else can we attack? On her way back, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Lulan. As Yun Chushue was about to lament her plight, Jiang Lulan cheerfully remarked, "Chushue, your complexion is rosy and radiant. I told you, Teacher Yun's methods are effective. You look so much better." Yun Chushue replied, "That's just because I'm furious. My original plan was to embarrass Yun Xia. Yet now all the trending searches are filled with her unflattering photos." In the Yun family villa, Yunji gazed at Yun Chushue's helpless tears, a surge of anger rising within him. "Father, mother, did you see how outrageous Yun Xia has been?" Yun father coldly retorted, "That disgraceful thing should be removed from the show." Suddenly, an idea struck Yunji. The bed was too comfortable, allowing Yun Xia a restful night. The next morning, upon exiting her tent, she sensed something was amiss. "What's wrong, Lao Ma?" Deputy Director Ma pulled Yun Xia aside and handed her a phone with a conflicted expression. "It's a call from young Master Yun looking for you. Teacher Yun, the live broadcast has already started, so take it easy." Yun Xia was puzzled. She held the phone away, confirming it was indeed Yunji's number. Who is he trying to annoy so early in the morning? Yun Xia hesitated, contemplating whether to mention this. Yunji, in a doting manner, said, "Although our parents couldn't let go of Chushue back then, everyone has come to realize that you are our true family, Xiao Xia. I really want to hear you call me second brother. Well, if you're sick, calling me won't help. I'm not a veterinarian." Yun Xia replied sincerely, "Would you like me to help you call a veterinarian hotline, brother?" Meanwhile, Yun Chushue, holding a live streaming device, cheerfully greeted everyone, assuring them not to worry about her, as it was merely a game. "Wow, Chushue looks stunning without makeup. Much prettier than that country bumpkin, hee. Our Chushue is the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Please, deceased parents of the country bumpkin, do not come to stir trouble." As Yun Chushue scanned the comments, suppressing the resentment in her eyes, she declared, "All right, I am now going to fulfill the wake-up task assigned by the director. I am closest to Sister Yun Xia's tent, so I will go call her." Upon approaching, she saw Yun Xia standing in a corner with her phone, worriedly saying you. Yun Chushue's eyes flickered. She recognized it was second brother's call. If Yun Xia publicly called him second brother, she could feign curiosity about who Yun Xia's second brother was. And then Yunji would use a different tone to inform the audience that he was Yun Xia's brother. Then, the online army would guide Yun Xia to deliberately establish an orphan persona, claiming she was alone when she actually had family. This would be fraud. This was the solution she had pondered over all night, and second brother was willing to cooperate. Now it was time to assess the results. "Oh, dear. Sister Yun Xia seems to be on a call. I am quite curious about who would call her so early. Could it be family?" Yun Chushue smiled as she approached, just as the speculation in the comments escalated. "Well, if you're sick, calling me won't help. I'm not a veterinarian." Yun Chushue's smile froze. Yunji shouted loudly, and Yun Chushue feigned surprise, saying to the live stream, "Wow, this person seems to claim to be Sister Yun Xia's second brother. But I remember Sister Yun Xia is an orphan, right? Damn, is she establishing an orphan persona? Her parents and siblings must have had the worst luck imaginable. I can't understand why someone would create an orphan persona. Why doesn't she just die? Such a person should be banned." Yun Chushue revealed a triumphant smile, yet feigned concern as she urged, "Everyone, please don't say that. The entertainment industry sometimes indeed requires a novel persona. But she can't claim to be an orphan." "Exactly. If I were her family, I would be heartbroken." Just then, Yun Xia sighed, interrupting Yun Chushue's performance. "Young Master Yun, is my rejection not clear enough? Please stop confessing."
You are not my type.
The live stream erupted in confusion. Confession? Rejection. Yunji's pupils trembled. Yunxia, what nonsense are you talking about? Yun Chushua's expression stiffened as she sensed something was amiss. We should. But it was too late. Yunxia sighed again, her voice filled with genuine emotion. Resonating loudly, I must say one last thing. Mind your own business, and stop talking nonsense here. With that, she hung up the phone with a decisive snap. Turning around, she faced Yun Chushue, who was holding the camera. Yun Chushue was at a loss. How did things escalate to this point? Is the world going crazy? Or am I going crazy? Young Master Yun confessed to Yunxia, and she rejected him. How is that possible? With Yunji's background, how could he possibly be interested in someone like Yunxia? But that was definitely Yunji's voice. If he wasn't confessing, why would he call so early? Normally, he would be calling Yun Chushue. Damn it, so Yunji is a love-struck fool. Yunji, calm down, calm down. This is all Yunxia's little trick. Don't panic. I must keep my composure. On the island, Yunxia remained unfazed by the online turmoil, blissfully finishing her breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Director Xiong began to announce the day's activities. Emperor Pei had suggested that due to the significant financial disparities among the guests, directly engaging in survival activities could lead to one guest monopolizing the resources. Holding 131 currency coins, Yunxia exclaimed, Huh?
Me?
Isn't the suggestion a bit too much? Pei Jingyan? Pei Jingyan struggled to find humor, his expression stiff. He had made the suggestion, and Director Xiong had agreed, but why was Xiong Chimo being so honest? Revealing everything, Director Xiong was unwilling to take the blame. Therefore, based on Emperor Pei's proposal, we have decided to add a new activity, the Hunter Game. In this game, the identities of hunters and prey will be randomly assigned. Hunters must identify and eliminate all prey, while prey must hide their identities and fend off the hunters. Hunters will have a gun with 1 bullet. If they hit a prey, they score a point, but if they hit another hunter, they are out of the game. Therefore, please consider carefully before shooting. Prey will have 1 bulletproof shield to use only once. Once used, their identity will be exposed. Additionally, every 5 minutes, the location of the prey will be revealed in the group, so unless absolutely necessary, do not use the shield. Yunxia nodded. The rules were clear. The balance between hunters and prey was deceptive, favoring the hunters who scored points by elimination, while prey had to hide continually. She estimated the ratio of hunters to prey would be 4 to 5 or 3 to 6. The guests had no objections. Excitedly, they opened their identities.
Prey. Oh.
What a surprise indeed. However, I suspect there will be plenty of prey. We can unite to deal with the hunters. Meanwhile, the live stream divided into 9. And the audience clearly saw Yun Chushue, hunter. Fong Qingyu, hunter. Jiang Lulan, hunter. Pei Jingyan, hunter. Wen Qi, hunter. Lu Qing, hunter. Gu Hanzhou, hunter. Xie Heng, prey. Mr. Xie, my heartfelt tears flow as we finally unite. This game clearly favors the hunters, yet there are only 2 prey? What does that signify? Yunxia is destined to suffer a crushing defeat this time. Go. Shue Shue. With the cards collected, the participants sprang into action. To conceal their identities, the hunter's pistol and bulletproof panel remain invisible, activated only by uttering the commands to shoot or deploy the panel. Pei Jingyan was the first to find Yun Chushue.
Chushue.
I'm a hunter. What about you? Brother Jingyan, I am also a hunter. By the way, do you know how many hunters are in this game? Pei Jingyan was unsure, but their identities as hunters were confirmed by Director Xiong. He speculated there should be 4 hunters and 5 prey. Yun Chushue's eyes flickered. She had long been hailed as the most astute sweetheart in the entertainment industry, yet overshadowed by Yunxia on variety shows.
Today,
she resolved to showcase her intelligence and outshine Yunxia. With a sweet smile, Yun Chushue suggested, let us go find Sister Yunxia first. Meanwhile, Yunxia strolled down the stairs with an air of arrogance, exuding a fierce presence akin to that of a bandit leader. Upon reaching several tents, she began to shake the bells frantically. What is she up to? Sister, you are prey. Could you not be so presumptuous? Amidst the astonished comments, Yunxia slammed the table, furrowing her brows as she demanded, where are the prey? Come out. I will count to 3. All right, if you refuse to show yourselves, I shall make you all into bean paste. At that moment, when she emerged from the tent, utterly speechless. Yunxia, do you even know how to play this game? This is not how hunters operate. How can you expect the prey to reveal themselves? Jiang Lulan lifted the curtain, adding, "Pray conceal their identities in the early stages, blending in with the hunters. You must observe if any other guests exhibit unusual behavior." Yun. She hesitated. "Your method is too wild. You might have frightened the prey away." "I see," Yunxia replied. "This is my first time playing, and I have much to learn. You two are also hunters, right? What should we do now? Should we find others?" When she felt a surge of confidence, arrogantly snorting, "Follow me. I will lead you to victory." Thus, the trio of Yunxia, Wenqi, and Jiang Lulan swiftly formed a small group. With the assurance that all three were hunters, Wenqi felt no need for caution. "Let us band together. If we encounter a hunter, we will recruit them, and if we find prey, we shall eliminate them." Yunxia nodded vigorously, feigning distress. "I saw Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue together. They must have confirmed their identities, but we are unsure if they are hunters or prey. It would be unwise to approach them directly. Let us search for someone isolated instead." When she beamed with pride, "Yunxia, you are truly capable of being taught. This is how the game is played." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunxia found Xie Heng lounging on a beach chair. When she hesitated, "Are you sure he is also a hunter?" Yunxia replied confidently, "Did you not say that prey initially conceal their identities? With such bravado, he must be a hunter." A sign beside Xie Heng's chair read, "I am prey. Come quickly." Both Wenqi and Jiang Lulan fell silent. Wenqi was pleased with Yunxia's ability to draw conclusions and began to think more critically. "You are correct. Prey would not boldly declare themselves, Mr. Xie must be attempting to lure in the prey. He is undoubtedly a hunter. Let us recruit him." Xie Heng subtly smiled, exchanging a glance with Yunxia that only they could comprehend. Soon their quartet was formed. With all of them being hunters, they no longer needed to be discreet. Yunxia decisively stated, "I have thought of a slogan for our team. Come here, everyone." They gathered close, and after 2 minutes, when she was excited, Jiang Lulan was choked up, and Xie Heng appeared contemplative. After 10 minutes of searching, they located Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxue. "Yunxia." Pei Jingyan immediately approached, shouting to Wenqi, "She is prey. Capture her." After a prolonged silence, Pei Jingyan frowned. "Did you not hear what I said?"
Who are you?
"You've made me laugh," Wenqi scoffed, raising his chin with confidence. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Proud, dignified, aloof, intelligent, debonair, righteous, and noble. We are the love variety show for." Pei Jingyan's expression was one of disbelief. "What is this?" When she continued his abstract assertions, suddenly spinning around and proudly exclaiming, "Since you have sincerely inquired." Jiang Lulan hesitated for a moment, lacking in conviction. "We shall generously inform you." When she declared, "To prevent the world from being destroyed." Jiang Lulan added, "To safeguard world peace." When she concluded, "We are traversing the galaxy as the love variety show for." Yunxia emphatically affirmed, "Indeed." Xie Heng simply meowed. Pei Jingyan stumbled backward, bewildered. This was their slogan? Every time he questioned it, he realized it was not his fault. Rather, he believed they had a problem. "Ah, Mr. Xie is learning to meow." Soon, several explosive terms trended online. "The helm of the Xie family takes to the seas to learn to meow." A click revealed Mr. Xie's gentle meowing. All the business tycoons and subway elders were taken aback. Director Xiong, astonished, clicked in, "Mr. Xie is learning to meow. Could it be that our love variety show is about to take off?" Amidst the calm, another voice chimed in, basic skills, Yunxia's basic skills." Pei Jingyan was horrified, terrified, and incredulous. "What are you doing?" When she sneered, "What do you mean? What? We are all hunters. What are you?" "Chuxue and I are both hunters." "How could there be so many hunters?" "You have been deceived by Yunxia. She is the prey." Pei Jingyan exclaimed, agitated. When she rolled his eyes, giving him a look that said it all. Pei Jingyan was stunned. He had spoken the truth, yet no one believed him. He realized he could shoot. But should he really do it so early? Just as he was about to decide, Yunxia began to call out loudly. "Surely, no one dares to shoot?" Xie Heng gently remarked, "After all, being eliminated early means no screen time. What if Pei Jingyan mistakenly kills the wrong person? That would be quite embarrassing." Yunxia, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, yelled, "Pei Jingyan, I am the prey. I truly am the prey. You must shoot me." Pei Jingyan's hands trembled slightly. Wait, is she serious? For the first time, the esteemed figure of the capital circle began to doubt his judgment. What if, just what if, Yunxia was not the prey? Not only would he be eliminated, but he would also be ridiculed. He cannot bear such consequences. Why isn't the esteemed actor Pei firing his weapon? Is it out of fear or inability? Yoon Xia immersively conveys the essence of American bullying with a meme. One among us is unable to shoot. Oh, can you guess who? Oh, you little chicken. If you don't shoot, I might just have to. Before anyone could react, Yoon Xia suddenly raised her hand. Director Xiong, I wish to shoot. When Chi, taken aback, rushed forward to cover Yoon Xia's mouth. Wait. Why are you so impulsive? What if he is the hunter, and you get eliminated? Yoon Xia smiled nonchalantly. It's alright. If I'm out, I'm out. I just can't stand someone pretending to be impressive. Pei Jingyan's veins throbbed. The Buddha of the Beijing Circle took a deep breath. Fine. I was mistaken, but I am indeed the hunter. What a sight to behold. A hunter desperately trying to explain to the prey, brother, wake up. Pei Jingyan, on a serious note, you might as well switch careers to a comedian. Your bewildered state at Yoon Xia's antics is quite amusing. Just then, when the hunt for prey reached a stalemate, Director Xiong suddenly appeared. From now on, every half hour, we will reveal a piece of information about the prey. Are you all excited? Yoon Xia. What does that mean, increasing the difficulty? Chapter 67, Speaking Motherly Words, Striking Pei Jingyan. Upon hearing that they could gain information about the prey, everyone's eyes lit up. Isn't that unfair? There are only 2 prey. How can we play if we keep getting information? Pei Jingyan's faction immediately voiced their grievances. This is how the game is played. Are you afraid, Yoon Xia? However, obtaining guest information was not so easily granted. The crowd understood. Those causing disruptions were likely the prey. Simple. Director Xiong began. If you were to marry and have children, whom would you prefer to raise them? The mother or the father? Every mother loves her child dearly. Raising children is a mother's duty, inherently her responsibility, so I would lean towards the mother. Wow. Chushue is so gentle, truly wonderful. Woo-woo, Chushue is absolutely right. Raising children is indeed a mother's responsibility. Why even ask this question? Too many points to critique. Sigh, never mind. Pei Jingyan showcased his arrogant dominance. Of course, it's the child's mother. Women are inherently more attentive. Such matters are the mother's role, while men have their own duties that should not be confined to the home. Jiang Lulan frowned slightly. Isn't that what they say about Jingxue? They bind their feet while we bind our minds. What do you all know? Our brother has grand ambitions. How could he let children delay his future? Lu Qing immediately flattered Pei Jingyan. Yes, my good buddy. I understand you. Women should stay at home and not show their faces too much. If the mother doesn't raise the child, who will? Can someone tell me what Lu Qing's gender is? A spiritual man. At this moment, the comment section remained relatively harmonious, with only a few scattered arguments. However, when it came to Jiang Lulan, it was a different story. Jiang Lulan, expressionless. The child's father will take care of them. I need to work. Haraha, how straightforward. Laughing to death. Who would want a woman like you? Do you understand what it means to support your husband and educate your children? What's the use of just working? No man would want you. Fang Qingyu pulled out her student ID. I'm still a child. When she postured like a young master. Though this is a dating show, it doesn't resemble one at all. Let me speak frankly, I am looking for a business marriage. My future wife and I have a throne to inherit, so a nanny will take care of the children. The seemingly invisible Gu Hanzhou inadvertently glanced at 66 floating beside Yoon Xia. I already have a child. Everyone. Self-explosion. But President Gu is clearly unmarried. Director Xiong stumbled. Wait, my dating show, Gu Hanzhou began gesturing. Just the size of my palm, can fly, chirps adorably, extremely cute. The crowd. 66. This feels off.
A pet bird.
Many people are raising parrots now. Does President Gu like that? No problem. My pet baby is my child. Director Xiong steadied himself, maintaining composure. All minor issues. Then it was Yoon Xia's turn. Yoon Xia scratched her head, puzzled, her gaze clear. I think. The crowd's anticipation peaked. Yoon Xia earnestly stated, I believe my genes have no need for continuation. Xia Heng naturally added, I will not have children. Why do I feel like there's an underlying confession? The junior sister says her genes have no necessity for continuation and Mr. Xia immediately states he will not have children. Who is shipping this? Screaming, going crazy, swaying back and forth, howling to the heavens, it's me. Pei Jingyan dared not mock Xia Heng. opting instead to ridicule what he perceived as a soft target, scoffing. The responsibility of continuing the lineage is a natural obligation. If you cannot fulfill that duty, how can you be responsible to society? How can you uphold the state? Furthermore, Teacher Jiang, women should indeed stay at home to support their husbands and educate their children. What need is there for work? Men can handle work, and many women are willing to stay home to raise children. Why can't you? The venue fell silent. In the comment section, only Pei Jingyan's fans continued to support him, while the rest of the audience couldn't help but, wow, Pei Jingyan's paternalistic attitude is overwhelming. Wait, is he some kind of deity? What does he mean women aren't fit to work? Who does he think he is? Pei's faction rose in resistance. Women are inherently inferior to men, and Pei Go is merely speaking the truth. Aren't 90 of Pei Jingyan's fans women?
Ha!
Jiang Liulan's expression darkened. Truly born into a feudal royal family, Xia Heng, the title of feudal king will be bestowed upon Pei Jingyan from now on. Pei Jingyan, wishing for more children, may as well have several. Xia Heng leisurely remarked, the significant task of upholding the state will be entrusted to you. Uffed, someone couldn't help but laugh. Does he really think he is impressive now that he has gained a little weight, adorned with diamonds? And uphold the state, I may not be virtuous. But Pei Jingyan is undeniably a disgrace. Yun Xia furrowed her brows in confusion, asking 66, is Pei Jingyan truly a male lead from a female-centric novel? 66, indeed. Many male leads in previous novels are like him. Pei Jingyan is just a bit more patriarchal, overly self-important, and looks down on women, treating the female lead as a canary, which is already quite mild compared to those who dig out hearts, livers, and kidneys. Yun Xia, what kind of penal code exists in your literary world? Unhappy, Yun Xia decided to deliver a painful strike to Pei Jingyan. Old Pei, how am I supposed to commend you? Let me speak some motherly words. As a young man, what use is your impressive career? Your purpose should be to support your wife and educate your daughter. Isn't a warm home what every man strives for in life? Pei Jingyan's face flushed with anger. The comments. Ah. Lu Qing boldly chimed in. Oh, Xia, what are you saying? Pei Ge is a big man who doesn't understand these nuances. Yun Xia shook her head. Oh, Qing, we big women don't grasp these intricacies. Does he, a small man, think he can turn the world upside down? Pei Jingyan's expression darkened, feeling that Yun Xia was being unreasonable, and he seized the moral high ground. Yun Xia, the fair in fairness is indeed fair, not a gendered term. What do you mean by motherly words? You are being unreasonable.
Sigh.
Yun Xia shook her head, exhaling. Indeed, the fair in fairness is fair, but it seems some are unaware of its meaning, preferring to educate from their own gender's perspective. So where have I erred? While pregnancy and postnatal hormones may enhance a mother's love for her child, that does not mean the father should be invisible. A mother's love is instinctual, but it does not imply that all responsibilities regarding the child should rest solely on her. Refrain from using that excess flesh of yours for contemplation. Oh no. Yun Xia smirked slyly. I forgot, you don't have an excess. Pei Jingyan, who had been feigning composure moments before, suddenly faltered upon hearing this remark. Chapter 68. It turns out that obscurity is the best camouflage. Laughter. What a devastating blow. Who would have thought that this statement would break Pei Jingyan's composure? Huh? Pei Jingyan is utterly repulsive. I can't bear to see him anymore. And what about Yun Chuxue and Lu Qing? What nonsense is that? Truly unfortunate. Director Xiong pretended not to notice the whirlwind of public opinion. All right, everyone, please cast your votes. 5 minutes later, the results were revealed. Pei Jingyan wore a mocking expression, anticipating a moment of vindication against Yun Xia. Pei Jingyan gasped. Oh, Yun Xia leisurely replied. It seems you didn't pass. Emperor Pei, I believe you are the real prey here. Pei Jingyan gritted his teeth, his face turning an ashen hue, wishing he could bore a hole through the screen with his glare. Yun Chushua's expression was also grim, her heart racing. Pei Jingyan still had at least 30 of the support votes, while she only garnered 15. It was astonishing to realize that this meager percentage was solely from her fans. Why, despite her flawless answers from every angle, was she not recognized as the true protagonist of this world? Yun Xia narrowed her eyes and observed. At that moment, Director Xiong raised a megaphone, a hint. One of the prey has acted in a play. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Pei Jingyan. Wen Qi spoke with a sarcastic tone. Wow, who could it be that has acted? Pei Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt targeted. It dawned on him. He began to analyze. It is well known that Mr. Xie, Wen-chi, Teacher Yun, General Gu, and I have never acted. Pei Jingyan is a renowned actor. Chu Xue is a famous actress. Miss Liu has starred as the lead in several web dramas, and Qingyu has made cameo appearances in her senior shows. I relish witnessing the errors in others' analyses. Not you too, Lan Jia. You aren't supposed to be the comedic one. Why does no one suspect Yun Xia? Clearly, she and Mr. Xia are the prey. The only one who has acted must be Yun Xia. Director Xiong must be cheating.
Exactly.
Is there a possibility that Yun Xia is just too obscure? Date. Yun Xia acted as a corpse. Date. Yun Xia acted as a zombie. Date. Yun Xia played a bystander. Netizens immediately began to gossip, discovering that Yun Xia had an astounding 80 television works to her name. She had portrayed a corpse 69 times, a zombie once, and a bystander 10 times, truly a model of diligence. I see it now. Obscurity truly is the best camouflage. Yun Xia's lack of connections is indeed real. With that face, she would not have been relegated to playing corpses if she had any social standing. On the recording set, Yun Xia nodded in agreement. Teacher Jiang has a point. Shall we take action? Or should I randomly collapse? The fierce demeanor she projected made it hard to imagine she was the prey. Clearly, everyone was captivated by her acting prowess. Fan Qingyu joined the analytical group. Let's not act impulsively. The odds of choosing correctly among three are too low. We should analyze further. However, I suspect it might be Emperor Pei. The face-blind Gu Hanzhou attempted to integrate into the group. Emperor Pei's earlier excitement was indeed peculiar. Lu Qing and Yun Chuxue wanted to assist but feared the flames would engulf them, so they opted for silence. Pei Jingyan found himself outnumbered, surrounded by a throng. How can he explain that his earlier excitement was purely instinctual? He refused to accept it. Why had he suddenly become the prey? He finally comprehended. Listen to me. I am not the prey. Teacher Jiang is. Pei Jingyan suddenly became astute. She deliberately led me to attack her, then half-truthfully analyzed the situation to redirect blame onto me. When she laughed in disbelief. Are you alright? The more Pei Jingyan spoke, the more he felt justified. Consider this. Teacher Jiang set a trap to make you believe I am the prey, and then you all aim at me, effectively eliminating 2 hunters in one go. This is her scheme. Director Xiong. I want to shoot Teacher Jiang. His intellect has surged, albeit incompletely. The analytical process was flawless. Yet the conclusion was entirely wrong. Everyone instinctively narrowed their pupils. Wait, can Pei Jingyan shoot? Is he truly a hunter? Yet the next moment, Director Xiong announced, Emperor Pei shoots and hits the hunter, Teacher Jiang is out, and Emperor Pei is out. Pei Jingyan's complexion changed drastically. Yun Xia cursed. I told you we are hunters, darn it. Pei Jingyan, your intelligence is truly questionable. With their elimination, the dynamics of the scene shifted. Wen-chi pulled Yun Xia and Xie Heng aside. Strange, if Pei Jingyan is also a hunter, then there might be too many hunters, right? I truly don't understand what a hunter is analyzing with 2 prey. Yun Xia nodded seriously. It seems this game favors the hunters over the prey. So, I suspect the prey might possess a special ability to eliminate hunters. Wen-chi's expression shifted immediately. What if there is only one prey? The goal would be to eliminate hunters one by one. Yun Xia gasped. That makes sense. From now on, let's not stray alone. We should pair up to search for the whereabouts of the prey and reconvene here in half an hour. Shall we? Wen-chi was brimming with confidence. Absolutely. I'll seek out Xiao Fong. I believe he is also a hunter. Thus, the 3 parted ways. After Wen-chi left, Yun Xia and Xie Heng took out their phones. Conspiring on how to deceive others in front of the live stream, Director Xiong announced a new rule to the prey. Dear prey, greetings. You are feeble and pitiful, struggling to survive among the hunters. But fear not, I, Xiong Chimo, your god, grant you a brand new rule. Prey is weak, but their cunning far exceeds that of the hunters. When 2 prey act together, they can steal the hunter's identity card, leading to the hunter's elimination. Note, the hunter whose card is stolen will not receive a system prompt upon elimination. Yin Xia's eyes lit up. The absence of a system prompt means that other hunters will remain oblivious to their companion's elimination. Xie Heng raised an eyebrow. Has the junior sister devised a strategy? Yun Xia beckoned. Let us go. I will lead you to a glorious victory. Chapter 69. Yun Xia claims Xie Heng aims to enlarge her belly. Subsequently, the audience comprehended the meaning of a double deception. Yun Xia found Yun Chuxue and Lu Qing, stating solemnly, General Gu has been eliminated. He was prey. Upon a prey's elimination, a hint card will drop. which reveals how to discern between hunters and prey. Please show me your identity cards. Yun Chushue would never allow Yun Xia to gain an advantage, of course. She was unwilling. Give. Yun Chushue and Lu Qing immediately presented their identity cards, exclaiming that they were all hunters. Yun Xia snatched the identity cards and fled. Meanwhile, Yun Chushue and Lu Qing received the elimination notification. Yun Chushue was nearly infuriated, had it not been for the cameras. She might have lost her composure and shattered her gentle persona. 5 minutes later, the scene shifted. Yun Xia solemnly addressed Gu Hanzhou. Yun Chushue and Lu Qing are out. They are prey. There are 3 prey in total, with only 1 remaining. I know you are a hunter. Let us collaborate. By the way, all hunters possess identity cards. So before we cooperate, we must check yours. Gu Hanzhou was captivated by the unfolding drama and, upon hearing this, did not ponder further. 10 seconds later, Gu Hanzhou was eliminated. The comments were in a frenzy. Who will stop them? This game isn't played like this. Where is the thrilling chase? Where are the passionate embraces? The hormones? Who wants to watch you deceive each other here? On the surface, who wants to watch you deceive each other here? In reality, the excitement reached a new peak, and the live stream room was overwhelmed twice. When she lamented, I haven't seen a single person, nor have I heard of anyone being eliminated. The prey is hiding so well. How is the situation on your end? Yun Xia shook her head. We haven't seen anyone either. Suddenly, the pretense was shattered as Director Xiong raised a small megaphone, announcing, attention. The hunters are now in a state of alert, and the prey is initiating a counterattack. The new rules are as follows. Hunters are no longer permitted to use their rifles, as cunning prey will attempt to seize the hunter's identity cards. Hunters must protect their identity cards. After 10 minutes, the use of rifles will be restored. Wait, does that mean the prey has to snatch 2 identity cards within 10 minutes? Now Wen Qi and Xiaofang know who the prey is and will definitely be on guard, someone remarked. Wen Qi was bewildered. What? Everyone else has been eliminated? Does that mean one of us is prey? Yun Xia, caught up in the drama, interjected. That can't be right. At least the 3 of us are hunters. Panic set in for Wen Qi. We must have been deceived. There are only 2 hunters left. I'm one of them, and the other is.
Wait.
A realization dawned upon him. Xiaofang had shown him her identity card earlier, confirming she was indeed a hunter. So, who were the remaining 2 prey? A wave of darkness washed over Wen Qi, his complexion shifting from red to white, and he let out a frustrated scream. Os. Am I an idiot? I must be an idiot. Yun Xia dropped her facade, revealing a mischievous grin. Hand over your identity card, and I might let you live. In a fit of indignation, Wen Qi firmly clutched his pocket. You can forget it. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Yun Xia quickly deduced the situation. As Wen Qi contemplated her strength, his instincts warned him of impending danger, prompting him to flee. Why did he feel so cold? The sea breeze was strong and chilling, accompanied by a dampness that reminded him of his youthful sprint beneath the setting sun, a fleeting moment of lost youth.
Wait.
Yun Xia had already seized the corner of his jacket. With a sudden pull, Wen Qi spun around 360 degrees, flinging off his jacket and revealing a casual shirt emblazoned with bold letters. The crowd was momentarily stunned, the live stream falling into silence. Realizing escape was futile, Wen Qi forced a charming smile. What? Are you captivated by my handsomeness? Who wrote the words on your back? Yun Xia pointed at the text on Wen Qi's shirt, which was so striking it dazzled onlookers. Wen Qi suddenly recalled that it was his mother who had written it before his departure. What do you think? Is it cool? Does it say loyalty to the country? Silence enveloped the crowd. Only Yun Xia nodded. Your mother indeed possesses remarkable foresight. The special ink shimmered with vibrant hues on Wen Qi's back, revealing the words, Yun Xia seeks mercy. Laughter erupted in the live stream. My mom wrote this. Your mother is quite prescient. Yun Xia seeks mercy. Yun Xia retrieved the identity card and returned the jacket to him, patting his shoulder. In the future, if anyone bullies you, just take off your jacket and show them. They will surely let you go. I must say, your mother truly cares for you. Wen Qi, moved, shouted at the camera, Thank you, Mom. Meanwhile, Wen's mother, watching the live stream, muttered, This son is beyond redemption. At this point, only 1 hunter remained, and both Yun Xia and Xia Heng turned their gazes toward Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu, realizing the situation, exclaimed, So only Mr. Xia and Teacher Yun are the prey. You two have recognized each other as prey, and everything that followed has been a performance? Indeed, Your intellect shines brightly after the recent exams, Yunxia remarked confidently. Your analysis is spot on, but does it matter? It does indeed. Fang Qingyu replied, I am astute, unlike them. I know when to be sensible. I can surrender. What happened to your spirit? You've rendered Yunxia speechless. Haha, to be close to Yunxia, who needs spirit. This is our charming Fang Qingyu. Yunxia, though surprised, accepted the surrender. Director Xiong announced, the victors of the hunter game are the prey. The prey's team earns 20 points for victory. 10 points for no one using bulletproof panels, 10 points for hiding successfully with no casualties, and 10 points for gaining the trust of all hunters, totaling 50 points. I now declare that the individual with the highest score is Teacher Yunxia, with 181 points. The crowd turned to Pei Jingyan, who had suggested the game, due to Yunxia's high score. After one game, she had inadvertently awarded an additional 50 points. Pei Jingyan struggled to maintain a smile, unable to suppress his frustration. Now, those with insufficient points should continue their tasks. Suddenly, a whiff of fried chicken wafted through the air. It was Thursday, the day for Junior Sister. Xiaheng casually entered with a bag in hand. Little Lin just delivered it via helicopter. KFC. Yunxia exclaimed, elated, Senior brother. Are you trying to fill my belly? She began devouring the food with fervor. The signal in the tent was poor, and the microphone was set far away, so the live stream could only capture snippets of their conversation. Mr. Xie went to find Yunxia. What did he bring in? What is it? Yunxia said Mr. Xie is trying to fill her belly. Chapter 70. Yunxia, Mr. Xie, what are you doing in the tent? Inside the tent, as Yunxia munched away, she declared, I just need vitamins, so I must eat a little more. 66, ever the obedient assistant, reminded her, Host, fried chicken does not contain vitamins. Yunxia retorted, Nonsense. It has vitamins, vitamins, vitamins. Xiaheng lounged in a chair, his long legs stretched out, casually asking, Aren't you going to share any with me? Yunxia instinctively clutched the bucket of chicken closer. Senior brother, look at this drumstick. Xiaheng raised an eyebrow. And then? Yunxia stuffed the entire piece into her mouth. It's too small, one bite isn't enough. Small? This drumstick is small? Xiaheng, unimpressed, replied, Be quiet. I can see your stomach. Yunxia, patting her stomach with delight, exclaimed, my belly has grown. Is there more? Xiaheng glanced at the chicken bones she discarded and then at the empty bucket in front of her, suddenly questioning her appetite. Still want more? Yes. Yunxia replied. Let the helicopter make a few more trips. Xiaheng warned, If you keep this up, I'm afraid your body won't handle it. Yunxia waved her hand dismissively. Not at all, I can manage. Xiaheng decided to change the subject. Aren't you going to check on your male benefactor? Though Yunxia was puzzled by his question, she sensed he had his reasons. What are you talking about? Right now, I feel utterly empty. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaheng, aware that good conversation rarely emerged from Yunxia, couldn't resist asking you? Utterly empty? Yunxia, with a serious demeanor, pointed to her head. My mind is empty. Then she pointed to her wallet. My wallet is empty. Next, she gestured to the camera. My career is empty. Finally, she pointed to her stomach. My belly is empty. Xiaheng took a deep breath. Junior sister.
Huh?
I haven't eaten a single piece from your bucket. Xiaheng smiled knowingly, hinting at her empty claims. Your belly is empty? Yunxia laughed heartily, feeling a tad guilty. Should I go rob some from Director Xiong to share with you? Xiaheng returned to his ethereal demeanor. No need. I'm fasting. Yunxia, with a sense of urgency, implored, Don't fast. One must indulge in life's pleasures in a timely manner. At that moment, due to the microphone's distance, the live stream only caught fragmented snippets. Senior brother, look at my legs. I can't get full. Be quiet. I can see your stomach. My belly has grown. I still want more. I'm afraid your body won't handle it. I can manage. Indulge in life's pleasures. What on earth are you all doing? Screams, running around. Why won't you let me see? Shouting to the heavens, grabbing a passing monkey, questioning the monkey. Have you seen me kiss?
What?
No. Grabbing another one. Have you seen me kiss? Have you? We are family. What is there to hide? Xiong Chimo, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Release the footage from the tent. What? Looking at legs? What? Is Yunxia not full? What? President Xie has even reached her stomach? What? Her belly has gotten big? What?
Still want?
What? But?
Huh?
What are you all doing? Elaborate on how the belly got big. Xiong Chimo, upon seeing the barrage of comments, contorted his face in rage, his eyes bulging, and screamed as he rushed towards Yunxia's tent, shutting off the recording device and shouting to the heavens. Yun, please. Can you all exercise a bit of restraint? Yunxia? Yunxia lifted the tent flap, with the remnants of a chicken leg's grease still on her lips, agitatedly saying, What are you doing? I merely mentioned wanting to steal your dinner. Why are you so worked up? Xiong Dao. An afternoon of joyous moments swiftly passed. After a hearty meal and a refreshing nap, Yunxiao emerged from the tent, only to find several guests who looked as if they had endured countless trials.
Oh.
Everyone is here. Xiong Dao announced the final scores. Yunxia 181, Xia Heng 50, Zhang Lulan 50, Wen Qi 47, Fang Qingyu 45, Gu Hanzhou 40, Lu Qing 15, Yun Chuxua 10, Pei Jingyan 0. Yunxia clapped enthusiastically. Wow. Let us congratulate Emperor Pei, returning youthful after wandering for half a lifetime, remaining true to his original aspirations. With a score of 0, congratulations. Pei Jingyan clenched his teeth. Yun Chuxua quietly lowered her gaze, biting her lip tightly, clutching her phone. Hasn't second brother promised to help? The water army should be arriving soon, right? She couldn't be blamed. If Yunxia could willingly become her stepping stone, she wouldn't have allowed Yunxia to fall from grace. It's all Yunxia's fault. She is clearly the supporting character. Why must she obstruct the path of the true protagonist? Xiong Dao, holding a small megaphone, announced, Tonight is the last night on the island, after midnight. All scores will reset to 0. Teachers can spend their points freely. 40 points can be exchanged for a meal, and several guests, having not tasted normal food in ages, were overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, Xiong Chimo stood up. Bring up the projection. Soon, a flurry of comments appeared on the screen. The most popular individuals on the show were Pei Jingyan and Yun Chuxua, with Pei's army and snowflakes dominating the big screen. Yun Chuxua smiled, suppressing the smell of instant noodles, putting on a sweet and gentle facade. Thank you all for your support. Pei Jingyan nodded in agreement. Everyone expressed their gratitude to their fans, and when it was Yunxia's turn, she pondered. How about this? I'll draw 10 fans. Gifts. A lottery? Yunxia is so broke. What can she give? Yunxia. I'm not giving anything, just a draw. Initially, the comments were relatively harmonious, but soon a wave of derogatory remarks aimed at Yunxia flooded in. I really don't understand how there are still fans for someone like Yunxia. Her high school grades were terrible. She can't compare to Chuxua at all. Yunxia. Fair enough. I will forever remain young and forever speak harshly. I say all this for your own good. Yunxia. A generous sum of money is better than hollow sympathy. Fool. Yunxia raised an eyebrow. No need for self-introduction. Truly uncouth, I'm laughing. Yunxia responded. Oh? Are you filial? Show me by bowing twice and let us see how filial you are. What is the point of bullying Chuxua? If you're not satisfied, come and challenge me. Yunxia was taken aback. Are you a piece of dung that I need to challenge? Wen Qi. Pfft, we are eating. Tone it down. Yunxia gestured. I promise to tone it down. Suddenly, a bold comment surged to the top. Yunxia, how can you repay the Yun family for their nurturing? Everyone was taken aback. Huh?
What?
Chapter 71. Yun Chuxua targets. All guests defend Yunxia. The Yun family nurtured? Nurtured what? Cabbages? The comment seemed to come from someone in the know. The Yun family knows you are an orphan, they supported your education since childhood. And you even signed with Yun Entertainment when you grew up. The Yun family has been good to you, yet you bully their only daughter. Have you forgotten how kind Mr. and Mrs. Yun were to you? You now target their only daughter at every turn. Do you have no conscience? The Yun family paid your tuition, provided for your living expenses, brought you to the big city, and you repay them in this manner. Are you even human? The guests fell silent.
What?
Yunxia has this connection with the Yun family? Yun Chuxua bit her lip, appearing troubled. My parents have indeed supported underprivileged children and have given Yunxia's sister some funds, but this statement implicitly confirmed that the comments were correct. Yunxia was indeed a student supported by the Yun family. A student supported by the Yun family, yet bullying their daughter. Chuxua is so kind. I've always said Yunxia is not a good person. She is deliberately targeting Chuxua. How despicable. Chuxua's family funded her education, yet she repays kindness with malice. She must be jealous of Chuxua. She must feel unbalanced inside, thinking they share the same surname, while Chuxua is showered with affection, and she is just an orphan. No wonder I find Yunxia's face so ugly. This explains everything. This wretched Yunxia. Without the Yun family, she would have perished long ago. Not only does she not kneel and bow to Chuxue, but she treats her this way. I'm truly heartbroken. Jiang Lulan hesitated. Didn't Chuxue say Yunxia was the illegitimate daughter of the Yun family? How did she suddenly become a supported student? And yet, repaying kindness with malice? She believed Yunxia was not this kind of person. Chuxue, is there a misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Pei Jingyan coldly interrupted, stating deeply, Jingxue is indeed true. Brother Pei, you must help Chuxue vent her anger. Chuxue has always been so kind, swallowing her grievances, and even now, she wants to confide her troubles to her fans. We are truly heartbroken. Yunxia, get out of the variety show. Yunxia, get out of the entertainment industry. Wretched person, do you think Chuxue is easy to bully? Chuxue doesn't argue with you, but we snowflakes will. Yun Chuxue hurriedly said, Everyone, please don't be agitated. I know Yunxia's sister doesn't mean any harm. She just has a bit of a fiery temperament. It's not intended that way, please don't misunderstand. But the more Yun Chuxue spoke, the more the comments expressed sympathy. Yun Chuxue glanced helplessly at Yunxia, looking weak, her eyes flashing with fear, unconsciously retreating behind Pei Jingyan. I'm sorry, Yunxia's sister. But I can't help it. Please don't take to heart what they said. Pei Jingyan, like a guardian angel, said, Yunxia, don't go too far. Apologize to Chuxue. Apologize to the Yun family. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you leave the entertainment industry. Yunxia smiled. Having lived long enough, she had truly opened her eyes. She could even see a toad judging humanity. Yun Chuxue, unable to wait to smear her with dirt, and Pei Jingyan, wanting to wash himself clean. But did they not fear presenting evidence? Should the supporting character simply become a stepping stone to be expelled from the entertainment industry? Xia Heng's demeanor was cold, exuding a powerful pressure. Emperor Pei has always enjoyed boasting. Uffed. Jiang Lulan couldn't help but chuckle. When she frowned, surely there has been some misunderstanding. Yunxia isn't this kind of person. Gu Hanzhou didn't comment on the matter but merely stated, if you wish to remain in the entertainment industry, I can protect you. Xia Heng. Is there someone else competing for that? Fang Qingyu, though less influential, still contributed. Indeed, Yunxia has never targeted anyone without reason. So, Chuxue, if you are always being targeted, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Certainly. Given Fang Qingyu's stature, he could not utter the final words. Pei Jingyan was bewildered, frantically tapping on his device, questioning the sanity of those around him. What were they saying? Yun Chuxue's expression darkened as she clenched her fists, utterly astonished that, at this juncture, there were still individuals supporting Yunxia. With a faint sorrow, yet a resolute nod, she said, yes. I too believe that Sister Yunxia is not this type of person. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. As her words lingered, two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Amidst the chaos, the Pei family supporters and the snowflakes displayed remarkable tenacity, swiftly trending on social media. Consequently, a wave of onlookers flooded the live stream. I heard there's a heartless ingrate here. Oh, how brazen. Raised with the support of the Yun family, only to turn around and bully their daughter? Indeed, that's quite the ingratitude. The Yun family has suffered greatly sponsoring such a character. Seeing public sentiment shift in her favor, Yun Chuxue, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, Sister Yunxia, I'm sorry, I had no idea how these matters would come to light. I will have them retract the trending topic. Please don't be upset. I'm eating. Yunxia interjected, suppressing her own tears. Yun Chuxue, confused, retorted, indeed. Yun Chuxue is rather dramatic. Crying while claiming indifference, as if others are unaware of how pure and innocent you are, being bullied. What nonsense. It's all Yunxia's fault. Why is Chuxue crying? Yunxia, apologize. Yunxia, apologize. Even as a bystander, I cannot bear it. Yunxia, do you have no conscience? Everything you have is thanks to the Yun family. How can you face them? Several guests furrowed their brows. As when she was busy texting his parents for assistance when he suddenly noticed Yunxia rising. Hey, wait a moment, he exclaimed. Yunxia assessed the heat of the live stream and deemed it sufficient. Yun Chuxue, you claim the Yun family sponsored my education, provided my living expenses, and brought me to the city to enter the entertainment industry? Yun Chuxue shook her head through her tears. Sister Yunxia, it's all right. We've long ceased to care. Ignoring her, Yunxia directed her gaze at Pei Jingyan. Do you assert that your animosity towards me stems from knowing the truth? Pei Jingyan replied with righteous indignation, indeed. Yunxia nodded, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Then would you like to see this? Chapter 72 Behold the entertainment industry as only pure white jasmine, Miss Yun Chushua. Care to gaze upon this? The audience was momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, several invoices appeared on a large screen. Wait, what is this? It seems to be receipts for Yunxia as school fees and accommodation. What do these prove? Regardless, Yunxia is still a wretched person. Hold on. The names of the pairs on each receipt are different. For elementary school grades 1 and 2, the pair was Chen Daming. For grade 3, it was Hifang. For grades 4 and 5, it was Qian Su, the deputy village head of Lihua village. For grade 6, it was Niu Erhua. In middle school, the pair was Chen Jiang, the village head of Lihua village. For high school, the tuition and fees were paid by Yunxia. For college, the accommodation was covered by Yunxia, while the tuition was advanced by Zhao Zichen, the counselor. With each pair's name read aloud, Yun Chushua's complexion paled further. How curious. Why is there no mention of the Yun family? Yunxia feigned curiosity, smilingly retorting, Chushua, what are your parents' names? Which one of these is it? Yun Chushua's cold sweat cascaded down her brow. Oh no. Yunxia must have been raised on the charity of many.
Indeed.
Those names from elementary school may seem quaint to us, but they were likely villagers from Lihua village who were genuinely kind. Yunxia must have worked incredibly hard to be admitted to high school from her village. She even earned her own fees. The university counselor was truly benevolent. So, may I inquire where the Yun family sponsorship is? The guests turned their gazes toward Yun Chushua. Her face drained of color. She bit her lip tightly, her heart racing. What was this? Yun Chushua, never anticipated that Yunxia would retain such evidence. Was this not a blatant slap to her face? But where could she find records? The Yun family had never sponsored Yunxia. I may have misremembered, Yun Chushua stammered, biting her lip with difficulty. I'm sorry. Sister Yunxia. Pei Jingyan hesitated for 2 seconds, his gaze shifting, yet he still sided with Yun Chushua. The Yun family has supported numerous students. It's understandable that Chushua might be mistaken. Oh, a mistake is it? Chushua, your memory is rather poor. Yunxia turned her gaze back to Pei Jingyan and said languidly, if Chushua is mistaken, how is it that you, esteemed actor Pei, are also mistaken? Pei Jingyan instinctively frowned, because Chushua informed me. So, whatever Yun Chushua says, you take at face value, without knowing the truth or having evidence. And you guarantee it based on your character? Yunxia sighed sorrowfully. It seems that you too take pleasure in condemning others unrestrained. As expected of the Yun family as eldest daughter and the Pei family as young master, didn't tease someone just assert, with unwavering conviction, that Sister Xia owed the Yun family? How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Wow, how brazen. Just because you come from a privileged background, you think you can slander others? Yunxia has walked this path through her own efforts. Now it's the Yun family's credit?
Oh.
How the illustrious Yun family seeks to steal credit. I wonder if the entire Yun group has been built on such theft. Chushua has already admitted it was her mistake. Don't be overly harsh. So, after spreading rumors, a simple eye was mistaken allows one to vanish gracefully. Truly the entertainment industry as foremost green tea sister. Even if the Yun family did not sponsor Yunxia's education, the fact remains that she is signed under Yun Entertainment. She is an artist of Yun. And bullying Chushua is simply unacceptable. With tears glistening in her eyes, Yun Chushua realized there was no way out and could only apologize. I'm sorry, Sister Yunxia. I truly didn't think it through. I was only influenced by the rumors circulating within the company. I, too, am at fault for believing their nonsense. I'm so sorry. I haven't rested well these past few days, which led to my impulsiveness. I'm truly sorry. Pei Jingyan's complexion fluctuated between blue and white, and before the camera, he finally lowered his noble head. Before uncovering the truth, I misjudged you, and for that, I apologize. However, his head did not bow entirely, but you are signed under Yun Entertainment, and Mr. and Mrs. Yun have treated you well. That is a fact. In Pei Jingyan's understanding, the Yun family was aware of Yunxia's hardships and felt great pity for her. However, he believed Yunxia was insatiable, wanting Chushua to leave. Thus the Yun couple had to expel her, yet they still cared for her in the workplace. Meanwhile, Yunxia remained small-minded, constantly targeting Chushua. Yes. The Yun family publicly stated Yunxia was a child born out of wedlock, which was somewhat unjust to her, but they could not wrong Chushua, after all. She had done nothing wrong. With tears in her eyes, Yun Chushue fervently shook her head. It's all right, Brother Pei. Please don't say any more. It's only right to treat your own artists well. Pei Jingyan grew increasingly agitated, unable to absorb her words. Yun Xia, you do not deserve the kindness bestowed upon you by the Yun family. I command you to terminate your contract with Yun Entertainment. Brother, Yun Xia suddenly exclaimed. Actor Pei is right. I do not deserve the grace of Yun Entertainment. I must terminate my contract. As she spoke, Yun Xia abruptly produced a contract. Before anything else, let everyone see just how benevolent the Yun family has been to me. Yun Xia. Yun Chushue jolted upright, attempting to rush forward, her expression nearly betraying her composure. You cannot. Artist contract with a monthly salary of 3,000, excluding social insurance and housing fund, with no accommodation or meals provided. No agent, no assistant. Yun Xia must bear the cost of her acting lessons. All earnings from the dramas and variety shows she participates in belong to the company. And the contract spans 20 years. The penalty for breach of contract is 50 million. Yun Chushue's complexion turned ashen. This was the contract her parents had forced Yun Xia to sign to cheer her up, and Yun Xia had not resisted for 2 years. Why was it being brought up today? The comments flooded the screen with question marks. What is this? A contract for selling oneself? 3,000 a month. No benefits, no meals or accommodation. A 20-year buyout. All fees going to the company. This is a lucrative deal for them. Is this how well the Yun family treats Yun Xia? Where are the fans? Come out and speak up? How can such a large corporation be so exploitative? This is akin to feeding on human flesh. When Yun Xia said she was broke, I thought she was just pretending. How could a star be poor? Now it seems she truly is impoverished. This is an absolute pit of despair. 3,000 a month, a breach penalty of 50 million. This contract is unequivocally illegal. Is everyone at Yun Corp brain dead? Yun Xia is now so popular, her fees and endorsements must be astronomical. Did all that money go to the Yun family?
Oh.
Our entertainment industry's only pure jasmine, Miss Chushue, is eating the money earned by Yun Xia while saying, Look, I treat you so well. Chapter 73. This is the collapse of the entire Yun Corporation. Yun Chushue's expression could not be described as anything but distress. Once the contract was revealed, aside from her fans who still weakly defended her, everyone else empathized with Yun Xia. Serve Yun Chushue? Given this contract, if I haven't dealt with the entire Yun family, it would be out of compassion. Thus, Yun Chushue and Pei Jingyan are certainly not innocent. They knew full well yet still suppressed Yun Xia. Indeed, the young masters and ladies of the capital circle do not regard others as human. I am in tears. Yun Xia is already a big star. Oppressed with no recourse for justice, let alone for ordinary people like us. Boycott the bandit Yun family. Terminate the contract, Yun Corp, come out and cancel it. Seeing the Yun family in distress brought Yun Xia joy, and she couldn't help but reflect. Working is wonderful. Although I haven't earned anything, I have exhausted myself. Yun Chushue's face was pale. Sister Yun Xia, I didn't know about this. It must be someone in the company who did it. My parents and I were unaware. Yes. Chushue, you surely didn't know. You are naive, kind, pure, and innocent. You are not at fault. The world is at fault. Yun Xia patted Yun Chushue's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Yun Chushue's expression twisted in agony. Although Yun Xia's words seemed convoluted, they held some truth. Fortunately, everyone was wise enough. Jiang Lulan glanced at the big screen. The initial barrage of comments was indeed orchestrated. They were deliberately spreading rumors. Yun Xia smiled sweetly. Since Chushue knows nothing. To clear your name, you wouldn't mind if I investigate the individuals behind those comments, would you? Yun Chushue choked, her expression turning grim. How could she not mind? That barrage was posted by her second brother. Yet, her brother was the second young master of the Yun family. Those hired commenters would surely not dare to betray him. After all, Yun Xia was just a star, weak and isolated. Thus, with this thought, Yun Chushue relaxed, revealing a feeble smile. Of course, I don't mind. I, too, would like to know who is so malicious. Very well. Yun Xia promptly turned to the guests. Who can assist me? Everyone was taken aback. Yun Xia continued leisurely. After all, I am merely a star, weak and powerless. Those hired commenters would surely not dare to expose their backers. Yun Chushue was taken aback. Does this person have a mind of their own? She hoped no guests would agree, but evidently, she was mistaken. Xia Heng, I can. Gu Hanzhou, I can. Xia Heng. Gu Hanzhou, expressionless. I have some hacking skills. Xia grimaced. This young man seemed cooler than himself. He only had monetary influence. But Gu Hanzhou could hack. Gu Hanzhou nodded coolly at Director Xiong and then sat down at a computer. 10 minutes later. Gu Hanzhou, I have results. Xia, what are the results? Gu Hanzhou, I hacked into their network. The commenter's location is at Yun Corporation's headquarters. Yun Chushua's expression suddenly turned anxious. Xia, feeling slightly displeased at being outdone, I used my financial resources to find out who hired the commenters to spread rumors. He paused, his expressive eyes slowly turning to Yun Chushue, and in the increasingly astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly spoke. It is Miss Yun Chushue. Gasps filled the air. Cold sweat poured down Yun Chushue's back, her body swayed, and dizziness washed over her. I didn't tea. Mr. Yunji, her second brother, Xia continued leisurely. Does Miss Yun know about this? The crowd gasped. Who taught you to speak like that? Yun Chushue could barely catch her breath. But this answer was hardly better than directly revealing her name. I don't know. Yun Chushue trembled, tears streaming down her face. I truly don't know why my brother would do this. Yun Chushue swayed, resembling a delicate flower in the wind.
Damn.
Yunji. This is hilarious. The Yun family exploits Yun Xia while Yun Chushue plays the innocent, and Yunji orchestrates the rumors. What won't the Yun family do? Little Fong, you are so naive. Why would Yunji target Yun Xia? Isn't it for Yun Chushue? Yun Chushue has the audacity to pretend to be innocent while claiming ignorance. Just that contract alone is enough for the Yun family to drown in their own greed. Yunji actually coordinated the entire Yun family against a young girl. This is the essence of the Yun family, truly fascinating. Report. Everyone, the Yun family's video site has been reported and shut down. Report. Everyone. The Yun family's commercial plaza has been suspended. Report. Everyone. Yunji was just taken away by the police. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. He left in tears, claiming it was all his fault, his pants falling down. Ha ha ha. I remember the Yun family, said Yun Chushue, is their lucky star. It seems she is indeed quite lucky. At this moment, with undeniable evidence, Yun Chushue's fans were tightly controlled by their manager, fearful of adding fuel to the fire. Seeing the comments, Yun Chushue felt faint. The pretense was no longer necessary. Why? Clearly, she was the protagonist. Why? Suddenly, Yun Xia clutched her chest, staggering weakly. It hurts so much. Teacher Yun, what's wrong? Yun Xia, don't scare me. Xiong Chumo. Call a doctor. What the heck? Pei Jingyan, did you scare Yun Xia into fainting? Pei Jingyan. Yun Xia is just pretending to faint. But at that moment, no one cared, nor did they attend to the similarly fainted Yun Chushue. Ding dong. Detection indicates that the heavenly fortune is dissipating. With a dissipation progress of 15. Yun Xia smiled with satisfaction. It was a relief. Meanwhile, Director Xiong wiped his face. Did the pattern of collapses in each episode change? No, it did not. Did it collapse? Yes, it did. Was it merely a person who collapsed? No, it was the entire Yun Corporation. Chapter 74. My bland life has been turned into a whirlwind of rumors. The turmoil surrounding the Yun family was trending again. The second young master being taken away by the police was no longer a secret, and with the contract's exposure, the Yun family became the target of widespread backlash. Suddenly, a phone rang. Yun Xia, on the subway, looked at her phone. Who is this? All right, so you've grown wings and pretend not to know me? You really are something. Now you don't even acknowledge your own father? Yun Xia, I have no father. You, Dad. Oh, the chairman. You've made your father faint. Just wait. The phone call was a cacophony of chaos, leaving Yun Xia bewildered as she abruptly ended the conversation. Who was that, host? Inquired 66, curiosity piqued. Yun Xia herself was uncertain, but she quickly found solace in the thought. Some mysteries are best left unresolved until tomorrow. Is it true that the boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge? 66 mused. I shall simply forget it. Yun Xia replied, drifting into a peaceful slumber, entirely unaware of the turmoil that had consumed the Yun family throughout the night. With alacrity, Yun Xia made her way to the Monju Hotel. No sooner had she settled into bed than a WeChat message pinged on her phone. Director Xia of the 6th Psychiatric Hospital of Haihu City. Auction address. Time, 8 p.m. Hurry over, senior brother will show you off. Yun Xia scoffed. Auctions were the domain of the affluent. Funeral services, no money? I'll come once the auction belongs to your family. Director Xia of the 6th Psychiatric Hospital of Haihu City. Indeed, it belongs to my family. Startled, Yun Xia leapt up, kneeling on one knee on the bed. All right, I am but a humble one who fails to recognize greatness. Moments later, another WeChat notification appeared. When she has severed ties with the Wen family, I have several auction invitations. Come see if anything piques your interest. Sister will support you. It could be said that when she had thrived since leaving the Wen family, becoming a role model for her peers. Producer Jiang of the blockbuster film, Teacher Yun. Their SA charity auction in Haicheng. Shall we go have some fun? Chaos Emperor Qitian. Auction, I'll take care of it, understand? 19-year-old innocent young man. Do you have an auction invitation? Take me along. Old bear, who sees through life. I have 3 auction invitations. Are you coming? Unlimited snacks. Old ma, a beacon of wisdom. I foresee you must spend money to ward off misfortune. 8 p.m. See you there. Pulls out 10,000 in private funds. Yun Xia. Yun Xia observed an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. An auction-themed dating variety show? Without any collusion. Everyone who simultaneously messaged Yun Xia let out a sigh of relief. In their hearts, they commended themselves. Yun Xia must surely be in a foul mood. I am truly a benevolent soul. At 7:30 p.m., guests began arriving at the auction venue. Yun Chuxue, adorned in a splendid gown, engaged in pleasantries with various socialites at the entrance. The Yun family's crisis was yet to unfold. Her parents had brought her to the charity auction intending to showcase the Yun family's composure, hoping to donate a sum to quell public dissent. The attendees were all reputable figures, well aware of the connection between Yun Xia and the Yun family. Yun Chushue's expression stiffened. Last night, her parents had called Yun Xia, planning for her to clarify that it was all a jest, yet Yun Xia had hung up that contract. Yun Chuxue bit her lip in a feigned display of vulnerability. Yet a resilient smile broke through. We are, after all, family, and that contract is void. It merely reflects my sister's excessive behavior. Which is why our parents wished to impose restrictions. But who would have thought curiosity sparked among the crowd? Excessive behavior. Yun Chuxue averted her gaze, speaking in veiled terms. After my sister came into money, she has been frolicking with some second-generation wealthy heirs, which has incensed our father. Ah? Frolicking? Surely not in that sense. I heard that last month, the young master of the Chen family had a wild night at a bar. Your sister wouldn't have also tears welled in Yun Chushue's eyes. Yes, my sister was there that day, but family shame must not be aired. I hope everyone keeps it to themselves. Yun Xia listened with delight, inching closer until she boldly interjected. Alas. That single sigh nearly startled the 2 individuals behind her into flight. Ah. Yun Chushue's expression froze, her pupils shaking. Yun Xia? What is she doing here? Yet before she could speak, Yun Xia seized the initiative, expressing her profound lament. Alas. My plain and unadorned life has birthed such scandalous rumors. Chapter 75. What? Are you at a loss for words? Yun Chushue's eyes reddened instantly, retreating behind a wealthy heiress. The heiress retorted sharply. What rumors? That is clearly the truth. Yun Xia exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know it's the truth? Were you peeking under the bed? Were you present during the escapades? You're talking nonsense. You have no evidence. Beware, I shall sue you for defamation. Yun Xia turned to Yun Chuxue. You're talking nonsense. You have no evidence. Beware, I shall sue you for defamation. Yun Chuxue choked. Sister. The wealthy heiress anxiously grasped her arm. Chuxue, you have evidence, right? Yun Chuxue internally cursed this dim-witted heiress, her countenance sorrowful. Actually, I merely heard rumors. Many mentioned my sister's name that day. Yun Xia sighed, shaking her head at the heiress. I too only heard whispers. Many brought up your name that day. The heiress stammered. Yun Xia patted her shoulder. Not so innocent anymore, are we? Sister, please stop. Yun Chushue's tears cascaded down her face as she helplessly shook her head, awkwardly steering the conversation. What brings you here? I recall you didn't have an invitation. Would you like me to take you inside? The wealthy heiress perked up, seizing on Yun Xia's potential misstep. So you don't have an invitation. What a disgrace to the Yun family. Bystanders turned their attention. The dating show was a sensation, and Yun Xia's visage was not entirely unfamiliar. Whispers began circulating. Hey, isn't that Yun Xia? She has been quite the sensation with Mr. Xia on the dating show. She must have an invitation. You just mentioned it was a dating show. It's mere publicity. In reality, Mr. Xia would hardly notice her. Yun Xia pondered, bewildered. Wait. Do you all really think you're so clever? Yun Chushue gently pursed her lips, forcing a semblance of a kind smile. Sister, not having an invitation is no big deal. Everyone has their vanity. It's best to admit it. Why do you presume I lack an invitation? Yun Xia hesitated, silence enveloping her as she furrowed her brow in contemplation, ultimately declaring, Did you perchance witness it from under the organizer's bed? The crowd. The wealthy heiress. Yun Chushue choked again. Sister, you jest. I'm acquainted with the organizers. They only provided 3 invitations to the Yun family, 1 for each of us. So, of course. I know you don't have an invitation. At that moment, Yun's parents arrived. Upon seeing Yun Xia, Chairman Yun's blood pressure soared, as he fiercely pinched the area between his brows. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry and leave. The wealthy heiress sneered. The invitation clearly states it is for Mr. and Mrs. Yun and their daughter. I advise you to stop gilding the lily. Yun Chushue stood shamefaced beside her parents. The other guests fell silent, the atmosphere thickening. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness, capturing everyone's attention. The butler of the Xia family, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, exuded an air of stability and authority, his weathered face revealing a commanding presence. The crowd held their breath in awe. Truly, the Xia family, even their butler radiates an impressive aura. Yun Xia gazed at the familiar face of the butler. Wait a moment. The butler's gaze swept across the room, then unexpectedly approached the Yun family. Yun Chushue's breath hitched, a mix of nervousness and pride swelling within her. After all, this was the most capable aide to Chairman Xia. In the Xia family, even relatives must accord this butler due respect. Now, she was about to be personally invited by the butler to enter, a tremendous honor. Excitement rippled through those around her. Chushue, I'm so envious. I heard Mr. Xia had an interest in you. It turns out to be true. Oh my. Mr. and Mrs. Yun beamed with pride. Indeed, she is our wonderful daughter. Yun Chushue blushed, relishing the spotlight, gracefully stepping forward. Thank you, Butler Xia, for personally inviting us. It is a tremendous honor. Yun Chushue gently bit her lip, seemingly hesitant. There is but one matter I wish to request your leniency on. My sister does not possess an invitation, however. She earnestly wishes to broaden her horizons. I hope you might permit her to enter alongside me. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd began to praise Yun Chushue's kindness. Steward Xia furrowed his brow. A flicker of joy ignited within Yun Chushue, for she was aware that a prestigious family, such as the Xia family, would not allow individuals of unclear status to enter. Steward Xia's evident displeasure was palpable, particularly towards those hailing from the countryside and lacking in decorum. Surely, he would have to speak up and dismiss them, wouldn't he? Yun Chushue could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Indeed, Steward Xia did speak up, and his words struck like a thunderclap. You are correct. But who are you? A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. What was Steward Xia questioning? Was he not specifically there to welcome Yun Chushue? Her expression stiffened, and Mrs. Yun could hardly contain her impatience. Steward Xia, she is a child of the Yun family, Yun Chushue. The realization dawned that she belonged to the Yun household. A tone of skepticism laced with confusion and displeasure followed. I recall that the Yun family's daughter is named Yun Xia. Who is this Yun Chushue? The venue fell into a profound silence. The 3 members of the Yun family turned pale, while Yun Chushue's face drained of color, her smile faltering as she struggled to maintain her innocent persona.
No, sir.
Have you perhaps mistaken my name? Steward Xia nodded. Changing your name is your prerogative, and I will not comment on that. However, have you also undergone cosmetic surgery? You, Miss Yun Chushue, heed my advice. Do not recklessly alter your appearance. It seems you have only grown less attractive. You were quite lovely before. Yun Chushue forced out an explanation through gritted teeth. You misunderstand. Steward Xia cast a disapproving glance at Mr. and Mrs. Yun. As parents, should you not guide your child? Are you content to see her become less attractive?
He sighed.
I hardly know what to say. The crowd murmured. The increasingly oxygen-deprived Mr. and Mrs. Yun stammered. No. Steward Xia, Chushue.
Ah?
Yun Xia finally interjected, waving her hand. Old Xia, I'm here. Steward Xia immediately turned. Miss Yun? The middle-aged man burst into exaggerated tears. How wonderful. You're still the original. I feared you had undergone surgery and become frightfully ugly. Yun Chushue gritted her teeth. Enough of this. By the way, Miss Yun, Steward Xia pretended to inquire. Who is Yun Chushue? Is she a servant of your household? Chapter 76. The Love Variety Show sub-venue commences. Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Yun Chushue trembled. while Mr. and Mrs. Yun's faces fluctuated between red and white as they hastily attempted to clarify, "No, no." Before Yun Xia could speak, an assistant resembling a steward approached Steward Xia. "Steward, Yun Chuxue is the adopted daughter of the Yun family." Steward Xia's brows knitted in exaggerated disbelief as he began to recite his lines. An adopted daughter? The invitation was clearly intended for Miss Yun Xia. How could they bring an adopted daughter along? How audacious for an adopted daughter to claim the title of the Yun family's eldest daughter. How absurd. The assistant, displaying far superior acting skills, replied with fervor, "Indeed. Is this not a case of reversing right and wrong? Stealing Miss Yun Xia's invitation, and then feigning to plead on her behalf? Even in our performances, we do not act so disingenuously." Steward Xia remarked, "The chairman and Mrs. Yun are truly oblivious. I suggest that any collaboration with the Yun family be reconsidered." The assistant concurred. "You speak the truth. It is intolerable to allow an adopted daughter to bully the true daughter of the family." Yun Xia thought to herself, "Enough, she understands now. She can remain silent and watch the play unfold." The authenticity of their act was irrelevant. The transmission of information was what mattered. Whispers began to circulate around the room. "So it appears the entire Yun family has been basking in Yun Xia's glory? They have cast aside the true heroine, allowing Yun Chuxue to take her place? What spell has this false daughter cast upon the Yun family? Yun Ji would rather be imprisoned than assist her in slandering her own sister, and now Chairman Yun. I know not. I only know I have witnessed a thrilling spectacle unfold before my eyes. My goodness, just moments ago, Yun Chuxue's expression of Yun Xia. You are being absurd, completely deceived me. Who would have guessed she was the real thief?" The three members of the Yun family turned crimson, filled with embarrassment, clenching their teeth in defiance. Are you merely going to deny it?" Steward Xia shook his head. "Enough, enough. I shall not hold this against you. Our auction allows for servants and assistants, so it is of no consequence that Yun Chuxue occupies one of the servant positions." He then respectfully bowed to Yun Xia. "Miss Yun, please." Yun Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. Upon entering the auction hall, Steward Xia led Yun Xia to the second floor. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Little master uncle?" This Steward Xia bore an uncanny resemblance to her little master uncle from the world of cultivation. "Ah, a little secret to keep close to my heart." Steward Xia spoke with an air of righteousness. Yun Xia inquired, "The young master you mentioned, could it be my senior brother?" After saying this, Steward Xia hastily pushed Yun Xia through the door and dashed away. Yun Xia gasped. "Senior brother is Mr. Xia, little master uncle is Steward Xia. Then Mr. Xia cannot be." As this realization struck her, she turned to find several pairs of bright eyes staring back at her. Ding ding ding. Xiong Chimo made a grand entrance, the camera focusing on Yun Xia. The Love Variety Show Subvenue Auction Special episode officially commences. Yun Xia.
What?
Xiong Chimo. Are you attacking from the shadows? Didn't we have 3 days off? Why are you streaming tonight at 8? Director Xiong passionately declared. What brings us together at this auction? It is fate. What a coincidence. The camera panned across Xia Heng, Yun Xia, Zhang Lulan, Fang Qingyu, Gu Hanzhou, Wen Qi, and Pei Jingyan. Welcome, everyone. By the way, Miss Wen Qi is our special guest for this episode. Thus, our Love Variety Show begins with such vibrancy. Lu Qing was filming an advertisement, and Yun Chuxue was with her parents, hence her regrettable absence. Without Chuxue, I won to watch. Haha. Xiong Chimo is clearly biased, deliberately sidelining our Chuxue. How can you stream without Chuxue? Don't you realize everyone is here for her? May I ask? If you're not watching, then leave. Comrades, I sense that today's stream will be the most harmonious yet. We have an extra person here, the Emperor Pei. Can you guess who it is? Friends, today this auction is primarily attended by esteemed families. Thus, our Love Variety Show is tailored to the occasion. Xiong Chimo announced loudly. Now, we shall commence our first game. When you encounter a domineering CEO, each person will begin with today, I met a domineering CEO, and take turns adding a sentence to form a complete story. So, shall we begin with Yun Xia? Yun Xia opened her mouth to say, Today, I met a domineering CEO who attended the auction without any money and publicly resorted to becoming a gigolo. Xia Heng interjected. Without money? What business does he have being a CEO? I hereby declare he is expelled from the list of CEOs. Brother, are you two really starting with such an explosive beginning? The second participant, Wen Qi. was still unfamiliar with the logic of the love variety show and instinctively attempted to guide the story in a conventional direction. This CEO was a friend from my childhood. Jiang Lulan also sensed that the first game was too explosive and inappropriate, so I paid off his debt. When she casually remarked, "Our families are of equal standing, a perfect match." Pei Jingyan maintained his persona. "I truly love him." Fong Qingyu added,
He said he wishes to marry me.
after a long pause, Gu Hanzhou finally managed to say, "Before the wedding, I told him." Wait, this is rather dull. With such an explosive start from Yun Xia, how can it end like this? Boring so klitsch. Once again, it was Yun Xia's turn. And she wore an expression of exasperation. "I told him. It is so cold. I wish to slip my hand into your wallet." "What wallet?" Xia Heng nodded. "You're still young." When she seemed to grasp the implication immediately, she promptly declared, "You give me the money." Jiang Lian seamlessly interjected, "Why not earn it yourself?" When she seemed to have discovered a path to prosperity, "Henceforth, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the wealthy list." Achieving the conclusion, Xiong Chimo, currently inhaling oxygen, kicked Yun Xia out. Deep within, Xiong Chimo harbored a dream of participating in a romantic variety show, thus deciding to embark on a poignant love story. It must be logical. It must adhere to reason. So, let us change the beginning. Starting with the person I love is a domineering CEO. Yet, he does not love me, commencing with paying D. Finally, Teacher Yun. Chapter 77. Ridiculously pretending to be someone else. Pei Jingyan confidently developed a heart-wrenching tale. The one I adore does not reciprocate my feelings, yet agrees to be with me. Fong Qingyu. Unwilling to offend the film emperor's dignity, a matter of human affairs, I am overjoyed. When she laughed maniacally, then I slapped him. Pei Jingyan's eyelid twitched. Jiang Lian casually continued. He actually regarded me as a substitute. Gu Hanzhou furrowed his brow, contemplating and speculating on the scheme, because his white moonlight has gone abroad. When she, and I bear a resemblance to his white moonlight, 7 parts similar. Xia Heng nodded, chuckling gently. I want him to reflect on himself. Yun Xia expressed disdain. Laughable, can a domineering CEO afford a plane ticket? Xiong Dao. Pei Jingyan. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. A white moonlight going abroad necessitates finding a substitute, and a domineering CEO can't afford a plane ticket. I suggest all domineering CEOs in substitute literature reflect on themselves. Xiong Dao's lips twitched, sensing the development was somewhat amiss, deciding to drop a bombshell. All right. The third round shall commence with I am a substitute. This time, Teacher Yun should be in the center. Yun Xia expressed indifference. Pei Jingyan had already begun earnestly. I am a substitute, yet I have loved him for many years. At this point, it indeed follows the trope of substitute literature and heart-wrenching romance, based on my extensive experience in web literature. The domineering CEO shall dangle the female lead while clandestinely meeting his white moonlight, only for the female lead to eventually realize and depart from him, leading to the CEO's desperate pursuit. Yun Xia directly shattered the fantasy in the comments. I said, "Give me 10 million and I will leave immediately." Funeral pyre? Fong Qingyu, he said, "Woman, do not push your luck." Jiang Lian also expressed disdain. I say, "Buddy, this domineering CEO is truly stingy." When he laughed in anger. Xia Heng, fanning himself, smirked, suddenly adopting a serious tone to conclude the story. I say, "Do not laugh. When you laugh, you do not resemble him." Xiong Dao. Pei Jingyan. How can a double substitute not be considered a form of substitute literature? The first game met with dismal failure. Xiong Dao wiped his face. Undeterred, the second game, Love Werewolf, saw Yun Xia eliminated early. Yun Xia. At that moment, the auction commenced. With Xia Heng's consent, Xiong Dao directed the camera toward the auction stage. Up for bidding was an antique calligraphy piece, which had already reached 18 million within mere minutes. Xiong Dao exclaimed, while eliminating players, "Teacher Yun, aren't you bidding?" Yun Xia glanced at the calligraphy, then at the price, and finally at herself. If only I could borrow 500 more years from heaven? Indeed, given that Yun Xia earns 3,000 a month, totaling 36,000 a year, she would need to abstain from all expenses for 500 years to amass 18 million. When she, engrossed in the werewolf game, called out, "Teacher Yun, could you assist me in bidding? You may have free reign up to 50 million. The comments erupted with exclamations of disbelief at the wealth. Yun Xia immediately adopted a noble demeanor, pressing buttons on the bidding device haphazardly. Ultimately, she secured the piece for 21 million. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, Yun Chushue bit her lip, her complexion pallid. Who is this person, consistently driving the price higher? 21 million for a mere piece of tattered calligraphy. Has she gone mad? The Yun family desperately needed to make a good impression at the auction to reverse public opinion, yet the first item had been snatched away. Chushue, do not fret. The father of Yun reassured, 20 million is not worth it. Let us move to the next item. The next item was a complete set of sapphires, dazzling and radiant. 66. Host. I adore it. Could you gift it to me? You only need to work for 1,000 years to afford it. Yun Xia. Do not compel me to slap you. Yun Xia. Is this truly the world of the affluent? Spending money feels so delightful. Who understands this exhilaration of spending money that isn't one's own? Another haphazard series of button presses ensued, and she successfully acquired it for 55 million. Yun Chushue's cheeks flushed crimson, glaring intensely at the private room on the third floor. Who on earth is it? Who's been stealing her limelight? Why does that person insist on outbidding her for everything she desires? Next up was a handbag. Jiang Lian, lacking particular hobbies, simply adored collecting various bags, waved his hand for Yun Xia to indulge. Following that was a racing car. When she, while accusing Pei Jingyan of being a wolf, shouted, Yun Xia, quickly place your bid. I must secure it. Then came an antique vase. Xiong Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement, muttering, By, this is the joy of spending. Yun Xia sighed, realizing that this romantic variety show was indeed teeming with hidden talents, as everyone seemed truly affluent, except for herself and Xiaofan. In the auction hall, many whispered in the direction of the Yun family. Is this all the Yun family can muster after inviting reporters? They promised to contribute to charity, but have yet to spend a penny? Yun Chushue's eyes turned red, brimming with tears. That wretched person upstairs. Yun Dong. Gritting his teeth. This is the final item. We must secure it. The press release has already been disseminated. We cannot allow anyone to ridicule us. The final item was introduced. A Go board crafted from warm white jade and black jade, with a lustrous sheen, soft to the touch, and a tactile sensation that was refreshing. Coupled with the rarity of both types of jade, many in attendance had come specifically for it. In the private room, everyone was captivated. However, the starting price was daunting. Jiang Lian gasped, 60 million. This is the game of the wealthy. The competition was fierce, with guests bidding as if money were of no consequence. When the price reached 120 million, it noticeably slowed, with only a few sporadic bids. Xia Heng smiled. Yun Chushue sighed with relief. Although spending such a sum on a Go board felt somewhat excessive, at least public opinion and reputation would be safeguarded. In the end, all would remember the Yun family for their generosity, who would care about Yun Xia's contract. Just then, a bidding device from a room on the third floor suddenly chimed in. 130 million. Yun Chushue felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, almost wishing to rush upstairs and rattle that person's brain, who bids in increments of 10 million. Surrounding voices began to murmur. Once again, it's that person from the third floor.
Who on earth are they?
They have already spent quite a fortune, haven't they? Indeed, adding it all up, they have spent over 100 million. How can they bid so freely? Should the Yun family continue to participate? I've seen the press release. They are praising Yun Chushue for her beauty and kindness, claiming she donated over 100 million. What if this money is not spent? The three members of the Yun family wore exceedingly grim expressions. Chapter 78. Xia Heng, of considerable age, 3,000 years plus, an old man? In order to cleanse their reputation and stabilize Yun Corporation's stock, the Yun family had long engaged a marketing account.
Now,
Weibo was flooded with trending topics about Yun Chushue's charitable donations, yet she had not spent a single penny. However, 130 million is a hefty sum. Yun Chushue gritted her teeth, her voice strained, increased by 1 million. In the next moment, the third floor countered with 140 million. This audacious bidding style. Yun Chushue's expression began to strain. I am truly sorry. I also cannot bear to part with it. The bidding dragged on to 150 million. Yet the person on the third floor seemed to have lost patience, directly bidding 200 million. Yun Chushue nearly spat blood. Is this how the wealthy spend their money? The scene appeared to suggest that money was not merely money. Anyone could see that Yun Chushue was destined to lose. Her father, Yun Chushue, was beside her, gritting his teeth. If this continues, we will incur losses. Of course, Yun Chushue was aware of this, but how could she willingly concede? Her persona, her reputation, her every hope was invested in this day. There was still one option left, she thought, clenching her fists tightly. If the price escalated to a terrifying height, we would reluctantly withdraw and simply make a donation. That person wanted to compete with her, did they? Very well, let them bleed profusely. With this resolve, Yun Chushue raised her bid without hesitation. 210 million. 230 million. 250 million. Each time she placed a bid, the third floor promptly followed suit. It seemed that the friends on the third floor were unwilling to relent in their pursuit of the jade chess set, and thus she would have to accompany them until the end. With confidence and determination, Yun Chushue declared a figure. 300 million. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was left dumbfounded. In the box on the third floor, after Yun Chushue announced her bid of 300 million, Xiaheng chuckled softly. Junior sister, it's time to stop. His smile was gentle. Do you wish to have my money? Yun Xia's eyes sparkled. Of course. I'm young and love gold. Xiaheng was satisfied. Then think about it. Yun Xia's expression immediately drooped, and she quickly revised her statement. I'm young, and my salary is already 3,000. The future is bright, and I want to accept handouts. When she commented, that fool downstairs is truly wealthy. Spending 300 million on a game of Go at such a young age, it's a bit eccentric. Fang Qingyu suddenly exclaimed. The werewolves have won. I kill, kill, kill. Passers-by outside remarked. What on earth are they doing in that box? They keep making strange noises. On the other side, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. 1 second. 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed. The individual on the third floor shockingly did not continue to bid. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Yun Chushue's heart. I announce that Miss Yun Chushue has successfully bid 300 million for the final piece of the jade chess set. The auctioneer's voice rang out. Let us thank Miss Yun for her contribution to charity. Congratulations, Miss Yun. Truly, she is a refined lady cultivated by the Yun family. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Applause erupted around her, yet Yun Chushue felt no joy. She staggered and collapsed into her chair, feeling a chilling sensation wash over her, her mind buzzing. She never anticipated that the third floor would give up. She had spent 300 million on a set of Go pieces. The shareholders of the Yun family were already dissatisfied with her, and the family could not produce such a sum in a short time. Realizing the consequences, Yun Chushue's complexion visibly paled, and her body began to tremble. No, this was not acceptable. She could not spend this money. It was malicious price manipulation. Yun Chushue bit her lip, awakening the dormant heavenly path in her mind. 2 years ago, a presence calling itself the heavenly path had emerged in her mind, claiming to be the protagonist of this world. What she needed to do was suppress the malicious female antagonist and infuse vitality into the heavenly path. She silently recited in her heart, help me find out who is bidding from the third floor. Heavenly path. Query requires a fee of 5 of the protagonist's beauty value. Yun Chushue steeled her heart. Fine, proceed. Chushue, why do your eyes look smaller? Yunmu wondered. Yun Chushue bit her lip. Perhaps I haven't rested well. Chushue, why do you seem to have gained weight? Have you been eating too much lately? Her manager reminded her. Yun Chushue's features contorted. Isn't she the protagonist? Why are all these burdens around her? There was also a man beside her. This man was... Heavenly Path garbled for a moment, then ultimately concluded. Very old. Yun Chushue gritted her teeth. Yun Xia. The person who overshadowed her today was actually Yun Xia. And she is with an old man. Could it be that she is being kept by him? At that moment, hatred reached its peak. Her expression twisted, and a thought suddenly struck her mind. Father, mother. Yun Chushue held her phone, feigning panic as if just learning of the situation. My friends said they saw my sister enter the third floor box with a man and haven't come out for a while. Strange sounds were heard. Guests eavesdropping perked up their ears. Wow. The gossip about the true daughter of the Yun family is fresh. Yun Chushue's small face turned pale, putting on a worried facade. Could it be that my sister is being forced? I'm worried something has happened to her. We must go check. Yun father frowned, internally cursing Yun Xia for bringing him shame. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, I need to go upstairs and see. It's all right, Director Yun, please go. Your daughter's safety is paramount. So, the person who raised the bid on the third floor was Yun Xia? Where did she get so much money? Exactly, the crowd realized. Yun Xia has no money. Combined with reports of an old man, could it be that Chushue's sister has sold herself to an old man to flaunt in front of you?
Indeed.
Didn't we hear that Yun Xia is indiscriminate in her pursuits, doing whatever comes her way? If you go up now, wouldn't that ruin her good fortune? Yun Chushue cried out. Please don't say such things. My sister just likes to have fun, but she is not that kind of person. Let us just go up and see for ourselves. Unable to contain her smirk, Yun Chushue hid her delight beneath the surface. Once Yun Xia was caught in the act, she would understand who the true protagonist of this world was. In the box on the third floor, Yun Xia rejoined the werewolf game. She looked at the very old guests, boldly declaring, Senior brother, I must claim the wolf this round. She then turned to the guests who were making strange sounds and indulging in a variety of snacks, and then I will eliminate you all. Chapter 79. Are you here to mourn? Who has died? Meanwhile, Yun Chushue had already led a group upstairs. Each room in the auction house was well soundproofed. Yet some disordered sounds of men and women still leaked from within. Yun Chushue's friends, receiving the cue, mocked. Oh, this true daughter of the Yun family seems to have a rather chaotic private life. How many has she slept with in one go? Yun Chushue's eyes were red. I refuse to believe my sister is that kind of person. It's all my fault. I should have left earlier. Or else my sister wouldn't have resorted to selling her body for money. Yun father, infuriated, felt his mind buzzing. How can you blame yourself? Chushue, you've done enough already. She plays so recklessly outside. Has she ever thought about the Yun family? I truly wish I didn't have her as my daughter. Others exchanged glances, realizing why the Yun family would forsake their true daughter in favor of a false one. It was apparent that this true daughter behaved in such a manner that they, too, would prefer not to have her as their daughter. Listen to the sounds inside. Goodness, how intense is this game? Inside the box, when Qi screamed, Why are you voting for me? I'm not a wolf. Vote for Pei Jingyan instead. Throw him out. Yun Xia, in a frenzy, attempted to choke Wen Qi. I told you I'm the seer. Why don't you trust me? Fang Qingyu howled. Haha, the werewolves have won. I'm a natural werewolf. Wen Qi, excited. This is my first time playing. Am I a genius too? Jiang Lulan attempted to intervene. There's a traitor among us. Gu Hanzhou, socially anxious, quietly reminded. It seems someone is knocking at the door. Pei Jingyan, furious, Mr. Xia. You have targeted me repeatedly. We are clearly on the same side. Xia Heng nodded, surprised. Oh, you just realized? Pei Jingyan, what the? Director Xiong, observing the group of guests making chaotic sounds and playing so intensively, chuckled. Haha, this is quite entertaining. Haha, quite entertaining. What a bunch of clumsy fools. What a bunch of clumsy fools. They are so loud. They are so loud. My ears are deafened. Wait, is someone really knocking at the door? At this moment, the noisy guests finally heard a knock at the door. Outside the private room, Father Yun knocked several times, yet no one opened the door. Enraged, he kicked the door forcefully, producing a wailing sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Ow. A few familiar friends tried to console him, saying, Brother Yun, she is just a child. Do not be too harsh on her. If she refuses to open the door, it might simply be due to her embarrassment. She has already gone to someone else's bed, and yet she is embarrassed? If I do not discipline her, what will happen if she brings trouble to the Yun family in the future? The more they urged him, the angrier Father Yun became. Everyone stop advising me. I must teach her a lesson today. Yun Chushue secretly shed tears, lamenting, I never expected my sister to be entangled with a man under the bright daylight. It is truly disheartening. Who is entangled with a man? With a creak, the door to the private room opened. Yun Xia poked her head out, feigning surprise. Oh. So many of you. She strained to describe the current scene. Are you here to mourn? Who has passed away? No one anticipated that Yun Xia would actually open the door. Father Yun's expression darkened as he prepared to enter. Let us in. Yun Xia shook her head apologetically. That would not be convenient. Before Father Yun could speak, Yun Chushue's friends immediately seized the moral high ground. People are saying that the true daughter of the Yun family sells her body for money. It is utterly disgusting. Exactly. What do you mean it is inconvenient to open the door? Is it not because there are too many men inside? Mr. Yun, you must teach her a lesson. It is bad enough that she has done such a thing. She remains unrepentant. Father Yun's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, and he kicked the door again, exclaiming, I want to see who the man you are entangled with is. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone stood in shock. Inside the private room, a soft couch was piled high with snacks, while several large cameras, reflectors, and microphones surrounded the room. On the other side, there was a large round table surrounded by 8 or 9 people. when she was gripping Pei Jingyan's neck tightly, shouting, "I told you not to cut me. I am a hunter. Are you happy now?" Pei Jingyan rolled his eyes. "I am not a wolf." The two immediately grappled with each other. Outside the door, the crowd murmured, "This is the way of the true aristocracy, employing the most straightforward methods of combat." Yun Xia raised her hands in exasperation. "Mr. Yun, you see? I told you it is not very convenient right now. So many people? What is happening?" Director Xiong thought something was amiss, and hurriedly came out, saying, "Isn't it allowed to film a variety show here?" We received Mr. Xia's approval. Father Yun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Wait, what variety show? Isn't Yun Xia entangled with a man? Yun Chushua's expression changed drastically as she suddenly realized something was off. Just as she was about to speak up, Yun Xia boldly interjected, "Director Xiong, this has nothing to do with a variety show. It was my sister Chushua who said I was entangled with a man."
What?
"Why are you shouting so loudly? What nonsense is Yun Chushua spouting? If I am not mistaken, that group outside has come to catch someone in the act? They seem convinced that Yun Xia is unchaste. I heard someone say she sells herself for money. And they mentioned strange noises coming from the room. Intermittent screams. It sounds like a battle between men and women, suggesting that Yun Xia is having quite the time. Indeed, screams, a clash between the sexes, revelry. All the pieces fit. But why is she deemed unchaste? When she, noticing the comments, became displeased and shouted, "What is wrong with us playing werewolf? Where is the impropriety in werewolf?" Chapter 80. Those she once saved now stand up for her. The room fell silent. The expressions of everyone outside turned grim. Yun Chushua could barely contain her emotions. Her face pale and trembling. "Sister Yun Xia, Sister Chushua, do not worry. You must have your reasons for saying this. Bringing people to catch me in the act is undoubtedly strong evidence. If you believe I am entangled with a man, then that man." Yun Xia stepped back, her gaze sweeping over the guests in the room. Could it be Wen Qi? Wen Qi immediately howled, "Yun Xia, do not tarnish someone's reputation without reason." "Is it Wen Qi?" Wen Qi replied, "If you want to date me, I would not mind." "Or, is it Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Lulan admitted, "Yes. I confess that I have inappropriate feelings for Teacher Yun, but I am not a man." "Is it Mr. Gu?" Gu Hanzhou remained silent, but Xiaheng seemed a bit displeased. "Junior sister, stop asking, it is me." Yun Xia attempted to dismiss the troublemaker and continued naming names. Fang Qingyu shook her head vigorously, indicating their innocence. Director Xiong and old Ma were stunned, pointing at themselves. "Me?" Finally, Yun Xia turned to Pei Jingyan. Pei Jingyan raised his chin haughtily. If Yun Xia asked him, he would not mind saying a few good words for her. Yun Xia. After holding back for a long time, she made a face as if she had eaten a fly. "You cannot possibly think it is Pei Jingyan. I am not that desperate." Pei Jingyan stumbled. "What? Sister, are you serious about that disdainful expression towards Pei Jingyan?" No one was hurt, except for the film Emperor Pei. When she, having grown up in a wealthy family, was well acquainted with the ruthlessness of the elite, and recalling how her own parents had schemed against her, she quickly understood the situation. "What is this commotion with Miss Yun? It is merely filming a variety show. How has it escalated to such a grave matter in your words?" When she, feeling irritable, said, "Exactly. This hunter's moment of the hunt has been interrupted by you all. I know it is illegal to kill, whether human or wolf, but is it also illegal to play werewolf?" Xiaheng set down his teacup, narrowing his eyes, and asked knowingly, "My auction house maintains excellent confidentiality for each private room. Does Miss Yun possess clairvoyance or extraordinary hearing to know that my junior sister was having a wild time in the private room?" Yun Chushua turned pale, pursed her lips, and shook her head repeatedly. "No, I am not." Father Yun, fearing he might provoke Mr. Xia's displeasure, attempted to gloss over the situation. "Mr. Xia, we were merely hearing things. We were concerned that Yun Xia might lead a wayward life, thus." Xiaheng interrupted, "And you are who?" I am." Father Yun instinctively wanted to say he was Yun Xia's father, as the fact that Yun Xia was the true daughter of the Yun family was no secret in high society, and Mr. Xia could not possibly be unaware. However, catching sight of the cameras, Father Yun immediately realized they were live-streaming, and the words caught in his throat. Since it has nothing to do with my junior sister, do not try to ingratiate yourself. She is quite adept at slapping people." Father Yun's throat tightened, and the muscles in his face stiffened slightly. "Exactly. It has nothing to do with you. What are you rambling on about? Hurry up and shut your mouth. Isn't it because that contract was signed by Chairman Yun? He thought it could tarnish Yunxia's reputation, so he could not help himself.
Oh.
So it is that old man, no wonder. I find this father-daughter duo quite amusing. One only says I am not, while the other only says I am. Ha, isn't that a bit much? Yun Shushue's eyes turned red, live streaming. She never expected that the events unfolding above were being broadcast live. The only solace lies in the fact that the truth behind the counterfeit wealth remains concealed. But how shall we conclude this affair? Yun Shushua pondered, attempting to feign distress in order to divert the conversation. Director Xiong, I didn't realize you were live streaming. I apologize for my ignorance. Director Xiong hurried forth, blocking Yun Chushua's retreat. Chushua, how could you not know? I spoke with your manager beforehand about recording a special episode here today, and you declined. Have you forgotten? Yun Chushua's expression stiffened. Was she truly attempting to feign misery? It was her own decision not to attend. Yet she seeks to isolate Director Xiong with her cryptic remarks. Does she not possess any sense? The bitterness is palpable. She wrongfully accuses others while playing the victim herself. Why does Yun Shushua suspect Yun Xia of consorting with men in seclusion? What rumors could she possibly have? Yun Shushua clenched her teeth. I meant no such thing. It was a misunderstanding on Sister Yun Xia's part. A misunderstanding? Wen Qi's countenance grew cold. I beg your pardon, Miss Yun, but my hearing is quite acute. I distinctly heard you accuse Yun Xia of selling herself for money just moments ago. How is that a misunderstanding? A cold sweat trickled down Yun Shushua's temple as tears streamed down her cheeks. Wen Qi, with a sardonic smile, added, Do not cry just yet. There will be ample opportunity for that later. It is best we clarify this matter. After all, we must maintain our reputations. We cannot allow a mere game of werewolf during a variety show to tarnish anyone's honor unjustly. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Yun? Yun Shushua found herself at a loss for words, squeezing out a few syllables. I merely heard rumors. It is my fault for being overly concerned about Sister Yun Xia. Since you claim to have heard, there must be a source. Whom did you hear it from, Miss Yun? Yun Shushua felt a lump in her throat, retreating to her manager for support. Is it your manager? Then tell me, dear manager, from whom did you hear this? When she pressed on. The manager struggled to formulate an explanation, leaving the atmosphere tense. Just then, Madame Yun, delayed in finding the elevator, burst into the crowd, eyes closed, shouting indiscriminately. Yun Xia, you're trying to take everything from Chushua. How can you afford to bid so much?
Speak.
Which man have you been sleeping with? Silence enveloped the room. Oh, the source of the rumors has been identified. Chapter 81. The Essence of Sarcasm. What a coincidence. The source of the rumors and Yun Chushua are indeed family. Madame Yun claims to be supported by someone. Yun Chushua immediately brings people to catch her in the act. Chairman Yun solemnly demands that Yun Xia restrain herself. They are undoubtedly family. So, it was Madame Yun who spoke. When she elucidated, it is unfortunate that Madame Yun did not witness our live broadcast, for she would have known that it was we who bid on the items with our funds, and our relationship with Yun Xia cannot be mischaracterized as anything less than non-existent. The auction rules dictate that the one with the most money holds sway. And since we triumphed in the bidding, why should Yun Chushua feel aggrieved? When she inquired, Mr. Xia, might there be other regulations in your establishment? For instance, is it forbidden for Miss Yun to feel wronged? Must we yield to everything she desires? The three members of the Yun family turned ashen. Xia Heng, with a mild lift of his gaze, asked, Does Madame Yun have an issue with my auction? Yun's father trembled, stammering, and no, of course not. Who would dare speak against Xia Heng? Xia Heng nodded. Then it seems the issue lies with your junior. Madame Yun's face turned a shade of green. Her expression contorted as she struggled to utter a word. She indeed had grievances against Yun Xia. As the true daughter of the Yun family, look at the scandalous deeds she has committed. Exposing contracts, she wished she could disown this daughter. Yet, she could not reveal the truth, for what would happen to Chushua? Clutching her chest, Madame Yun gritted her teeth and feigned fainting. Yun Chushua, with tearful eyes, helplessly shook her head. Sister Yun Xia, it is all my fault. You may scold me, but my mother is an elder and in poor health. She must not be upset. Yun Xia responded, Is the blame falling from the sky? I will not indulge her. Seeing her age, one would think her heart would be larger than a pinhead. Yun Xia sighed in resignation and then looked at Madame Yun with a mix of affection and reproach, shaking her head. At your age, still throwing tantrums.
Chushua.
You should persuade your mother to act her age and not behave childishly. Yun Chushua. Madame Yun choked, unable to catch her breath, and truly fainted. The room fell silent. Yun Xia, astonished, asked, "What is she doing? Is she trying to cause a scene?" 66. 66. Anyone listening to you would be left breathless. Yun Xia replied, "No. Madame Yun is clearly choking." The guests, hearing Yun Xia's thoughts, took a step back, sensing the awkward atmosphere. With red-rimmed eyes, Yun Chushue bit her lip, refusing to back down before Yun Xia. Yun's father, leveraging his status, interjected, "Well, since no major misunderstanding has occurred, let us extend Mr. Xie some courtesy. Yun Xia, do not create a disturbance on Mr. Xie's territory, nor waste everyone's time." A light chuckle interrupted. Xie Heng, with a frosty gaze, remarked, "Chairman Yun, you hold yourself in high regard, borrowing my courtesy? What do you represent?" Chairman Yun's expression froze, the forced smile faltering. "Mr. Xie. Moreover, I believe that when one wrongs another, an apology is warranted." "What say you, Chairman Yun?" Chairman Yun's cheeks twitched, recalling that Yun Chushue claimed Mr. Xia was infatuated with her, while the stir with Yun Xia was merely a temporary tactic.
How could this be?
Yun Xia gently urged in a sarcastic manner, "Brother, let it go. See how Madame Yun faints at the slightest reasoning. If Chairman Yun were to apologize to me now, wouldn't he be at a loss? The Yun family's pettiness is clearly inherited. Refusal to apologize for wronging others. This is the epitome of our world's most innocent white lotus." Chairman Yun nearly choked, forced to muster a strained smile. I misunderstood you, haha." Yun Chushue, unwilling to concede, lowered her gaze. Tears cascading down her cheeks. "Sister Yun Xia, I am sorry." Though she apologized, her displeasure was evident. Yun Chushue's malice was unmistakable. "Previously, I heard that Yun Entertainment suppresses beautiful actresses to prevent comparisons with Yun Chushue. Now I understand. Brother's defense of his junior is quite dashing. This is what I ship." Yun Xia silently agreed. Strangely enough, brother does carry a certain air of authority. Xie Heng smiled. "Junior sister, do not provoke me into striking you." Ultimately, this incident concluded with the Yun family issuing an apology and pledging to donate to a charitable foundation promptly. After the crowd dispersed, Yun Chushue retreated to a corner, feeling utterly defeated. "Didn't you say Yun Xia was surrounded by older men? Is Xie Heng also an older man?" Heaven's Path responded, "Indeed, over 3,000 years old. How does that not qualify as an older man?" Yun Chushue gritted her teeth. "Are you mocking me?" Half an hour later, 9 guests gathered at the estate. "This estate." Yun Xia exchanged glances with Xie Heng, signaling with her eyes, "Is this your home?" Xie Heng subtly shook his head. "No." Yun Xia inquired, "If it is not your home, who else would decorate a manor in such a manner?" This estate bears an uncanny resemblance to her previous abode in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 82, a performance filled with the fragrance of birds and flowers. The live stream commenced. This estate. An ancient design? Whose abode is this, and who is preparing for ascension? Those filming fantasy dramas should come see what real cultivation looks like. A sect. Magnificent. As the previous episode concluded with the announcement that the current installment would be filmed at Yun's residence, the barrage of comments from Yun Chushue's fans became incessant.
Wow.
Is this Chushue's home? So beautiful. Chushue must feel so fortunate. Surely, no one is unaware of our Chushue's kind heart, having donated 300 million. Lu Qing expressed her excitement, exclaiming, "Chushue, your estate is simply stunning." Yun Chushue's smile faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a bashful lowering of her head. Our Chushue is indeed a little princess. The beloved little sister of the immortal sect, she is finally gaining recognition. The title of beloved little sister of the immortal sect quickly trended on social media. The entertainment industry's #1 little sister. Chushue clearly embodies the adored little sister, cherished by her master and seniors. Little sisters should be like Chushue, someone shouldn't intrude. Excuse me? Isn't it ironic how someone constantly accused us of plagiarizing her persona, yet now the tables have turned? I'm not sure how different Yun Xia and Yun Chushue's personas are, but it seems the show initially referred to someone else as the little sister. Others began to take notice. Wen Qi, astonished, murmured, "Wow, the Yun family has made a remarkable leap. Mom and Dad, did you see that? No more despairing. I want to aspire to greatness like my father and mother." Jiang Lulan, puzzled but silent, thought to herself, "The Yun family's estate?" Pei Jingyan smiled graciously, gazing at her with warmth. "Chushue, this place is truly exquisite. It suits you perfectly." Yun Chushue chuckled shyly. At this juncture, an important announcement was made. Xiong Chumo interjected. Due to certain circumstances, the Yun family will not be providing the filming location. Hence, this episode is hosted at Mr. Gu Hanzhou's estate. Let us express our gratitude to Mr. Gu. Yun Chushua's smile stiffened. Who are you referring to? This is Mr. Gu's estate? Why is someone blushing? Is Yun Chushua trying to steal Mr. Gu's thunder? Has she lost her mind? Our Chushua never claimed this was her home. Can you stop being so critical of her? Then why is her face flushed? What else with her blushing while praising Mr. Gu? Oh, Fong Qingyu, in a light-hearted manner, pointed out, so it's Mr. Gu's estate. Miss Lu Qing, you've embarrassed Chushua. Yun Chushua's lips twitched. Lu Qing pressed her fingers to her temple. The gazes of Yun Xia and Xia Heng converged upon Gu Hanzhou. They had resided in their cave dwelling for 3,000 years, now replicated identically by Gu Hanzhou at his estate. Was it mere coincidence? Unlikely. So, who exactly is Gu Hanzhou? As everyone noted, the estate boasted numerous rooms. Leading to the first game, selecting rooms. When Qi promptly raised his hand, what if someone lacks talent? Are you looking down on us? Director Xiong awkwardly chuckled. Well, what can be done? You could challenge Pei Jingyan. The Pei family pays for everything. He wouldn't dare refuse. Yun Chushua glanced at Yun Xia, who stood by the window. Xia Heng stood nearby, elegantly fanning himself. It must be said that these two seem inherently suited to this place. Indeed, since entering the estate, it feels like Sister Xia's aura has transformed entirely. This is precisely how a cherished little sister should be. Yun Chushua pursed her lips, then suddenly smiled, addressing Director Xiong. We can certainly have a talent show, but that seems a bit unfair. How about we change it up? Sister Yun Xia, don't you agree? Suddenly called upon. Yun Xia appeared bewildered. Oh, Chushua, while I don't possess much talent, we can't change the rules just for me. Lu Qing nudged Yun Chushua, laughing heartily. Isn't that right, Sister Xia? Not having talent is fine. Just smile a little. Aren't you good at being playful? The crowd frowned. Is Lu Qing truly mistaking lack of emotional intelligence for being carefree? It's clear, as guests, why shouldn't there be a talent show? Chushua suggested it out of concern for Yun Xia's dignity.
Oh,
You think Sister Xia is worried about losing face? Yet it cannot be denied that she truly lacks talent and can only be playful. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow, indicating her acceptance. Yun Chushua smiled triumphantly. After all, why compete in talent when she had been meticulously nurtured as a socialite? What was Yun Xia in comparison? The talent show commenced with Pei Jingyan, whose elegant piano performance garnered applause. Ah, our brother Pei is truly multifaceted. The piano prince. Next was Jiang Lulan, playing the violin. Gu Hanzhou opted to dance, exhibiting an uncanny sense of rhythm. The atmosphere has shifted. Mr. Gu, have you just begun today? Next was the heavyweight, Wen Qi. How does one perform with the beauty of nature? Wen Qi confidently proclaimed, I'm going to show you today. Suddenly, Director Xiong realized something, his expression changing dramatically, and he dashed backstage shrieking, Mute! Mute! Silence all of you! Soon, the audience heard all profanity replaced by bird calls. Wen Qi, nature sounds version I'm going to show you today. How delightful! What a thoroughly exhilarating performance. The next to perform was Lu Qing, who laughed heartily, wrapping her arm around Fong Qingyu's shoulder, playfully touching his face. Little Fong, come dance with me. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Fong Qingyu replied. You'll get me dirty. Lu Qing intended to perform a folk dance, while Fong Qingyu executed difficult spins and jumps, making her appear like a clumsy penguin. Fong Qingyu remarked, Apologies, Sister Lu Qing, once I start dancing, I tend to lose myself. You won't be upset, will you? Lu Qing's face turned pale. The crowd understood. The best way to deal with a scheming woman is to employ a green tea strategy. Now, only 3 remained, Yun Chushua, Yun Xia, and Xia Heng. Yun Chushua changed into traditional attire, holding a prop sword, her smile shy.
ah,
The sword-wielding little sister is making her entrance. Someone shouldn't try to overshadow her. Chushua, you look stunning. Yun Chushua drew her sword and performed a few exaggerated twirls. After completing her sword dance, she feigned breathlessness, pretended to wipe sweat from her brow, and spoke with a slight pant. Thank you all. I'm still a novice and have much to learn. Sister Yun Xia, what do you think of my sword dance? Yun Xia replied, Is that all? Chapter 83. The Heavenly Path. Unexpectedly, Yun Xia was not skilled in sword dancing, yet an unexpected occurrence arose. Lu Qing was the first to spring forth. Chushua, you're something else. Sister Xia can't dance. What insight can she provide? Yun Chushue smiled bashfully. It's nothing. Besides, this is my first sword dance. I do like to hear some feedback from the outside world. Sister Yun Xia, just say a few words. Yun Xia, puzzled, responded. You truly wish for me to give feedback? Yun Chushue smiled amicably. Yes, rest assured. I'm not overly sensitive and one to be upset. Lu Qing added fuel to the fire. Sister Xia, why not evaluate everyone while you're at it? If the feedback is unfavorable, fans from all sides might retaliate. Neither neutrality nor favoritism would suffice, as fans would feel Yun Xia looked down on their respective idols. Lu Qing's sinister intentions were glaringly obvious. Yet, Yun Xia nodded thoughtfully. I am not a professional, but since you've asked, I shall provide some comments. Qing, your performance has room for improvement. Lu Qing, what? You're seriously critiquing me? Yun Xia not only offered critiques but spared no one. She told Fong Qingyu, you have room for regression. To Jiang Lulan she stated, very good, there's room for decline. To Gu Hanzhou, she remarked, not bad, somewhat robotic, but there's room for growth. And to Pei Jingyan she concluded, if you leave the entertainment industry, you could pursue a career in performing arts. There's potential for employment. Finally, casting a glance at Yun Chushue, she hesitated. Deep in thought, her brows furrowing, and sighed. Chushue-yu. Everyone turned to her, eager to hear what she had to say. Your performance, along with the abstract space. Yun Chushue's face paled. She had intended to make Yun Xia feel embarrassed, yet Yun Xia genuinely believed herself to be an emperor. Selecting a consort here? Lu Qing trembled with anger. If you look down on our performance, what space do you possess? Yun Xia, brimming with confidence, held her head high. Me? I have QQ space. Baha, who taught you to be so humorous? Xia Bao has QQ space, and I also possess QQ space. She holds me in her heart. The atmosphere became awkward. Yun Chushue's eyes turned red. Pei Jingyan gallantly came to her rescue, frowning in displeasure. Yun Xia, you may not appreciate Chushue's sword dance, but there is no need to insult her. Indeed, she herself lacks talent, yet dares to claim that Chushue's sword dance is abstract? Who does she think she is? Yun Chushue shook her head helplessly. Jingyan, it's all right. I mentioned that I am not an expert in this field. You all insisted on my casual commentary, and after much contemplation, I can only offer a few remarks. As I am, as stated, not an expert. Yun Xia raised an eyebrow. What, dissatisfied? Pei Jingyan. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Wasn't it you, Yun Chushue, who asked for the commentary? Yet you claim not to be sensitive. T-sister, you can speak freely, I won't be angry. Xia Bao, abstract. T-sister, breaking down, crying, eyes red, you insult me. Ha 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 ha. Yun Chushue bit her teeth firmly to avoid breaking down. She took a deep breath, putting on a sweet smile. All right, enough about me. Yun Xia, it's your turn to perform. No matter how eloquent Yun Xia tried to be, she would inevitably be overshadowed. After waiting a few seconds and seeing that Yun Xia remained silent, she feigned curiosity. Yun Xia, are you still pondering what to perform? Lu Qing burst into laughter. Oh, little Xia, are you performing behind Chushue? Perhaps you should reconsider. The contrast is too stark, and it would be embarrassing. Didn't Xia Bao shout so loudly just now? Speak up. Taunt Chushue? Who gave you the courage? How can Yun Xia, who knows nothing, dare to mock Chushue? They are like a duckling and a swan, one a rustic, utterly disgusting. Yun Xia curved her lips. Did Yun Chushue think she could use her as a stepping stone to promote herself as the top sword cultivator in the entertainment industry? Sorry, but she was the professional. Yun Xia had already walked to the center of the lawn, looking at Yun Chushue. May I borrow your sword? Lu Qing chuckled, believing herself candid. You want to dance with a sword too? No way, little Xia. You really lack self-awareness. Yun Chushue also laughed, awakening the Tao of Heaven in her heart. You're certain that Yun Xia cannot dance with a sword, right? Tao of Heaven. Indeed, the female protagonist, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yun Xia cannot. Pei Jingyan frowned, showcasing his charm. There's no need for such competitive spirit. If you cannot, I will. Ah. A cold gleam flashed. Yun Xia twirled gracefully in the air, her sword radiating murderous intent, the blade slicing past Pei Jingyan's neck. The sword energy was imposing, each strike lethal and precise, blending hardness with softness, fierce yet aesthetically pleasing. The crowd was stunned.
What?
Cannot dance with a sword? Lacking talent? Who understands? She clearly isn't dressed in ancient attire, nor is there any affected dry eye smoke, yet at this moment, I genuinely believe she is the rare genius junior sister of the sword sect in a millennium. Isn't this vastly superior to Yun Chushua? That delicate figure dancing with a sword? It's merely a prop sword, yet it seems to possess real power in her hands. She is truly a sword cultivator. 66, excited, flailed about in the air. Host Woo-woo, 66 supports you. Gu Hanzhou felt a warmth at his temples, as if some memory was about to emerge. He gazed intently at the sword in Yun Xia's hand, and an inexplicable displeasure grew in his heart. Such a sword was unworthy of Yun Xia. It should be. Gu Hanzhou abruptly pressed his temple. The sword's edge gleamed coldly, emitting a sharp sound. In the next moment, a folding fan met the sword's edge.
Wow.
Oh! When she exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Xia can also do it. The sword carried murderous intent, while the folding fan elegantly deflected it. Xia Heng held one hand behind his back. As Yun Xia's lethal move approached, he lightly tapped the ground, soaring back. Yun Xia pointed her sword at his throat, slightly bending forward, while Xia Heng used the folding fan to shield his face, his feet skimming the surface, like floating duckweed. They concluded with a perfect pose. The audience fell silent. Good. When she, suddenly awakened from a dream, leaped up and applauded frantically. So beautiful. Incredible. You two should definitely shoot a period drama. It would be a waste not to.
Wow.
This is the senior brother of the sect and the junior sister sword cultivator. A perfect match. You've made me want to swallow the key. Fang Qingyu slapped Wen Qi on the head. Following Fang Qingyu's gaze, he noticed Pei Jingyan's pale face, Yun Chushua's stiff smile, and Lu Qing's broken expression. Haha, getting a bit too excited. Wen Qi politely changed the topic, complimenting Fang Qingyu's slap. The force was just right. A daze without hurting the brain. The crowd. Even more bizarre. Yun Chushua's complexion turned extremely unpleasant, almost unable to contain her laughter. How could she not know that Yun Xia had learned sword dance? The outcome, clear as day. Yun Chushua was so furious that she had no intention of speaking, inwardly questioning the Tao of Heaven. Didn't you say Yun Xia could not? Are you really the Tao of Heaven? Tao of Heaven. What I just said was, barring unforeseen circumstances. It seems now there has been an unexpected turn of events. Female protagonist. This primarily stems from your ill luck. It has nothing to do with me, the Tao of Heaven. Yun Chushua's defenses shattered. Chapter 84. Asking Gu Hanzhou, are you even human? Once all performances concluded, the voting commenced. Unsurprisingly, Yun Xia's vote soared, closely followed by Xia Heng. Xia Bao is amazing. Senior brother is incredible. Come and show some people what a true sword cultivator junior sister looks like. Where are you? Speak up. Speak up. Speak up. The two are like a duckling and a swan. I won't say who is the duckling. The fans are all good-hearted people who hold grudges. Lu Qing, glancing at the comments, felt her eyes nearly burst. She had failed to embarrass Yun Xia and instead had sullied herself. Unwilling to accept defeat, she forced a save. Huh. Little Xia, I didn't know you could dance with a sword. You should have told me. Are we still friends? Yun Xia retorted with a series of questions. You didn't know that I could dance with a sword, and that's important? Why don't you care about me? Are we still friends? This sword dance must have taken many years to learn, and your best friend doesn't know? My bestie knows even when I go to the bathroom multiple times a day. How can Lu Qing not know Xia Jie can dance with a sword? Such a fake friend. Upstairs, the sisters really don't treat us as outsiders. Lu Qing's lips twitched, not expecting the backlash. She swiftly changed the topic. Little Xia, your fans are really interesting. One moment they call you Jia, the next they call you Mei, haha. Yun Xia nodded. Qing, you're quite amusing too. One moment you refer to yourself as brother, the next as sister, haha. Lu Qing. Lu Qing fell silent. What were you thinking, provoking her? Fans come in all ages. Lu Qing has both male and female fans? Yun Chushua pressed her lips tightly, internally despising Lu Qing for being a fool. Unable to even find a decent quarrel, Director Xiong seized the opportunity to announce the rankings. Our voting results are in. Yun Xia is first, Mr. Xia is second. Both may select a room first. Images of 9 rooms were immediately projected onto the big screen. Jiang Lulan exclaimed in surprise. So beautiful. Even the rooms are designed in ancient style. Yun Xia spotted 2 familiar rooms, her eyes narrowing slightly. Without hesitation, she chose the room she had once occupied, and Xia Heng nodded, indicating the adjacent bedroom. The manor's bedrooms were all opulent, and the remaining 7 individuals casually selected their accommodations. Director Xiong greeted the audience and announced the end of the day's work. In a corner, Gu Zong and Yun Xia peeked out, appearing rather furtive and full of mischief. "I have a question I wish to consult you about." Gu Hanzhou was in the midst of processing memories. "Please go ahead." Yun Xia nervously rubbed her hands. This inquiry is somewhat difficult to articulate. Just then, Pei Jingyan, passing by, overheard her words and his brow furrowed, igniting a whirlwind of thoughts. What did Yun Xia mean? Did she have feelings for Gu Hanzhou? How vexing, such a woman falls for every handsome face. Very well. He decided to expose Yun Xia's true intentions shortly. Gu Hanzhou nodded, seemingly unperturbed. "You may ask." Yun Xia, her eyes darting nervously, swallowed hard and voiced her confusion. "So, are you human?" Pei Jingyan? Gu Hanzhou. His silence was peculiar. He pondered for a full half-minute, furrowing his brow before hesitantly responding, "Should I be?" Pei Jingyan. These two were clearly indulging in their own little game. He realized that Yun Xia must be aware of his presence here, and it was all intentional. He had been played. Unbeknownst to Yun Xia, the scion of the capital's elite was indeed rattled. She too fell into silence, confirmed, he is not human. Yun Xia resided on the 2nd floor, directly across from her senior brother's room. Interestingly, this cave dwelling was a gift from her master. However, due to her perpetual financial struggles, maintaining the cave's spiritual energy required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Thus, she sincerely invited her senior brother to stay.
Haha.
Living off others is quite delightful, she chuckled. Yun Xia had a strong premonition that this manor was not merely a replica, but rather her cave dwelling from the realm of cultivation, inexplicably transported intact to this world. As for Gu Hanzhou's identity, she harbored a suspicion. But wait, her sword was delicate and exquisite, adorned with vibrant gemstones. How could it possibly be associated with Gu Hanzhou's stoic visage? No, she could not accept that her sword spirit was a man. Yun Xia silently lay down. Half a minute later, she sat up abruptly. No, she still could not accept it. "Host, are you suggesting that Gu Hanzhou might be your sword spirit?" Yun Xia. "Yes. That appears to be the case, more likely than not." Yun Xia. "Therefore, I have resolved to seek evidence." Yun Xia. "The night is deep. My time has come. Let us set off." The voice in her mind praised her. "Master, you are truly remarkable." Yun Xia stumbled slightly, nearly hitting the door. "Please, watch less television." The manor lay cloaked in darkness as Yun Xia stealthily advanced through her own home. This sensation was peculiar. Who could understand the thrill akin to sneaking out at night to retrieve takeout, fearful of being discovered, with a note pleading not to knock? The atmosphere was reminiscent of a spy thriller. Following the route etched in her memory, she navigated her way to the rear mountain, where the array's spiritual energy had dissipated, rendering it ineffective. Once a place only she and her senior brother could access, now it was open to anyone. Before facing the thunder tribulation, she had a foreboding sense that she would not survive it, thus she entrusted her life sword to her senior brother. He sealed the Yunlu sword within the rear mountain. As expected, a surprise awaited her. "Junior sister?" Xiaheng greeted her with an unwavering smile, flashlight in hand. "How long have you been here?" The bright light was a stark contrast to her brother's demeanor. "For quite some time," Yun Xia replied. Xiaheng raised an eyebrow. "Then why not come in?" Yun Xia replied with gravity. "I am awaiting a grand entrance." Xiaheng shook the flashlight, directing its beam toward Yun Xia. "How about now? Is it grand enough?" Yun Xia. Upon entering the cave dwelling, she gazed at the empty jade pedestal. Sorrow overtaking her. Where is my baby? What is the most vital aspect for a sword cultivator? The sword. She could endure hunger thrice a day. Yet she consistently provided spirit stones for the Yunlu sword's nourishment. Even its resting place was crafted from a millennium-old cold jade.
But now,
the jade pedestal was devoid of her precious sword. Xiaheng squinted. "I can sense half of the Yunlu sword's essence, that Gu Hanzhou." Xiaheng was also considered a master of the Yunlu sword. Initially, Xiaheng's life sword was named Zhou, while Yun Xia's was called Tingyun. During a secret realm trial, Tingyun shattered, leaving only its heart. Hence, Xiaheng gifted his life sword to her. Zhou Lu and Tingyun were subsequently fused within the sword furnace, merging into the new Yunlu sword, acknowledging Yun Xia as its master. While Xiaheng wielded a folding fan thereafter, suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. So you are indeed here. Chapter 85, Xiaheng. If you continue to be so abstract, do not blame me for striking you. His tone was deep and cold, as if seeking vengeance. Yun Xia. Oh no, she had been discovered. Xiaheng remained composed, leisurely lifting his gaze, countering. Do you have something to say? Yun Xia sensed her conscience was too high. Gu Hanzhou shifted his lips, seemingly laden with unuttered words. His brow was frosty, coupled with his eternally icy expression, making Yun Xia feel this was not the right moment for conversation. Shall we take a moment to cool down? Gu Hanzhou, I have always been unaware of my identity. Gu Hanzhou, but today I have begun to recall some things. He charged forward. Father, mother, it is I, Yun Xia. Yun Xia was in utter disarray. She could not accept a male sword spirit.
Who are you?
Clarify your identity. Xiaheng. Xiaheng slowly raised a hand towards Gu Hanzhou, smiling. Continue with this abstraction, and I shall not hesitate to strike. 10 minutes later, Yun Xia summarized Gu Hanzhou's words. You mean to say, you do not know how you arrived here, how long you have been living here, what transpired after the thunder tribulation, nor why you possess such wealth. In short, you are utterly oblivious and estranged from all? Gu Hanzhou nodded gravely. So it is. Yun Xia contemplated deeply before turning to Xiaheng, convinced. He is quite the fool. Gu Hanzhou. Xiaheng. Though the sword spirit lacked human form, its personality could still be faintly sensed. Xiaheng had always believed that even if the sword spirit took form, it would embody a warm, fluffy little creature. Yet before him stood Gu Hanzhou. He raised his hand again. I cannot accept this. However, the aura emanating from Gu Hanzhou upon regaining his memories confirmed that he was indeed the Yun Lu sword. The three sat within the cave dwelling. Yun Xia in deep thought, frowning with uncertainty, finally daring to inquire. What is your current function? Unable to take form, devoid of spiritual power, perpetually on the brink of amnesia, utterly clueless? Gu Hanzhou felt a wave of disdain wash over him, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle. His expression more expressionless than ever. Perhaps I could be your benefactor. I am quite wealthy. Xiaheng. Xiaheng resolutely closed his eyes. The child would not escape this. Yun Xia scoffed. What does belated wealth matter? Am I in need of money? I do not care. Gu Hanzhou desperately sought to defend himself. Before I lost my memory, I had intended to invest in your funeral home. Gu Hanzhou, perhaps it was some cosmic guidance. The urge to spend money on you was extraordinarily strong. Gu Hanzhou, yet you rejected me. Gu Hanzhou, though I do not understand why you would dismiss 200 million RMB. I respect your decision. Yun Xia. Yun Xia was momentarily taken aback. What, 200 million? Wait, Lao Biao did indeed mention a 200 million collaboration, insisting that the person to invest was a fool. I had always assumed it was 200 million ghost coins. It is precisely as you think, Gu Hanzhou declared proudly. A mere 200 million is but a trivial matter, as expected of you, my master, to regard wealth as mere refuse. Yun Xia inhaled deeply. Perhaps this was the plight of a sword cultivator burdened by poverty. She wearily wiped her face and earnestly advised, my dear, heed my words. In this world, one must not casually accept the title of master from others. Gu Hanzhou was startled by her affectionate address, his body trembling as he glanced at the mechanical orb, 66, beside Yun Xia. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. Yun Xia, Xiaheng, I miss you both, he murmured. 2 hours later, at 2:30 in the morning, 66, feeling drowsy, asked, Host, are you not going to sleep? Yun Xia, fatigued, replied, Being here fills me with spiritual energy. My body simply will not permit me to sleep. There's no spiritual energy here, 66 retorted. Oh no, what has happened to the host? Yet, 66 was merely a small mechanical orb, embodying sincerity as it declared. Then, I shall take my rest. None of you sleep. Yun Xia interjected. 3 hours later, at 3:30 in the morning, 66 exclaimed, Ha! This variety show is even more amusing than you, dear host. 5 hours later, at 5:30 in the morning, 66 lamented, Whoa, I can never watch horror films again. Meanwhile, the director's team was secretly at work, live streaming. Oh my, Xiong Chimo, do you see what time it is? I thought I was going to meet my great-grandmother when I was jolted awake by the notification. Sure, it's 5:30 in the morning. We will conduct surprise checks on the guests. Rest assured, we will ensure the privacy of the guests is maintained while filming. The live stream quickly adopted the title, Barefaced Surprise. Wow, this is thrilling. Those celebrities always appear glamorous. No one knows what they look like without makeup. Thus, they began their inspection on the third floor, where, apart from Yunxia and Xiaheng, the rest were residing. Fang Qingyu looked bewildered when Qi began to act erratically. Pei Jingyan shielded his unmade-up face. Zhang Lulan paused for 2 seconds before smiling and greeting Director Xiong, while Gu Hanzhou was the most peculiar. As he was cultivating in his room, on a physical level, Qingyu looks stunning without makeup. Wen Xiao's expression of disbelief is priceless. I must say, Pei Yingdi's makeup artist deserves endless praise. Jiang Jia is also beautiful. She usually wears light makeup, and there's barely a difference without it. What is Gu Zong doing? Has he not slept all night? Next, the director's team moved to Yun Chuxue and Lu Qing's room. Upon entering, the camera zoomed in on their faces. The entire live stream was graced with the sweet visage of Yun Chuxue, who seemed to sense an intrusion, fluttered her eyelashes in unease, nuzzled her pillow, and gently opened her eyes.
Wow.
What a stunning beauty. Chuxue has natural eyeliner. Her eyes are breathtaking. Our Chuxue looks indistinguishable without makeup. Director Xiong? Yun Chuxue's voice was soft, almost coquettish. The comments section went wild. Oh my, what a pure and lovely beauty. Her voice is so melodious. What time is it? Don't film my face. I said not to film. Suddenly, Lu Qing on the other bed shouted, covering her face. I know I'm not the prettiest, but I realize I was too naive. Lu Qing was infuriated. She hadn't put on makeup, and now her bare face was exposed to the live stream. Unable to contain her anger, Lu Qing accused, Chuxue, you woke up to do your makeup at 4, but didn't he call me? Yun Chuxue, who was embodying the beauty of a bare-faced girl rising, choked slightly, her expression stiffening. What a treacherous teammate. Chapter 86, Discovery of Heartfelt Confessions? New guests prepare for gossip. Tsk. Woke up to do makeup at 4? Don't tell me, that eyeliner on Yun Chuxue is definitely not bare-faced. What was she doing then? Pretending to sleep? What does Lu Qing mean? Is she jealous of Chuxue? Well, it's Chuxue's fault for not waking her roommate for makeup. I've never seen anything like this. The fans of Chuxue and Lu Qing are actually arguing. Yun Chuxue forced a smile, though it felt insincere, as she tried to salvage the situation. No, Qing, I just got up to drink water. Did I accidentally wake you?
I'm so sorry.
Lu Qing scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Yun Chuxue, maintaining her smile, thought, how ungrateful. Finally, Director Xiong arrived on the second floor, pushing open Yun Xiao's door, only to be met with a strange wailing. What is this? Who is howling?
Ah.
On the television, a ghostly woman in white suddenly reached out her hand.
Ah.
Xiong Chumo screamed. Director Xiong swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the heavy aura of resentment emanating from the person before him. It's just a surprise shoot, nothing more. Please continue. Please note the playlist. After watching horror films all night, is this what contemporary female celebrities have become? So, she hasn't slept all night. Yet her skin is still flawless. Blind viewers, you've discovered the essence. A whole night without washing her face. And there are no dark circles or pores in the close-up. This truly is a natural beauty. Director Xiong had also seen the playlist. Yun Laosher, you haven't slept all night. Yun Xia revealed a weary yet relieved smile. What can I say? I adore staying up late. It feels like a challenge against the King of Hell, and I love it. Director Xiong, though puzzled, respected her. Challenging the King of Hell and watching horror films? Are you a masochist? Yun Xia replied seriously, fighting poison with poison. All right, a splendid use of strategy. If we're talking abstraction, you are unmatched. Then you are Navi. The more abstract lies next door. Next door, old Ma held a camera, surveying the empty room, bewildered. Before long, Xiaheng entered from outside. Brows furrowed. Everyone assemble. Old Ma, what are you still doing here? I just conducted a surprise check on the studio. Recording has already begun. Why is everyone still asleep? Make sure your cameras are ready. The live stream is on, and the guests have arrived. Can we muster some energy? Unless you push yourself, you'll never realize your potential. When people are cornered, they can accomplish anything. Understood, boss.
Ah.
What does reverse the heavens mean? Surprise check on the guest. Surprise check on the director's team. It's hard to imagine this is the mindset of the wealthy. When it comes to abstraction, you are without equal. But in the realm of abstraction, there is always a higher peak. Who said that? In the next moment, Yun Xia burst from her room, passionately arguing. Mathematics cannot be forced. Even when cornered, it cannot be. When people are cornered, they can achieve anything. No, mathematics cannot be forced. Friendships may fade. Love may dwindle. Hardships may cause pain, and life may compel submission, but mathematics remains unwavering. If it cannot be done, it cannot be done. No matter how you teach it. Xia Heng remained silent, smiling, feeling a strong urge to slap someone. 10 minutes later, all the guests gathered in the hall. The transition from surprise inspection to assembly took only a few minutes, leaving them no time for grooming or makeup. The 9 of them appeared disheveled, exhausted, and swaying. Yunxia carefully observed Gu Hanzhou, noting his frosty demeanor, and instantly felt assured. Ah, he is silly again. Before officially commencing, she announced, I declare that our new relationship observer has arrived. Let us welcome her with applause. What followed was a profound silence. Is anyone still brave enough to be an observer? Xiong Chumo blinked rapidly. Everyone react. Yun Xia immediately responded. Is she a friend of Chuxue? It is well known that Yun Chuxue's friends are dual-role observers. So this will surely lead to a disaster. Oh, that is rather dull. Yun Chuxue protested. Are you implying she is a disaster waiting to happen? Is she a particularly troublesome person? Ahem. Director Xiong continued, trying to avoid an awkward silence. In this episode, we have invited a stable observer, on the verge of entering the sanctum of marriage. Throughout the interactions of the male and female participants, she will offer guidance from the perspective of a couple in love. Now, let us welcome our new love observer, Fong Ai Yao. Fong Qingyu was taken aback. As the lights and smoke shifted, a beautiful woman stepped through the door. Her face adorned with a happy smile, her eyes sparkling as she showcased the ring on her finger. Hello everyone, I am Fong Ai Yao. In love. I believe in giving my all. I am fortunate to have met him. I will love him for a lifetime. I have no desire for French cuisine, as I only wish to savor the dishes he prepares for me. The crowd murmured. Wait, this line sounds somewhat familiar. Fan Qingyu raised her hand, ready to interject. Could you repeat that, big brother? Fong Ai Yao was stunned and slightly flustered. Recently, she had been so engrossed in her romance that she had little time to concern herself with anything else, only knowing that her brother was on a variety show. Not realizing it was this dating show. Miss Fong, Zhang Lulan cautiously remarked to ease the awkward atmosphere. You and your boyfriend share a wonderful relationship. Fong Ai Yao blushed and raised her ring. He is not my boyfriend. He is my fiancé. Look, this is our engagement ring. There was a lingering sense of disbelief, as if she were caught in a romantic haze, prompting further scrutiny. Fong Qingyu was thunderstruck. What? Ai Yao is only 18 and she has a boyfriend, and is even engaged? Moreover, her brother is completely oblivious. She turned to 66, I think I recall. Her fiancé is a street punk with no job, living off her. The small mechanical orb flickered with red light, seemingly activated by an unknown force. But host, look at how large her ring is. Yun Xia interjected and I emphasize that ring is from a cheap marketplace for 249 with free shipping. The crowd reacted with surprise. Fong Qingyu gritted his teeth, opting not to interrupt Yun Xia, hoping to expose the true character of this future brother-in-law. Fong Ai Yao turned abruptly. Who is speaking? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Yun Xia sensed something was amiss, but 66 could not contain its curiosity. Isn't it usually 99? Why is hers 249? Because her boyfriend spent 15 to engrave a name on the inner circle of the ring. At that moment, the flashy blonde called a bunch of his buddies and took Fong Ai Yao to eat leftover chicken bones, bragging about how obedient and good she was. Before giving her this ring, claiming it cost 24,999. She believed him. Fong Qingyu pressed his fingers to his temples. What did you just say? What were you eating? What do you mean obedient? Is his sister merely a trophy to flaunt? Fong Ai Yao instinctively glanced at the inner circle of her ring. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. She dashed in front of Yun Xia, her face flushed with anger. You be quiet. Yun Xia replied, Huh? Wait. Why should I be quiet? What did I say? Suddenly, Yun Xia noticed the small mechanical orb glowing red. Chapter 87. She is going to use her thoughts to reverse the heavens. What is Fong Ai Yao doing? Wait, is Fong Ai Yao the sister of Xiaofang? Who spoke? No one is talking. Fong Ai Yao glared at Yun Xia. The earlier voice had come from her. The talk of 249 and flaunting was all slander. Even if she dined on chicken bones, it was true love. Fong Ai Yao's eyes blazed with indignation when suddenly. I said, What's the matter? Who are you telling to be quiet? Fong Qingyu, filled with fury, exclaimed, engaging in a romance behind my back and even getting engaged? Just wait until tonight. I will hold you accountable. Fong Ai Yao dared not retort, thinking perhaps she misheard. Could it be that her brother was so agitated he had altered his tone? The red light from 66 faded. Yun Xia pondered something was amiss, just moments ago. Fong Ai Yao had clearly directed her ire at her, while Fong Qingyu seemed to be concealing something.
Wow.
I can already envision how beautiful it will be. I wish for a transformation for my dear sister. Yun Shui and Pei Jingyan exchanged glances. Upon returning to the room, their attire had been delivered. Ordinary. Akin to that of a handmaiden in a fantasy drama. Yun Xia casually changed into the outfit. This is odd. The memories from her rebirth silently replayed in her mind, coupled with Fong Ai Yao's probing questions and Fong Qingyu's evasions, leaving her with an ominous feeling. Yun Xia stated solemnly, I suspect they can hear our conversations. However, each time she spoke with 66, it seemed to attract the vague attention of others.
I have decided to test this.
Yes, host, is there anything I can assist with? 66 inquired. After changing, she stepped outside, only to coincidentally bump into Pei Jingyan. What a coincidence. Yun Xia nodded. You will do. Locking eyes with Pei Jingyan, she mentally berated him. Hey, Pei Jingyan, you are such a fool. Pei Jingyan maintained his impassive demeanor, embodying the essence of a noble son from the capital. Yun Xia summoned the small mechanical orb that glowed red. 66, let me tell you, Pei Jingyan is a fool. Pei Jingyan was taken aback. Who is this person? Why are they calling me a fool so early in the morning? What have I done? Observing Pei Jingyan gradually turning crimson, Yun Xia directed 66 to control her red light. After a couple of seconds of effort, the glow disappeared. Yun Xia resumed the conversation, insincerely praising 66. Pei Jingyan is so handsome, I mean it, he really is. Yet, Pei Jingyan remained flustered, his eyes aflame with irritation. He struggled to contain himself, finally sputtering. All right, don't get cocky, we shall see. As she observed Pei Jingyan's retreating figure, Yun Xia contemplated, I've solved the mystery. Each time 66 emitted red light, others could hear her conversations with it. 66, you've leaked like a sieve. 66, on the verge of tears, displayed 2 wide tears on its electronic screen. Woo-woo. Host. Is there anything I can assist with? Yun Xia smiled enigmatically. No rush. Now that I know they can hear my thoughts. They remain unaware that I am aware of this. Boo. I am sorry, 66 is a little useless, so what now? Yun Xia revealed a wicked grin. There is no such thing as trash in this world, only resources misplaced. How can I not exploit this? 66. Control the red light properly. I shall reverse the heavens. Utilize my thoughts to exact justice upon them. Hee hee hee. 66 responded. Host, you seem to be acting like a villain. Yun Xia queried. But I am the antagonist in this narrative, am I not? 66 realized, and the small mechanical orb puffed up, its electronic screen displaying 2 red triangular eyes. Then 66 shall be the epitome of evil.
Charge.
Before long, all the guests had changed into their outfits. The expressions of the crowd grew subtly complex. Yun Zhang Lulan and Lu Qing donned ordinary handmaid's attire, while Yun Shui appeared resplendent, swathed in layers that indicated she was the leading lady. The orange soft gauze resembled the evening glow of the sky, complemented by a delicate purple shawl. Although her hairstyle was a wig, the effort in its styling was evident, cascading like clouds, adorned with a hairpin of matching color. Ah, Chu Shui is so beautiful. This is the leading lady from the upcoming Dramian Luo Xia Shi, the only little sister of the sect in the realm of immortals. How well matched. Please follow our official account for the Dramian Luo Xia Shi, where more stunning photos of the male and female leads await. Of course, there were those who found it absurd. Xiong Chuemo, are you alright? The other female participants are merely accessories to Yin Chu Shui? How ridiculous. The other 3 are clearly dressed as little maidens, and only Yun Chu Shui is the grand leading lady. What's up with that? Can I say this? Yun Chu Shui looks ugly in such vibrant colors. The rosy glow of Luo Xia against the delicate purple. Those lacking beauty should not easily attempt this. Yun Chu Shui is a classic example of what not to do. The sword dance was overshadowed, as was the beauty on display. It seems that the suggestion for the first little sister of the cultivation realm to change her performer is quite evident. Clearly, the television drama crew aims to capitalize on the current popularity of romantic variety shows to enhance their own visibility. Shortly thereafter, the camera panned to the male guest. Wen-chi desperately winked at Fong Qingyu, asking, "What? Are we both particularly unlikable?" Fong Qingyu shrugged. "It's all for profit. Nothing shameful about that." Gu Hanzhou, clad in a sleek black outfit, stood with his sword in hand, while Xie Heng maintained a serene demeanor in his moon-white robe, holding a fan. However, Pei Jingyan was markedly different, adorned in a manner that screamed his status as the male lead, elevated as a revered celestial being. The gentleman from the capital transformed into a detached immortal, gazing down upon the masses. Yun Xia remarked, "How unattractive." She continued, "Is he wearing a toilet on his head? It's enormous." And added, "That eyeshadow looks like a hand-rolled meatball. I'm starving." Pei Jingyan stumbled, his celestial image shattered. Damn it! Has Yun Xia no end? Despite her hidden talents, she was confident in her ability to handle him. It was apparent to everyone that the costumes worn by Chuxue and Pengdi were for their upcoming drama, When Clouds Fall and Hues Change. Upon completing the task assigned by the Director Xiong initiated the day's proceedings.
Today,
Our game is a romantic variety version of Who is the Undercover. I will now announce the rules. Who is the Undercover? This is intriguing. Chapter 88, Yun Xia. My character is heavily burdened by resentment. The rules are as follows. All guests will randomly draw an identity card, and their actions throughout the day must align with the character depicted on their card. Among the 9 cards, 7 represent the good faction with shared traits, while the remaining 2 belong to the undercover faction. The objective for the good faction is to collect all the gemstones in the manor, while the undercover's mission is to escape successfully and take away more than 2 gemstones. Both factions are unaware of their identities, and they must deduce the number of individuals in each faction through observation of behavior and conversation, ultimately determining their own affiliation. Note that during the probing process, direct inquiries about one's character or disclosing card information are strictly prohibited. The game will last until 8 p.m. tonight. Let the guests begin drawing their cards.
Wow.
This game is quite engaging and mentally stimulating. Although the guests are unaware of their factions, it is certain that the larger group is the good faction. If deductions are incorrect, it could lead to scenarios where the undercover assists the good faction and vice versa. Many celebrities have boasted about their high IQs, yet they've been completely outmatched in this game. Director Xiong wouldn't be deceitful, would he? At that moment, Fong Ayao began shuffling the cards vigorously, nearly turning them into a chaotic mess. Alright, it seems that should be sufficient now. The good faction, hell, the members must locate all the ghost stones to quell the flames of hell. The members are as follows: Fong Qingyu, Hungry Ghost; Wen-chi, Hanging Ghost; Jiang Lulan, Meng Pe Gu Hanzhou, Black Wuchang, Lu Qing, White Wuchang, Pei Jingyan, King of Hell; Yun Chuxue, Messenger of the Underworld; Little Fong and Young Master Wen. Are we really that despicable? Undercover faction, born from chaos, reveling in disruption. Your life's creed is to create obstacles and complications. The members are Yun Xia, Worker, Xie Heng, Ox and Horse. What is this? The good faction is so sophisticated, while the undercover faction consists solely of mere workers. I can accept Yun Xia as a worker, but you claim Xia as an ox and horse? The group that drew the cards could not help but furrow their brows in contemplation. Wen-chi, in a more vulgar tone, hey? How am I supposed to portray a hanging ghost? Am I supposed to maintain your persona? Yun Xia, filled with excitement, turned over her card, her expression instantly turning blank. Damn it, work is already annoying. Given that everyone was unaware of each other's roles, it was deemed unwise to reveal their own identity, so they collectively decided to sit down for breakfast first. When she exclaimed, "Wow, little Fong, you have quite the appetite today." The hungry ghost Fong Qingyu, with a calm demeanor, suggested, "Eat up. We haven't secured lunch yet." Jiang Lulan, the Meng Pe, silently poured soybean milk for everyone, adding, "I agree. We should eat and drink more." According to Director Xiong, today will be all about the undercover game, potentially lasting until 8 p.m. Pei Jingyan, the King of Hell, began issuing commands. "Let us arrange our groups. We must avoid a repeat of the last Hunter game, where some fools were completely played."
Hey.
Wen-chi, the Hanging Ghost, directly grabbed Director Xiong's belt, preparing to strangle Pei Jingyan. "Who are you calling a fool?" The amused Director Xiong observed. "Huh? Where are my pants?" Even the niche role of the Hanging Ghost can be brought to life by Wen-chi. Perhaps he should venture into the entertainment industry. "I believe it's best not to hastily form groups before confirming our identities." Yun Chuxue gently interjected, marking the first time she contradicted Pei Jingyan's decision. Pei Jingyan's pupils trembled. 5 minutes earlier, Yun Chushua pondered, "Are you certain that Xia Heng and Gu Hanzhou possess the fortune of heaven?" Yun Chushua, "But didn't you say Pei Jingyan is the male lead?" The voice of fate replied, "Are you foolish? You are the true heroine of this narrative. The male lead can be swapped. The fortune surrounding Pei Jingyan has been largely absorbed by you. It's time to target someone else." The voice of fate continued, "Under normal circumstances, I can provide you with their profiles to assist you to the fullest. Yun Chushua, I choose Xia Heng. Send me the information." Ding dong, the printer of fate began to whir, rapidly producing Xia Heng's data. Logically, the voice of fate monitors the functionality of the entire world, and should possess all records of Xia Heng's life since birth. However, what Yun Chushua received was, born in youth. Young adult. For years ago, he took over the Xia family. Yun Chushua, is that all? Are you mocking me? The voice of fate replied, "It appears we have encountered another anomaly." Yun Chushua steadied her emotions, "Then provide me with Gu Hanzhou's information." Half a minute later, the details of Gu Hanzhou arrived. Birth information, none. Growth information, none. Educational background, none. Life trajectory, none. Participated in Love Shura Field 1 week ago. Yun Chushua smiled. "What do you mean by this?" The voice of fate retorted, "Dear heroine, your fortune is currently insufficient, leading to frequent anomalies." The voice of fate adamantly refused to take the blame. "Moreover, I suspect that Gu Hanzhou is not human."
Not human?
Could he be a machine? Yun Chushua laughed in disbelief. "I think you're the one who is mechanical. Utterly useless." Useless? What a joke. The voice of fate enigmatically stated, "I can reveal that Yun Xia is one of the undercovers. Should the undercover discover their identity early and conceal the gemstones, it would render our investigation futile. It would be wiser for everyone to remain together, gradually probing and deducing." Yun Chushua smiled demurely, showcasing her cleverness. "The rules prohibit us from directly stating our identities, but we should be able to describe them indirectly. How about we each provide a description? Then vote for the two most different individuals to enter a pending status? This way, we can ensure the gemstones do not fall into the hands of the undercovers." Chushua is quite clever. Yun Chushua glanced around, sweetly smiling. "Shall we start with Sister Yun Xia, if that's all right?" "Oh no, this is troubling. Sister Xia has nothing to do with the underworld at all. She is the first to speak without any reference point. What should we do? Brother, help me out." A glimmer of obscurity flashed in Yun Chushua's eyes. If she could expose Yun Xia now and highlight her awkwardness against her own brilliance, she was certain that Gu Hanzhou and Xia Heng would see her in a new light. Yun Xia pointed at herself. "Me?" Yun Chushua chuckled lightly indeed. "Is there anything inconvenient for Sister Yun Xia?" "Not at all." Yun Xia replied candidly. "I carry a heavy burden of resentment. The grievances of a worker can weigh heavier than those of a ghost. A single worker can sustain 10 wicked sword immortals. Going to work feels akin to visiting a grave. Even vengeful spirits would struggle to endure. How much can one consume? This resentment is quite filling." When Qi, the starving ghost, and Fong Qingyu chimed in, "Isn't it coincidental? My resentment is also quite substantial." "No problem. Yunxia is definitely in league with me." Chapter 89. You all have lost your minds. Analyses all correct but outcomes all wrong. Heavy resentment? Yun Chushua's smile faltered. Before she could respond, when Qi excitedly exclaimed, "Me too. Me too. I'm on Yunxia's team. He is bound to win." Seeing this, Fong Qingyu no longer concealed his feelings. "My character also bears a heavy weight of resentment." Yun Chushua interjected, "Wait a moment. Yunxia is an undercover. And there can only be two. What about Fong Qingyu and Wen Qi?" She feigned hesitation and gently suggested, "Should we reconsider?" "Then it appears that the first common trait of the good faction is indeed heavy resentment. Working day and night, laboring like Meng Pe. How could the resentment not be profound?" Gu Hanzhou contemplated the three characters of Black Wuchang for a long time. Although he was uncertain about the weight of their resentment, one could assume that as denizens of the underworld, they must have been tainted by it. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Lu Qing shared a similar line of thought, fearing that hesitating too long might lead others to suspect her as an undercover agent, and quickly stated, "I feel the same." Pei Jingyan grumbled, "Close enough." Then, everyone turned their gaze toward Xia Heng. "My character," Xia Heng responded with calm composure, "is a fusion of a heavily resentful person and an animal." Yun Chushua could no longer maintain her smile, her expression stiffening. "Yes, I share the same sentiment as everyone here. Could it be that the incompetent heavenly Tao has encountered yet another mishap?" What a heavy weight of resentment. Indeed, we workers are like this. Even vengeful spirits would take a detour. Is there any worker who isn't driven mad? No worries, maintaining mental stability for a day is quite an achievement. Looking forward to the expressions of these individuals tonight at 8, haha. The first round concluded, and everyone set out to search for gems. However, the 9 of them, in a chaotic mass, spent 20 minutes with little success, ultimately deciding to form groups. The self-assured leader began directing again. Let us split into teams of 3. Each person must keenly observe their teammates to prevent the undercover from seizing any gems.
Chushua, we.
Sister Yunxia, I do like to be in your group, Yun Chushua interrupted with a smile. Pei Jingyan's expression stiffened, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. This was the second time Chushua had rejected him. Feigning ignorance, Yun Chushua approached Yunxia and Xia Heng, apologetically saying, "We had some misunderstandings earlier. I hope to clarify things with you. Could you grant me this opportunity?" Since Mr. Xia had tacitly agreed to team with Yunxia, she pretended to cling to Yunxia, approaching Mr. Xia under the guise of friendship. As long as she invested effort, Mr. Xia would eventually be hers.
Yunxia smiled warmly, ah.
Xia Heng raised an eyebrow. Soon, the groups were finalized. First group, Yunxia, Xia Heng, Yun Chushua. Oh, what a strange mix of characters. Second group, Zhang Lulan, Fang Qingyu, Wen Qi. A beautiful love triangle involving Meng Pe, the starving ghost, and the hanged ghost. You are truly too morbid. Third group, Gu Hanzhou, Pei Jingyan, Lu Qing. Suddenly teamed up with 2 handsome men, one a stoic CEO and the other an acclaimed actor. Lu Qing's dark complexion flushed with warmth, and she feigned camaraderie, attempting to drape her arm over their shoulders. Ah, we are all good buddies. Run away. Is there anyone? Is anyone there? Help. CEO Gu has been sullied. She truly has had her fill. Wait, is no one speaking up for Pei Jingyan? He has been sullied too. Pei Jingyan? Lu Qing isn't starving. Just then, the 3 of them found themselves in the same group, while the other 2 groups set off first. The trio was separated, and the live streams divided into 3. Each person faced a staff member who inquired at that moment, "Did you believe Yunxiao was your teammate?" Here it comes, the fun begins. Wen Qi arrogantly lifted his chin, exuding disdain. Do you even understand what it means to be a hanged ghost? I am a hanged ghost. How could my resentment not be heavy? Fang Qingyu chimed in. Indeed, I confirmed at first glance that Yunxia was my teammate. The most explosive response came from Zhang Lulan. I believed that heavy resentment might not be the focal point, she said thoughtfully. How so? Zhang Lulan pondered. I feel that Teacher Yun's statement about heavy resentment expresses her dissatisfaction with the current work system, her anger at the exploitation of the working class, and the disillusionment and sorrow regarding the disparity between the rich and the poor in the real world, echoing the proletariat's cry against capitalism. What? How did you glean so much from the phrase heavy resentment from Yunxia? Wasn't it little Fang, who just finished the college entrance examination, not you? Don't say that, you're actually right. Sister Jiang has deduced correctly. Yunxia's character is indeed a worker. Almost at a loss for words. Then what do you believe Teacher Yun's character is? Zhang Lulan contemplated for a moment, then resolutely stated. I believe she is certainly a righteous person aiming to overthrow the oppressive regime of the underworld. Almost stumbling in disbelief. Firstly, Yunxia is not that grand. Secondly, if you've already guessed the proletariat, why add the underworld? You truly want Yunxia on your team? Regaining composure, Zhang Lulan asked, do you have any thoughts about the roles of others? Indeed, I do. Zhang Lulan replied earnestly, I believe I have already guessed Mr. Xia's character. Excitement surged. Was the first undercover about to be exposed? Zhang Lulan meticulously analyzed, carefully confirming, boldly hypothesizing. Firstly, Mr. Xia stated that his character is both human and animal. A fusion of the two, coupled with the premise of heavy resentment, I boldly speculate that the animal he refers to is either a cow or a horse.
Ah.
So smart. Sister Jiang, you are amazing. Overjoyed, she internally celebrated. Director Xiong, I have made it. My guest has figured it out. So you believe Mr. Xia is unable to hold back his winks. Zhang Lulan, with a steely gaze and resolute demeanor, firmly declared 4 words, ox-headed horse-faced. Crash. Both person and chair toppled over. How did you manage to get the process right but the answer's wrong? Zhang Lulan, you have lost your mind too. Meanwhile, the trio of Yunxia reached the garden, and a voice came through Yunxia's earpiece. Please, guest Yunxia, make a move that aligns with your character within 5 minutes. Yunxia surveyed the desolate expanse. There are no workers here for me to guide. Chapter 90. Xia Heng's personal task. Hold hands with Yunxia for 10 minutes. After the grouping, the live stream naturally split as well. Currently, the most popular live stream room was that of Yunxia's group. Yet the previously peaceful comments were disrupted. Yunxia and Xia Heng walked side by side when Yun Chuxue suddenly jogged up, feigning nonchalance as she inserted herself between them, affectionately linking her arm with Yunxia. Sister Yunxia, where do you think the gems might be hidden? Thus, the arrangement transformed, with Yun Chuxue standing in the center, Xia Heng on her left, and Yunxia on her right. Yun Chuxue's eyes twinkled. Today she wore a splendid outfit. While Mr. Xia's soft robe in moonlight blue was exquisite, his jade crown standing tall, his stature upright, exuding the image of a gentle master from just the back view. However, Yunxia wore merely the plainest maid's attire. Not to be rude, but these three truly resemble a couple out for a stroll, with the female lead bringing along a little maid. Yun Chuxue and Mr. Xia are such a perfect match. Who wouldn't say they are a pair of talented individuals? Why isn't Sister Cha pursuing Paging Yan anymore? Wasn't it said that Sister Cha and the pretentious guy were true love? Yun Xia seems quite unnecessary, but she is only worthy of being a maid. I find her attire distasteful. Take another look, who's unnecessary? Yun Chushua's scheme succeeded, feeling satisfied within. The trending topic should be soaring by now. First stirring up excitement, then subtly crafting an image of unrequited love for Mr. Xia. In the past, Paging Yan was quick to secure his desires. She believed Mr. Xia would soon yield. Yun Chuxue revealed a bashful smile. Mr. Xia, where shall we search first? Suddenly, Yun Xia felt a slight itch in her lower back. She immediately tilted her head back, glancing past Yun Chuxue, signaling with her eyes. What is going on? Xia Heng pointed to his earpiece. There's a task. I need your assistance. Yun Xia inquired promptly. What task? Xia Heng's lips curled into a gentle smile, then turned serious. We need to hold hands for 10 minutes without raising suspicion from our fellow team members. Yun Xia, is this task for real? Indeed. Some are superfluous. But I want to disclose who. How could Mr. Xia act like this? It's utterly disrespectful to Chuxue. Yes. Sister Cha insisted on inserting herself among the disciples and claimed, Mr. Xia is so disrespectful. At that moment, Yun Xia's earpiece crackled with Director Xiong's voice. Hey Yun. Personal role task released. Please perform an action that aligns with your character within 5 minutes. Yun Xia. The working emperor finds himself in a situation devoid of work. Pray tell, where can I find any labor here? The barrage of comments from Yun Chushue's fans erupted in laughter. Haha, you didn't give Chuxue a face in the first round. Didn't you regret it? Yun Xia, let me offer you a suggestion. Willingly be Chushue's maid, wouldn't that align with a laborer's role? I'm dying of laughter. The two have such different auras. Chuxue clearly embodies the leading lady. Wouldn't it be a loss for Yun Xia to serve her? Complete the task and you can leave. Mr. Xia and Chuxue deserve a beautiful moment without any eyesores. But the next moment, the laughter ceased. Director Xiong simultaneously announced Xia Heng's task. In a life of ceaseless toil, you're busy, yet someone is hindering your work. Shake off a teammate to complete your character portrayal. Ha 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 ha. I'm bursting with laughter. Xiong Chimo, you truly know how to slap faces. Let us guess who Mr. Xia will choose to shake off. Complete the task and you can leave, Mr. Xia and Xiaobao are beautiful together and don't need any distractions. Wait. Didn't you notice Mr. Xia's lip movements just now? Mr. Xia clearly mouthed, hold hands for 10 minutes. Since Mr. Xia's task is to shake off a teammate, where does the 10 minutes of hand-holding come from? If this isn't a contradiction, I do suspect you're not human. What is wrong with you? I saw Xiaomei extend her hand multiple times, trying to help Mr. Xia complete the task. She really? I'm crying.
Ah.
Yun Xia felt numb, her gaze shifting as she pondered how to fulfill the task when suddenly, inspiration struck. She asked the staff for a piece of candy, and after eating it, walked to the trash can to toss it.
Oh.
It didn't go in? What is she doing? Xia Heng stepped forward, bent down to pick up the candy wrapper, brushing against Yun Xia's hand, silently mouthing, hold hands. Yun Xia gestured back, then pointed to herself. Aligns with character. Xia Heng raised an eyebrow. What should we do? Yun Xia immediately indicated he should look at the trash can. It bore a bold inscription. Throw it in. It's easier than submitting a resume. If you can't throw it in, I'll lose respect for you. Below were 2 smaller lines. If it goes in, You're bound for life. You are the company S, crossed out, pillar. Work yourself to death. Referring to waste recycling. Siahung. The comments. Those in the know understand this refers to garbage. Those unaware might think it's about me, haha. Who S feeling defensive? Who S feeling defensive? Don't spread baseless rumors. I'm not defensive. I'm just laughing, buddy. I could never be defensive. Who told you I'm defensive? Smiles. Takes off sunglasses. Not joking. Eyes tearing up. Woe is me. I can't submit a resume. And I can't even throw it in the trash. Woe is me. Woe is me. My resume is more enduring than life. My heart is colder than ice. My labor is undervalued. I am the emperor of labor. Yunxia tossed again, but it still didn't go in, tears streaming down her face as she fumed. What does this mean? Is this trash discriminating against me? If I can't submit a resume, can I even throw it in here? Finally, in a fit of anger, she slammed her hand down.
Snap.
The candy wrapper was tossed into the trash can. Yunxia mournfully declared, Now, I'm bound for life. Don't say, upon reflection, it really fits. When submitting a resume, the boss looks down on you. When asking for leave, the boss claims you're the company S pillar, making you work to death. TSK. In the broadcasting room. Director Xiong, this doesn't count as completing the task. It doesn't count. Her actions lack coherence. It's illogical. Not counted. The staff, including the editor and lighting technician, chuckled ominously. Xiong Chimo, what do you mean? Don't underestimate the struggles of laborers. Ask any laborer if it's hard to submit a resume. If the boss looks down on you, calls you trash, denies you a break, works you to death for a pittance, go ahead, ask. Woe is me, who created this trash can. Even the trash can is squeezing me dry. Woe is me. Yitrash, haha yitrash, haha yitrash. Oh ho, can we say the trash can is his purchase? Isn't that a coincidence?
Ha.
He never anticipated Yunxia could leverage this. Director Xiong wipes his face, struggling to extricate himself. All right, it counts. On set. Upon inspection, it turned out her sleeve and Siahung's sleeve were tangled together. The man's wide sleeve concealed their hands, and in the next moment, a warm palm enveloped hers, a gentle itch and warmth spreading through her entire being. Yunxia's heart fluttered. Oh dear, the rope is tied in a knot. Siahung read aloud. Yunxia. The staff rushed forward, realizing the two were entangled in each other's sleeves, and it became a challenge. The ancient attire was already complex, and Yunxia had something tied around her wrist, making it tighter as they pulled. It was quite difficult to untangle. Perhaps we should wait. I'll fetch the stylist. Siahung nodded in agreement. The wide sleeves fell, obscuring the view of onlookers, yet not from a cleverly positioned camera. Thus, the entire live stream bore witness to them, cautiously holding hands in public. Chapter 91. I absolutely won't tell anyone that I held hands. The comments fell silent for a second before erupting. Transforms into a screeching chicken, howls to the heavens. They held hands. Mr. Xia, did you enjoy the little juice? Yunxia looked at him in shock. Siahung subtly mouthed, 10 minutes. Yunxia, no problem. Assisting my senior brother in fulfilling the task is my duty. Siahung's hand was dry and warm, yet his fingertips were restless, gently caressing. The surrounding air stilled, and Yunxia felt her heart racing. Thump, thump. It wasn't their first time holding hands. For many years, they had journeyed together hand in hand. Yet why did it feel different this time? It was as if a feather grazed her heart, causing a slight itch and tremor. But before she could fathom the source of this oddity, the 66 system urgently alerted. Alarm. Alarm. Detected host's heart rate is elevated. Please check for potential heart issues. Instantly, the atmosphere dissipated. Yunxia wiped her face. Don't mind me. I'm just a flustered deer right now. In a state of frantic anxiety. 66 exclaimed. The average human heart beats between 60 to 100 times per minute, maintaining a steady rhythm without vigorous exertion. Yet, dear host, your heart is racing erratically. Oh dear, allow me to summon help. Yunxia mused. What kind of artificial intelligence is this? Siahung chuckled softly, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent communication. Oh, must you both not steal a kiss for my sake? The stylist has arrived. Yunxia's hand instinctively twitched, but the large hand clasping hers tightened even further. The stylist exclaimed, what? With a gentle smile, Siahung placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and asked the stylist, can you keep this a secret? Absolutely. The stylist shouted excitedly. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret. They will have no idea. I will never reveal that Mr. Xie held our Xiaobao's hand.
Hehehe.
As the staff and the director's team looked on, Yun Chuxue raised an eyebrow. Yun Xia felt a peculiar detachment. It's nothing, just a small mishap. Let's keep it under wraps, shall we?
Yes.
We must keep it secret. No one can know about our clandestine handholding. Yun Chuxue's eyes widened with a mix of subtle displeasure and jealousy. In the past, when she was present, other men had eyes only for her. Yet Xie Heng dared to hold hands with Yun Xia under her very nose. Suddenly, the system chimed, detecting that holding hands for 10 minutes is a task for one of them. Yun Chuxue sighed in relief. How did you know? That's not your concern. It will not be a mistake. Meanwhile, as the stylist slowed down, the rope binding their hands was undone after 10 minutes. Reluctantly, the stylist promised, I want to say a word. I'll keep this tightly sealed. Xie Heng nodded in gratitude. Thank you. But sometimes it's okay if it's not so tightly sealed. The stylist left with a squeal of excitement. As the two released their hands, the momentary interlude seemed to dissolve, leaving everything seemingly normal. Yun Chuxue approached with a feigned surprise, asking, Did Mr. Xie and Sister Yun Xia just hold hands? Why the secrecy? The comments in the live stream paused for a moment. What does Yun Chuxue mean? Her question feels oddly pointed. Something seems off. Yun Xia, puzzled, replied, I wasn't hiding it from you. You're simply too heavy to carry. Yun Chuxue choked momentarily, haha. Xia Bao, you have a sense of humor. Isn't that a form of secrecy? Having navigated the entertainment industry adeptly for years, Yun Chuxue wore a perfectly timed smile, showcasing her clever and sweet persona. Is holding hands part of your task? But our good personas must align with our roles, and holding hands isn't part of the character, unless you two are undercover. The comments exploded with excitement. Chuxue is too clever. She immediately deduced their undercover mission. Anyone who claims Chuxue is jealous of Yun Xia should open their eyes. She's just enjoying the game. Yun Chuxue blinked innocently, feigning a quirky demeanor. So, Mr. Xie, is this your task? Having surmised that holding hands was indeed an undercover mission, she realized that if Xie Heng confirmed it, she could engage with him. If he denied it, she would pivot the conversation to accuse Yun Xia. Either way, she would not lose. Indeed, Xie Heng replied calmly, It is not. Yun Xia's eyes widened in disbelief.
What? You mean to say?
Laughter erupted in the comments. Yun Xia's expression is priceless. To think she held hands for 10 minutes only to learn it wasn't her senior's task. Yun Chuxue, oblivious to the undercurrents, playfully addressed Xie Heng, Mr. Xie. It's fine. If you don't admit it, I'll verify with Director Xiong. Before their departure, Director Xiong had informed each good guest that they had 2 chances to verify, but could only do so subtly, without directly asking if someone was an undercover agent. Thus, Yun Xia and Xie Heng exchanged glances. Thank you, good-hearted Yun Chuxue, for the hint. It appears we are the undercover agents. Yun Chuxue smiled confidently. Director Xiong, holding hands is Mr. Xie's task, am I correct? Just then, Director Xiong's voice shattered the illusion. No. Her confident smile faltered.
Not?
Could it be she's mistaken? It must be Yun Xia. Feigning surprise, she turned to Yun Xia. Sister Yun Xia, is this your task? Are you the undercover agent?
No.
Yun Xia, bewildered and lost in thoughts of her senior's intentions, remained in a daze. I asked you to think outside the box, not to lose your mind. How could this be? Yun Chuxue was determined to uncover the undercover agent. Sister Yun Xia, it's all right. If you wish to hold Mr. Xie's hand, no one will judge. Having reached this point, she was resolute in discovering an undercover agent, and she aimed to take a jab at Yun Xia. I must verify if holding hands is Yun Xia's task. Director Xiong, you're being biased. Our tasks are all about maintaining our personas, yet it seems it's the male guest who must hold hands with Sister Yun Xia? Director Xiong replied, You truly are unafraid of being proven wrong. With a bemused smile, Yun Chuxue encouraged, Director Xiong, just say it, I trust Sister Yun Xia one mind. Indeed, it's not. Director Xiong bluntly stated. Before he could finish, Yun Chuxue's expression froze. What? Realizing she had been too eager, she softened her smile. What did you say? He said holding hands is not our task, Xie Heng interjected casually. Is it possible that I simply wanted to hold hands? He mused, if Miss Yun wishes, she can seek out actor pay. Is it possible I merely desire to hold hands? Let us elaborate on the simplicity. Let us elaborate on holding hands. Mr. Xie came up with such a clever ruse. Why does it seem like Yun Chushue is envious? What does his task have to do with her? Even if holding hands were a task, who couldn't see Mr. Xie has feelings for Yun Xia? The dating show isn't over yet. Isn't it fair for Chushue to compete as well? She feels it's unfair that only Yun Xia has the task of holding hands. You said it was your opinion. So kindly keep your mouth shut, lest I be tempted to silence you. Yun Chushue's expression darkened. Is that so? Well, Miss Yun, do you have anything else to add? Xie Heng asked calmly. Yun Chushue bit her lip lightly, having lost face earlier. It wasn't wise to draw attention to herself now. After all, she was on the same team as Xie Heng, and today was filled with opportunities for her. With that thought, she shook her head. I have nothing. All right, since there is nothing else. Xie Heng did not release Yun Xia's hand, suddenly squeezing her finger gently. Then nodded, then I take my leave. In the next moment, they turned and fled. Yun Chushue, left in a cloud of dust, exclaimed, what an astonishingly synchronized escape. Yun Chushue gazed in disbelief at the direction the two had departed, exerting considerable effort to maintain her composure, yet unable to suppress a sorrowful expression. Tears welling in her eyes, her body swaying unsteadily. Did Mr. Xie and the others not wish to team up with me? Surely not. Her elder brother wore an innocent expression. Perhaps they merely wished to retreat and indulge in a romance. Haha, don't overthink it. Yun Chushue felt a sharp pang in her heart. However, their mutual affection was quite evident. Surely, no one would be so lacking in emotional intelligence as to intrude, right?
Haha.
She had grown weary of cursing the inept heavenly path. Truly a useless entity. The hand-holding maneuver of Xie Heng spread throughout the manor within 2 minutes. Pei Jingyan's face contorted with rage. What? Xie Heng deceived Yun Xia into holding hands? Fang Qingyu exclaimed in shock. What? Mr. Xie tricked Yun Xia into kissing? Jiang Lulan lamented. What? Mr. Xie seduced teacher Yun into marrying him? When she was utterly aghast. What? Mr. Xie and Yun Xia already have a child? Gu Hanzhou. On the speed of rumor propagation. On how rumors are formed.
All right.
This rumor feels delightful. If you don't deny it, I shall take it as truth. Xie Heng, hand in hand with Yun Xia, sprinted away. Behind them, a frenzy of pursuit ensued, until exhaustion set in, leaving their bodies and minds weary. Were you not the ones wishing to elope? Upon reaching a secluded spot, Xie Heng raised an eyebrow. Are you an undercover agent? Yun Xia nonchalantly admitted. You are too? Xie Heng curled his lips into a smile, deciding to invest further in Xiong Chimo, concluding that the undercover agents were indeed the two of them. Pausing for effect, he feigned indifference and lightly inquired, Junior sister, shall you lead me to victory? His voice was soft, imbued with a gentle murmur. Though the words were ordinary, they inexplicably quickened one's heartbeat. The director in the observation room silently cheered. Yes, this is the romantic reality show I desire. Maintain this momentum. Yet, glancing at Yun Xia, he sensed she might instigate trouble, and his heart sank again. Must I lead? One never truly realizes their own potential without a little pressure. Mathematics excluded. Let us strive. The flirtatious atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Xie Heng. The director. Haha. My anxious heart has finally been released. Ahem. Suddenly, both their earpieces buzzed with a voice. Undercover agents. Congratulations on successfully identifying each other. You may now disclose your identities to one another. Xie Heng. Xie Heng suddenly felt displeased. Xie the capitalist vampire, expressionless, having drained Xiong Chimo, I am but a beast of burden. Can you believe such words could be uttered? Capitalist, what are you? I am a beast of burden. Yun Xia. Uncertain where those 4 words struck her funny bone, she chuckled heartily for a moment before feigning seriousness. The working emperor is still an emperor. Now then, shall we analyze? Why are you still holding my hand? Yun Xia suddenly noticed they were still clasping hands, recalling something. Wait, was your task merely to hold hands? You deceived me? The atmosphere grew peculiar, once more. Xie Heng raised an eyebrow. Can I deceive you? Yun Xia looked perplexed. If you wish to hold hands, why not just say so? Must you resort to deception? Xie Heng. Xie Heng tightened his grip on her hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. With a mix of resignation and sighing, he murmured, I truly am a fool. Having assumed the romantic atmosphere was lost, the director. What the heck? What kind of fishing technique is this? Is this not going to ensnare Mr. Xie? If you wish to hold hands, just say it. If you wish to hold hands, just say it. What are you doing? At that moment, a deafening roar echoed nearby. Pei Jingyan, with bloodshot eyes, glared frantically at the tightly clasped hands of the two, pointing at Xia Heng and yelled at Yun Xia. Do you know his identity before you hold his hand? He is an undercover agent. The surroundings fell silent. Yun Xia.
Ah.
What else would it be? Care to guess who the other undercover agent is? Pei Jingyan sneered. I have found the clue indicating Mr. Xia is the undercover agent. Yun Xia, come here. Yun Xia blinked, exchanging a glance with Xia Heng. Yun Xia signaled with her eyes. Senior brother, I wish to win. Yun Xia. Limited edition of the champion. The word lose does not exist in my world.
Xia Heng. Good.
Pei Jingyan, engrossed in his own monologue, lifted his gaze only to catch sight of their affectionate exchange, instantly losing his composure. He is an undercover agent, not a bro. Expletive. Chapter 93. Utilizing inner thoughts to dominate. Just as Pei Jingyan was on the brink of madness, Yun Xia asked, Where's the evidence? Show me. Pei Jingyan produced a wooden box. He watched as Yun Xia walked away from Xia Heng towards him. A sense of subtle satisfaction blooming within him. Random notes appear in the gem box, providing identity hints. The note read, The undercover agent's name contains Jade. Among the 9 of them, only Xia Heng's name contains Heng, which signifies Jade. Oh dear, this is indeed irrefutable evidence. However, Yun Xia remained unfazed. She instructed 66 to activate the red light. Immediately, Pei Jingyan heard an inner voice. Pei Jingyan was willing to share the note. He must be a clever and capable leader. Pei Jingyan immediately donned a proud yet self-absorbed smile. She praises me. She harbors feelings for me. Junior sister, I am not. At that moment, Xia Heng stepped forward, his gaze warm and gentle, radiating an aura of clarity as he smiled with a hint of helplessness. Junior sister, do you trust me or him? Yun Xia, what my senior brother says holds some truth. Yun Xia, indeed, Pei Jingyan has evidence, making him more credible. Xia Heng softly countered. Evidence can be fabricated, can it not? Pei Jingyan, seething with rage, retorted. Do I have any need to fabricate evidence against you? Xia Heng, his expression one of disappointment, cast his gaze downward. Junior sister, let us depart. It appears that Pei Yingdi truly harbors a strong dislike for me. Yun Xia, senior brother has never been this wronged. Pei Jingyan must have unjustly accused him. Pei Jingyan. Pei Jingyan saw Xia Heng smile at him. And in an instant, he was driven nearly to madness by this green tea. Yun Xia, I've warned you, yet you remain oblivious. He is the undercover agent. You are being played for a fool. Yun Xia, now agitated. I am not being played for a fool. Spinning around is simply my personal hobby. Who, ultimately, is the undercover agent? My silly mind cannot truly be my senior brother, but what if Pei Jingyan is framing him, and Pei Jingyan is the undercover agent instead? 66 reminded. Host, the performance aspect is too pronounced. Would you like 66 to help you settle in Hengdian? Pei Jingyan, hearing Yun Xia's words, felt a lump in his throat, yet upon hearing her inner thoughts, he swelled with pride. She must have been deceived by Xia Heng. He must expose Xia Heng. Yun Xia, I know you are a good person. If you do not trust me, I can give you all my gems. Yun Xia feigned astonishment. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Are you not afraid I am the undercover agent? Pei Jingyan thought to himself. I can hear your inner voice. How could I be deceived by you? Yun Xia could not possibly be the undercover agent. She is merely a pitiful victim deceived by the undercover agent. Pei Jingyan, with an air of arrogance, of course you are not. I have already found 2, and shall give them to you. Yun Xia, feeling touched, I believe you now. Rest assured. I will not allow my senior brother to take the gems moving forward. Pei Jingyan's vanity received immense satisfaction. Just wait. I will seek further evidence. Yun Xia exchanged a glance with Xia Heng, giving a thumbs up behind Pei Jingyan's back. I utterly cannot comprehend this game. How did the dense fellow conclude that Yun Xia is not the undercover agent? Yet, the marvels continued. Yun Xia analyzed. Since we are the undercover agents, why was there no suspicion during the first round of verification? This indicates a significant level of resentment, which aligns with their characterizations. Besides the working class, there is another entity with considerable resentment, and that is Xia Heng raised an eyebrow. Ghosts? Using the term biological to describe ghosts is quite a stretch. Yun Xia, it must be this. Yun Xia, perplexed version wait, what ghosts carry more resentment than the working class? Yun Xia, I have decided to probe a bit. The undercover agent strike. Thus, Yun Xia approached Wen Qi, hesitating to ask. Pei Jingyan said senior brother is the undercover agent. Do you believe it? How should I convey to others that I have discovered my senior brother's true identity? He, like me, is a spirit and we belong to the faction of good. Wen Qi immediately reassured me. I don't believe it. I trust you. He recognized that Yun Xia is indeed a good person. Yun Xia approached Fang Qingyu, visibly agitated. I suspect that Wen Qi might be an undercover agent. We are both spirits burdened with grievances, allies in this. Beyond that, I know nothing. I just saw Wen Qi acting suspiciously. Fang Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. I will consider this carefully. Yun Xia whispered to Fang Qingyu. Teacher Jiang. I have a feeling that Yun Chuxue is the undercover agent. Initially, we were in a group of 3, but as we proceeded, Yun Chuxue vanished. Could it be that she slipped away to meet her accomplice? Jiang Lulan expressed gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Yun. I will keep that in mind. Yun Xia approached Gu Hanzhou. Oh, no need to look for him. He's rather foolish. Yun Xia stretched out her hand. Gem. 66 Gem. Gu Hanzhou, though confused about what was happening, found himself unable to refuse Yun Xia and the mechanical sphere's request. As the chaos escalated, arguments erupted in the live broadcast. Pei Jingyan, you are the undercover agent. No, it's not me. It's Xia Heng. Stop slandering others. Wen Qi, you are the undercover agent. Listen to me. Chuxue is the final undercover agent. Trust me.
Vote.
I want to vote early. Get rid of this bunch of treacherous scoundrels. Xiong Chumo.
Vote.
The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Director Xiong exclaimed, this game is utterly unplayable. We intended to finish by 8 tonight, yet it's only noon, and all the good people are at each other's throats. Witnessing the turmoil, Director Xiong wiped his face. Why not let me speak first? 10 minutes later, everyone sat silently at the dining table. Are they fools? I'm really going to die laughing. Undercover mission. All good people are swayed by the undercover agent to assist in completing the mission. Good people heed the undercover agent's words, offer gems, and fight for the undercover agent. Suddenly, a heartthrob succubus surged to the trending list. Onlookers clicked in. Aw. A heartthrob from a dating show? Who is it? Why are you all eating so well? Upon learning the details, quite mad, huh? As things grew increasingly bizarre, Director Xiong, for the sake of the guests, discreetly approached Yun Xia. Teacher Yun, you see how everyone is cooperating with you in this game. Why don't you write a thank you note to express that you and the guests are good friends and appreciate their participation? Otherwise, I fear this dating show will spiral into further madness. I'm also worried about Pei Jingyan and Yun Chushue's fans going wild. Having enjoyed herself, Yun Xia felt obligated to offer other guests an exit. A thank you note?
Huh?
Yun Xia replied subtly, my gratitude skills are lacking. He had already received a call from the Pei family, demanding the production team clarify that Pei Jingyan's intelligence was not low. For clarification, it is not a rumor. Playing a game of who is the undercover agent, where intelligence was crushed to the ground, made his job as a director quite challenging. Director Xiong sighed in relief. All right. Confirmed. Yun Xia nodded. Though uncertain why Director Xiong wanted her to write a thank you note in a mad manner, she maintained her respect. Rest assured, I will give you a surprise. In Chapter 94, Yun Xia smiled, and Pei Jingyan's fate became unpredictable. Subsequently, Yun Xia requested a notebook and began typing. 2 minutes later, it was done. Director Xiong was astonished. So fast? But then he realized Yun Xia was indeed experienced. Pei Jingyan raised his chin, waiting for Director Xiong to clarify. Director Xiong, weary, wiped his face and continued to fulfill the host's task. Dear teachers, today, Teacher Yun expressed that she had a wonderful time, and thus, she specially wrote a thank you note to express her gratitude to everyone. Notably, Teacher Yun said her most appreciated person is none other than Emperor Pei. Pei Jingyan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Huh? What does that mean? The guests played with her? Oh, I get it. Actually, Pei Ge knew all along that Yun Xia was the undercover agent. He was just playing along, right? I told you. How could our Pei Ge not know how to play? Who is the undercover agent? Those who said Pei Ge was being played, speak up. He was clearly being kind. Exactly. Yun Xia personally came to thank him. Fans should just be quiet now. What? Wait, you guys are so confident. Pei Jingyan maintained his facade, wearing a pretentious smile. Yes, playing along was fine, as long as it made her happy. This statement was tantamount to admission. Director Xiong merely wished to expedite the host's task. Now, please, Teacher Yun, share your thank you note. Yun Xia chuckled mischievously. The next moment, the screen displayed a document. The title thank you appeared boldly, and Pei Jingyan felt even prouder. He knew Yun Xia could not forget him. She had feelings for him. Title: Thank you, mainly to thank Pei Jingyan. Text: Thank for what? I ask you, what should I be thankful for? The fact that I am still alive is thanks to my restraint from going mad. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. I ask you, what more should I thank for? Not having exploded the earth with a single punch is already quite remarkable. My mental stability is commendable. Why should I thank you? You should be thanking me. This is all you deserve. Thank you, Pei Jingyan, for letting me realize how vibrant flowers can be, how narcissistic people can be, and how despicable you can be. Author: Yun Xia. Go report to the King of Hell, mention my name, choose the 18th layer of the grave, and may your next life be smooth sailing. Pei Jingyan. Pei Jingyan's smile froze on his face. The scene fell into profound silence. The comments. So mad. I told you to not be too happy too soon. Look, the joy has turned to sorrow, hasn't it? I ask you, what should I be thankful for? She merely turned a dating show upside down, stepping into madness. What more do you want her to be thankful for? Our Xiaobao not having turned this earth upside down is already generous. You should be thankful to her. You should thank her. Loudly, charge. Don't be too narcissistic. Don't be too despicable. Don't be too narcissistic. Don't be too despicable. Seeing the silence settle, Yun Xia, lacking in tact, asked, What's wrong? Pei Duckhead? Not satisfied? Pei Jingyan's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, struggling to articulate, Brother. Get lost, Yun Xia replied with a smile, declaring loudly, Emperor Pei, get lost. Pei Jingyan clutched his chest. You and I.
Crash.
Xia Heng leisurely blew a puff of tea foam. Are you going to faint? Xiong Chimo, call 120. Director Xiong reflexively dialed 120.
Wait.
Yun Xia interjected, call 110. Director Xiong. Xiong Chimo, feeling somewhat dazed, even had the audacity to inquire, Why 110? Yun Xia smiled mysteriously, leaving Pei Jingyan's fate uncertain. You call 120 for those who can be saved. Do you understand? Pei Jingyan. I'm going to spit blood. Ha ha ha. Don't you think that makes sense? Brother, if you see a dead person on the road, do you call 110 or 120? The pretentious guy. How many times have I said not to go against Yun Xia? Do you have a short memory? With that level of intelligence, how could he have known she was the undercover agent long ago? This is just a game. And he is still holding a grudge because others were also played by Yun Xia. Why haven't we seen Xiao Fong and the others get angry? Pei Jingyan noticed the comments, his face turning pale. Yun Xia smirked, little Pei Jingyan, so easily manipulated. The pretentious guy sat silently beside her. But Director Xiong had completed his task, so he left it at that. Although rumors proliferated, he merely stated that he had not completed the task. Director Xiong instructed the staff to present a delightful lunch, marking the beginning of the next segment. Now, everyone, please take out your phones and send a text to your crush. A hush fell over the room. Jiang Lulan confirmed. Now, right? Director Xiong, with a knowing smile, replied. Indeed now. The atmosphere crackled with excitement. Is it really that thrilling? Someone murmured. All of us are sitting together. Director Xiong, is this how you conduct things? Another questioned. What if someone doesn't receive a message? That would be awkward, someone else chimed in. Well, it certainly won't be awkward for Chuxue, was the retort. Is the charming enchanter of the entertainment industry coming? Another voice asked. I bet Chuxue will receive the most messages among the female guests. Just 5 minutes ago, the charming enchanter was trending for someone else, and now it's about Chuxue? Chuxue has always been a heartthrob. I bet if she isn't the one with the most votes, I'll eat my keyboard upside down right here. Exactly. Xiong Chimo turned around. What we desire is excitement. Heartbeats. Come on, my esteemed guests. Choose your object of affection within 5 minutes. The crowd, acknowledging Director Xiong's command, reluctantly picked up their phones. 9 individuals seated together, each lost in their own thoughts. When Qi scanned the room, his expression pained. Is this message truly mandatory? Lu Qing glanced at several male guests. Is this message to be sent to just one person? Yun Chuxue bit her lip, contemplating whom to text. Xia Heng glanced at his phone, then at Yun Xia, alternating his gaze in confusion. 5 minutes later, the texts were dispatched. As everyone had their phones on silent, the live chat was unaware of who received messages, but one could glean some insight from the expressions around. Xiong Chimo then added a twist. Please display your messaging interface. No one responded. Lu Qing could hardly contain her laughter. Director Xiong, isn't it a bit harsh not to give Xia any face? Who needs face? Yun Xia, caught in a moment of contemplation, looked up. Chapter 95, Heartfelt Messages. The siblings' exchange. Lu Qing, gazing at her empty message interface, was nearly driven to madness, nearly confronting the male guests about their lack of perception. She had been so open. Why hadn't anyone messaged her? However, she quickly realized that the guests likely favored gentle women like Yun Chuxue and Jiang Lulan. Hence, it was probable that Yun Xia received nothing as well. With that thought, Lu Qing forced a smile. It doesn't bother me, but dear Xia is a girl. It's quite painful for her to acknowledge in public that no one likes her, isn't it? Xia is fine, and you shouldn't take it to heart. These men simply don't appreciate our worth. Where does she derive her confidence, believing that Xia is on par with her? Indeed, if nothing else, surely the senior brother would text her. Is Lu Qing a dog, snapping at everyone? Who are you calling out? Sister, you don't even have a single message yourself. Perhaps you should console yourself first. Does Xia look like she needs your comfort? Lu Qing looked at the empty bowl in front of Yun Xia, nearly losing her composure. What are you doing? Haha, Xia is still pretending to be strong. Everyone showcased their messaging interfaces. As expected, Lu Qing had 0 votes, her expression darkening, as though she might devour someone at any moment. When she also had 0 votes, and the gluttonous, when Xiaoya gestured at the camera. Pei Jingyan, too, had 0 votes.
What?
How could the illustrious heir of the Pei family, the celebrity Pei Yingdi, receive no votes? The Pei family supporters in the live stream were in uproar. How can this be? Is his phone broken? Pei Jingyan clenched his fists, his pupils constricting, fixating intently on Yun Chuxue. He could accept that others hadn't voted for him, but why hadn't Chuxue? Pei Jingyan's expression darkened. Yun Xia, enjoying a slice of watermelon, was startled by 2 notification sounds, nearly dropping her fruit. Ding dong. Detecting deviation in the male protagonist from the original character design. Deviation progress 10. Ding dong. Detecting the male protagonist beginning to crumble, collapse progress 10. Yun Xia. Wait a moment, what has triggered Pei Jingyan to start crumbling? I never perceived him as this fragile. But witnessing the red glow emanating from her device, Yun Xia promptly chose silence. Let us not reveal too much, she thought. Next. Fang Qingyu and Jiang Lulan each received 1 vote. They texted each other. Gu Hanzhou received 1 vote, a message from Lu Qing. Yun Chuxue received 1 vote. To her astonishment, she had only Pei Jingyan's single vote. How could this be? The heavens had revealed to her the script. She was destined to shine in this dating show, becoming the singular heartthrob of the entertainment industry, achieving both love and career success. Though other men had relinquished their chances to be with her, they still cherished silent affections. Yet, now she had only received 1 message. Why was it from Yun Xia? Had Yun Xia altered everything? Was she also vying for the role of the heavenly protagonist? Ding dong. Detecting the female protagonist beginning to darken, darkening progress 10. Yun Xia. Hold on, ladies, is this really necessary? Is there no end to the darkness? What more could darken Chuxue? Wasn't she already dark enough? In her previous life, she even dared to kill. Moreover, Yun Xia was incredulous. The darkening of Yun Chuxue seemed to stem solely from her lack of messages. Was such darkening not too casual? Whereas the one who claimed they'd eat their keyboard upside down. Step forward.
You eat your keyboard.
Those who understand variety shows know what's up, feeling for Chuxue. You still don't get it? Yun Xia must have given director Xiong some perks to arrange so many highlights for her.
You eat your keyboard.
Could you not say anything else? I'm seriously analyzing this. The fact that Chuxue received only 1 vote must indicate foul play. Sister, why don't you demonstrate eating your keyboard upside down? Finally, the climax arrived. Xiaheng received texts from both Yun Chuxue and Yun Xia, totaling 2 messages. Yun Xia received messages from Xiaheng, Gu Hanzhou, and Wen Qi, totaling 3 messages. Ah, I knew it! The siblings mutually chose each other. Yun Xia displayed her messages first. Gu Hanzhou. What kind of message is this? Mr. Gu? Wen Qi. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands makes one a king. Slay millions to be the ultimate king. The ultimate king, a sausage. One segment surpasses 6. 300 years. Jizatang cures kidney deficiency, sugar-free. I want the jelly from Shijilang. Bring in the people. The 6th mental hospital of Haihu City is mobilizing. Finally, there was Xia Heng's message. Did you win? Are you happy?
Ah.
I'm a screaming chicken. Awakening the neighbors. I'm a screaming chicken. Running in the square. I'm a screaming chicken. Clearing my throat. Grabbing a megaphone. Proclaiming to the world. I'm getting my sugar. I knew it. I knew it. Mr. Xia, you truly embody pure love. It's so heartfelt. The wristband asked me why my heart races so fast, whether I need to rest, and I said, you don't understand. This is love. Director Xiong and Lao Ma embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Finally, it feels like a dating show. Oh my. Love, come forth. Director Xiong eagerly examined Xia Heng's message interface. The first message was from Yun Qixue. Mr. Xia, you were amazing today. Erase that. Who wants to see that? The second message. The crowd perked up. The main event was upon them. Whoa. Yun Xia's message is so long. Whoa. Yun Xia's message is so ambiguous. Yun Xia. My parents are not at home. Loneliness is difficult to endure. Fiery passion.
Come work with me.
Is there any passion? Sweet little window, I am taking action. Director Xiong, the audience's reactions varied. Some were perplexed. However, when Qi, unfazed, turned to Mr. Xia for his thoughts. Chapter 96, Love Struck, even zombies wouldn't partake. The camera focused on Xia Heng. After a brief pause, the man chuckled softly, murmuring, Junior sister, are you trying to exhaust me? The crowd was taken aback. Mr. Xia seems quite pleased. Can he really handle this? Yun Xia maintained her composure. Isn't this another form of sweetness? Junior sister is thinking of her senior while working. How admirable. I am a peculiar shrimp fried rice, and I command you to kiss me. I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Xia is love-struck. Nonsense, Mr. Xia has clearly moved past being love-struck. Now he loves her unconditionally. Ha ha ha. The unexpected love-struck message caused Lu Qing's face to flush. While Yun Qixue's eyes grew teary, her head bowed in vulnerability. To provide clarity on their emotions, we welcome love observer Fong Ai Yao. She will share her insights on their romantic journey. Fong Qingyu applauded with a dismal expression. Director Xiong cleared his throat. Ai Yao, among today's guests, whose perspective on love do you admire most? Finally, it feels like a dating show. In other dating shows, there are numerous love mentors and observers. Yet here, in Love Battlefield, one collapses after another. Surely this one won't collapse. Fong Ai Yao is Xiao Fong's sister. Is Fong Qingyu the focal point? The real point is that she is not friends with Yun Qixue. But Fong Ai Yao delivered a heavy blow to the audience. The person I admire most is Yun Qixue. Love requires courage and the determination to defy the world. I see that bravery in her, and I am greatly inspired. Fong Qingyu. The audience murmured, Sister, I advise you to steer clear of Yun Qixue. In Yun Qixue's mind, the Tao of Heaven suddenly stirred. I have a task for you. I have detected that Fong Ai Yao embodies the archetype of a girl in a tragic love story, willing to sacrifice everything for love, even her education. If you can unite Fong Ai Yao with her boyfriend, I will gain power, and you will restore the Tao of Heaven's fortune. After a moment of silence, Yun Qixue contemplated the long list of tags and fell into thought. The Tao of Heaven continued. It is only natural for the protagonists to be together, while Fong Qingyu, who obstructs them, is the villainous male lead. What are you hesitating for? You are also a heroine. Shouldn't you want to assist Fong Ai Yao? This is a noble deed, helping lovers unite. Yun Qixue, how should I help? The Tao of Heaven responded confidently. This is simple. Isn't Fong Qingyu your devoted admirer? Whatever you instruct him to do, he will comply. If you tell him not to interfere with Fong Ai Yao's love, he will undoubtedly agree. Yun Qixue. She was skeptical. Is this Tao of Heaven truly reliable? Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Open your eyes and see whose devoted admirer Fong Qingyu truly is. The moment Fong Ai Yao spoke, Fong Qingyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he glanced pleadingly at Yun Xia. Yun Xia. Fong Qingyu desperately hinted. Help. Ding dong. A special side quest has been triggered. Please, host, save the love-struck female protagonist Fong Ai Yao. Current progress is at 20. Yun Xia signaled 66 to silence the blaring noise. What do you mean by current progress? 66 replied. 20, host. Yun Xia shifted her gaze between Fong Qingyu and Fong Ai Yao. At this moment, 66 had transmitted Fong Ai Yao's storyline, a tragic love story of sacrificing everything for a boy, even abandoning her education for the sake of love. I don't desire a lavish lifestyle, I simply wish to share a cramped space with him. I would go to great lengths for him, even if it means sacrificing my family's career or secrets. In the end, all who obstructed her love met tragic fates, while she finally united with her beloved, living modestly together. Yunxia, she closed her eyes, then reopened them, meticulously reviewing the narrative. Are you serious? However, if Fong Ai Yao becomes the protagonist and ends up with her beloved, what will happen to Fong Qingyu? But how can anyone be this love-struck? Sacrificing education for love. Is this even human? Yunxia gazed at Fong Ai Yao, who longed for a love that defied the world, murmuring to herself. Love-struck. Even zombies would not partake. Xiaheng suddenly spoke up, alert. I am not love-struck. Yunxia. Wait, what does it have to do with you? Chapter 97. Yunxia. I too have experienced unrequited love. Meanwhile, Fong Ai Yao and Yun Chuxue clasped hands, sharing their perspectives on love, evidently on the verge of becoming close friends. 66. Host, what do you plan to do? Yunxia pondered. Based on your description, this is a tale of a good girl falling for a delinquent. The good girl, hindered by her family, grows even more convinced of their true love, willing to forsake everything to be with him. I understand now. She craves the thrill of defying the world. The more others oppose, the more determined she becomes, believing love must endure trials before achieving a happy ending. 66. So? Yunxia replied confidently. First, I must enter her heart. 66. Yunxia declared, to captivate a love-struck individual, one must become love-struck oneself. Fong Ai Yao continued to express her views. Chuxue, you are a girl who dares to love and hate. I support you. Yun Chuxue cautiously glanced at Xiaheng, biting her lip. But what if he doesn't love me? Fong Ai Yao shook her head. How do you know he doesn't care for you? Perhaps he is just under pressure and afraid to confront you. Yun Chuxue's eyes glistened with tears. Perhaps I can sense his protective nature towards me, yet everyone insists we are incompatible. Fong Ai Yao felt a connection. Others' opinions are irrelevant. Love is something one understands for oneself. What if we don't receive others' blessings? I would renounce everything for my beloved. Fong Qingyu pinched himself. It's hard to say, very hard to say. Why does Yun Chuxue keep staring at Mr. Xia? No way do you think Mr. Xia is unattainable for you? Fong Ai Yao, does she believe she is the tragic heroine? Why do I feel she is in the advanced stages of being love-struck? Saying such things in front of Qingyu implies that her brother is less important than her boyfriend. Miss Fong, I find your words quite insightful. Suddenly, Yunxia stepped forward dramatically, her expression sorrowful. Once, I too experienced unrequited love. Xia Bao, are you sure you want to say that? I feel like the senior is about to crack. Xiaheng appeared confused, frowning.
Indeed.
Fong Ai Yao was captivated by Yunxia's words. Did you ever try to win him over? Yunxia was heartbroken. Society forbids us from being together. I have made countless efforts, yet I can only watch as it slips further away from me. Perhaps it was this very societal constraint that resonated with Fong Ai Yao. Yunxia, please elaborate. I can help you analyze. Yunxia, in sorrow, replied, It is my white moonlight. I exerted all my strength to possess it, only to hand it over to others time and again. Fong Ai Yao, filled with fervor, exclaimed, If you truly love him, how could you willingly give him to someone else? Indeed, I deeply regret it. Why did I let it go?
I long for it now.
Yunxia wiped her tears, feigned if there were labels, ours would undoubtedly be unrequited love, a humble, devoted admirer. What? Yunxia, what kind of man have you fallen for? Fong Ai Yao was shocked for a moment. The person you love, does he have many women? Where did this label come from? Is it the one she imagines? Yunxia, weary, responded. Yes, it is exactly as you think. He is not only involved with women but even men in various contexts. Sometimes I feel so exhausted. I want to question him. Why is it that they can touch you, but I cannot? I am willing to be a humble admirer. Just to have him on the 15th of every month. Fong Ai Yao interjected. No, listen to me. Yunxia continued. Sometimes, when others ask me if I don't find him dirty, I say, how could I? I love him so much, Fong Ai Yao remarked. Well, he is so indiscriminate. Yunxia interjected vehemently. But loving someone means accepting everything about them. So, what if many have touched him? I love him. For him, I would forsake everything. I want to be with him forever. Fong Ai Yao cautioned. Well, sometimes love must be mutual. Yun Xia, lost in her romantic thoughts, declared, You needn't counsel me. I will not listen. I know that you cannot bear to see me with him, and you all wish to prevent it. But so what? For him, I am willing to defy the entire world. Ms. Fong, you have said that love requires courage. I have decided to try once more. Fong Ai Yao. After holding back for a while, Fong Ai Yao felt as though something had lifted the fog in her mind, revealing the romantic fool she once was. Wait a moment. Her blood pressure seemed elevated. She had never encountered someone more infatuated than herself. Ding dong. A special side quest. Save the youth of the tormented romantic protagonist, Fong Ai Yao. Current progress 0. Yun Xia gestured to 66. See? This is how it's done. The progress bar just jumped by 20. 66-6. Aha. From Yun Xia's description, that man is a scoundrel. Sister Xia, open your eyes and look at your senior. Why do you chase after a scoundrel when such a fine man is before you? I am furious. I am furious. I am furious. She admired those who sacrifice everything for love and believed she and Yun Xia could become close friends. Yun Xia, RMB.
Friend. Huh.
Huh. Everyone, huh? Fong Ai Yao thought she misheard, her mind in chaos. Who do you say you love? Yun Xia, calm and composed, replied, RMB, what is wrong with that? Don't you love it? The recording site fell into an eerie silence. RMB? RMB? Don't say it. But my love for RMB is that of a humble admirer who gains and loses it, having had monetary transactions with many. I am but a fleeting passerby in its life. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tears streaming. Woo-woo. Choking. Why must you expose me? Biting handkerchief. I know that loving RMB is bound to earn me no blessings. Crying, but I am willing to strive for it. Sobbing. Howling at the sky. Grabbing a passing monkey. Have you seen my RMB? I haven't seen it. Try another. Have you seen my RMB? Money. Money. Without you, how can I survive? Xia Heng pondered. Chapter 98. She is responsible for shouting and fighting, while her senior is responsible for earning a living. Just then, Wen Shi nudged Fong Qingyu, whispering, Do you think Yun Xia is being driven mad by the Yun family, being this poor? Fong Qingyu replied, You don't understand. We would do anything for the love of RMB, and we adhere to the principle that when funds cease, feelings vanish. Wen Shi, intrigued, asked, How so? Fong Qingyu explained, When your former company pays you, you work diligently. After you leave, would you still be willing to serve them? Would you? Wen Shi shook his head quickly. No. Fong Qingyu nodded. Exactly. That's why we say when funds cease, feelings vanish. If that is the case. Suddenly, a cold and elegant male voice interjected, and Xia Heng thoughtfully asked, So if my funds continue, she will always love me? Fong Qingyu. Wen Shi. Comments? Question mark. Xia Heng enlightened. I see now, so that's how it is. What nonsense. What did he realize? Get this romantic fool out of here. Out of here. Meanwhile, Fong Ai Yao remained confused, while Yun Xia began to recount her tumultuous love-hate relationship with RMB. Lu Qing, noticing that Yun Xia had once again stolen the spotlight, couldn't help but sarcastically remark, Little Xia, when they ask if you have someone you love, they mean a person. Why are you talking about money? Yun Xia shook her head. Anthropomorphization, do you not understand? It is because I love it so much that I personify it. Lu Qing. Just then, the lunch break began, and Director Xiong announced the dismissal. 66, puzzled, remarked. Host, Fong Ai Yao is ignoring you again. Your plan seems ineffective. Yun Xia, indifferent, replied. Has the progress bar dropped? 66, nope, still at 0. Yun Xia smirked. Then that's all that matters. From Wen Shi, she sensed a hint of experience. When the awakening value had not reached a critical point, the consciousness of the protagonists and antagonists in the novel seemed to be manipulated. Even if there were moments of clarity, they would quickly resume following the plot. However, Wen Shi was merely a supporting character, capable of escaping the original narrative faster. While Fong Ai Yao was the protagonist, she needed to take it slowly. As long as the progress didn't drop and Fong Ai Yao maintained her romantic fixation, it would be deemed a success. The small mechanical ball rested atop Yun Xia's head, 66 showering her with praises. Host, you are amazing. During the lunch break, the camera turned off. Xia Heng pondered that the notion of halting funds leading to severed feelings held considerable merit, and he turned to leave. Just then, He collided with Gu Hanzhou, who was exiting Yunxia's room. The stoic, forgetful CEO nodded slightly, exuding an air of aloofness. Xiaheng, the child is truly restless. Upon entering the room, Yunxia was grinning at several black cards. The child has prospered, become wealthy, and understands the importance of supporting his mother. 66, blissfully immersed. Hee hee. 66 wants McDonald's. Xiaheng. Xiaheng snatched Gu Hanzhou's black card and casually placed his own in Yunxia's hand. Nonchalantly boasting, his black card has restrictions. Mine is unlimited, just use mine.
Oh.
Yunxia had become quite adept at the arrangement where she shouted and fought while her senior earned a living. Xiaheng found a spot to sit, observing Yunxia counting money alongside the small mechanical ball, and suddenly asked, "In today's undercover game." The hint was that the undercover's name contains jade. Why were you so certain it pointed to me and not you? Hearing this question, Yunxia disdainfully looked up. Have you never been educated? Xia is not jade. It's a spot on the jade. Isn't that what your royal family teaches? So that was it. A smile graced Xiaheng's lips, but I believe this clue points to you. Yunxia paused, suddenly reminded of the past. Ever since she learned the meaning of Xia, she had grown to dislike the name, but the village head of Lihua village said it was given by her parents. Holding on to the hope that it might carry a deeper significance, she never changed it. After the Yun family came to her, Yunxia realized that she was deemed a disaster star by the fortune teller, leading the family to name her Xia, a name they associated with blemish. In contrast, the master predicted that the auspicious star would be named Chu Shui. Fueled by resentment, she ended her first life and was reborn in the realm of cultivation. Although some had criticized her name, she encountered her master, the Taoist Du Shi. The Taoist, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Where's the negativity in that name? Do not speak carelessly. My disciple is truly exceptional. Xia is not a name to be taken lightly. My disciple is a rare genius in the world of cultivation. Do you understand the significance of a name shaping one's fate? Had she been named differently, she would have ascended long ago. Sometimes, it is worthwhile to reflect on one's own shortcomings. After all these years, have you truly cultivated? Have your skills improved? Have you broken through to a new realm?" From that moment on, Yunxia fully embraced her name. Indeed, she is so perfect that if she were flawless, how could others survive? She was merely paving the way for others to thrive. At that moment, Chairman Xia, diligently working in the Xia Corporation, sneezed mightily. When Xiaheng entered, he left the door ajar, and suddenly, both heard a mobile phone ringing. After ringing for about 20 seconds, Fong Ai Yao rushed to answer it at the end of the corridor. "Hello, Yenge?" It wasn't that Yunxia intended to eavesdrop, but serendipitously, her room was at the far end of the corridor, near the window where Fong Ai Yao was taking the call. The voice on the other end, Yenge, was particularly loud. "Why did it take you so long to answer my call? What have you been up to? I told you to text me updates at all times. You clearly do not care about me. If this happens again, we are breaking up." Yunxia and Xiaheng exchanged glances, both taken aback. The hand that had been about to close the door trembled slightly. What is this? Where does this impatience come from? The phone has only been ringing for 20 seconds. Fong Ai Yao's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Yenge, you care so much about me." Meanwhile, Xiaheng and Yunxia were deep in thought, filled with confusion. Yenge licked his back teeth, revealing a greasy smile.
Good that you know.
"Where are you? I'll come find you. Don't you miss me?" Unexpectedly, Yan Ji's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Didn't I tell you not to go out and show your face? You are my woman. How can you smile at others?" At that moment, Fong Qingyu arrived just in time to hear those words. He pinched his skin in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 99. The premise of me supporting you with a monthly salary of 3,000 is that you actually have a monthly salary of 3,000. Fong Ai Yao hurried to clarify. "Yenge, it's not like that. Don't you want to appear on a variety show? I'm just helping you build connections ahead of time." Yenge disdainfully retorted, "I want to accept any charity. Stop showing your face everywhere." Yet Fong Ai Yao, with a shy demeanor, insisted, "But this opportunity is rare. My brother said so." Your brother, huh? You are a big star, sister. It's normal not to look down on me. Are you asking me to appear on a variety show and constantly worry about your brother's opinions?" Yenge was infuriated. Fong Qingyu rolled his eyes, prepared to confront Yenge. Yunxia quickly grabbed him, signaling him to remain calm. Fong Ai Yao, anxious, feared her boyfriend's displeasure. "Yenge, please don't think that way. You're so talented. You will be the top star in the entertainment industry. After hanging up, the room fell into silence among the three. Fong Qingyu. Yunxia shook her head. Love-struck brain. There's no saving it. Fong Qingyu. No. We must intervene. He slid in front of Fong Ai Yao. Where do you think you're going? Fong Ai Yao, feeling guilty, stammered. Yes, academics come first. Suddenly, Yunxia interjected with a mischievous grin. Do you know how much your breach of contract fee will be, Miss Fong? The primary investor, Xia Heng, quickly obtained the figures from Director Xiong. 2 million for 3 days. Due to the lack of post-editing flexibility in live reality shows, the penalties for breach of contract were severe. Failure to shoot would result in hefty fines. Fong Ai Yao's face paled as she instinctively looked to Fong Qingyu.
Hesitantly,
She murmured. Big brother Fong Qingyu immediately understood, astonished. You want me to help pay the breach of contract fee? Fong Ai Yao's expression stiffened. She instinctively shook her head but, recalling Yen Gu's words, she forced herself to hold back. Fong Qingyu feigned ignorance, offering his sister a chance. Give me your teacher's number, I'll help you request a leave of absence. No, that's not necessary, Fong Ai Yao said, her face pale. I want to focus on my studies. She quickly added, Big brother, Yen Gu is just worried about me. He doesn't want me to suffer so much to earn money. Yunxia, engrossed in the drama, couldn't he help but interject. He doesn't want you to struggle for money, so he puts you in a 2 million predicament? Fong Ai Yao struggled to respond. Yen Gu doesn't care about money. He said he would support me in the future. What? This amount? Yunxia exclaimed in disbelief, while Fong Qingyu emitted a sound of despair. As Fong Qingyu prepared to admonish his sister, Yunxia internally scoffed. See, this is what love-struck brains lead to. Fong Ai Yao, how naive are you to believe every word he says? Ask your brother. Your brother is also a man. Let him tell you if men are trustworthy. Fong Ai Yao, Fong Qingyu stumbled. Right, your brother is a man. Let me tell you the truth. No man is worth trusting. Right now he speaks of supporting you. But what about later? Can those 3 words sustain a household? Do you know what the greatest deception of men is? It's the claim, with a monthly salary of 3,000, I'll support you. Little Yao, please wake up. As Yunxia leisurely munched the watermelon Xia Heng handed her, she silently conversed with Fong Qingyu in her thoughts. Here is where you're mistaken. Fong Ai Yao's eyes brightened. See, I told you my love would garner everyone's support. Yunxia believes my brother is wrong. Fong Qingyu, what do you mean he's wrong? While undercover during the game, Fong Qingyu noticed that Yunxia had already realized they could hear her thoughts. So, he merely stared at her in disbelief. Yunxia found joy in conversing with the intelligent, needing no words, with a monthly salary of 3,000. You must at least have a monthly salary of 3,000. Your boyfriend is a jobless wanderer by day, a schemer by night. And his dream is to become a star, yet he's always broke, living off others. The pocket money you give your sister is probably all consumed by him.
Oh.
And by the way, he said he wants to audition and borrowed 10,000 from your sister, accumulating a debt of 380,000, which he has yet to repay. Fong Qingyu, a wave of helplessness, washed over him. Fong Ai Yao, agitated, retorted, No. Yen Gu is just a victim of circumstance. It's the directors who lack vision. He's merely trying to prove himself by borrowing money for auditions. Fong Qingyu stared coldly at her. This made Fong Ai Yao's heart skip. Brother, what are you doing? Little Yao, I didn't finish high school before becoming a trainee and signed a harsh contract with the company. Do you know why I work so hard to earn money? It's to support your education, not to provide for your boyfriend. Yunxia seized the moment, pondering. Why does it seem like little Fong's background is extraordinary? Where does all his money go? A top star shooting TV broke. Fong Qingyu's voice was weary and indifferent, causing Fong Ai Yao to pause. Brother, why are you like this? I just love him. What's wrong with that? He may not earn much now, but Yen Gu is so handsome. He will become a big star sooner or later. He won't be in debt forever. Brother, do you really look down on me and Yen Gu? Do you think he isn't worthy to be part of our family? Fong Qingyu asked coldly. Why do you think that? Why do you believe I look down on you both? Xiao Yao, we have depended on each other for 18 years. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Fong Ai Yao's expression froze. You're not that kind of person, but you can't resist your boyfriend's daily affirmations. Although I smoke, drink, fight, frequent bars, steal, have been incarcerated and failed to graduate from high school, I strive earnestly. Ai Yao, Your brother disapproves of our relationship, which signifies his disdain for me. Fong Ai Yao's tears hung precariously. Hearing those words brought her some relief. Yet, Yun Xia delivered a punishing blow. She exerted effort to persuade Fong Mei to withdraw from the live stream, worked diligently to recommend herself to Xiong Chu Mo, and even borrowed Fong Qingyu's name to deceive the director team. I simply do not understand. On one hand, she mocks Xiao Fong for looking down on him, refusing to accept charity. On the other hand, she flatters director Xiong, asserting that he is Xiao Fong's brother-in-law, seeking his approval to join the variety show. It can't be that Xiong Chu Mo, you would find this appealing, would you? If you're truly hungry, just go eat. The hurriedly arriving director Xiong stumbled and fell, rolling directly to Yun Xia's feet. He clung to Xia Heng's thigh, tearfully exclaiming to the boss that he was wronged. Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. At this moment, the broadcast commenced. Old Ma directed the camera towards director Xiong, and the viewers in the live stream reacted. Huh. Is it abstract right from the start? What's happening? Is there some gossip? Chapter 100. The operation to save Xiao Fong. Ahem. What gossip? What gossip? Xiong Chu Mo, stop changing the subject. Quickly tell us what gossip. Director Xiong was completely ignored. The camera panned to Fong Qingyu, whose previously sullen expression instantly brightened as he flashed a radiant smile at the camera. Once the camera moved away, Fong Qingyu reverted to his usual expression of dissatisfaction. Fong Ai Yao. Yun Xia knew Fong Ai Yao could hear her, and leisurely thought to herself. It is said that Xiao Fong's contract with the company is extremely strict, and any mistake on camera results in a penalty. Not to mention the division of earnings between trainees and the company. Earning 2 million is no easy feat all because of a single remark from Huang Maoge. It could all go down the drain. He claimed that in the face of adversity, this meager sum is inconsequential, that one should dry their tears and not fear. For they can still rely on charity. A mere 2 million, worth the sacrifice for my love. Perhaps this is what true love entails. Fong Qingyu nearly shed tears on the spot. Fong Ai Yao's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed with guilt, her fingers intertwined nervously. She merely wanted to assist Yan Ge. How could it affect her elder brother? He bears the burden of supporting the entire family, and her impulsive agreement to help Yan Ge. Was it a mistake? Ding dong. Special side mission. Save the love-stricken protagonist, Fong Ai Yao. Current progress 10. Ding dong. Detection of the awakening of the love-stricken protagonist, Fong Ai Yao. Awakening level 10. Yun Xia nodded. It is not yet beyond redemption. The afternoon recording commenced. The group followed Director Xiong to the lobby on the first floor, where all guests had gathered. Xiong Chu Mo stepped forward with a flourish, announcing, "This afternoon, we will conduct a date for 12 couples. Audience friends, let us get excited." The live stream chat was filled with confusion. What? What is a date for 12? Isn't this variety show doing something special? Director Xiong. Doing this now could get you banned. Since we are aiming for stimulation, let us see it through. Today, a new battlefield is about to unfold. Xiong Chu Mo stood tall, declaring the rules. Male and female guests may choose their dating partners, ultimately, based on the preferences of the selected guests. 2 opposite-sex guests will be chosen for a date. Those not selected may form a heartbreak alliance. Let's begin. Suddenly, several votes appeared above Yun Xia's head. Director Xiong? Lu Qing, who was laughing, asked, "What is Yun Chushua preparing?" Xia Heng chose Yun Xia, which was expected. Gu Hanzhou, the utterly inconspicuous CEO, was also understandable. It seemed normal for Wen Qi, who was solely focused on having fun, to choose Yun Xia. But what is going on with Fong Qingyu? In the past, he always unwaveringly chose Zhang Lulan, with the determination to pursue her embedded in his very being. Not even the King of Heaven could deter him. Yet now, why did he not choose Zhang Lulan but opted for Yun Xia instead? The audience was curious about Zhang Lulan's thoughts and instinctively looked towards her vote. Oh my goodness. Opposite sex. Opposite sex. Director Xiong pressed. Teacher Jiang, you may not have understood the rules. You can only vote for the opposite sex. Zhang Lulan nodded, glancing at Fong Qingyu and Fong Ai Yao, stating, I cast my vote to support Qingyu. Yun Laosher, Qingyu has 2 votes now. Choose him, alright? Question mark. I don't want to lead Jia. What is this new development? Zhang Lulan indeed did not overthink. She knew how anxious Fong Qingyu was and decided to lend him a hand. Fong Qingyu's eyes shimmered, sobbing internally. He had not miscalculated. In the end, after a chaotic voting session, only the pairing of Yun Xia, Xia Heng, and Fong Qingyu succeeded. To the Heartbreak Alliance, you shall now revel in your solitary moments. All aboard. The group boarded a bus and soon arrived at the garden restaurant. The dating group could enter the restaurant to enjoy air conditioning while the rest had to bask in the sun outside, emphasizing the contrast. Yun Chushue, enduring the scorching heat of the earth while facing the trials of fate. Protagonist, your charm is so lacking that I do not wish to speak of it. In the original storyline, Fong Qingyu has always been your devoted admirer. Reflect on yourself over these years. Have you made any efforts? Have you exuded any charm? Yun Chushue rolled her eyes in frustration. Shut up, you useless thing. I asked you to help me, not to mock me. And fate. You are nothing. Fate remained unfazed, enigmatic. Protagonist, an opportunity presents itself. Detecting that Fong Ai Yao's boyfriend is 50 meters away from the garden restaurant. Devise a plan to bring him in to meet Fong Ai Yao. As long as they overcome their challenges and unite, your fortune will be restored abundantly. Yun Chushue rolled her eyes. What is Chushue planning to do? Who is that man? Why is he acting so suspiciously? Yun Xia, Xia Heng, and Fong Qingyu took their seats. The waiter served the dishes and left, leaving only the three of them in the restaurant, prompting Yun Xia to speak without hesitation. Hey, can you all hear me? Xia Heng and Fong Qingyu nodded subtly. However, he was anxious. He couldn't wait until the broadcast ended. Thus, he had to seek Yun Xia's assistance. He wanted to know what kind of person was dating his sister. Yun Xia understood perfectly. I announce. The operation to save the love-stricken brain is officially underway. Name: Huang Yan. Gender: male. Age: 31. Wait, isn't Xiao Fong only 18 this year? From Fong Meimei's tone, I assumed they were of the same age. No worries, I shall continue watching. Perhaps he looks quite handsome. Appearance, Yun Xia hesitated, seemingly perplexed by what allure this Huang Mao possessed over Fong Ai Yao. We cannot judge solely based on looks, so let me investigate further. Height, weight, Yun Xia fell silent upon seeing the height of 171 and weight of 171. What on earth, a cube? Just as Fong Qingyu was about to lose hope, Yun Xia quickly reassured him. No rush, no rush. Although he is quite stingy and unemployed. Perhaps he has some family background. Family, parents are alive, but they are debtors, owing 200,000. The unit is 10,000. Fong Qingyu, his anxious heart finally settled. What on earth is this? Just then, 66 suddenly alerted. Host, the situation has changed. That Huang Mao is here. Right outside the restaurant. Fong Qingyu. He saw Yun Chushue. Yun Chushue brought him in. He is meeting Fong Ai Yao. What? Is he going to take Fong Ai Yao out to eat? It is well known that within a 2-kilometer radius, the only place to dine is this garden restaurant. Thus, facing the camera, the young man with yellow hair tenderly touched Fong Ai Yao's face. Fong Qingyu gasped and fainted. Chapter 101. If it comes to a showdown, stripping away your outer layer is not an issue. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Yun Xia and her companions, a surge of fans for Yun Chushue entered. Here they come. Witnessing love. What does it matter if others disagree? We support you. A complete love is worth facing the world. Huh. Where did these trolls come from? Not trolls. I've checked, they are Yun Chushue's fans. 10 minutes earlier, Yun Chushue walked purposefully towards Huang Yan, feigning surprise. We are recording a variety show here. May I ask who you are? Upon seeing Yun Chushue, Huang Yan was somewhat agitated, attempting to showcase his charm, but, remembering Fong Ai Yao, he hurriedly inquired, Do you know where Fong Ai Yao is? I am her boyfriend. She hasn't been answering my calls. The will of the heavens. It is time to assist him. Remember, Huang Yan is Fong Ai Yao's best match. They are destined for each other, and their union aligns with the celestial order. Since that is the case, I will find a way to help you locate her. Yun Chushue bit her lip. Sir, when a girl is angry, you should simply coax her. Qingyu, as her elder brother, is somewhat anxious. If he has said anything to you, please do not take it to heart. I apologize on their behalf. Before long, Yun Chushue discovered, Ai Yao is at the restaurant. You may invite her to dine and clarify matters. I shall not intrude any longer. I wish you both happiness. Chushue is so kind. Because Chushue is a little angel, helping whenever she sees someone in need. When they marry, Chushue should sit at the main table. Huh? The viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Do you really think Yun Chushue is kind? This guy looks a good 10 years older than Fong Ai Yao. Fong Qingyu is her real brother. There must be a reason for his disapproval. You, Yun Chushue, apologizing for Fong Qingyu? What do you think you are? It's not that I have a personal vendetta, but the proud demeanor of that yellow-haired guy in ripped jeans, his indescribable physique, and his disdainful gaze towards exams. It's hard not to think more. What do you mean Fong Ayao used to answer his calls during exams? He expects her to take calls during exams? Taking calls during exams is a guaranteed 0. Does this guy think he has achieved something? Nevertheless, Yun Chushue's fans were indifferent to this. After all, she had finally had a moment in the spotlight, performing a good deed, and her fans were eager to promote it. Immediately, a trending topic appeared. What is true beauty and kindness? The restaurant featured only Yunxia, Xia Heng, and Fong Qingyu in a 3-in-1 live stream. Consequently, a throng of Yun Chushue's fans flooded in, spamming the chat. Huang Yan, nonchalantly, found a seat, and Fong Ayao sat across from him, blushing. Huang Yan called to the waiter, "Bring me all your finest dishes. Let my woman taste them." Fong Qingyu, whose woman? Say that again. Yunxia was taken aback by his words. The renowned literary critic 66 immediately voiced his opinion. Brother Huang must have read many domineering CEO novels. Yunxia, indeed. Yunxia, do you know the essence of the overbearing CEO loves me? 66, somewhat confused. Domineering? Yunxia, it is the CEO. Yunxia, if he is not a CEO, do not attempt a domineering love. Otherwise, the police station will be your final destination. But Huang Yan's actions, in Fong Ayao's eyes, were expressions of love. Brother Yan, you really shouldn't. It is too extravagant. The dishes here are quite expensive. Huang Yan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. For you, even the highest price is worth it. Huang Yan. Huh? Ah. Is this what Yun Chushue's fans call the most beautiful love? The waiter, struggling to maintain composure, was about to inform him that cold dishes could not be ordered separately when Huang Yan's demeanor turned cold, tapping his fingers on the table. Ayao. Fong Ayao, startled, quickly replied with tenderness. What is it, Brother Yan? Huang Yan, with a stern face, as if the world owed him 20 million, reprimanded. Why did you order so much? Don't waste. I am currently in financial distress, and you still wish to indulge in high-end consumption. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? A cold appetizer is barely enough to fill my gaps. How could I have ordered too much? Fong Ayao quickly stood to explain. No, Brother Yan. Huang Yan in anger. I thought you had changed. I wanted to reconcile with you, but I never expected you to test me with money. What is the difference between you and those gold-digging women online? Exactly. Fong, dear sister, he only has $50 in his pocket, and you gave him 380,000. He spent it all, yet he has no money to treat you. Yunxia rested her chin on her hand, speaking softly. Ah, what a beautiful love. What is this rubbish? Huang Yan spent 380,000 on Fong, and he doesn't even mention it. Yun Chushue, should you reconsider? Your determination to match them is truly ugly. Chushue has good intentions. Besides, how do you know Yunxia is telling the truth? Does she manage the affairs of young couples? Exactly. I see that Fong Ayao's boyfriend treats her well, and to not waste is indeed a virtue. Stop thinking about spending a man's money all day. Fong Qingyu. Once again, it's you. Yunxia. I said that. Why are you being hostile towards Fong? The overly aggressive Huang Yan immediately stood up, disregarding Fong Ayao's attempts to stop him, striding towards Fong Qingyu. Proud, disdainful, with a cold smile and a furrowed brow, he raised his chin, displaying his jawline. What is so special about being a celebrity? Why do you oppose my relationship with Ayao? Fong Ayao panicked and rushed forward. Brother Yan, no. Please do not say that about my brother. Huang Yan pushed her away as if he were the male protagonist of a novel, standing defiantly against the world, and declared resolutely, I know you look down on me. In your eyes, people are divided into ranks, but in my eyes, everyone is equal. You are merely her brother. Do not attempt to control her life. Do not use your familial ties to obstruct us. If it comes to a real confrontation, stripping you of a layer is not a problem. Before Fong Qingyu could utter a word. Oxygen machine, please help. Oh. As long as I type enough question marks, I can express my confusion. Ah? He doesn't he actually think he is handsome, does he?